I'll turn you into a feather duster, you overgrown blueberry. Emery and I exchanged one last glance before bolting back toward the information room. When we burst through the door, the scene before us was suspiciously calm. Nalin stood perfectly poised, mop in hand, his princely composure intact. Kai perched primly on a bookshelf, preening his feathers with an air of innocence. Two smiling faces, and yet a single blue feather drifted lazily through the air. On Nalin's forehead, a faint red mark distinctly beak shape slowly darkened. I stared. Did they fight? My exhausted brain scrambled to reconstruct events. Kai witnessed Nalin using his charm ability on Emery. The bird, probably immune to Nalin's ability since they are both related to the moon, decided to defend his friend, and after we left he sought out revenge on the villain. Nalin, realizing his powers didn't work on Kai, tried to eliminate the evidence. That's actually plausible. And damn, my mind is really something else. If it is really true, I must be even smarter than that famous detective. Then a grudging respect for the little bird warmed my chest. Kai must be even more of a rare species than I thought. Emery's really lucky to have him. Just then Emery stepped forward, his voice uncharacteristically firm. What happened? He stared between them. Why, you're not hurt, are you? Kai is a good bird, didn't want to hurt you. Nalin's eye twitched. Good bird. That menace peck. Kai dive-bombed from the shelf, aiming straight for Nalin's other eyebrow. Gaah. The prince barely dodged, his crimson eyes flashing with something between fury and panic. You. Then his crimson eyes locked onto me for a brief, terrifying moment, and suddenly, the same mental pressure from yesterday slammed into my skull like a hammer. Damn it, not again. My exhaustion made the resistance harder this time. The world blurred at the edges, my thoughts turning sluggish as Nalin's ability slithered through my defenses. Guess it's time to act. I let my posture slacken, eyes glazing over in perfect imitation of the twins' dazed expressions from before. Satisfied, Nalin suddenly launched himself at Emery, clinging to his arm with dramatic flair. Big brother, he whined, voice dripping with wounded pride. Look, this stupid bird of yours is hurting me. Kai chirped angrily from Emery's shoulder, feathers puffed up in outrage. The bird's rapid-fire tweets sounded suspiciously like a warning. Gone. Emery seemed to understand perfectly. For a heartbeat, Emery's eyes flickered with conflict. His gaze darted to my dazed form, then back to Nalin. Then, sorry, mister. Emery forced a smile, patting Nalin's arm awkwardly. I'll scold Kai myself. Please don't be mad. Nalin's grip tightened. Why, you promise? Why, yes, I see. The pieces clicked together in my foggy mind. This was why Emery had been so friendly with Nalin. When Nalin's charm ability failed on them earlier, Kai must have attacked, and Nalin, ever the opportunist, twisted the situation to his advantage. He'd played the victim, clinging to Emery like this, using Emery's nature against him. And Emery, he definitely knew. That hesitant glance at me just now confirmed it. He understood Nalin's ability, knew Kai was trying to protect him, but with his timid personality and no real power to resist, he could only play along, hoping to minimize the damage. Clever and infuriating. I kept my dazed act up, but my fingers twitched at my sides. This spoiled prince was good. I really underestimated him. I must think of a way. Manager, chirp, brother, my, dark. These were the last words I heard as my consciousness faded, my body collapsing backward into darkness. Manager. Emery moved with surprising speed, catching Amaniel's limp body just before it hit the floor. His brows furrowed as he pressed a single index finger to Amaniel's forehead. A soft, moonlight blue aura enveloped his body instantly. After a moment, Emery's tense expression relaxed. Kai fluttered down to perch on Emery's shoulder. What happened to him? Is he okay? Nalin scoffed, crossing his arms. Weak. Can't even endure this much, Nalin. Emery's single word, cold and sharp as winter ice, cut through the air. His eyes locked onto his brother with an uncharacteristically stern gaze. Nalin immediately looked away, gritting his teeth but falling silent. His brother calls him like that only when he was really angry. It was better to look away. He's fine, Emery said after a measured pause, his voice returning to its usual softness. It seems he was overworking his body and mind. Your attack just now made it worse, causing his mind to shut down. In short, he fell asleep. Kai shook his tiny head in disbelief. This guy is really something else. I wonder how he was enduring it till now. A small, fond smile touched Emery's lips as he adjusted Amaniel in his arms. Yes, he's a good human. He's got the brain of a genius and the self-preservation of a rock. Without looking up, Emery spoke again, his tone leaving no room for argument. Open the door. Nalin, who had been peeking at them with poorly concealed curiosity, blinked. Oh, all right. The prince moved quickly to obey, his earlier arrogance momentarily forgot. As he held the door open, he watched with unreadable crimson eyes as Emery carried Amaniel out in a careful princess carry, the manager's head lolling slightly against his shoulder. Kai flew ahead, scouting the hallway. Should we take him to his office, or my room is probably better, Emery decided. It's closer and comfier. Nalin trailed behind them, his usual haughty expression replaced by something more thoughtful. His gaze kept returning to Amaniel's pale face, then to his brother's careful handling of the human. Brother, Nalin began hesitantly. Not now, Emery murmured, not unkindly but firmly. We'll talk later. For once, the proud moon elf prince didn't argue. He simply nodded and followed quietly as they made their way through the hall, the only sound the soft shuffle of footsteps and the occasional rustle of Kai's wings. In Emery's arms, Amenyel breathed evenly, completely unaware of the unusual procession, escorting him to restore of the complicated web of relationships and secrets that had begun to tighten around them all. Whoa, somehow I felt better than I had in months. I chuckled to myself as I stepped down from the carriage, stretching my arms above my head. The crisp morning air filled my lungs, and for once my body didn't protest with aches or exhaustion. 5 days. It had been 5 days since I'd collapsed in the information room since Emery had carried me off to who knows where. And yet when I'd woken up the next morning, I found myself on one of the sofas on the second floor, and it felt like someone had scrubbed the fatigue from my bones. Not just scrubbed, polished. I'd practically bounced out of the sofa, energy humming under my skin. Even the Turtle brothers had noticed. That morning's training session had been unforgettable. I'd lasted a full 30 minutes against them, 10 whole minutes longer than the day before, and I improved by a whole another level too. Their reactions had been priceless. Dono had dropped his staff. Mike's nunchaku had tangled mid-swing. Ralph had blinked like I'd grown a second head. And Leon, the stoic, unflappable Leon, had actually gaped at me. What the hell did you do last night? He demanded. I slept well, I'd answered, grinning. Virion, floating nearby with his usual serpentine smirk, had actually paused his stopwatch to stare at me. You expect me to believe sleep is the reason you're not getting your ass handed to you? I'd shrugged, believe what you want. I feel like I could fight a dragon. And no, I didn't mean you, master. And miracle of miracles, Virion had grunted, then waved a dismissive hand. Fine, take Sunday off, but if you come back Monday looking like a half-dead raccoon again, I'm tripling your archery drills. Which brought me to today, Sunday. I'd slept in, actually slept in. No nightmares, no waking up in cold sweats, just deep, dreamless rest. And now I felt invincible. I smirked as I strode toward the Knowledge Emporium's entrance. Time to see what chaos Nalin had stirred up in my absence seemed, more importantly, to put my well-rested brain to work on that orphanage scheme. After all, a properly manipulated prince was a productive prince. But why do I still feel like I am missing something? That nagging feeling had been bothering me since the day I collapsed, only dark cloud in my otherwise perfect, well-rested life. No matter how hard I tried to puzzle it out, the answer slipped through my fingers like smoke. Something about that day didn't add up. The way I'd woken up feeling renewed, the strange look in Emery's eyes when he captured me, the way Nalin had been oddly subdued afterward. But every time I tried to focus on it, my brain hit a wall. So I'd done what any sensible person would, shoved it to the back of my mind and pretended it didn't matter, even if my instincts screamed otherwise. Shaking my head, I pushed through the Emporium's doors. The twins stood at the ready, each holding a box of the shop's most exclusive desserts. And beside them, Nalin, the not-so-stupid moon elf prince, was holding a massive crate labeled custodial tools with the resigned air of a man who had accepted his fate. I blinked. Had he always been this obedient? Since you're ready, I said, recovering quickly, let's go. I grabbed the 2 boxes of toys I'd bought yesterday, and together we piled into the waiting carriage. 20 minutes later, we rolled to a stop in front of a slightly rusted metal gate, the orphanage's name barely legible above item of the letters missing entirely. The twins cooed at the sight. Right, they were coming for the first time too. Nalin's nose wrinkled. And me? I grinned in my mind. Time to put my plan into action. The orphanage hadn't changed since my last week's visit, the same weathered 4-story main building and 3 smaller halls standing stubbornly against time. The paint peeled in familiar patterns, the wooden swing in the courtyard creaked the same way, and the scent of earth and childhood lingered in the air. Just past the gate, we found an elderly woman kneeling in her small garden, her hands buried in the soil as she tended to a patch of vibrant purple flowers. Despite her age, she moved with the energy of someone half her years, her silver-streaked hair tied back in a practical bun. Oh, Sir Ammon, her face lit up as she spotted us, wiping her dirt-streaked hands on her apron. You're back. I set down the boxes of toys and stepped forward to help her up. Miss Talion, I greeted, smiling as her calloused fingers gripped mine. You're as lively as ever. Haha, you flatter me. She chuckled, brushing loose soil from her skirt. And you've brought friends this time. Her sharp eyes flicked past me to the twins, who immediately bowed in unison, their cheerful "Good morning, Miss Talion," ringing out, and then to Nalin. The prince stood stiffly, his grip tightening on the crate of cleaning supplies. After a beat of awkward silence, he gave the barest nod of acknowledgement. My eye twitched. This guy. Miss Talion, bless her, didn't seem offended. If anything, her smile deepened, her gaze lingering on Nalin with undisguised curiosity. Well, aren't you a proud one, she mused. I know a person just like you. Nalin's nostrils flared. Before he could retort, I smoothly intervened. This is Nalin, our new custodian. He'll be helping too. Miss Talion's eyebrows shot up. Oh. She looked Nalin up and down, taking in his immaculate clothes, his regal posture, the faint air of disdain he couldn't quite mask. Then she grinned. How wonderful. We grandma, I brought back the... A beautiful blue-haired girl appeared in the courtyard, her arms laden with freshly picked herbs. She froze mid-step as her eyes landed on our group and specifically on me. Wait, isn't she? Her. And why is she blushing while looking at me? I'm not your main lead, you know, you. The voice cut through the courtyard like a ripple through still water, and somehow I knew Thai's Sunday was about to get complicated too. Just when I was finally having a peaceful life. That wraps up the mass release. I hope you enjoyed the chapters and had a great time reading through them. Apologies if there were any mistakes or rough edges in the chapters. I've been writing non-stop since yesterday to get everything out in time. Your feedback is always welcome, so feel free to drop your thoughts in the comments. Let me know if you'd like to see more mass releases in the future. Our responses help keep the fire burning. Until next time, peace in chaos, you. Surprisingly, it wasn't the blue-haired girl who spoke first. It was Nolan. The elf prince's crimson eyes locked onto her, his grip tightening around the crate of cleaning supplies. The girl's brows furrowed slightly before her own gasp of recognition escaped. I knew I should have expected something like this. I barely resisted the urge to facepalm. At that exact moment, the basket of herbs tumbled from her hands, scattering leaves and flowers across the dirt path. Her azure eyes burned with indignation as she pointed an accusing finger at Nalin. You're that rude, arrogant. Nalin's lips curled. Ah, I remember now, you are the umbrella girl. Umbrella girl, she spluttered, her cheeks flushing pink. I offer you shelter from the rain, and that's what you call me. The twins glanced at each other, their expressions shifting from confusion to dawning amusement. Myra muffled a giggle behind her hand. Miss Talion simply crossed her arms, watching the scene unfold with quiet interest. I cleared my throat and asked obliviously, You two know each other? The girl huffed, crossing her arms. Unfortunately, Nalin smirked. She insisted on sharing her pitiful little umbrellas. If I was being kind, she snapped. Something you clearly know nothing about. A tense silence fell over the courtyard. Even the birds seemed to pause their chirping. I tensed, sensing the echoes of many small lives stirring inside the orphanage, children waking, footsteps pattering toward the door. This confrontation was about to have an audience. Just as I stepped forward to intervene, Miss Talion caught my arm. Her gaze was gentle and reassuring. Then now she clapped her hands together, her voice effortlessly cutting through the tension. Let's not fight. The children are coming. She turned to the girl, her tone softening. Shayla, please help these young benefactors with their work. Shayla, so that was her name. The girl, Shayla, hesitated, her lips pressed into a thin line. Then with a reluctant nod, she cast one last glance in my direction. Why me? Before turning toward the orphanage doors. Everyone, she called, her voice shifting into something warmer. They're here. All eyes turned toward the orphanage building as the doors burst open. Children spilled out into the courtyard like a colorful tide, some rubbing sleep from their eyes, others already bouncing with energy. But the moment they heard Shayla's call and spotted us, their drowsiness vanished. The little ones led the charge, their small feet kicking up dust as they raced toward us. Big Bewither Ammon, a chorus of voices cried out, using the nickname they'd given me months ago. I couldn't help but smile, waving at them. They really like me, I thought with a flicker of pride, but my lips twitched when I noticed nearly half of Themosli, the boys, veering sharply toward the toy boxes instead of me. Miss Talion chuckled beside me. Sorry about them, she said, shaking her head. I'll teach them better manners. I waved her off, already crouching to open the toy boxes. Don't worry about it, Miss Talion. They're just kids after all. Lena, here's your doll. Careful, don't drag the dress on the ground. Jace, your wooden sword is in the other box. No, you can't have two. Milo, didn't I promise you a puzzle last time? Here. Dawn, I already gave you one. Miss Talion watched for a moment before wading into the chaos, gently steering overeager hands away from the girls, dolls, boys, patience. The toys aren't running away. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the twins already surrounded by a giggling group. Myra was demonstrating how to braid ribbons into hair by showing it to one of the girls, while Lyra let a toddler tug on her sleeve, fascinated by the shimmering fabric. And then there was the alien. He hadn't moved an inch. The elf prince stood frozen in place, his crate of cleaning supplies still clutched in his arms, his crimson eyes tracking the children with an expression I couldn't quite decipher, something between bewilderment and discomfort. A small girl with pigtails wobbled up to him, her arms outstretched. Bewither, up, Nalin stiffened as if she'd brandished a weapon. I handed a spinning toy to one of the boys while getting ready to intervene in case the worst happens. Nalin wrinkled his nose, looking down at the pigtailed girl like she was some strange, incomprehensible creature. His crimson eyes flickered with something unreadable, annoyance, yes, but also hesitation. Is he actually considering using his charm ability on her? My fingers twitched toward the dagger hidden in my sleeve. If he does, the thought sent a cold ripple through me. Manipulating adults was one thing, but children, that would cross a line even I couldn't ignore. It's better to get rid of the stain before it spreads, I thought grimly, already calculating the fastest way to neutralize him without alerting the others. But then, something unexpected happened. Nalin's gaze softened just for a fraction of a second as the little girl grinned up at him, her front tooth missing. A flicker of recognition crossed his face as if he was seeing not just her but himself. Wait, the realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. He sees himself in her. I could vaguely guess he probably has some memories resembling the current moment or girl. As if to confirm my thoughts, he grumbled something under his breath and carefully set his crate down. With all the reluctance of a man being forced to handle something fragile and vaguely terrifying, he scooped the girl up. Oh, was I really wrong about him? I turned my attention back to distributing toys, but kept my echo of life attuned to Nalin's movements. The little girl's squeals of delight were unmistakable. It was throwing her into the air and catching her, albeit with the stiff precision of someone who'd never held a child before in his life. Again, the girl squealed in joy, her laughter ringing across the courtyard. And now the other kids had noticed. One by one, the children who'd already claimed their toys drifted toward Nalin, their eyes wide with fascination. Whoa, do me next. You're really strong. Higher, higher. Nalin's expression was a masterpiece of irritation, but he didn't stop. If anything, his throws became slightly more controlled, his catches more deliberate. The children's praises seemed to bounce off him, but he didn't ignore them either. Ha, you can't escape now, Your Highness. By the time I finished handing out the last toy and turned around, Nalin was already surrounded. A dozen tiny hands tugged at his sleeves, begging for their turn. One clung to his leg like a koala. Another tugged insistently at his sleeve. The third, original pigtailed girl, was now perched on his shoulders, her small hands tangled in his red hair like reins. He looked like a man who'd accidentally stepped into a trap one made of sticky fingers and relentless enthusiasm. And then Shayla appeared beside him, a sleeping baby cradled in her arms. She took one look at Nalin's irritated expression and smirked. Tired already, she asked, her voice dripping with amusement. Nalin's eye twitched. He shot Shayla an annoyed glare. Get lost, umbrella girl. I'm not going to throw you. Oh damn, the effect was immediate. Shayla's face along with the tips of her ears flushed a brilliant scarlet. The baby in her arms gurgled innocently, completely unaware of the sudden tension. If that's not, she sputtered, her grip tightening slightly on the infant. I wasn't asking you to. One of the children, a boy missing 2 front teeth, tugged on Nalin's sleeve. Can you throw me again, but higher this time? Nalin looked down at him with the expression of a man who'd rather be anywhere else. No, the boy's face fell. You unless, Nalin added stiffly, you promise not to scream in my ear this time. The child's grin returned full force. Promise. As Nalin reluctantly lifted the boy, Shayla turned away, but not before I caught the way her lips twitched, as if fighting a smile. Suddenly, a voice piped up beside me. Do you smell it too? A big question mark appeared in my mind. I turned to my right to see a bespectacled girl, maybe 12 years old, same height as Princess Sarah, staring intently at Nalin and Shayla with a knowing smile. When I didn't answer immediately, she turned to me, one eyebrow raised expectantly. What smell? I asked under her withering, can't you tell gaze. The girl sighed dramatically, adjusting her glasses with a practiced flick of her fingers. It's the smell of love, she declared, as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. 2 more mental question marks popped into existence. Smell of love. Since when did love have a smell, and why has no one told me about this before? The girl shook her head at my obvious confusion. You're really a newbie at this, aren't you? She gestured toward Nalin and Shayla, who had somehow escalated from bickering to full-blown arguing, though neither had moved away from the other. Look, she said, her tone that of a seasoned expert explaining basic arithmetic to a particularly slow student. See how his ears turn red whenever she calls him rude, and how she keeps finding excuses to stand near him even though she claims to hate him, and the way they're both pretending not to notice how close they're standing. I blinked. That, the girl said smugly, is the smell of love, sweet, impossible to ignore once you know what to look for. I opened my mouth and closed it. Girl, you are misunderstanding everything. Nalin's ears were turning red because Shayla was insulting him, not because he was secretly smitten, and they weren't standing close intentionally if they were arguing. Did you expect them to scream at each other from across the courtyard like some kind of dramatic stage play? More importantly, why are you thinking like this? I eyed the girl's smug expression with growing horror. What kind of books are you reading at this age? I think I need to have a talk with Miss Talion about the orphanage's reading materials. Just as I was mentally drafting my complaint, the girl dropped another bombshell. She sighed dramatically, adjusting her glasses again. At first, I was shipping you two, you know. I blinked. What, you and Shayla? She nodded sagely. You're a good guy after all. You are kind, rich, smart, responsible, children like you, and handsome. She gave me an appraising look that made me suddenly self-conscious. Wait, when did this conversation turn into an evaluation of my marriage prospects? This kid must have been reading too many of those Commoner Seduces the Duke novels. And why did she pause at the handsome? And Shayla does have a crush on Yaush, always sneaks off to your shop, but she never has the courage to actually talk to you. What? She has a crush on me. Wait, was that why she was sneaking glances at me and blushing for no reason all this time? That actually explains a lot, more importantly. I glanced at the 12-year-old matchmaker. Is it okay to casually reveal someone's secret like this? And to me, she adjusted her glasses with a click. Relax, I'm just speeding up the inevitable. Leaning in conspiratorially, she added, you too would have taken decades to notice on your own. Decades. Before I could say anything, she steamrolled ahead. Maybe so, she always hid from you. That's why you probably didn't see her while visiting before. Oh, that's why I didn't recognize her before. Stupid girl, she thinks she's not suited for someone like you. The girl rolled her eyes. Really dumb, doesn't she know how beautiful she is? She could charm any man if she wanted to. Even why she abruptly cut herself off, squinting at me like a scientist examining a failed experiment. Now, with your dense personality, she probably couldn't. The girl waved a hand, already moving on. Alas, your love would have made a great story too. But sorry, good guy, I like this ship more. She gestured toward Nalin and Shayla, who were now engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate about proper umbrella etiquette of all things. I stood frozen like a statue, my mental processors overloading. CPU malfunction detected. Rebooting. Error. Reboot failed. Please consult the nearest adult for assistance. The girl patted my arm sympathetically. Don't worry, you'll find someone eventually. And with that, she skipped off, leaving me alone with my existential crisis, a thunderstorm of thoughts, and the unshakable feeling that I'd just been outmaneuvered by a 12-year-old love guru. As I watched the kids swarm Nalin again, one terrible truth became clear. In this rom-com fantasy world, I wasn't just a background character, I was the comic relief. While I was still stuck in my existential crisis, a familiar voice pulled me back to reality. Sorry, Sir Ammon, Miss Talion said, wringing her hands slightly. Little Ada didn't say anything. Strange to you, did she? Strange? Oh, just the usual romantic analysis, shipping wars, and a full psychological breakdown courtesy of a preteen. I kept my face carefully neutral. No, I lied smoothly. Miss Talion sighed in relief, but then her expression dimmed. It's just her parents. She hesitated, glancing toward where Ada had disappeared into the crowd of children. They left her here after. Well, love didn't end well for them. Ever since she's been, she gestured vaguely, obsessed with romance novels and playing matchmaker. I mentally filled in. I nodded sympathetically, though internally I was already planning my next move. Actually, I said I'd like to see your library. Miss Talion blinked. Why, did you bring books too? No, I'm here to take them away. Out loud I said I'm planning to donate some, but I want to check what you already have before deciding what to buy. Miss Talion smiled gratefully. Of course, I'll show you later. She glanced toward the still chaotic courtyard and added, for now. Could you help me calm them down? I followed her gaze. Nalin was now attempting to peel 3 children off his legs while Shayla watched, clearly enjoying his suffering. Twins were doing their best, but the sugar rush from last week's desserts had apparently left a lasting impression. The kids were vibrating with anticipation. Time for my secret weapon. I reached into one of the boxes the twins had brought and pulled out a freshly baked honey tart. The sweet, buttery aroma filled the air instantly. Hey kids, I called, waving the dessert. Are you hungry? Every single child froze mid-motion. Heads swiveled toward me, eyes locked onto the golden brown pastry in my hand. Tiny tongues darted out to lick lips. Haha, they sure remember it. A chorus of yes erupted as they nodded frantically, already scrambling toward me, hands outstretched. I raised the tart high above my head, shaking my head. Didn't I tell you last time? Wash up first, then head to the kitchen. I paused dramatically. Whoever finishes first and properly gets an extra slice. The effect was instantaneous. The children, who had been seconds away from mobbing me, suddenly transformed into a well-disciplined, if overly eager, army. They bolted for the washroom, elbowing each other out of the way with cries of no pushing, and I called first dibs on the soap. In mere moments, the courtyard was nearly empty save for Nalin, who stood frozen in place, a child still clinging to his back like a determined backpack. Shayla burst out laughing. Nalin shot her a glare. What are you laughing at, umbrella girl? You, she said, grinning. Honestly, you've got the vibe of a very disgruntled mother duck. Nalin's eye twitched. I sighed. At least the chaos is contained for now. Then I glanced toward the orphanage doors, where Ada had reappeared watching Nalin and Shayla with that knowing smile again. I really need to see that library. The kitchen buzzed with the happy chatter of children savoring their desserts and honey tea. The twins moved between tables, refilling cups and laughing at the kids, exaggerated stories about who had washed their hands the fastest. I sat at one of the empty tables, watching them with a small smile. Miss Talion settled beside me, followed by Ada, who sipped her tea with the solemn air of a judge presiding over a courtroom. I glanced at Ada, noticing her empty plate. Where's your share? She shook her head, sipping her tea. I'm not hungry. What a little liar. I had already seen her giving her portion to the younger kids on the way here, though she tried to be discreet about it. With a small smile, I pushed my own untouched dessert toward her. Here, eat this. My lips twitched. This kid. It's not a bribe, I said, keeping my voice light. I'm just fully a whole one before coming here. But your director insisted on giving me another, so you can have it. I nodded subtly, satisfied. Miss Talion watched our exchange with quiet amusement before remarking, Sir Ammon, you really seem used to this. Used to what? Being with children, she clarified. You understand them so well, how they think, what motivates, and what makes them happy. You've practically become their big brother in just a month. She tilted her head. For someone so young, you're remarkably mature. Are you perhaps? Her unspoken question hung in the air. Are you an orphan too? The kitchen noise seemed to fade. The truth was, I didn't know. My memories before waking up in this world were nothing but a void filled with darkness. And there haven't been letters or visits from the family either. Plus my situation, I could vaguely guess that I came from a struggling noble house. Maybe they couldn't afford to send word, or maybe they simply didn't care. Well, I'll probably find out soon enough. Winter break was a month away anyway. I'm sorry if I, Miss Talion began, misreading my silence. No, it's okay, I said quickly, forcing a smile. I was just thinking about how long it's been since I've seen them. Got lost in memories for a second, I shrugged. And honestly, I probably just read about childcare in books. That might be the reason. Miss Talion studied me, then smiled knowingly. Maybe, but you can't be this skilled just from reading. Haha, you're right. I chuckled, though the sound felt hollow. Across the room, Nalin stood stiffly near the doorway, arms crossed, watching the chaos with his usual disdain, though I noticed he hadn't left. Shayla leaned against the wall beside him, nibbling a tart while pretending not to glance his way every few seconds. Ada followed my gaze and sighed dramatically. Hopeless, she muttered around a mouthful of dessert. For once, I agreed with her. Then I turned to Miss Talion, lowering my voice slightly. The cleaning crew should arrive soon, that red-haired guy over there. Thankfully, I warned them yesterday about the matter via letter. I then gestured toward Nolan, who was now attempting to extract a sticky-fingered child from his back. He's the core of the team. Miss Talion's eyebrows shot up. Ada nearly choked on her tart. I know, I chuckled. He doesn't exactly strike you as the janitorial type, does he? Both shook their heads emphatically. Trust me, he is. But I added with a meaningful look, please address him as honorary custodian in front of him. It's important. Understanding flickered in Miss Talion's eyes, while Ada's expression morphed into pure confusion. The girl opened her mouth probably to ask for an explanation, but I stood before she could speak. Well, I should go prepare for the work and welcome the hires. I glanced at Miss Talion. No need to trouble yourself, just send someone who knows the orphanage well to guide us. I'll have Shayla show you around, Miss Talion said. Ada immediately perked up. I can help too. Miss Talion shook her head. You'll stay with the younger children. Fine, Ada muttered, slumping in her seat. You can take me to the library after we finish cleaning, I offered. Instantly, Ada's eyes lit up like twin stars. She nodded so vigorously her glasses nearly flew off. With that settled, I took my leave, weaving through the tables of chattering children. As I was about to reach Nalin, I caught the tail end of his hissed conversation with Shayla. And if one more snotty brat attempts to stain my clothes, I will. Well, what? Shayla shot him a glare. Punch them, you dare. Nalin's jaw clenched. You ahem, I cleared my throat. Honorary custodian. The cleaning supplies are ready when you are. Nalin straightened immediately, his princely mask sliding back into place. Finally, let's get this over with. Yeah, let's do it. Entire orphanage stood transformed under the afternoon sun, its freshly scrubbed walls gleaming as if newly built. The windows sparkled, the wooden floors shone, and even the rusted gate had been polished to a respectable sheen. A gentle breeze carried the scent of soap and lemon through the courtyard as everyone gathered to admire their work. Nalin surveyed the results with a critical eye, his arms crossed. Now it at least looks like a normal building, he declared. Shayla opened her mouth to retort, then closed it. As much as she hated to admit it, the insufferable prick had contributed more than anyone, working with an almost obsessive precision that left even the professional cleaners impressed. It was just his personality that grated on her nerves. Couldn't he be normal? Like him. The image of a certain young man flickered through her mind-black hair, a handsome face that balanced youth and maturity, slate-gray eyes that seemed to hold depths of quiet intelligence. The more you looked into them, the more you found yourself lost. But it was his smile she liked most, rare, subtle, but so warm when it appeared and always carrying something unspoken, as if he knew more than he let on. Sir Amaniel, her cheeks heated. His personality was just as perfect, kind without being cloying, responsible without being rigid, smart without being arrogant. He noticed things others missed and helped without expecting praise. And yet, despite all that, only a few people seemed to notice him or his actions. Alas, she still hadn't found the courage to talk to him properly today. When Miss Talion had assigned her to guide him around the orphanage with a teasing smile, Shayla's heart had leapedly to sink again when she realized how busy he always was, distributing the supplies, organizing everyone, even cleaning alongside the workers. Every time she mustered the nerve to approach, he was already moving on to the next. She tried small gestures, offering a towel, handing him a drink, hoping for a moment to speak, but he would just accept them with that quiet, distracted smile, thank her softly, and return to work before she could form a coherent sentence. At one point, she even dared to think that maybe he was intentionally avoiding her, but it didn't make sense, so she brushed it off. Pathetic, she chided herself. You can argue with the arrogant prick, but can't say 2 words to the guy you like, Miss Shayla. Her heart almost popped out of her chest. She turned slowly, her pulse racing as she met those slate-gray eyes. Sir Ammanuel stood before her, his sleeves rolled up, a faint sheen of sweat still glistening on his brow. Can you bring that now? He asked. I think it's time. Ahais. She nodded awkwardly, her face burning, and hurried away before she could embarrass herself further. Ammanuel picked up the ladder he had set aside earlier, positioning it carefully beneath the orphanage's sign. The rusted metal creaked slightly as he steadied it, his grip firm. A few moments later, Shayla returned, carrying a small wooden box. Her fingers were trembling slightly as she handed it to him. He turned to Nalin, holding it out. Honorary custodian, this is the final step. Nalin took the letter, examining it with a critical eye. The craftsmanship was impeccable, the edges smooth, the metal polished to a mirror shine. He hadn't even mentioned the missing letter, yet the manager had prepared for it anyway. HMPH. Not entirely incompetent then. With a flick of his cloak, Nalin ascended the ladder, his movements graceful despite the rickety structure beneath him. The children watched in awe as he carefully slotted the letter into place, completing the orphanage's name at last. Stepping back, Nalin surveyed his work with a satisfied nod. Now it's better. The manager seemed to understand what it means to be perfect, as well no detail overlooked, no flaw left unaddressed. Perhaps his brother had been right about him. Well, whatever, I completed my promise. Now I can return to brother. As he descended, his gaze drifted across the courtyard. Ammanuel was paying the hired workers, his voice low and sincere as he thanked each of them. The children, meanwhile, were staring at him and the new complete sign with wide, admiring eyes, except for the umbrella girl, whose gaze was fixed on the manager with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. Something twisted in his chest, an odd, unfamiliar sensation. He shook it away. Irrelevant. After seeing off the hired workers, the quartet Nalin, Ammanuel, and the twins turned to bid their farewells to the orphanage. Miss Talion had prepared a surprise. At her signal, all the children lined up in perfect rows and bowed deeply, their voices ringing out in unison. The twins immediately teared up, waving their hands frantically. Oh, you're all so sweet. Of course we'll come back, with more cakes next time, Lyra added, sniffing. The children erupted in cheers. Promise, bring the honey tarts again, and play with us more. Ammanuel chuckled faintly, nodding first to Miss Talion, then to the other adults, 4 older women who served as teachers and caretakers, the 3 older men, the chef, the guard, and the stern-faced arithmetic teacher who came after lunch. His gaze lingered briefly on Shayla, who stood slightly apart, her fingers twisting in her apron. She met his eyes for just a second before looking away, her cheeks tinged pink. Finally, he turned to Ada. The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses solemnly. I promise not to read those novels again, she declared after the library tour, then added in a whisper as much. Ammanuel's lips quirked. She had 1 week before they would get replaced. Nalin, meanwhile, stood stiffly to the side, arms crossed. The children's enthusiasm seemed to baffle him, though he didn't sneer as he might have before. When that little girl with pigtails tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Will you come back too?" Bewether read, he merely huffed. Maybe, if you keep your rooms clean. The children took this as an enthusiastic yes. As the group departed, the orphanage's newly completed sign gleamed behind them, its letters catching the golden light of dusk. Ammanuel cast one last glance over his shoulder, committing the scene to memorize children's laughter, the scent of lemon soap and late autumn lingering in the air, even Shayla's flustered wave as she lingered by the gate. Another fragment of peace, he mused, woven into the tapestry of this life. The Knowledge Emporium stood quiet as dusk settled over the city, its usual bustle absent after the day's closure. The twins lingered by the entrance, still gushing about the orphanage visit. Those kids were adorable, Myra sighed, clutching her chest. Next time we're bringing triple the desserts, Lyra declared, already scribbling notes. Ammanuel nodded, handing them their wages with an extra bonus. You both did well today. Go Ristwheel reopen tomorrow. The twins beamed, bowing before skipping off toward their shared apartment. That left Nalin. The Moon Elf Prince stood with his usual regal poise, though his crimson eyes flickered toward the stairs, no doubt thinking of his brother. In fact, after today's experiences, he was secretly looking forward to his brother's daily lessons. He wanted to understand what those feelings he had. Honorary custodian, Ammanuel said, dipping his head slightly. Your work today was unexpectedly thorough. Nalin's lips curled. Obviously, a pause, then grudgingly, the orphanage was less detestable than expected, high praise coming from him. Ammanuel suppressed a smirk, then I'll see you tomorrow for the usual duties. Nalin waved a hand dismissively and strode away, his cloak flaring behind him. The door clicked shut. Alone at last, Ammanuel exhaled, rolling his stiff shoulders. The day had been long, but the weight in his chest was lighter than before. One problem solved, he thought, turning toward the academy gates. Next, let's meet Emery, then I can finally return to the academy." A final farewell to Kai and Emery, Emmanuel stepped back out into the evening air. The sky was painted in deep oranges and purples, the first hints of twilight creeping in. He boarded the waiting carriage, settling in as the driver flicked the reins, guiding the horses toward the academy. The forest path was quiet, the usual rustle of wildlife subdued as night approached. Emmanuel rested his head against the window, his thoughts drifting until the carriage lurched to a sudden halt. His eyes snapped open. "What's wrong?" he called out. The driver's voice trembled. Sir, there's a monster." Emmanuel frowned. He reached out with his senses, the echo of life, probing the surroundings, but nothing. No life, no movement. Could it be? A spectral monster. Cautiously, he pushed the door open and stepped out. The forest was eerily still. "Where?" he asked, scanning the trees. The driver, quickly hiding behind him, pointed a shaking finger toward the bushes. There, glowing eyes. Emmanuel's grip tightened around his dagger. "Stay back." A cloth clamped over his nose and mouth. The effect was instantaneous. His body locked up, muscles rigid, vision swimming. His knees buckled before he could retaliate. The last thing he saw was the driver's face, no longer fearful but grinning in triumph as he caught Emmanuel's collapsing form. Easy, thin darkness. The driver, an assassin also known as Vex, grunted as he hauled Emmanuel's limp body back into the carriage. The boy was a bit heavier than expected, his breathing slow and steady, his limbs utterly unresponsive, a testament to the effectiveness of the poison. He glanced around, sharp eyes scanning the dim forest. There was no movement, no witnesses. Good. With practiced ease, he climbed back onto the driver's seat and snapped the reins, veering the carriage off its intended path to the academy. And instead of returning to the city, he guided the horses toward a narrow, overgrown trailone that led to a crumbling warehouse hidden just beyond the forest's edge. What a waste of time, he thought bitterly. All this effort for a nobody. But then again. His grip on the reins tightened. The previous assassins those sent before him had all failed miserably. They all vanished without a trace. No bodies, no signs of struggle, nothing, they were just gone. Maybe so it had been enough to make the boss take notice, enough to warrant sending him a professional, not some disposable low-level thugs. Be careful, the boss had warned, and finish it cleanly. So he had been. He had spent 3 whole damn weeks studying his target. The academy's security was a lot higher than he anticipated. It seems like something happened a month ago. So the gates were locked tighter than a noble's vault, guards patrolling every corridor, every courtyard, checking every person. So infiltration was practically impossible. He could only watch and work from the outside. Even so, he learned the target's habits pretty easily. When they left every evening without fail, returning just before curfew, where they went always the same route through the forest path, never deviating, their strength unremarkable, at least physically. No enhanced reflexes, no aura, just average, and most damning of all, their weakness. The target was careless. They walked with their guard down, never suspecting anything, never sensing the eyes on them. They accepted food and drink without suspicion, moved through crowds without hesitation, confidence. Or stupidity, either way it made them easy prey, but fear of the unknown lingered, so he didn't act until he was sure. Vex's eyes narrowed as he recalled his notes. The target always moved with that same tired indifference, dark circles shadowing those slate-gray eyes, movement sluggish like a man running on fumes. Was he careless because he was exhausted? He'd wondered. But recently something had changed. The boy's complexion had improved slightly, and the hollows under his eyes were less pronounced. And that was the most perfect time when prey started feeling safe, when their guard dropped completely, so he struck. Vex had infiltrated the cleaning staff, blending in seamlessly. A dab of poison in the target's lunch, a slow-acting paralytic, subtle enough to evade detection. Then the final step, the poison cloth pressed to their face, the 2 toxins amplifying each other. A flawless plan. And now the target lay limp in the back of the carriage, breathing shallowly, utterly helpless. The warehouse loomed ahead, its broken windows like hollow eyes in the moonlight. Vex guided the carriage inside, the wheels creaking over cracked stone. He hauled the target out, slinging his limp form over his shoulder before dumping him unceremoniously onto a chair. Ropes secured his wrists and ankles tight enough to bite into skin, but not enough to cut circulation. Vex sat across from his target, studying the boy's slack features with cold amusement. Then crack. His palm struck the boy's cheek with a sharp, stinging slap. The boy's head jerked to the side, his body swaying limply in the ropes. No reaction. Vex smirked and delivered another. Crack. This time the boy's eyelids fluttered. A faint groan escaped his lips as his face twisted in pain. "Wake up, little rat," Vex sneered, leaning closer. "I know you're awake now. Or do you want another?" The boy's breathing hitched. Slowly, with visible effort, his eyes opened, slate-gray irises dulled by sluggishness, his pupils contracting against the dim warehouse light. He blinked, his gaze unfocused for a moment before sharpening on Vex. Then crack. Another slap rocked his head back. Erg, the boy's groan was raw, his teeth gritting against the sting. Vex laughed, low and mocking. "Why didn't you wake up instantly, you damn little rat? Did you think I wouldn't hit you?" He shook his head, grinning. Then you must be an idiot. The boy's jaw clenched. His breaths came slow and controlled, but his eyes, indifferent and unreadable, burned with something beyond pain. Who are you? The boy's voice was hoarse, laced with caution. Vex raised his hand again, watching for fear, but the boy didn't flinch. Instead, he stared back, unwavering. Vex chuckled. Oh, fearless now are we? He lowered his hand, amused. I like that, but I will be the one asking questions here. Understood. Silence. Then a slow, deliberate exhale. Understood. Vex's grin widened. Good. He leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight. A slow chuckle escaped his lips. You aren't completely stupid, knowing when to bend. His fingers drummed against the hilt of the knife at his belt. Now answer my question, what did you do to the other assassins? Did you kill them? His eyes narrowed. And if you did, where are their belongings? Where did you hide them? The boy's brows furrowed in genuine confusion as he processed Vex's question. His lips parted slightly, then pressed together as if struggling to comprehend. Speak, Vex demanded, noting the bewilderment in those slate-gray eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, the boy murmured, his voice still thick from the toxins. A killing intent suddenly enveloped the room like a suffocating blanket. The boy's body instinctively tensed against the ropes, his face contorting not in fear, but in resistance to showing pain. Vex leaned forward until their faces were mere inches apart. Are you taking me for a fool? He whispered, cold steel underlying each word. Answer truthfully, or don't blame me for being ruthless. His hand drifted to the knife at his belt, thumb testing the edge. The boy exhaled sharply through his nose. I really don't know. Then his eyes widened slightly, realization dawning. Wait, why you're an assassin? Yes, so don't act dumb if you want to live, just a little longer. Alias Vex. Affiliation Black Star. Strength Assessment. Combat prowess, elite assassin, gift, phantom veil can mask his presence completely for short durations. Preferred methods, poison, psychological manipulation, ambush tactics. Weakness, overconfidence in his poisons relies too heavily on them. Present goal, extract information, then eliminate the target. Threat level, 4 stars, the poison in my lunch had been subtle. It was probably a slow-acting paralytic designed to weaken my muscles gradually, making me sluggish by evening. I'd noticed at the moment the first bite touched my tongue a faint metallic aftertaste, something only someone trained in Zephyrs, drink every toxin known to man, regimen would catch. But I ate it anyway, because the culprit watching me Vex wasn't just some low-tier thug. He was a professional, a 4-star threat with a gift that made him nearly undetectable when he wanted to be. And if I'd reacted, if I'd so much as flinched, he would have vanished, waited, and struck again when I wasn't ready. Worse, he might have gone after someone else, someone who was close to me, be it Emery, Aaron, the twins, or the others. I couldn't put the kids and other innocent lives in danger either, so I crafted another plan. First, it was better to let him think he'd won. The carriage rattled as we veered off the main path, the forest swallowing us whole. I let my body slump, my breathing shallow, playing the perfect victim. Vex's voice was a smug whisper from the driver's seat. Wasted my time just for this. Pathetic. I almost laughed. If only he knew that I had a 70 resistance against this type level of poison by now. And also for the second one, he forced me to inhale soon after. The only thing I had to do was to make him believe he succeeded. And so when he pressed that cloth to my face, I'd held my breath just long enough to sell the act. Now, bound to a chair in some crumbling warehouse, I waited. Patience was key. But damn, I didn't expect him to suddenly slap me. Was he venting on me or what? But hey, they didn't hurt that much, only stung a bit. Compared to Dono's staff cracking my ribs or Leon's sword pommel slamming into my jaw, it was nothing more than a flick. Still, I let my head loll to the side, exaggerating the impact with a soft groan. And as I answered his questions, I also learned some valuable info. Vex's knife hovered inches from my throat, his grip steady, his eyes sharp. You really don't know, he repeated, voice low. I blinked sluggishly, keeping my breath shallow, my limbs limp. The ropes bit into my wrists, but the paralysis was an acton I had to sell perfectly. I really didn't know about the assassins. The only time I'd been aware of an attempt was when Virion had intervened while I slept, and even then, I'd only learned of it through the system's notifications. I never asked the winged tyrant about it, and he never volunteered the information. But if even more assassins had been sent before he vanished without a trace, it only made sense that it was Virion who had been silently disposing of them. But why didn't he tell me about it? And why was this guy so fixated on their belongings? Did they carry something valuable, something tied to their organization? I had too little information to guess. Vex's frown deepened when I didn't answer. His knife tapped against my collarbone, the cold metal a warning. Speak. I exhaled, letting my voice slur. I really don't know. I never saw any assassins, I continued, letting my eyelids flutter weakly. Nobody's attacked me before. A muscle twitched in Vex's jaw. He withdrew the knife and paced the damp warehouse floor, his boots scuffing against cracked stone. Silence stretched between us, thick with his suspicion. Then, under his breath, he muttered, "Those idiots all vanished inside the academy. A pause. His gloved fingers tightened around the hilt of his knife. Then it's not this rat. Hell, he's just a weakling. It's obvious it's not him. Then, there must be something wrong with the academy itself. Could it be? A powerful resonator. Yeah, that makes sense. Those guys probably alerted them and got killed in the process. A sharp exhale. Thank goodness I didn't infiltrate it. Virion. He was the only one who fit that description. But if this guy suspected a guardian lurking in the academy's shadows, that meant he doesn't know about Virion specifically. Well, only me, Zephyr, and Luna know about it, so it's not that much of a shock. Vex whirled back to me, his shadow looming over my chair. The killing intent in the room spiked like a blade pressed to my throat. Tell me, he hissed, leaning down until his breath reeking of that disgusting smell ghosted over my face. Do you know someone like that in the academy? A resonator strong enough to make seasoned assassins disappear. I forced a shaky exhale, playing the terrified, paralyzed victim to perfection. N number, I'm just an ordinary student and a low-ranking noble's son. I don't know any powerful resonators. His eyes narrowed. The knife returned, its tip pricking the skin under my chin. What about the strongest resonator there? I let my voice waver. I only came this semester. The teachers I know are all low-ranking. Vex studied me for a long, suffocating moment. Then with a disgusted click of his tongue, he straightened. Useless. It's not me who's useless, it's the academy stuff. They probably don't have a powerful resonator, or even if there is one, they are really good at hiding themselves. They didn't even bother to help in the Phantom Prison incident after all. Vex turned his back to me, his cloak flaring as he strode toward a worn wooden table where his tools gleamed under the flickering lantern light. His fingers trailed over the blades, selecting a thin, curved dagger with deliberate care. HMPH, since you have no value. He tested the edge against his thumb, a bead of crimson welling up. It's time to finish the job. Don't worry, I'll make it clean. My breath hitched just enough to sound panicked. Why, you said you wouldn't kill me. Haha, did you really think a promise from someone like me meant anything? I really wasted my time with you. Well, goodbye, kid. Goodbye, kid. I gritted my teeth, letting my voice shake with desperation. At least tell me why you're trying to kill me. I'm just an ordinary person. I didn't hurt anyone or do anything worth mentioning. Why are you guys after me? For a moment, the warehouse was silent save for the drip of rainwater through the cracked ceiling. Then Vex smiled, slow and cruel, dragging the flat of his dagger along his tongue in a grotesque parody of savoring a meal. All right, he murmured, stepping closer, since you're dying anyway. Consider this my gift to you. The lantern light guttered, casting his face in jagged shadows as he leaned down, his breath reeking of iron and rot. The truth is, his voice dropped to a whisper, you don't matter. A pause, the knife hovered at my throat, but someone paid for your death. And in my line of work, that's reason enough. My pulse spiked not from fear. Paid, so this wasn't a random hit after all, and probably not a case of mistaken identity. Someone had targeted me deliberately. But who is it related to my past? Did I offend someone, or did something that led to assassins being sent after my life continuously? That's why I don't like this kind of setting. You have to be responsible for your past self's actions that you don't even know of, and you will be buried in danger and mystery nonsense till you learn everything. Vex chuckled, watching the frustration flicker across my face. My last advice to you, kid. He raised the dagger, its edge glinting in the dim light. Don't get involved with someone you can't afford to. The blade arced toward my chest. Still couldn't get a clear answer. I sighed, then. Snap, the hidden dagger in my sleeve had already sawed through the ropes around my wrists. Interception step. The world blurred as I vanished from the chair. Vex's dagger sliced empty air where my heart had been a fraction of a second earlier. Crack. My boot slammed into the back of his knee with the full force of Virion's blessing, the joint buckling with a sickening crunch. Vex's snarl of pain was cut short as he collapsed forward, his free hand barely catching himself before his face smashed into the floor. The ropes around my ankles fell away with a quick slash of my dagger. Vex twisted onto his back, his eyes wide with shock and, for the first time, a flicker of doubt and fear. Why you? How? I adjusted my grip on the dagger, rolling my stiff shoulders. You talk too much for an assassin. Vex's expression darkened. His fingers twitched toward his belt. Whoosh, a smoke bomb exploded between us, the warehouse filling with thick, acrid fog in an instant. Of course, echo of life pulsed outward, mapping the room in ripples of sound and breath. 8 o'clock. Heading for the window, I lunged. Clang, Vex's dagger met mine mid-air, sparks flying as he parried with gritted teeth. His knee was clearly wrecked, but his arms were still steady. Professional to the end. Who paid you? I demanded, pressing forward. He bared his teeth in a bloody grin. Wouldn't you like to know? Then phantom veil, his form shimmered, vanishing into the smoke. I cursed, spinning. Thunk, a throwing knife embedded itself in the wall where my head had been. Another followed, grazing my shoulder. Damn it. By the time the smoke cleared, Vex was gone, just a smear of blood on the windowsill, and a faint, mocking whisper lingered in the air. Next time, I won't underestimate you. Vex's whisper faded into the night, but I wasn't about to let him slip away that easily. And there won't be a next time. I leapt through the shattered window, landing lightly on the damp grass outside. The cold night air bit into my skin, the scent of rain and blood thick in my nostrils. My eyes scanned the darkness, no movement, no sound. Got away, I muttered aloud in frustration. Then, shink, a blade materialized inches from my face. My instinct screamed behind. The figure in front of me was lifeless, a hollow shell. No pulse, no breath, either an illusion or a clone. The real threat was at my back, steel biting toward my spine. Blink, I vanished, reappearing 4 meters away as Vex's dagger sliced empty air. My silent veil activated, masking my presence just long enough to watch his reaction. Vex's eyes widened. World searching the darkness, then clicked his tongue in irritation. Damn rat. Phantom veil, his form shimmered, dissolving into the night once more. I smiled. You can hide all you want, but you can never escape my eyes. Exorcist's gaze, a faint smile curled my lips as Exorcist's gaze activated, the world shifting into a new atmosphere, very shadow sharpening, every whisper of wind magnified. And there, flickering like a dying candle in the dark, was Vex's silhouette, limping toward the tree line. Pathetic, the universe had a cruel sense of humor. This elite assassin, this 4-star threat, had stumbled upon the one person who hard countered his entire skill set. Poison resistance, check. Illusion piercing, check. And now even his precious phantom veil was useless in front of my exorcist's gaze. He might as well have been a lamb walking into a wolf's den. Come to think of it, this reminds me of those scenarios where the hunter becomes the hunted, but I couldn't celebrate yet. Broken knee or not, Vex moved with lethal precision, his weight balanced on his good leg as he melted between the trees. An assassin of his caliber wouldn't go down easily, to have contingencies, artifacts, life-saving items, secret techniques, and so on. Maybe even a suicide gambit, but that's good too. Bequas. This was exactly what I needed right now, a real fight where mistakes meant death. No Virion and his domain to resurrect me, no system safety nets. Just me, my brain, and my skills against a highly skilled enemy, an elite assassin. I exhaled slowly, blocking all the unnecessary thoughts. Let's see how much I've really grown. Blink, the world compressed, then exploded outward as I reappeared mid-lunge directly in Vex's path. His widened eyes reflected twin daggers descending like executioner's axes. Clang. Clang, sparks erupted as his blade intercepted mine at the last possible moment. His broken knee buckled, but he twisted with unnatural grace, using the impact to flip backward. We separated, both skidding across wet grass. Impossible. Vex spat blood, his veil flickering uselessly around him like torn lace. How the hell are you finding me? I smirked. Wouldn't you like to know? Why you? His jaw tightened in irritation. Then blink, I just adjusted my grip and attacked him again. Our blades met in a shower of sparks, the shriek of steel on steel cutting through the night. Each clash sent tremors up my arms. This man's strength was no illusion. Even injured, his counters were precise, his footwork impeccable despite the ruined knee. Then I saw it, the slightest twitch of his left pinky. I ducked just as a hidden blade shot from his sleeve, grazing my hair instead of piercing my eye. Vex bared bloodied teeth. Lucky guess, I didn't waste breath on a reply. My boots tore into the damp earth as I lunged again, daggers carving silver arcs through the night. Vex barely raised his blade in time. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons became a blur, steel shrieking as we traded a dozen strikes in seconds. His dagger licked toward my throat. I twisted, feeling the wind of its passage as my counter slash opened a red line across his ribs. First blood. Vex snarled, pivoting on his good leg to deliver a vicious heel kick to my knee. I barely rolled with the impact, but pain flared white hot up my thigh. Damn, even injured. A glint of metal. I jerked my head left. Shink, a throwing knife grazed my cheek, drawing a thin line of fire. Vex's other hand was already mid-motion, launching a second blade toward my gut. I batted it aside with my dagger, but the distraction cost. Mehai's boot crashed into my sternum, sending me skidding backward. Cough, blood filled my mouth. Vex didn't let me recover. He came at me like a storm, daggers weaving a net of lethal light. I parried the first strike, dodged the second, but the third sliced deep into my forearm. Grit. Teeth clenched, I countered with a downward slash. Schlick, my blade found meat, biting into his shoulder. Vex hissed but twisted away before I could drive it deeper, putting distance between us. Blood dripped from both our wounds onto the rain-slick grass. You fight well for a brat, Vex spat, pressing a hand to his bleeding shoulder. But you're still. I was already moving. He really talks too much for an assassin. My interception step closed the gap before he could finish speaking. Vex barely raised his daggers in time, but my kick slammed into his ruined knee with a sickening crunch. Gah, his leg buckled. For half a second, his guard faltered. Now I drove my dagger at him. Clang, Vex barely intercepted, but the force sent him sprawling. He rolled, coughing blood, his movements growing sluggish. He's tiring. I pressed the advantage, raining down strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Until suddenly Vex grinned, a feral, blood-stained smile. You forced me to this, you rat. His free hand yanked something from his belt, a crimson pill, swallowed in one gulp. Oh shoot, the effect was instant. Vex's veins bulged like black snakes beneath his skin, his aura erupting in a visible haze of crimson. The grass around him withered as his muscles swelled, his broken knee snapping back into place with a grotesque crunch. Then, swoosh, the air split. One Vex became three, each an identical same aura, same lethal intent, same daggers gleaming under the moonlight. Clone Jut technique. All three spoke in unison, voices layered with unnatural resonance. Let's see you counter this. They shot forward in perfect sync, attacking from three angles at once. Left, a dagger aimed for my jugular. Right, a slash toward my femoral artery. Center, a brutal knee strike to my gut. No time to think. Virion's blessing flooded my veins as I moved on instinct. I parried the left strike with a dagger, blocked the right with a forearm guard. Too slow for the center. The knee connected with my ribs. Crack. Agony exploded through my torso as I was lifted off my feet. No, I twisted midair, barely avoiding the follow-up dagger swipe that would have opened my throat. Thud. I hit the ground rolling, barely regaining my footing as all three Vexes advanced. Think, adapt. The copies moved in flawless harmony, no hesitation, no tells. But techniques like this always had a weakness. Duration, cost. One of the Vexes lunged. I sidestepped, letting his dagger graze my side as I slashed upward. Phantom, my blade passed through him like mist. The real Vexes didn't flinch, already striking from the other angles. Damn, I barely dodged, but a dagger scored my thigh. Another sliced my bicep. Blood painted the grass as I retreated, breathing ragged. Running already. Vex's triple voices mocked as I staggered back, suddenly coughing up slightly blackened blood that sizzled against the grass. Hee hee, you're done for, kid. All three Vexes paused, their identical smirks widening as they watched me clutch my ribs. The one in the center twirled his dagger lazily. Did you really think those cuts were just flesh wounds? Each blade was coated with different poisons. They've already ravaged your immune system. By now your organs should be dissolving. I doubled over, spitting another mouthful of viscous black blood. My knees trembled violently. Vex's laughter multiplied, echoing unnaturally through the clearing. I admit, you're something special for a nobody, but this is as far as you go. My shoulders shook. Not from pain, but suppressed laughter. Why you? Despicable, I forced out between coughs, though inwardly I was grinning. I knew about the poison after a few moments. His first blade drew blood. The telltale numbness spreading from each wound had been unmistakable, not to mention System's remark about heavily relying on poisons. Vex's middle clone sneered. You're one to talk, cheating with your little tricks. The left clone tapped his temple. But I've figured you out. That teleportation ability of yours has a 4-second cooldown, 4-meter range, and you were counting on it to buy time, weren't you? I let my eyes widen convincingly, playing the panicked prey. All three Vexes raised their daggers in perfect synchronization, blades angled downward like fangs. Consider yourself honored, they chorused. This technique took me years to master. I call it the falling fang. The words slithered through the night air as all three Vexes dissolved into shadow. For a heartbeat, there was only silence, then the world exploded into motion. From my crouched position, I saw it unfold in horrifying slow motion. The three figures blurred, their forms stretching into streaks of darkness that spiraled upward like inverted comets. At the apex of their jump, they twisted daggers, flipping to reverse grip before plunging downward in perfect synchronization. The air itself screamed as their blades carved through it, trailing wisps of inky darkness. Each dagger pulsed with malevolent aura, the tips flaring like dying stars. The ground beneath me cratered from the sheer pressure of their descent. Blink, I vanished just as the first and foremost dagger would have pierced my skull, reappearing 4 meters away in a shower of displaced leaves. My ribs screamed in protest, but I had no time to wait. The falling shadows adjusted. Mid-plummet, all three trajectories curved unnaturally. The central Vex, the real one, was already correcting course, his spiraling form now hurtling directly toward my new position. He'd predicted the blink. The realization struck me like a lightning bolt, predicted my blink. And yet, instead of panic, a slow smile curled across my lips. Good, this was exactly what I wanted. Vex had committed everything: his trump card, his poisons, his pride. He was all in, and that meant he had nothing left to hold back. Neither did I. I took a deep breath, exhaling through my nose as my mind settled into stillness. It was time to use one of my trump cards, White Lotus combat style. The world sharpened. The rustle of leaves, the scent of blood, the faint hum of Vex's malevolent everything crystallized into perfect clarity. White Lotus, closed petal. My stance shifted, weight balanced between both feet, daggers held in loose reverse grips. My breathing slowed, my senses expanded, just in time. The first wave came, not the true falling fang, but its prelude. Daggers of condensed aura rained down from above, streaking through the night like black meteors. Each one hummed with killing intent, aimed to pin me in place before the real strike landed. But I didn't flinch. White Lotus, petals drift, my daggers moved in fluid arcs, not blocking but redirecting. A flick of the wrist sent the first blade veering harmlessly into the dirt. A twist of my body let the second graze my shoulder, drawing blood but nothing deeper. The third I caught flat against my dagger's edge, spinning it away with a sharp clang. But I wasn't perfect since I had been training for just a month. I should be happy I managed to reach intermediate stage mastery. One slipped past my garter razor, thin cut along my ribs. Another nicked my thigh. The wounds burned, but they were shallow, manageable. Vex's voice echoed from the shadows, mocking. Pathetic, I didn't answer. My focus wasn't on his words, it was on the rhythm. The false daggers weren't random. They were a pattern, a setup, and then there, a shift in the air, a pressure building like a storm. The real falling fang descended. Vex's form blurred into a single, concentrated point of darkness, his dagger aimed straight for my heart. The ground beneath me cratered from the sheer force of his descent. This was it, the moment he'd gambled everything on, and the moment I'd been waiting for. White lotus, first bloom, I stepped forward into the heart of the storm. My body moved without thought, every instinct honed by pain, by pressure, by the near-constant dance with death. The world narrowed to a single falling point, Vex's descending like judgment from above. But I had already stepped beyond fear. Rippling water, steel shrieked as our blades met once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. His strength was monstrous now, bolstered by that cursed pill, but my movements were sharper, leaner, flowing like wind around a mountain. Second bloom, I rotated my wrist, my dagger catching the angle of his second strike just so, deflecting it past my ribs instead of through them. My left leg slipped behind me, foot barely kissing the grass. The petals of this bloom were a Lucivia dodge refined into an art form. A clone slashed for my back, illusion or not, I didn't care. I spun. Third bloom, a perfect arc. My heel connected with shadowy ribs, disrupting its form. The clone dispersed in a burst of crimson smoke. A dagger thrust low. I dipped. Fourth bloom, my body flowed like water over rocks, sliding beneath the attack as my elbow smashed up into a chinreel or fake. It didn't matter. My real goal was timing. Fifth bloom, another clone lunged with a downward slash. I stepped just inside its range, drawing a short, shallow breath, and raised my forearm. Instead of blocking, I guided the dagger's edge, turning its momentum outward, away from my flesh. A flick of my wrist sent my own blade slicing through the haze of its form, shattering the illusion into bleeding mist. 2 left, but my body stung with poison and my limbs burned. The haze around Vex's aura pressed in, trying to drown me in dread and suffocation. But my thoughts were clear, sharper than they had ever been. Sixth bloom, I met the real Vex mid-charge. His aura lashed out like a storm, but I was already weaving through it, daggers redirecting his own strikes, feet moving in strange, looping patterns. Each movement flowed into the next. Each breath carried power. Clang, step, spin, cut, deflect, strike, slip. The final clone tried to pierce my side. I turned and struck before it could blink. My palm caught the shadow's throat. Gone. Only the real Vex remained. And then, seventh bloom, it all converged. My muscles coiled. Every step, every cut, every breath I'd taken led to this moment. 7 blooms opened within me own for each layer of understanding, each layer of mastery. Truth, this is it. I could feel it in my blood, in the rhythm of the world, in the wind that paused for a heartbeat to witness what came next. Was this an enlightenment? The petals had fully opened. My eyes snapped wide open. White lotus, full bloom. Vex also saw it, and he hesitated. Not because of fear, but because he didn't understand. To him, I probably looked unguarded and relaxed, even, empty-handed and unguarded, a fool standing bare before a killing stroke. But he wasn't without openings either. I figured out the trick to his technique. The clones moved as one because they were extensions of a single mind. And where there's a mind, there's a blind spot. And I think I found it, and that was his final mistake. There. My body moved like a blossom caught in the breeze, fluid, graceful, almost serene. I let go of all tension. I flowed into the technique, not executing it, but becoming it. Vex's blade lunged toward my throat. I stepped in. With one open palm, I brushed the dagger aside. I didn't block it, didn't counter it, but redirected. His weight suddenly shifted. His balance cracked. His technique was crumbling midair. I flowed forward, my palm bypassed his aura and struck. Blink, a soft, elegant palm to empty air. But that empty air was exactly where the real Vex was hiding. Crack. The strike landed on his solar plexus with impossible precision. A clean, surgical hit that bypassed his aura and stabbed directly into the foundation of his technique. Not even his enhanced body could absorb the shock. Boom. The clones shattered like glass, evaporating in crimson smoke. Vex's momentum broke, instantly his form crumpling midair. His dagger slipped from nerveless fingers. He crashed into the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, eyes wide, blood bubbling from his lips. For a moment, he lay there, stunned. Then his violent aura broke, scattered into the atmosphere, his body growing pale. A final gust of wind passed over the battlefield, stirring fallen leaves into a gentle spiral. I stood above him, scarred, bloodied, poisoned, but alive. He looked up at me with something between awe and horror. You're not ordinary. He fainted before he could finish his words. I nudged Vex's ribs with my boot. No reaction. Just to be sure, I crouched and pressed 2 fingers to his throat. His pulse thrummed weakly but steadily beneath clammy skin. Unconscious, not dead. Good, I still had some questions that I wanted to ask him. Then hoof, my legs gave out. I collapsed onto my backside, the damp grass cool against my palms as I sucked in ragged breaths. The adrenaline that had kept me moving now receded like a tide, leaving behind a body that ached in places I didn't know could ache. I won. The realization settled over me slowly, seeping into my bones like the evening dew. Around us, the battlefield told the story-splintered trees, gouged earth, the metallic tang of blood lingering in the air. And at the center of it all, the unconscious form of a man who tried very hard to kill me. A faint smile tugged at my lips. I did it, with my own strength. No help, no ultimates. Just me, my daggers, my skills, and the White Lotus style I'd secretly clawed my way into mastering. But recalling the fight, my smile turned wry. Next time, I'll just knock them out at the start. Because a life-and-death battle was both exhausting and nerve-wracking. I let myself flop onto my back, limbs splayed like a starfish, and stared up at the sky. The canopy above was thin here, shredded by our clash, and through the gaps, the moon hung bright and indifferent. Stars winked between the branches, their light undimmed by the mess we'd made of the forest. For a long moment, I just breathed. In, out, the night air was crisp, carrying the scent of leaves and damp soil. Somewhere in the distance, low-ranking monsters screeched, but they sounded peaceful and normal, a far cry from the chaos of minutes ago. I flexed my fingers, watching the faint tremors there. My body was a patchwork of shallow and few deep cuts and blossoming bruises, and the poison, though slowly being purged, had left my muscles feeling like overcooked noodles. Turtles going to laugh their ass off when they hear about this. The thought almost made me groan, but beneath the fatigue there was something else. A warmth, a quiet pride. I'd done it, not just survived one, and not by luck, not by some fluke, but by skill. The White Lotus style had worked. My eyelids fluttered shut for a heartbeat. Then, ding, just like usual, several message windows flooded my vision. Hidden scenario completed. Surviving imminent death. II, against all odds, you have survived once again. But this time it was no coincidence. No fluke, no unseen hand tipping the scales. You stood before death's maw and walked away by your own strength, your own wits, your own unbroken will. The path ahead remains shrouded in shadow, but you have proven you can walk on it. Rewards: Phantom Twin, Aura Coins X50 0, White Lotus Comprehension plus 15. Achievement evolved. Death's Brush. II, you have stared into the abyss a second time, and this time the abyss blinked first. Reward: Foresight level up. New title earned. The Unseen Bloom, you are the lotus that thrives unseen in the darkest waters. The world overlooks you until the moment your petals unfold, and by then it is too late. Effect: Sneak attacks deal more damage. Your presence is naturally muted. Those who underestimate you will continue to do so until they realize they shouldn't. The quietest roots strangle the mightiest oaks. Hee hee. A slow, satisfied smile spread across my lips as I read the messages. Someone was praising me, even if that someone was just a faceless, mechanical voice in my head. Still, it felt good. A memory flickered at the edges of my mind. Me real first day in this world, waking up to a cold, clinical notification. Hidden scenario completed, surviving imminent death. Back then, I'd barely survived by sheer dumb luck. Now, I shook my head with a quiet chuckle. Although I owe most of it to Virion, I really have grown so much in just 2 months. My eyes skimmed the rest of the messages. Foresight level up, about damn time. Now maybe I'd get more than just vague danger tingles before a knife found my ribs, or even a permanent night vision is fine. I'm tired of using those glasses, you know. The Unseen Bloom, the world overlooks you until the moment your petals unfold, and by then it is too late. Sneak attacks, muted presence, a wry laugh escaped me. Hey system, are you trying to make me an assassin background character? Not that I'd complain. Rewards were rewards, no matter how oddly specific. Then, speaking of weird, what is this, Phantom Twin? As if answering, a new prompt flared to life. New ability acquired. Phantom Twin, every shadow has a will of its own if you know how to listen. Effect: Summon a spectral duplicate of yourself. Stage 1, Mirage. Mimics your movements perfectly, no autonomy. Can draw aggro, enemies prioritize it 70 of the time. Shatters if struck, no combat ability. Potential, evolves with use. Warning, do not be alarmed if it talks. I blinked. A clone, seriously. After fighting Vex and his damn shadow copies, the irony wasn't lost on me. Curious, I focused on the ability and something shifted in my periphery. A figure stood beside me, my figure. Same height, same scars, same tired smirk, except this version was slightly translucent, edges blurred like ink in water. We stared at each other. You forgot to turn off the exorcist's gaze, idiot. We both stared at each other. I was dumbfounded, while the Phantom Twin also mimicked my expression. I quickly canceled the exorcist's gaze. It seems like I really forgot about it. The moment I canceled it, the Phantom Twin's form solidified. No more translucency, no blurred edge, just me, standing there in perfect detail down to the fresh cut on my cheekbone. My breath hitched. What the he was? Too real, but How did this guy know it? I mean, he was just a stage 1 clone, a mindless mimic according to the system, and yet. Twin tilted its head, studying me with an expression I knew all too well, the same calculating glint I got when piecing together a puzzle. Cowed it be. Then it spoke as if to confirm my thoughts. Yes, our minds are one. Yes, our minds are one. The phantom twin's voice was mine, same timbre, same cadence, but layered with an eerie certainty. More precisely, it continued, we share the same brain. I know everything you know, and right now, you should unsummon me before you pass out. I didn't argue. The moment I canceled the ability, the twin dissolved into wisps of shadow, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone. A headache immediately spiked behind my temples. I braced my palms against the grass, sucking in sharp breaths, so it consumed mental energy or maybe raw stamina. Either way, it was good. Without aura to fuel abilities, I wouldn't be able to use them otherwise. My vision swam as exhaustion pressed down on me. Every muscle screamed for rest, every cut and bruise throbbed in unison. Even my thoughts felt sluggish, like wading through tar. I need to move. Need to who? A portal tore open beside Memerald Green, swirling with that familiar serpentine energy. Virion's signature, except it wasn't Virion who stepped out. Zephyr emerged instead, his silver hair stark against the forest's gloom. His glacial eyes swept the battlefield, the splintered trees, the blood-stained grass, Vex's crumpled form. Finally, they landed on me. Can you walk? I nodded, though the motion made my skull pulse. After resting a bit, Zephyr's gaze dropped to the blackened blood on my lips, then to the shallow cuts littering my arms. Your body. Do you need an antidote or no? I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, smearing the poison-tainted blood. Let's think of it as training. A flicker of something approval. Amusement passed through his eyes before vanishing behind that usual mask of indifference. With a grunt, I pushed myself to my feet. My legs trembled, but they held. Zephyr didn't offer help. He didn't need to. Instead, he grabbed Vex by the collar, dragging the assassin's limp body toward the portal like a sack of grain. Let's go. I followed, one shaky step at a time. The portal swallowed us whole. The world twisted and reformed as we stepped through the portal. The scent of crushed grass and blood gave way to something crisp and cosmic, the familiar weightlessness of Virion's domain. I blinked against the sudden brightness. Above me, Virion's serpentine form coiled lazily in the air, his emerald scales shimmering with starlight. Around him floated those familiar cartoonish stars, bobbing cheerfully through the void. Lie down, Virion commanded, his voice echoing strangely in this space. And undress. The moment I lay back, the stars sprang into action. One group dove into a nearby cloud that had turned liquid, emerging with what looked like water made of moonlight. Others began scrubbing at my wounds with surprising gentleness. Ah, I hissed as they hit a particularly deep cut. The cleansing stung at first, but then, relief, cool, soothing relief spread through my muscles as the stars worked, their touch alternating between firm massage and feather-light strokes. The poison's lingering burn faded, replaced by a warmth that seeped into my bones. Virion floated closer, his small form hovering opposite me. You were good, he admitted, but reckless too. You made many mistakes, like not finishing him off when you had the chance or intentionally prolonging the fight, which nearly cost your life. His tail flicked dismissively, but since you won and learned something useful, I'll let it slide. The stars chose that moment to press particularly hard on a bruise, making me grunt. Virion's eyes narrowed to slits, and it seems we have a few things to talk about. I knew what he meant: Vex, the White Lotus, the fight, all of it. I only hope he won't ask about Phantom Twin. Yes, I agreed, but let's talk tomorrow. I'm really tired now. Virion studied me for a long moment before nodding. All right, and you can rest easy. He gestured with his tail toward where Zephyr stood with Vex's unconscious form. I'll put that one in my prison. He won't be able to escape. As my eyes finally closed, the last thing I saw was Virion and Zephyr exchanging a look I couldn't decipher. Then darkness took me, soft and complete. Moments earlier, the forest clearing. As the emerald portal closed behind Amenyl and Zephyr, who gave one last glance behind, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The only signs of the fierce battle were the scarred earth and splintered trees, already fading into the night's embrace. A single black feather drifted down from the canopy, landing softly on the blood-stained grass, then another, and another. With a flutter of wings, a small black bird alighted on a broken branch, its beady eyes scanning the area with uncanny intelligence. In a swirl of dark mist, the creature transformed into a stunning woman clad in a gown of black feathers that shimmered with violet undertones. Her long hair cascaded like liquid night down her back, and her crimson lips curved into a thoughtful smile. "Director, you were right indeed," she murmured, running a delicate finger along the edge of a dagger mark in the tree bark. Her partner is by no means ordinary either. She tilted her head, considering. To become a primordial being's disciple and be chosen as her partner. His luck must be truly exceptional. A breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the faint scent of ozone and blood. The woman's eyes flickered to a particular shadow beneath the oldest tree, her smile deepening. "Were you planning to just watch, pretty boy?" she called lightly. "I thought for certain you would intervene." The shadow remained still, giving no response. Yet the woman chuckled as if hearing some unspoken reply. Well then, she said, brushing a feather from her sleeve since I've confirmed the boy is safe. Her form began to dissolve into swirling darkness. See you at the academy. With a final amused glance at the empty clearing, she leaped into the air. Black wings unfurled where arms had been, and soon the raven was but a speck against the moonlit sky, disappearing into the night. Only then did the shadow beneath the oak tree stir. For the briefest moment, long silver hair glinted in the moonlight before vanishing completely, leaving no trace of ever having been there at all. The forest exhaled, and the night carried on as if nothing unusual had occurred. The next day, morning classes passed without incident. No one suspected a thing, not the professors droning on about history or alchemy, not the students whispering about weekend plans, and certainly not Aaron, who spent most of lunch being force-fed heart-shaped desserts by Amelia and Livia. I chewed my own sandwiches, watching the spectacle with amusement. Normalcy is nice. After yesterday's cosmic massage in Virion's domain, my body felt brand new, no lingering aches, no poison fatigue, just the faintest twinge in my ribs when I twisted too fast. A small price to pay for surviving an assassin. But normalcy could only last so long. I had questions, and the library held answers. So after lunch, I headed straight for the library. If there was any truth to be wrung from Vex, I needed to hear it, no matter how small, no matter how ugly they would be. Better than being left in the dark. My only worry, how to make Vex talk. Then I remembered who'd taken him. A chuckle escaped me. If that guy gets even one of Virion's teachings, be it cosmic beatings or turtle-style torture, I'll be begging to spill his guts. But more than that, I'd been turning over what I should say. How much do I reveal? The system was off limits, no explaining that. But the rest, the gaps in my memories, the things I shouldn't know. Should I just say I have amnesia? It was the simplest lie and also the truth, the kind that invited pity instead of suspicion. Well, no use overthinking it. I exhaled, just go with the flow. The library doors swung open before me. Inside, the scent of parchment and ink wrapped around me like an old friend. Luna stood at her usual post behind the counter. She glanced up, her eyes flicking over me with their usual curiosity, then offered a nod. I returned it and moved past her, weaving through the shelves until I found Virion. The serpent was curled around a stack of books, his emerald scales glinting in the light as he flipped a page with his tail. For a primordial being who thrived on chaos, he looked oddly scholarly. Then again, his first favorite hobby was my suffering. Reading was a distant second. He didn't look up as I approached. "You're late," I replied innocently. "Class ran long. Excuses." His tail flicked, sending a book floating back to its shelf. "But fine. Come, we have things to discuss." "Oh, he looks a bit serious today, doesn't he?" I thought, entering the portal before me. It spat me on a sheer cliff overlooking a tranquil lake, its surface mirror smooth beneath the twilight sky. Virion floated casually in midair, a fishing rod held in his tail as he gestured to a second rod hovering beside him. Really, fishing now. But the serene atmosphere did seem like a good place for difficult conversations. I took the offered rod and settled cross-legged beside him, or rather, on empty air, just like Virion. The height should have been dizzying, but some primordial magic kept me anchored. For a long moment, we simply sat in silence, our lines vanishing into the still waters below. Damn, it got away. Then Virion spoke, his voice unusually measured. "Listen, boy, I know you have questions, many of them. And I'll answer what I can." His tail flicked, adjusting the fishing line. "But some truths must wait. The answers you get today will be limited." I exhaled through my nose. Understood. He probably meant for my own good. Good, he nodded. "We'll start with the assassins then. Ask what you want." Virion's emerald eyes gleamed with something I couldn't quite decipher. "HMPH, I really wasn't mistaken about you, boy," he smirked. "Now ask." The permission hung between us, simple and heavy. I took a breath. "Do you know who sent the assassins?" I asked, watching the still surface of the lake below us. "And why they're targeting me? I don't think I did something enough to end up like this." Virion's fishing rod twitched, sending ripples across the water. After a long pause, he answered. "I don't know the full truth," he admitted, his voice uncharacteristically serious. "But here's what I do know." A flick of his tail and the fishing line tightened. "The assassins belong to an organization called Black Star. They are ruthless, efficient, but ultimately, they are just hired blades. They're not the real enemy." I digested that. A powerful assassination organization. One with enough reach to track me down despite my background character status. But in a sense, it is usually easy to get info on background characters, since their data won't have any security or protectors. "The real culprit is the one who hired them," Virion continued. "They are someone far more dangerous. Their identity is hidden carefully, Evan. That guy didn't know who they were, only that they wanted you dead for reasons they didn't share. Well, who would care about a background character's life? They probably accepted the job thinking they would strike it rich after getting rid of me." He reeled in his line with a sharp tug, revealing an empty hook. "And they will keep sending killers. Or if they grow impatient enough, they might come themselves." A cold weight settled in my gut. A powerful, mysterious enemy wants me dead. How could I not be scared? Virion snorted. "But don't worry, they won't stoop so low, not yet." and even if they do, his emerald scales shimmered as he smirked. Your master here can handle them. I may look like some old-timer handsome dragon, but I'm stronger than you can imagine. I nodded. I know, because you're a primordial being. Outwardly, I just said, I believe you, master. Virion chuckled, satisfied, before casting his line again. As for why they want you dead, his voice turned thoughtful. That I'm not certain, but I can tell you this: you've done nothing wrong, nothing worthy of being hunted like this, which means, a pause, then almost gently, it's probably not about you, not directly. Oh, so I wasn't some wannabe villain or trash in my past life. Thank goodness, but if this wasn't about me, then whose story have I stumbled into? But more importantly, he continued, his voice losing its usual teasing edge, you need to get stronger yourself. Yesterday proved you can hold your own butt barely, and those people, they won't stop at just you. His emerald eyes gleamed in the twilight. They'll extend their hands to those closest to you. That's why you have to be stronger. I nodded, my grip tightening on the fishing rod. I know, and I did. This world didn't play fair. If my enemies couldn't reach me, they'd go after my friends and my family that I have yet to see. The thought alone sent a cold ripple through my chest. Virion studied me for a long moment before nodding, satisfied. Then now he said, let's talk about your unusual situation. My spine stiffened. You aren't a resonator, he mused, but you're strong enough to beat a skilled one even if they're low-ranked. And your strange powers, his tail coiled thoughtfully. You have no aura. Yet you wield those powers freely, as if they were born from your very bones. Silence. The lake below was perfectly still, mirroring the tension in the air. This was it, the conversation I'd been dreading before. But now I have talked with him for a bit and thought carefully. I think I can trust Master with my secret. Who knows? I thought, studying Virion's serpentine form hovering above the tranquil lake. Maybe this is for my own good. If anyone could help, it was a primordial being like him. Because in most stories, powerful entities could alter or even restore memories. Among the people entities I know, he was the only one who might be able to help unravel the mystery of my past. Taking a steadying breath, I turned to face him fully. Master, there's something I've been keeping from you, from everyone, if I tell you. Can you keep it to yourself, and help me with it if possible? Virion's lips curled in that familiar, knowing smirk. You can choose whether to trust me or not, boy. It's your secret after all. His tail flicked dismissively. As for keeping it, that I can do. And you know the rest, I finished. As for the abilities, I don't know how I awaken them either. The knowledge of how to use them just appears in my mind suddenly or when needed. I met his gaze squarely. Master, can you help me with my memories? Is there any way to restore what I've lost? The lake's surface remained unnaturally still as Virion considered my words. His emerald scales caught the fading light as he coiled thoughtfully in midair. For the first time since I'd met him, his usual mischievous demeanor gave way to something more contemplative. Finally, he spoke. Amnesia, his tail twitched. That explains some things, but boy, his eyes gleamed with an intensity that made my skin prickle. Your situation is far more interesting than simple memory loss. Virion effortlessly caught a 5-meter fish and threw it back to the lake, and under my astonished gaze, he continued. From what I can tell, you're experiencing a false awakening, or what we call an incomplete resonance. Normally, those in this state either manifest aura without any affinity or abilities, or gain powers without ever developing aura at all. Think of it like a flame that catches on dry wood but never fully burns, Virion continued, his voice almost nostalgic. It flickers, unstable. Sometimes bright, sometimes gone, and no one knows if it will ever become a true fire or die out altogether. His emerald eyes gleamed. Your situation clearly fits the latter, but I can't recall how long it takes to complete such an awakening. These cases are rarer than natural awakenings after all. I nodded slowly, my mind racing. A false awakening, that would explain so much the lack of aura and being able to use these powers without it. Yet, was that truly my situation? System had given me these powers, not some false awakening process. Unless the system was somehow connected to this world's resonance phenomenon. Master, I asked carefully, what about the traditional awakening? Could that still work for someone like me? Virion chuckled, the sound rippling across the lake's surface. Normally, I'd say no or yes. Once your path is set, it's set. His expression turned thoughtful. But you're full of surprises, boy. If anyone could make it work, it would be you. Well, I hope so, but I still think it won't be a problem. I will probably awaken truly in the traditional awakening ceremony. Until then, I can use this false awakening thingy as a cover. Though I think I need to keep them to myself and show as little as possible. After all, you can't keep awakening powers like me in this world, right? Virion's tail flicked thoughtfully as he continued. And as for your amnesia, it might be a side effect of this false awakening phenomenon. I nodded slowly. That wasn't entirely impossible, but my instincts told me this wasn't entirely the case. There are other theories as well, Virion mused, his voice taking on a more speculative tone. Perhaps you received some ancient inheritance that wiped or replaced your memories in the process. Or, his emerald eyes gleamed dangerously, there could be a powerful entity guiding your every step. As he spoke, his pupils narrowed into vertical slits, and suddenly I felt utterly exposed, like every cell in my body was being examined under some cosmic microscope. My skin prickled with unnatural awareness as those ancient eyes seemed to peer straight through me. My pulse hammered so loudly I feared Virion could hear it. I think the first one is more plausible, I blurted out, breaking the unbearable scrutiny. Virion blinked, the intensity fading as he leaned back. Internally, I breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close for a moment. I'd been certain he'd see right through me to the system itself. You are right. They wouldn't be able to hide from me after all. An awkward silence fell between us, heavier than the twilight air around us. What about my memories, Master? Can you help with that? I broke the ice. Virion didn't answer immediately. His tail flicked absently as he stared into the water, as if searching for something in its depths. When he finally spoke, his voice carried an unusual weight. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Yaunot fully. He turned his gaze to me, emerald eyes glowing faintly. Or rather, I could try, but you should understand the mind is a mysterious and fragile thing. Tampering with it would be like diving into a storming sea with no map, no anchor, and no guarantee of surfacing again. His scales rippled in what might have been unease. One mistake could ruin everything. And yours is particularly complicated. My fingers tightened around the fishing rod. Why? Is it because of the false awakening? That too, Virion admitted, but more than that. His tail coiled tightly. Your mind is shrouded, boy, not just broken or scattered deliberately locked away. Those barriers weren't meant just to keep the memories from you, but from anyone who dares to look too deeply. I nodded slowly, my mind racing. Was it the system's doing? But why? Couldn't it have appeared without locking my memories? Hey, system, I'm talking to you. Wait a sec. Could it be? Did I fail some event or scenario before, and my memories were erased due to a penalty? The thought sent a chill down my spine. It made a twisted kind of sense. After all, the system had given me a memory-erasing penalty right from the start. But the penalties lately hadn't been so severe, if anything. They weren't exactly about me, and the rewards always came exactly when I needed them without me knowing they would be needed. One thing was clear, though the system seemed to want my survival, my growth. But what kind of mission could my past self have gotten that they refused or failed to complete, even if it meant their memories would be erased? That's why I hate this kind of setup. Did the system want me to kill someone or do something unthinkable? Whatever happened back then, if this idea is really true, I hope my past self had a reason. Still, I need to be careful in the future. Don't worry, boy, Virion's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Although I may not be able to restore your memories, I could take a look inside your mind if you want that. That is, I blinked at him. He sighed dramatically as if to say I was really useless without my memories. If I peer into your consciousness, boy, I'll see everything, every embarrassing secret, every thought you'd rather keep hidden. His emerald eyes twinkled with mischief. Even that time you owe, right that. Heat rushed to my face as I finally caught on. Then I think I'll keep my memories to myself for now. Virion chuckled, scales rippling in amusement. What, you've got some truly embarrassing ones? I shook my head vigorously. Even if I did, the most embarrassing thing would be getting beaten up by you every day. Virion's laughter sent ripples across the lake. That's not embarrassing at all. Not many can survive my training, you know. Exactly my point. As his mirth subsided, his expression grew serious again. Jokes aside, the only ones who could help you properly are mystics, true masters of the mind. Powerful ones can navigate memories like reading books. His tail coiled tighter, but as I said, they'll see everything. Therefore, you need to find someone both trustworthy and skilled. I know a few powerful mystics, but he grimaced. Let's just say we're not on the best of terms. I watched Virion's expression twist between distaste and restraint, a rare flicker of unresolved history in the otherwise composed draconian. It was strange to see someone like him so powerful, so ancient grimace like that. Just what kind of mystics did he cross paths with? Still, I understood his warning. The mind was a dangerous place, especially mine. Locked memories, a false awakening, mysterious penalties, the system's existence, everything pointed to one simple truth. No one else could be trusted with what lay in my head. But then, a brilliant idea bloomed in my thoughts. I narrowed my eyes, staring into the lake's surface. My reflection rippled uncertain, murky but mine. What if I become one myself? Virion's tail froze mid-flick. What if I become a mystic myself? I clarified, watching the idea take shape in my mind. Wouldn't that solve the problem too? Virion's tail unfroze, curling in thoughtful circles. That's actually not a bad idea. His emerald eyes gleamed with approval. But there are conditions. First, you need to complete your awakening, whether naturally or through the traditional ceremony. Second, his expression turned serious. The path of a mystic isn't for everyone. It requires specific aptitude, years of brutal training, and most importantly, an innate talent for navigating the mind's labyrinths. I nodded slowly. I understand. So my options are either waiting for my awakening to complete naturally, or hoping the traditional ceremony works for you, Virion finished. Unfortunately, they are your only current safest options. As I stared at the lake's surface, another thought occurred to me. There was a third possibility: the system might eventually reward me with memory-related skills, or even unlock my past directly. After all, it had provided exactly what I needed so far, even if unpredictably. Well, I said aloud, forcing a small smile. As long as I'm alive, I'll uncover the truth eventually. Let's just hope it won't take too long. Virion studied me for a long moment before suddenly grinning. That's the spirit. And until then, you can become physically strong too. You just need to continue your training and do as I say. My lips twitched, but I nodded. Of course, master. As long as I can get stronger, I won't mind the pain. I hesitated before adding, but can you add that stars massage after every session? Virion's mouth curved in amusement. Already got addicted after one time. He chuckled when I didn't deny it. Well, can't blame you, but little ones don't work for free, you know, so. He pretended to think about it, his tail swishing lazily. All right, he conceded. In that case, let's increase the training difficulty starting tomorrow. Little ones will need some entertainment as a payment, you know. Are you sure it's not you who wants it? Although I thought that, I knew that it would probably happen soon anyway. Oh, all right, I replied after hesitating for a bit. Hee, good. I know I will be regretting this. The tranquil lake mirrored the twilight sky, its surface undisturbed save for the occasional ripple from our fishing lines. But my mind was anything but calm. A thought had been nagging at me since yesterday's fight. Something Vex had said. Master, I spoke, turning back to Virion. There's something else I've been meaning to ask. He raised an inquisitive brow. It's about Vex, I said, back when we talked. He asked me something. He wanted to know where I hid the assassins' bodies and their belongings. But not once did he ask who they were, or if they were alive at all. Isn't that strange? Virion's tail stopped mid-swish. His eyes narrowed slightly before he gave a slow, understanding nod. It's not strange in their line of work, he said. People like him. They don't waste thoughts on the dead, only on what they can take from them. He looked off into the sky for a moment before continuing, his tone deepening. Assassins, spies, agents of organizations like the Black Star. Their loyalty is tied to incentives, not lives, especially in a group like that. But you mentioning the bodies and belongings, that explains a lot. My brow furrowed. What do you mean? Virion turned back to me, emerald eyes glowing faintly. From what I heard, this so-called Black Star organization has a peculiar rule, he said. They can collect star points as sort of internal currency, and it seems like they can collect it by retrieving the belongings of fallen members. Especially if those members died on a mission. I blinked. So their deaths are just transactions. In a way, yes, Virion replied grimly. The more dangerous the mission and the higher the rank of the fallen, the more points their items are worth. Information, weapons, personal artifacts, even internal tokens. Anything tied to a mission becomes loot. My stomach turned. That's disgusting. That's right, it's disgusting. Virion shrugged. But it's disgustingly efficient too, actually. It incentivizes loyalty without relying on emotion. No mourning, no weakness, just profit. That's why that guy didn't care who wanted their belongings. I fell silent, the gentle lapping of the lake filling the space between us. My gaze dropped to the water, now darkening under the twilight sky. When there's good, there will always be bad too. The thought echoed like a whisper in my mind, especially in worlds like these. For every act of kindness, there lurked an evil like the star points gold, pragmatic and humane. This world wasn't made for comfort. It was forged in harsh truths and hidden rot. And this was just a reminder to think bigger. A reminder that getting stronger wasn't a luxury, it was survival. Who knew what other disturbing, twisted things the world still kept hidden behind its veil of aura resonance and civility? My only hope was that it wasn't worse than I imagined. But deep down, I wasn't sure I could believe that anymore. But I also knew I shouldn't only focus on the bad things and forget about the good. The world was broken, yes, but it wasn't entirely empty. There were still people worth protecting, bonds worth cherishing, lessons worth learning. Even in a world tainted by systems like the Black Star, there were moments of warmth, small, flickering lights like Aaron's lively group, Cassandra's teasings, Zephyr and Luna's frustrating but sweet exchanges, the shop, the orphanage, even the academy, and the simple peace of casting a line into a lake at dusk. And those lights, no matter how faint, deserved to be guarded. That was reason enough to get stronger. Virion broke the silence, his voice calm yet probing. Got any more questions? I shook my head slowly. Number, that's all I wanted to ask. Good. With a flick of his tail, Virion summoned a swirling emerald portal beside me. Then you can return to your studying. And don't forget tomorrow's training starts at the usual time. I turned toward the portal, my mind already shifting to the next task, researching Black Star, refining my abilities, preparing for whatever came next. But just as I was about to step through, Virion's voice cut in again, laced with that familiar teasing edge. Oh, and boy, I paused. Make sure to thank Zephyr when you see him. A smirk curled at the edge of his words. If not for his training, you wouldn't have won that fight half as easily. A wry huff escaped me. He wasn't wrong. Without turning back, I gave a short nod. I know, then quieter. See you tomorrow then, master. The portal swallowed me whole, leaving behind only the faintest ripple on the lake's surface, a fleeting disturbance before the water stilled once more. The portal spat me out directly into my dorm room, not the library, where I'd intended to go. Of course, I sighed, shaking my head. Virion must have opened the portal to my room out of habit again. The old serpent's memory was as selective as his patience. All right, I muttered to myself, dropping my bag onto the desk. Let's finish all the assignments today, then head to Zephyr's training. The pile of books and scrolls glared at me from the study desk, a silent accusation of waiting homework. With a grunt, I pulled out the chair and slumped into it, reaching for the first textbook. Ding, the familiar chime echoed in my skull, sharp as a knife tap against glass. Before I could react, glowing blue text flooded my vision. Hidden scenario completed. A bloom beneath the ashes, a light in the abyss. Even in the bleakest void, a single act of defiance can spark a pulse of fragile hope to a soul long forgot, but to kindle such hope in the deepest dark is to invite the gaze of the abyss itself. Reward. Unlocked fifth storyline. System update initiated, temporary downtime, compensation granted. Status check, inventory functions. Note: system will be unavailable during update. Estimated reactivation, unknown. My breath caught my attention, being drawn to the reward immediately. Fifth storyline. What did that even mean? I didn't do anything, and if it was about Vex, these messages should have appeared yesterday. So how had I triggered something without realizing? A new thread. Before I could dwell on it, a new panel materialized. Status and inventory. Glowing panels hovered in my vision: status and inventory, but I ignored them. My focus locked onto the cryptic message of the hidden scenario instead. My fingers tapped restlessly against the desk as I reread the title and the description. A bloom beneath the ashes, a light in the abyss. Even in the bleakest void, a single act of defiance can spark a pulse of fragile hope to a soul long forgot. The words etched themselves into my mind, digging in deeper the more I read. A light in the abyss. I leaned back in the chair slowly, the springs creaking beneath me as I exhaled. So apparently something I did lit a spark for someone who had no hope, no light left. Who? The question itched like a splinter in my thoughts. Could it be someone from the orphanage? Maybe one of the older kids? No, they were already hopeful in their own way, resilient, even if life was hard. A customer from the shop? Unlikely. Most were regulars, and none seemed particularly lost. And I didn't exactly know one that well, too. Or maybe no, wait, was it Vex? I snorted softly. No, that one's a stretch. He didn't strike me as the find hope and change your life kind of guy. If anything, he'd probably monetize hope and sell it to the highest bidder. Then, who exactly are they? The description continued. To kindle such hope in the deepest dark is to invite the gaze of the abyss itself. I stared at the words a little longer, then sighed through my nose. So my actions, whatever they were, had given hope to someone who had none. And now, because of that, something worse was coming for me. The abyss. Was it a metaphor for evil, for chaos, for some higher force in this strange world's tangled fate, or was it literal? I rubbed at my temples slowly. Sometimes, I muttered, knowing just enough to be scared but not enough to understand, is the worst curse of all. But despite it all, despite the uncertainty and the vague threat looming at the edge of that message, I smiled faintly. I gave someone hope after all, and whoever it was, I hoped they'd be okay. I hope that light doesn't fade. A selfish thought followed, and I hope it doesn't get themer meckled. The words fifth storyline glared back at me from the fading message, those 3 question marks pulsing like a heartbeat. First it was Aaron with Amelia and Livia, then Zephyr and Luna, then Cassandra and the princess, and our honorary custodian Nalin and the fiery son Shayla. A wry smile tugged at my lips. So this makes 5, and whoever this mystery person was, they wouldn't be some background extra, not if their existence or my connection to theme unlocked an entire storyline. They'd be important, a protagonist probably, or someone like Princess Sarah, whose life and death held a huge impact on the storyline. But why the question marks? Is it a secret? In the storyline's title seemed to mock me. Guess I'll find out after the update. Assuming the system would work like back then, the first update, I sighed, rubbing my eyes. The last time it happened, it was quick, almost a day, and everything was back with a new style and rewards. But this warning felt different. Estimated reactivation, unknown, not exactly reassuring. At least it left me with something useful. It probably wanted to compensate for the sudden update in its own way. My gaze shifted to the 2 remaining panels: status and inventory. The most classic system clicks, but they are also the most indispensable. I focused on status first. Status: name, Emmanuel. Age 17. Rank unawakened. Path none. Titles: The Unseen Bloom Heartstring Tugger. Role affiliations. Background character. Ability skills. Background character's aura. Phantom Twin Stage 1. Foresight LV2. Exorcist's Gaze LV2. Echo of Life. Silent Veil. Interception Step. Character Insight. Narrative glimpse, blessing. Virion's blessing. Combat style techniques. White Lotus style intermediate advanced. A satisfied smile tugged at my lips as I scanned the status panel. This changes everything. No more racking my brain to remember every skill, no more scribbling notes in the margins of textbooks. Everything was laid out here, clear, organized, immediate. The system might be cryptic, but at least it was thorough. My gaze lingered on the White Lotus style entry. Intermediate advanced, so my fight with Vex had pushed me closer to mastery. Good to know. But the real prize was the inventory. I focused on it, and the new panel materialized. Inventory, slots available, 10. Current items, none. Pockets of the cosmos now at your disposal. 10 slots, not infinite, but more than enough for essentials. Time for a test. I grabbed the nearest object to half-empty inkwell from my desk and focused. Store. The inkwell shimmered, its edges blurring like a mirage before vanishing into thin air. In the inventory panel, a new entry appeared. Inkwell half full, black ink, Even notes the quantity. Retrieving it was just as seamless. A thought and the inkwell reappeared in my palm, cool and familiar. No spills, no changes, perfect. Next, something larger. I unsheathed one of my training daggers and willed it into the inventory. The blade dissolved into motes of light, then reformed in the list. Iron dagger, standard issue. I summoned it back and froze. The dagger was cold, not just room temperature cool, but chilled as if it had been left in a winter breeze. A faint sheen of frost coated the blade, evaporating seconds after appearing. Pockets of the cosmos, the description had said. Was my inventory literally elsewhere? Some void between stars? A shiver ran down my spine. Note to self, don't store perishables before experimenting. Still, the functionality was undeniable. No more lugging around heavy packs or worrying about losing gear. It would work well with surprises, too. For example, if Vex had thoroughly checked me that time, I would have a hard time freeing myself. But if I had inventory, I wouldn't have to worry about it, because it's not an item but a power similar to an ability and skill. Others can't see or take away from it, just like knowledge, although nothing is impossible in fantasy stories. I closed the panels with a quiet thought, my fingers tightening around the cold hilt of the dagger. Whatever waited in the abyss, whatever story, was about to unfold. I wouldn't face it empty-handed. And if my actions lit a spark of hope, then I suppose I'll be the fool holding the flame. Valtheim Kingdom, capital city. The alchemy shop smelled of dried herbs and simmering remedies, its shelves lined with vials of emerald greens and ruby reds. Behind the counter, a handsome red-haired man lounged with his boots propped up, idly flipping through an old ledger. His customers a pair of resonators fresh from an echo realm Dive had just left with their healing pills, the bell above the door jingling in their wake. Then, Tremble, the ring on his left hand shivered, its silver band vibrating like a struck chord. The man's relaxed demeanor vanished. In one fluid motion, he snapped the ledger shut, swept behind the counter, and slipped into the back room. His fingers danced across the wall, tapping hidden mechanisms, disengaging locks until a section of the floor slid open, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. The air grew colder as he climbed down. At the bottom, a single crystal orb sat on a stone pedestal, its surface dull and lifeless. The man took a seat before it, exhaled, and pressed his palm against the glass and injected aura. Flicker. Light erupted from the orb, coalescing into a holographic figureea silhouette visible only from the waist up, their face shrouded in impenetrable shadow. The red-haired man bowed low, his voice uncharacteristically tight. Apologies for the delay, esteemed warden. Silence. Then, two violet eyes ignited in the darkness, their glow casting eerie highlights across the room. They fixed on him, unblinking like twin deadly stars in a void. Report. The voice was genderless, toneless, a blade wrapped in velvet. The red-haired man straightened, clearing his throat. The branch's operations are proceeding smoothly. Our alchemical commissions have increased by 12% this quarter, and the new recruits enough. The warden's voice sliced through his report like a scalpel through flesh. Those violet eyes burned brighter, the shadows around the figure seeming to pulse with restrained energy. I am talking about the other matter. Each word dripped with icy precision. Why is there no news of it yet? A bead of sweat traced down the man's temple. His fingers twitched at his sides, the ring on his left hand now ice cold against his skin. It's being handled, esteemed warden, he managed, throat tight. You don't have to worry about it. I sent one of our best meticulous, tricky with potions. They should have finished the commission brilliantly by now. I'll have confirmation soon, no need. The orb's light flickered violently, casting jagged shadows across the walls. The one you sent is already dead. The red-haired man's breath caught. His lips parted to protest, to question how the warden could possibly know, but instinct clamped his jaw shut. The weight of those violet eyes pressed down on him, a silent warning. One wrong word and you join your failed operative. The shadows deepened as the warden spoke again. Go settle it yourself. A final decree, absolute as a headsman's axe. This will be your last chance. I will not tolerate another failure. The man bowed so low his forehead nearly touched the floor. Why, yes, of course, your words are my command. For 3 heartbeats, there was only silence and the oppressive chill of the chamber. Then succeed. The warden's voice softened, a razor wrapped in silk, and you will be promoted to. The violet eyes vanished. The orb went dark, left kneeling in the sudden blackness. The red-haired man didn't move until his trembling stopped. When he finally climbed the stairs, his shopkeeper's smile was already back in Placebuta's hands as he locked the hidden passage, were steady as a surgeon's. Time to hunt. The red-haired man emerged from the hidden stairway, the floor panel sliding shut with a muted click behind him. With a long breath, he exhaled the cold of the underground chamber, rolling his shoulders as if shedding the warden's lingering presence. The shop's familiar warmth and scent welcomed him like an old friend, herbs, dried lotus root, and the faintest tang of spirit vinegar. He slipped behind the counter to pick up the keys, and just then the bell above the door chimed again. Strange, he hadn't heard footsteps. His eyes turned to the entrance scene for a heartbeat. He paused. Framed in the doorway was a figure wrapped in layers of elegant robes from the Eastern Isles, their flowing fabric stitched with subtle silvers and forest green silks. The hood of her mantle was drawn up, and beneath it, a sheer veil draped over the lower half of her face. But her ice-cold, glacial, and utterly still met his gaze like 2 perfectly honed needles. Long, dark emerald hair spilled past her shoulders like ink brushed across moonlit paper, graceful, composed, and deathly quiet. For a single moment, the red-haired man forgot his lines. He cleared his throat, a corner of his mouth tilting into a well-practiced grin. My apologies, lovely guest, but the shop is, he stopped. His gaze lingered, just long enough to take in the curve of her silhouette beneath her robes, the delicate posture, the way moonlight touched the edge of her veil. He couldn't see her full face, but some women didn't need a full face. Those eyes, that voice waiting to be heard, and that body. Even behind a veil, she might as well have walked straight out of a highborn courtesan's dream. His thoughts curved with a quiet, lecherous amusement. A beauty before a mission, eh? Smiling no elegantly, with just the right amount of charm, stepped out from behind the counter, closed, but for you, I'll make an exception. He gestured grandly. Whatever you need, it's yours, free of charge, if you'll grace me with your company over dinner. For the briefest second, her gaze sharpened. Flicker like the faintest glint of a blade catching sunlight. He didn't notice it since he was too busy playing the gentleman. The woman stepped forward with measured grace, the soft sound of her boots against wood as silent as falling petals. No need. Her voice was winter-given sound-cold, enthralling, the kind that made men lean closer even as their instincts screamed to run. I'm here for a special alchemy commission. Click. The words slid into place like a key turning a lock. Special alchemy commission. It was the passcode. This way, he said, leading her to the back room, his mind racing. Weak aura, full of openings, too easy, but he couldn't be too hasty. Either she was a decoy or she was far more dangerous than she appeared. Either way, he'd play along for now. As the door shut behind them, his fingers brushed the hidden dagger at his wrist. Let's see what this commission truly is. He turned and froze. Her eyes, those cold, needle-like pupils, were locked onto his, unblinking. The air thickened, the dim light of the back room seeming to warp around her silhouette. His breath caught in his throat. Then, disgusting. Her voice was the last thing he heard before the world dissolved into static. Who knows how long later. Suddenly, the man's vision cleared in jagged increments, first the cobblestones beneath his feet, then the distant murmur of voices, then the biting chill against his skin. Something was wrong. People pointed at him while some whispered to each other, the others laughed openly. A child giggled. Mama, look, that man has the same underwear as me. Shush, don't look at that pervert. His stomach dropped. Underwear chill? His head snapped down. His stomach dropped. Bare legs, bare arms. He was naked, well, almost naked. And what the? The only thing preserving the last shreds of his dignity was a pair of childish undergarments, the kind meant for toddlers, patterned with ridiculous yellow ducks. For a single horrifying second, his mind blanked. Then the laughter hit him. A crowd had gathered, their fingers pointed, their mouths stretched in mocking grins. Whispers slithered through the air like snakes. Look at this pervert. Ha, those tiny ducks. Someone call the guards. His face burned. His pulse roared in his ears. But years of training clamped down on the panish, forced his breathing steady, his expression neutral. This is an illusion, a trick, it has to be, but the cobblestones were real beneath his feet. The jeers were real in his ears. The humiliation was. There, a merchant's stall nearby had a folded robe hanging unattended. In one fluid motion, he snatched it, swirled it around himself, and bolted. Behind him, shouts erupted. Stop him, pervert. He didn't look back, damn it. Dark alley minutes later, stop. In the name of the city guard, boots pounded against stone. Light flickered against the alley walls as the guards scanned the area, their relic a brass compass etched with detection runes whirring uselessly in their captain's hand. Got away. The captain spat, spread out. He can't have gone far. The guards dispersed, their footsteps fading into the night. Silence. Then shadows moved. From the darkness, the red-haired man emerged, now clad in sleek black noble's attire, his expression thunderous. Damn it all, he hissed, flexing his fingers. What the hell was that? He pressed his palms against his temples, his nails digging into his scalp. Why the hell was he outside? And like that, one moment he'd been in the back room with a sharp pain lanced through his skull. With whom? He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to remember. Fragments surfaced. Wait, no. I remember going down, his lips twisted. Yes, that's right. He went into the underground room again. The warden had called a second time, interrupting him right as he was about to close the shop and issued a new directive. Another special commission, apparently related to the first one. He was ordered to complete both missions together. He'd returned to the shop afterward, already recalibrating his plan. Then he stumbled. A shelf had collapsed. Vials, shatterageless, powder, fumes, alchemical reagents. He'd barely had time to react before his vision swam and everything. Another lance of pain drilled into his skull, sharp enough to make him stagger against the alley wall. He tasted copper in his mouth, his tongue bitten through in the momentary spike of agony. He slammed a fist into the bricks beside him. No, 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 am I really that clumsy, that careless? He snarled through gritted teeth. He was a warden's hand, not some greenhorn apprentice. There was no way he would trip and let a damn shelf of mislabeled potions collapse on him. Not unless ARGH. Another wave of pain seared through his thoughts, and he gasped, bracing himself against the alley wall. Forget it. Those damn potions must have messed up my memories. Whatever had happened, it didn't matter now. He had 2 missions to complete, and his life depended on it. Who? The red-haired man straightened his coat, smoothing the fine black fabric with practiced ease. The earlier humiliation still burned at the edges of his thoughts, but he shoved it aside. Priorities first. The warden had given him 2 commissions, now the original target, that damn boy who'd somehow killed Vex, and this new one. The second mission was larger in scale, more delicate. It would take time. But surely the warden would understand if he delayed slightly, right? After all, it wasn't every day one was ordered to orchestrate an incident in a big town. He exhaled through his nose. A cold prickle ran down his spine as he recalled those violet eyeshow they'd stared into him, through him, as if he were nothing more than a tool to be used and discarded. Do not ask questions you are not meant to ask. His jaw tightened. No matter. As long as it led to promotion, he'd do it. The black star circle was within reach. With that thought, he melted into the crowd, his noble's attire granting him effortless anonymity. The earlier humiliation, the laughter, the ducks, the guards was already fading, buried beneath the urgency of his mission. He didn't look back. He didn't see her. On a rooftop above, the veiled woman watched him go, her emerald hair stirring in the evening breeze. For a long moment, she stood motionless, her gaze tracking his figure until it vanished around a distant corner. Then, sorry, sweetie, she murmured, her voice barely louder than the wind. This is all necessary, and for your own good. A pause. You can't blame me. Her fingers brushed the edge of her veil as if contemplating lifting it, then stopped. With a sigh, she turned and vanished. The darkness was not simply an absence of light, it might as well be a living thing. It stretched endlessly in every direction, a yawning abyss that swallowed time and space whole. There was no sky here, no ground, no horizontally an infinite, suffocating black that pressed in from all sides like the weight of drowned dreams. The air, if it could be called air, hung thick and stagnant, undisturbed by wind or motion, as if the very concept of change had been erased from existence. And yet something stirred. Lone figure, pale as a ghost, moving through the nothingness with slow, measured steps. Her bare feet made no sound against the void, leaving no trace of her passage. She might have been floating. She might have been falling. In this place, the difference meant nothing. The girl was slight 16, perhaps 17, but age had long since lost its meaning here. Her skin was the color of forgotten moonlight, so pale it seemed translucent, as if the darkness had leached the warmth from her veins over countless unseen years. Shadows clung to her like cobwebs, curling around her wrists, her throat, the sharp angles of her collarbones, as though the abyss itself had tried to claim her and settled instead for marking her as its own. Her hair also matched the abyss surrounding her. They were black, but not the rich, glossy black of raven feathers or ink, but the absolute black of a starless night, a void within the void. It spilled down her back in a river of shadows, so long it pooled around her feet when she stood still, blending seamlessly into the darkness until it was impossible to tell where she ended and the abyss began. Then, her eyelids lifted. Silver-gray eyes, the color of tarnished mirrors, stared blankly ahead. Once they might have been beautiful. Once they might have held laughter or tears or sadness. Now they were hollow, dull, like windows to a house long abandoned, their glass cracked and filmed with dust. No light lived in those eyes, no hope, just a flat, empty sheen, as if whatever soul had once burned behind them had guttered out, leaving only the cold embers of a girl who had forgotten how to feel. Her gaze drifted, slow as a dying breath, and landed on the chair. It hadn't been there before. Now it simply was a plain wooden chair, its legs suspended in the void, hovering as if placed there by some unseen hand. Beside it, half of a table emerged from the darkness, its surface smooth and polished, the edge sheared cleanly away as if the rest of it had been swallowed by the abyss. The girl didn't react. She didn't show any surprise or confusion. Just a slow, mechanical tilt of her head, as if she had expected this. As if in this place where nothing changed, the sudden appearance of furniture was as mundane as the passage of time. She moved toward it. Her steps were precise, unhurried movements of a doll whose strings had been cut long ago, but whose limbs still remembered how to bend. There was no hesitation in her, no curiosity, just the quiet, resigned motion of something that had long since stopped questioning its existence. When she reached the chair, she paused. For a moment she simply stood there, her fingers limp at her sides, her expression blank. Then, with the same lifeless precision, she sat. Her hands settled in her lap, palms upturned, fingers slightly curled. And then nothing happened. She just sat there. She didn't fidget, didn't shift, didn't blink. She simply existed, a statue carved from sorrow and silence. The abyss pressed closer, as if savoring her stillness. Minutes passed, or hours, or centuries. Time had no meaning here. Then a flicker, something shifted in the darkness, a ripple, a tremor, a breath against the back of her neck. The girl's eyes wandered, scanning the void with the same detached indifference. But her gaze was unfocused, her attention scattered, as if she were only going through the motions of looking. There was no expectation in her, no hope of finding anything. It might have been just a routine, or just a habit, or just the ghost of a girl who had once been alive, performing the echoes of what she used to be. Her silver-gray eyes, dull as tarnished coins, reflected nothing. And when the moment passed, they drifted back to the table, waiting, for nothing, for everything, for an end that would never come. The girl sat motionless, her silver-gray eyes fixed on nothing, her breath, if she still breathed at all, too shallow to disturb the stillness. The abyss wrapped around her like a shroud, undisturbed, unchanging. Click, a small and delicate sound echoed through the void, like the turning of a key in a long-locked door. The girl's gaze drifted downward, slow as snowfall, to where a single strand of moonlight had pierced the darkness. It lay beside her, a fragile silver thread against the endless black, glowing faintly as if struggling to survive in this place where light was not meant to be. She stared at it, but her eyes held no curiosity or wonder. They were just observing. Then the darkness around her moved. It coiled around the light like a serpent, swallowing it whole in an instant. The strand flickered once, twice before vanishing, devoured without a trace. The abyss settled again, seamless and eternal, as if the intrusion had never happened. The girl's eyes didn't linger, but then a shadow, small, dark, perched on the edge of the table where none had been before. The girl blinked. The shadow blinked back. Violet eyes gleamed in the void, bright as amethysts in a world of ash. "Then I am back, little lady." The voice was soft, playful, yet edged with something older, something that didn't belong in this place of silence. The girl said nothing. The shadow shifted, its form melting and reshaping like ink in water. Wings stretched, feathers formed, and in moments a small black bird sat where the shadow had been, its head tilted curiously. Then the bird started transforming. 4 chapters for just 4 coins. Read below. The bird's feathers became silk, wings became arms, and where the creature had perched now stood a woman tall, elegant, draped in feathered robes the color of midnight. Her hair, long and dark as the void itself, cascaded over one shoulder, threaded with violet strands that shimmered like distant stars. She smirked down at the girl. "Can't even greet your elders, huh?" The woman clicked her tongue, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. "But I'll forgive you since you're this cute." Without waiting for a response, she leaned in, pressing her cheek against the girl's with a playful nuzzle. Her skin was warm too warm for this frozen place, and the scent of violets and something sharper like lightning clung to her. The girl didn't pull away, but she didn't lean in either. The woman sighed, straightening. Her fingers brushed the girl's hair aside, tucking a loose strand behind her ear with exaggerated care. Then her smirk returned, sharper this time. "Alas," she murmured dissatisfiedly while her pupils closely observed the girl, "you're gonna be snatched away by some brat soon. Or should I take care of him myself so I can still keep you with me?" A twitch, faint, almost imperceptible, but the girl's eyelids flutter just before stilling again. The woman's grin turned positively wicked as she studied the girl's now impassive face. What she cooed, leaning in so close their noses nearly touched. "You jealous? Don't worry, sweetie." With a dramatic flourish, she twirled a lock of the girl's hair around her finger. "I'll just play some harmless little tricks on him, if he can't handle those." Her violet eyes glinted with dangerous amusement. "Well then, what right would he have to steal you away from me?" The void remained silent. The girl didn't so much as blink. "Still ignoring me." The woman clicked her tongue but refused to be deterred. With a snap of her fingers, the darkness above the table shimmered and warped, coalescing into a floating screen of muted colors. The image sharpened to reveal a young man battered but unbowed. Black blood trickled from the corner of his lips, the inky darkness stark against his pale skin. Bruises mottled his face and jaw, a few cuts painted with red, yet rather than diminishing him, they only accentuated his charm. His tousled hair clung damply to his forehead, his breathing ragged but steady. But it was his eyes that commanded attention. Slate gray, cold, indifferent, so similar to the girl's own yet where hers were hollow, his burned with quiet intensity as he stared up at something beyond the screen's frame. There was a weight to his gaze, a calculating sharpness that suggested even broken and bleeding. He was still assessing, still planning. The woman's violet eyes gleamed with wicked amusement as she watched the girl's fingers twitch just slightly, just once as the battered young man on the screen wiped blood from his lips with the back of his hand. Look at him, the woman purred, tracing a manicured nail along the edge of the projection. That fire in his eyes, that stubborn refusal to die. She leaned closer, her breath warm against the girl's ear. He still holds the light, little dove. The intent to live burns so brightly in him. The screen flickered, showing the young man staggering to his feet, his slate-gray eyes scanning a battlefield with cold calculation. Despite his injuries, his posture remained alert, his movements precise. The woman chuckled, but considering everything he survived already. She waved a hand dismissively. I'm sure he'll pass my little tests without breaking a sweat. And then her lips curled into a theatrical sigh, like a fairy-tale prince. He'll come to steal you away to his castle. Another twitch of the girl's eyelids, so faint it might have been imagined. The woman rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, for don't you get it? She grabbed the girl's shoulders, forcing her to face the projection. He's alive, sweetie. ALIVE, each letter was punctuated with a sharp tap against the girl's collarbone. The screen shifted to show the young man in combat, his movements fluid as water, his strikes precise despite the blood dripping from his wounds. And believe it or not, the woman continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, I didn't help even once. Not when the poison flooded his veins, not when the blade nearly found his heart. Her nails dug in slightly. Even today, when one of Black Star's finest assassins came for him. He won, on his own. That's right, she spun the girl to face her fully violet eyes burning with intensity. He lived. The words seemed to echo in the endless void, reverberating through the stagnant air. For the first time in centuries, something flickered across the girl's face, the barest twitch of her lips, a full moment of her eyelids trembling. The woman threw her hands up in exasperation. Girl, your so-called curse didn't affect him. She gestured wildly at the projection where the young man now stood victorious over a fallen foe. 2 months, 2 whole months, and he's still breathing. The abyss itself seemed to shudder at her words. The darkness rippled like disturbed water as the woman leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper that nonetheless carried through the infinite void. Don't you see? He's breaking all the rules. Their rules, the world's rules. A slow, knowing smile spread across her painted lips. Maybe, just maybe, he can break yours too. The girl's fingers twitched, a barely there spasm like a puppet's string plucked by an unseen hand. Then her eyelids fluttered once, twice, her silver-gray eyes, still dull, still hollow, fixed on the projection of the young man. The raven woman's grin widened. Oh, was that a reaction? She clapped her hands together, the sound sharp in the suffocating silence. Don't tell me you finally decided to join the land of the living, little dove. The girl didn't answer, but her lips parted, just a sliver, just a breath, a crack in the ice. Then a sound, raw and broken, clawed its way out of her throat. Hel lived. Her voice was frost on glass, thin, brittle, beautiful in its ruin. The words stumbled, unused for so long they'd forgotten how to shape themselves. The woman's violet eyes blazed. That's right. She seized the girl's shoulders, shaking her lightly. Not only did he live, lived like a true man, true to his nickname. With a snap of her fingers, the projection rewound. The screen flickered to life, scenes unfolding like pages of a story long forgotten. It started from a forest scene where the young man and his friends helped people, but also solved the incident without any more bloodshed and trouble. It then shifted to how the young man saved the noble girl and her family, and how he met another girl whom he unknowingly helped and got a job from her. It also showed his daily struggles and the big academy incident where he not only saved a princess, but also many more lives. Meanwhile, the woman acted as a live commentator the whole time. She skillfully described his funny but also troubled life, how he managed the shop, how he handled everything, how he helped an orphanage and the kids in it, to finally, how he survived and emerged victorious against a skilled assassin. The girl leaned forward ever so slightly. Her hands, limp in her lap for centuries, curled into fists. As the final scene faded, the void swallowed the images, leaving only the afterglow burned into the girl's vision. For the first time in an eternity, her lips trembled. Then a smile, small, fragile, mesmerizing, like the first bloom cracking through permafrost. The raven woman gasped, her theatrical demeanor slipping. Oh, you're smiling. She pressed a hand to her chest, feigning shock. I didn't think you remembered how. The girl didn't respond, but her eyes, once hollow, once dead, now held alight, a single, flickering ember in the abyss. Why, her fingertips brushed her sternum, where a heartbeat should be. Is my chest warm? Volume 1 end. Golden tickets, every 50 golden tickets, equal +1 bonus chapter. Power stones, if we reach 500 plus power stones in a week, equal +1 extra chapter for that week. Super gifts. Super gifts will now unlock +3 to +10 chapters, depending on the gift. Yes, that means more frequent releases if you drop the big ones. To kick things off and to make up for the previous super gift, I'll be releasing 3 bonus chapters this week as a thank you and a head start on the event. Until the next chapter, peace in chaos. Volume 2, Your father left you because you were useless. How can you be so useless? Why didn't you do anything I told you? 2 towering silhouettes loomed over me, their facial outlines barely visible through writhing black fog. No faces, no names, just twisted mouths and raised hands, always shouting, always demanding. What are you good for, huh? Just breathing and being a burden. You should have never been born. The voices echoed, layered, distorted, as if spat from every direction. My head was bowed, arms too thin, knees scraped. I stood there as a child, not understanding what I'd done wrong, only that their words always left bruises deeper than fists. The scene twisted. Now a classroom. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. My desk was surrounded. Look at, ugly freak. Why are we even in the same class as? Dead eyes. Bet you're cursed. Hey, buy me lunch today. Yeah, and clean my shoes too, freak. That's all you're good for. Their faces were distorted, mouths stretching too wide, eyes all turned toward me full of contempt. My head was still bowed. My hands trembled atop my desk. Then, the voices fell silent. A woman stepped through the fog, quiet, ethereal, her face shrouded in soft white mist, her silhouette limned by faint silver light. She stood before me, head tilted. Her voice was soft, almost kind. I looked up and saw only her mouth moving. You killed me. And then, my eyes snapped open. I was sitting upright in my dorm bed, chest heaving. Sweat clung to my skin like frost, soaking through my collar. My fists were clenched so tight I felt the sting of my nails digging into flesh. The room was cold, too cold. I hadn't opened the window. That dream again, I muttered, voice hoarse. My eyes unfocused, drifting to the rim of frost hugging the sill. The warmth of the academy's walls couldn't quite reach this far corner of the dorm. Snowflakes danced beyond the glass, white, silent, cold. Just like that dream, the dream that never ended. At least that's how it felt. Every night, without fail, the same scene played out, the faceless figures, the echoing voices, the suffocating weight of words that carved deeper than blades. At first, it had been mixed in with my usual nightmarish cosmic terrors. Virion's training sessions gone wrong, the occasional turtle-related disaster, don't ask. But after a week, those faded. Only this remained. I exhaled, rubbing my temples as I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. The cold floor bit into my bare feet, a grounding contrast to the lingering haze of the dream. It wasn't just a simple nightmare. I knew that much. The emotions were too real to be fake. The details, though fragmented, were too sharp. The way my child's self's knees had ached from kneeling too long. The confusion of a child who didn't understand why he was hated. The guilt that festered like rot. The self-loathing that whispered, maybe they're right. The way my stomach had twisted when the classroom voices hissed freak. The way my chest had caved in when that mist-shrouded woman whispered. You killed me, I clenched my jaw. No, this wasn't just some random horror show my brain had cooked up. These were memories, mine, probably, but how was the question? Erased memories resurfacing using the system's absence, a past life bleeding through, some parallel version of me screaming across dimensions. The possibilities were as endless as they were frustrating. All I knew for sure was that the emotions were real. The confusion, the sorrow, the guilt, they clung to me long after waking, sticky as spider silk. Classic tragic backstory, I muttered, pushing off the bed and heading for the bathroom. The mirror greeted me with a familiar face-sharp jaw, slate-gray eyes, the faintest shadows beneath them from too many sleepless nights. I splashed cold water on my skin, letting the droplets trail down my chin before meeting my own gaze again. Am I even a background character anymore? I chuckled, wiping my face with a towel. Look at this figuria body, shaped by necessity rather than vanity, each muscle earned through countless fights and beatings, each scar a lesson learned the hard way. This face and some in the way of a half-remembered stranger, the kind that lingers in your periphery but never quite sticks in memory. And these eyes that hold too much weight for someone meant to be insignificant, too much quiet awareness for a background character's role. Narcissist are we. But coupled with a mysterious system, a classic amnesia setup, a destiny tangled with main characters and hidden powers, always targeted by assassins, and now, a tragic past served up in nightly dream sequences, I might as well be the protagonist of my own damn story. But then again, I am sure my role wouldn't change. I studied my reflection with wry amusement. Logically speaking, even in my own story, I'd still be the background character. The system had branded me as such from the beginning, and truth be told, the label fit better than I cared to admit. Background characters were, by definition, the forgettable ones, the nameless students in academy corridors, the faceless crowds in market scenes, the interchangeable casualties in battle sequences. Their entire purpose was to fill space until the real heroes showed up. Most background characters lived and died without ever stepping into the light, but I was different. I'd been given something rare: awareness. The system's interference, however annoying, had granted me a perspective they never got. I could see the strings moving the characters around me. That made me something else entirely, a free character. Well, mostly free, if I ignored the system's occasional forced events and Virion's sadistic training regimens. I splashed more cold water on my face. Does it even matter what I call myself? A background character or a protagonist, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm alive, breathing, moving, thinking. What matters is that I still have choices to make, steps to take, even if no one's watching. I reached for the towel, watching water droplets slide down my reflection's face like tears. Then suddenly, an idea, no. A fear surfaced in my mind. What if? What if this is all a dream? What if I woke up tomorrow and none of this was real? What if the system, the academy, even these haunting dreams were just some elaborate fantasy? Then what would be the point of all this struggle? Honestly, the thought should have terrified me, but I wasn't that immature anymore. So I just chuckled, drying my face with a towel. Whether this was reality or some cosmic dream, one truth remained: the choices I made today mattered to the person I was right now, and that was enough for me. A quiet certainty settled in my chest, like the first clear note in a discordant melody. There was already a path forward, even if I couldn't see all of it yet. I am gonna walk it step by step. As I turned from the mirror, a final wry thought occurred. If this is really a dream, I won't have to get beaten by Virion and the turtles every day at least. Haha. After wearing the winter coat, I put my bag into the inventory with a thought. The familiar weight vanished from my hands, leaving only the faintest chill against my skin, like the memory of touch rather than the thing itself. Speaking of which, I stepped out into the winter morning, breath fogging in the crisp air. When is the system finally going to finish its update? Its last message flickered through my mind like a half-remembered dream. The system will start the update. Please refrain from dying during the process. A chuckle escaped me. Yeah, no promises. The pathways had been cleared of snow, though fresh flakes still drifted lazily from the sky. I walked slowly, watching them spiral downward, silent, weightless, vanishing the moment they touched the ground. They were just like us, meeting their inevitable fate at the end. Beyond the covered walkway, the academy courtyard buzzed with life. Students laughed as they hurled snowballs at each other, their voices bright against the winter hush. A group of first years had built a lopsided snowman near the fountain, while others engaged in an all-out snowball war, ducking behind makeshift barricades of packed ice. A small smile tugged at my lips. Must be nice. The thought came unbidden, followed by a sharp ache in my chest, like a wound long scarred over being pressed unexpectedly. Did I ever get to play like that? Or had my childhood been nothing but hushed corridors and lowered gazes, flinching at raised voices instead of laughter? The smile faded. I shook my head and kept walking. It seems like memories were affecting my emotions in subtle ways. The path to the classroom building was treacherous, not from ice, but from stray snowballs arcing through the air. I dodged them effortlessly, my body moving on instinct before my mind even registered the threats. A flick to the left avoided one projectile. A half step back let another sail harmlessly past my shoulder. Too easy. Just as I reached the building's entrance, a whisper of movement came from my blind spot. Sneak attack. I sidestepped and pivoted in one fluid motion, my hand snapping up to catch the snowball aimed at the back of my head. The packed snow stung my palm, but I barely reacted. My gaze locked onto the culprit. It's you again. Aaron stood a dozen paces away, his hands still raised in guilty surrender, his cheeks and nose flushed red from the cold. Behind him, Emilia and Livia peered around a snowbank, their expressions caught between amusement and apprehension. The rest of the class had frozen mid-battle, watching the confrontation with poorly hidden interest. So it's only him, huh? I weighed the snowball in my hand, then gave him a "you asked for this" look. Here, Aaron's eyes widened while trying to dodge. Wait, I can explain. The snowball hit him square in the forehead. He collapsed backward and slowly sat up, rubbing his forehead. Damn, it hurt. A beat of silence, then heh. Livia burst out laughing. Emilia facepalmed. Ha ha ha. The courtyard erupted into laughter and chaos as the snowball war resumed with renewed vigor. I scoffed as Aaron dramatically clutched his forehead. Sure, you're a swordsmanship prodigy or whatever, but I'm not a pushover either. I've got a decent aim, and you're still too young to challenge the mighty me, haha. Childish, I then muttered loud enough for him to hear, turning toward the building entrance. No, don't run away. Aaron's indignant shout followed me. This isn't over. The door clicked shut just as another snowball splattered against it. Through the frosted window, I caught Aaron's gaping expression mouth open, snow-dusted hair sticking up in every direction, looking like an offended golden retriever. I gave him my most infuriating smirk. His frustrated scream was muffled by the glass as I walked away, but the way he shook his fists at the sky told me everything. Victory never tasted so sweet, haha. The hallway enveloped me in warmth, both physical and unexpected. That tightness in my chest from earlier, gone. The lingering chill from the nightmare melted away like the snowflakes on my shoulders. I flexed my fingers, half expecting the usual tension to return, but not just quiet contentment. It really worked, I murmured to myself. A small, genuine smile tugged at my lips. Who knew petty revenge could be so therapeutic? The realization settled over me like sunlight through stained glass, vibrant and strangely fragile. Don't worry, past me. I adjusted my collar, footsteps echoing down the empty corridor. You're still an introvert, you still hate crowds, but the memory of Livia's laughter, Emilia's exasperated face, even Aaron's ridiculous pouting flashed through my mind. Although they are a bit troublesome, you've got friends now. For once, the thought didn't make me want to crawl into a dark corner and hibernate until spring. If anything, it felt nice, haha. A familiar chill crept up my neck, while the phantom twin drawled, materializing mid-stride. You're embarrassingly bad at being edgy now. I flicked a snowmelt droplet at him. Shut up, I'm savoring character development. He mimed, vomiting. Gross. Next, will you start hugging people? Hey, wait for me. Across the hall, Aaron waved eagerly. The twin pointed. Go for it, this is the perfect chance. I sighed. Why do you have to be this infuriating? Because I'm you, he grinned, fading away as I unsummoned him. Ammon. Aaron's voice echoed down the corridor, his boots squeaking on wet tile as he sprinted to catch up. I paused at the classroom door, watching my breath fog in the suddenly still air. The phantom twin's words lingered like frost on glass. Because I'm you, maybe, but also, not quite, not anymore. Hey. Aaron skidded to a stop, snow still melting in his hair. You're smiling, that's new. I touched my lips, surprised to find them curved upward. Shut up, I said, and shoved him through the door first. Classes ended with the slow, rhythmic tapping of snow against the windows. The lecture hall emptied quickly, students eager to escape the cold or dive into their own little worlds. But I wasn't in a hurry to leave. Aaron had already dragged his desk over, slamming it against mine with unnecessary enthusiasm. Emilia and Livia followed, unpacking their lunch-steaming containers of food they somehow always had extra of. You're late, I remarked as Livia set a bowl of soup in front of me. She was supposed to come half an hour earlier. She stuck out her tongue. I really can't deal with you. The scent of spices and warmth curled into the air, mingling with the crisp winter chill seeping through the glass. Outside, snowflakes drifted lazily, painting the world in slow, silent strokes. Emilia smiled, small and knowing. You say that every time, and you too refuse repayment every time, I muttered. Aaron snorted lightly. Just accept the free food, man. You're fighting a losing battle. I rolled my eyes but didn't argue. They had long since worn me down, though I still made sure they got free pastries from the shop whenever possible. Not that they noticed. They didn't know about my job after all. The meal passed in comfortable quiet, broken only by Aaron's occasional dumb jokes and Livia's dramatic retellings of the academy gossip. The warmth of the food, the soft murmur of their voices, the way the snow blurred the world outside it was all nice. Too nice, maybe. But I didn't let myself dwell on that. After eating, the girls tidied up while Aaron and I moved the desks back. It had become routine, unspoken, effortless. We'd done it 100 times before. Then, as usual, we headed to the library. The moment we stepped inside, Luna looked up from the counter, her eyes lighting up. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. I and the other two nodded and greeted her back. Sis Luna. Livia launched herself forward, wrapping her arms around the librarian like a clingy koala. The outside is cold, let me enjoy your warmth. Emilia chuckled lightly. Aaron had an awkward smile. I rolled my eyes at Livia's antics and watched Luna's expression with slight amusement. Already clumsy librarian looked like she'd been struck by a sudden, fluffy disaster. Ultra extroverts are terrifying indeed. My condolences, fellow introvert. Just then, a deep voice cut through the warmth. You're here. Livia froze. Then in a flash, she ducked behind Luna, peeking out with wary eyes. Zephyr stood behind us, his presence like a shadow stretching across the floor. His gaze flicked to Livia, then to me. I nodded at him. Aaron, the oblivious golden retriever, waved. Hey man, Zephyr didn't respond. His eyes lingered on Livia for a second longer before he turned away, disappearing between the shelves. Livia exhaled. Scary, Luna tried to defend him. Sorry, he's not like that. Debatable, I thought, but kept to myself. We'll take our leave then, I said, nodding to the three of them. Aaron gave a cheerful salute before following me deeper into the library. We settled into our usual Spoda corner beside the windows, where the snow outside painted the world in soft white. We settled at our usual table, pulling out books and notebooks. Zephyr appeared moments later, sliding into the seat across from us with a stack of reference texts. Aaron scratched the back of his head. Sorry about Livia earlier. She didn't mean anything rude. Zephyr shook his head. It's nothing. His voice was low but not unkind. I chuckled. Don't worry, she can restrain herself a bit this way. Aaron laughed, but Zephyr only exhaled, expressing his annoyance. Then we got to work. Obviously, Zephyr was the one who ended up explaining most of the material. His explanations were sharp, efficient, no wasted words, just clear, structured logic. Aaron scribbled notes furiously, brow furrowed in concentration. After a particularly dense section on a difficult subject, Aaron leaned back, blowing out a breath. Man, you're really smart, I chuckled. Of course he is. How do you think I secured a top spot in the rankings? I gestured at Zephyr. It's because of him. Zephyr didn't react, but I caught the slightest twitch at the corner of his mouth. Aaron tapped his pencil against the page. Amelia said I need to get my grades up if I want to get into top resonator academy. Zephyr nodded. It's true that affinity, aptitude, and gifts play a major role, but knowledge is still a requirement. You still need to meet the minimum academic threshold. I added, unless you're some once-in-a-generation prodigy, then they'll overlook just about anything. Aaron's expression turned thoughtful. I hope my awakening goes well. I shrugged. Don't worry, you'll get something good. You are a protagonist after all. He turned to Zephyr first. You could probably get into any of them if you wanted. Zephyr's fingers paused over his notebook. It's not clear yet. His tone was neutral, but there was something guarded in his posture, like the question had brushed against something private. I shrugged when Aaron looked at me next. Haven't thought about it yet. It wasn't entirely a lie. The future still felt like a distant, hazy thing. And I had a feeling the system would give a task about it. What about you? I asked curiously. Aaron's expression shifted, the usual brightness dimming into something more pensive. He tapped his pencil against the desk. Honestly, I was fine with even an ordinary academy before, as long as I was together with. He trailed off, but the unspoken them lingered. Amelia Livia. His grip tightened slightly. But after what you said, I thought about it a lot. Talked with them too. And finally reached a decision. He exhaled, determined. Even if my chances are small, I want to enroll in the best academy, the Nexus Resonance Academy. I chuckled inwardly at the name, the Nexus Resonance Academy. Why did it sound so cliché? Then again, I was already used to this world's naming conventions. Everything had to sound grand, like it was ripped straight out of a fantasy novel. But was it really the best academy? Truthfully, I didn't know much about the academies beyond passing mentions in books and overheard conversations. I hadn't bothered researching them, yet there was still time before enrollment, and honestly, I'd been more focused on surviving the present than planning for the future. Looks like I'll need to look into them soon. Thankfully, Zephyr spoke up before I had to voice my ignorance. Although the Nexus Resonance Academy is one of the 3 most famous academies in the world, he said, his voice measured, it might not necessarily be the best. I nodded to show my knowledge. There's also the Imperial Academy and the Transcendence Academy, equally prestigious, just with different specialties. Aaron leaned forward, eyes alight with curiosity. Why do you think so? Zephyr exhaled, as if weighing how much to explain. Since they're so powerful and well-known, the competition for entrance slots is just as fierce. 1 in a 10,000 might make it in, and even then, you'd still be fighting for resources inside. He paused. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Aaron frowned. Then what's the problem? What I mean, Zephyr continued, is that there are always more choices. Specialized academies, for example, can be far better depending on your path if you have a decent talent. Like Aaron pressed. Lumina Mystic Academy, I cut in, recalling the name I'd actually learned myself. Specialized in mind-related path, naturally the best choice for mystics. Zephyr gave me a slight nod of approval. Exactly. Or the Obsidian Forge Institute for blacksmiths and artificers. Or the Verdant Sanctum for healers and life resonators. Aaron blinked. Wait, so you're saying I shouldn't aim for Nexus? I'm saying, Zephyr clarified, that you should consider what you actually want or need. Fame and prestige mean nothing if the academy doesn't align with your strengths. Aaron fell silent, chewing on that thought. I smirked. Translation, don't just chase the shiniest name. Figure out what you need first. Aaron groaned. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Welcome to adulthood, I deadpanned. Zephyr's lips twitched, almost a smile. It seems like he got my joke. Zephyr studied Aaron for a long moment before continuing. But since you specialize in swordsmanship, and if you truly wish to pursue this path, Nexus Academy isn't a bad choice either. He paused deliberately. I've heard that a certain swordsman will be joining their faculty this year. Aaron's head snapped up, eyes suddenly blazing with interest. Who is it? Corner of Zephyr's mouth curled up slightly. Giant. Aaron's head snapped up, his teacup slipping from suddenly numb fingers. It shattered on the floor, forgot. Giant, the Azure Skysword Saint, the man who defended the Eastern Isles against the Crimson Tide with just 3 swings of his blade. Zephyr gave a single nod, the ghost of a smile playing at his lips as he watched Aaron's reaction. The transformation was immediate. Aaron shot to his feet, nearly knocking over his chair. That settles it. I'm definitely enrolling in Nexus Academy. He's been my idol since I first entered into the swordsmanship world. His hands were shaking with barely contained excitement. I used to sneak out to the marketplace just to hear the bards tell stories about him. I raised an eyebrow. The Eastern Isles were halfway across the world. How had Giant's legend spread so far? Then again, this was clearly their world's equivalent of a legendary swordsman. The kind whose name everyone knew, whose deeds became bedtime stories. Aaron suddenly slammed his palms on the table, eyes blazing. I'm definitely going to Nexus Academy if I have to crawl there on broken glass. His voice cracked with barely contained passion. I'll train until my hands bleed. I interrupted dryly, sliding a textbook toward him. You'll need to pass your exams here and undergo awakening. Even legendary swordsmen expect their students to read. Aaron deflated slightly, but clutched the book to his chest like a rare treasure. Right, Right, I'll master this too. He immediately started flipping pages with terrifying determination. As I watched Aaron's starstruck fervor, the inevitable story beats wrote themselves in my mind. Aaron performing some impossible sword technique during exams, Giant's eyes narrowing in recognition of raw talent, the inevitable master-disciple relationship forming. It was almost painfully click. And yet I had no doubt it would happen exactly like that. This was Aaron, the human embodiment of the sword prodigy protagonist. The world would bend to make his hero's journey happen. Zephyr watched Aaron's frantic studying with what might have been approval. He only takes one student every 3 years, he added, clearly enjoying stoking the fire. I wonder if he picked it up from Virion. Aaron's head shot up, panic and determination warring in his expression. Then I'll make sure I'm the one. Outside, the snow continued to fall silently against the library windows, indifferent to the dreams being forged within. The pieces were moving into place, the call to adventure, the legendary mentor, the young hero's resolve, all while I sat in the wings, watching the main story unfold. Just another day in the life of a background character. With no one to disturb, I have an idea. I take that back. Aaron suddenly turned to me, his enthusiasm undimmed. Ammon, why don't you enroll there too? We could continue studying together like this. His eyes shone with genuine hope. Wouldn't that be nice? Aaron's lips twitched at my teasing, but he quickly schooled his features into something more serious. I'm being genuine here, you know. I know, I said, my smile softening. And it's not impossible. We might become classmates again, or we might not. I shrugged. Nothing's certain yet. Maybe we'll end up at different academies entirely, but that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing either. Aaron opened his mouth to protest, but I continued before he could speak. If we're at different places, I could help you research things from my side too. Different academies mean different resources, different connections. I tapped my temple meaningfully. 2 information networks are better than 1, right? Exactly, I agreed, turning back to my notes. Now about this problem. As Aaron bent over his books with renewed determination, I stole a glance out the window. The snow was falling heavier now, blanketing the academy in silence. My own future remained deliberately vague in my words, not because I didn't care, but because I knew my path might not be as straightforward as Aaron's. The system's eventual return, my mysterious past, the strange dreams, all of it meant I couldn't make promises about where I'd be next year, heck, even next month. And that was okay. Our friendship didn't need to follow some predetermined story structure where we remained inseparable companions forever. Zephyr observed our exchange quietly, his sharp eyes missing nothing. When our gazes met briefly, there was something almost approving in his expression, as if he understood exactly what I hadn't said aloud. Back to work, I murmured, and the quiet scratching of pens on paper filled our corner of the library once more. Golden tickets, every 50 golden tickets equal +1 bonus chapter. Power stones, if we reach 500 plus power stones in a week equal +1 extra chapter for that week. Super gifts will now unlock +3 to +10 chapters, depending on the gift. Yes, that means more frequent releases if you drop the big ones. To kick things off and to make up for the previous super gift, I'll be releasing 3 bonus chapters this week as a thank you and a head start on the event. Until the next chapter, peace in chaos. I sidestepped to the right, my sword flashing up just in time to deflect Aaron's strike. The impact rattled through my arms, but I held firm, twisting my wrist to redirect his momentum. Aaron staggered back a step, surprise flickering across his face before he grinned and lunged again. His blade cut through the cold air in a silver arc, faster this time, his form flawless. I parried, countering with a slash that forced him to retreat, again and again. Our swords clashed in the training yard, steel ringing against steel, snow crunched underfoot as we circled each other, breaths misting in the cold air. Around us, snowflakes swirled, undisturbed by the ferocity of our duel. To an outsider, we might have looked evenly matched. Neither of us gained ground, neither of us faltered. But if someone watched closely, really watch it, they'd see the truth. Aaron's swordsmanship could be called art. Every movement flowed into the next, his footwork flawless, his technique refined to near perfection. He had the instincts of a prodigy, the kind of talent people spent lifetimes chasing and still couldn't grasp. And me, I leaned more towards brute force, reflexes, and pure unfiltered instinct. I wasn't using any skills either. No echo of life, no observant eye, just my own honed senses and the strength I'd carved into my body through sheer, relentless training. And also the kind of battle IQ that came from surviving Virion's idea of sparring, so I wasn't exactly cheating either. Aaron's blade flickered toward my ribs. I twisted, barely avoiding the cut, and retaliated with a downward strike that forced him to block. The impact sent a jolt through both of us, but neither of us yielded. Damn, I had to admit Aaron was truly monstrous. He'd only recently picked up the sword seriously again after slacking off for years, and yet here he was already at this level. If he kept going like this, he'd surpass even the instructors before graduation. That was the difference between a background character and a protagonist, I supposed. Aaron's eyes gleamed with excitement. Getting slow, he teased, breathless. Getting predictable, I shot back. He laughed bright, unrestrained, and attacked again. The duel raged on, neither of us yielding, neither of us faltering. After what felt like hours but was likely only 20 minutes, 40 minutes in total, Aaron finally staggered back, his sword tip dropping to the snow as he gasped for breath. Sweat glistened on his forehead despite the winter chill. How? He panted, shooting me an incredulous look. How do you have this much stamina? You look like you could go another 4 or 5 rounds. I chuckled, sheathing my practice sword. Who knows? If you got beaten to near death and trained non-stop like me, you'd surpass even this, buddy. Aaron groaned, stretching his arms as we moved to retrieve our coats. His fingers trembled slightly as he fumbled with the buttons, the warmth clearly a relief after our intense session. He eyed me suspiciously. And why do you look so fine? Are you resistant to cold too? I smirked, slipping into my coat with ease. Nah, winter's just colder back home. Ah, I see. Aaron nodded, remembering. Come to think of it, you said you were from the Orlan Kingdom, right? I adjusted my collar, watching my breath mist in the air. Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. Our principal's name is Orlan too, so is he. Aaron's eyes widened slightly as he processed this new information. Then he grinned. Come on, you would have gotten a nominal scholarship anyway. You placed 10th in the midterms. I just got lucky, I said, waving him off, hiding the fact that I pulled all-nighters every day. And I barely squeezed into the top 10. A pause, though I'll probably hit top 7, maybe 5 in the upcoming exam. Aaron barked a laugh. I know why you didn't say top 3. He wagged a finger at me. You think you can't surpass them, right? I shrugged again, not denying it. First place is practically the big brain of the academy, Miss Luna, our librarian herself. Second is practically our teacher, Zephyr. Third is your dear childhood crush, Emilia, who also happens to be a highly intelligent lady. I counted them off on my fingers. They're all academic monsters. I know my limits, the current ones at least. Aaron's grin turned teasing at the mention of Emilia, but he didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he slung an arm around my shoulders as we headed back toward the dormitory. Well, mister, I know my limits. You just held your own against a future sword saint disciple. Maybe you're selling yourself short. I snorted but didn't reply. After a while, we arrived at the building and parted ways at the stairs, Aaron's laughter still echoing down the hallway as he headed to his room. I shook my head with a faint smile, turning the corner to my own door. The moment I pushed it open, something white fluttered at the edge of my vision. A single envelope lay on the floor just inside the threshold, as if slipped under the door while I was away. I froze. Is it from Cassandra again? Bending down, I picked it up. The paper was modest but sturdy, the kind used for everyday letters at the academy. But what caught my attention was the handwriting name scrawled across the front in uneven strokes, as if written by someone with trembling hands. So it's not her. Closing the door behind me, I sat at my desk and carefully slit the envelope open. The paper inside bore the same unsteady script. Our dear son, my breath caught. The words blurred for a second before I forced my eyes to focus. The handwriting was elegant, yet uneven. Somion had written this carefully, painstakingly, despite the shaking in their hands. So it's from them, my parents. Our dear son, are you okay now? Did you calm down and get better? Did you find what you were searching for? And sorry, I couldn't bear it any longer. I had to write, even though I promised not to. Please don't be angry with me. Right? Are you eating properly and on time? Are you sleeping at reasonable hours? Have you made friends at the new academy? Is it good? Are they treating you nicely? Are you keeping warm yourself? Don't forget to drink your medicine for your nightmares too. Ask the academy's healer to prepare the same blend we used at home. And please don't tire yourself by studying all day and night. I know how stubborn you are. Please, dear, be gentle with yourself, even if you think no one else will be. And we won't do it again. You can do whatever you want, but please, come back home. I really missed you. We all missed you. And please don't exchange your life and happiness for us. Although we are happy that our son has grown up, we still want you to be truly happy. And we can solve this everything together. Can you come during the vacation so we can discuss everything like a family again? Your mother. The letter trembled slightly in my hands as I finished reading. The paper smelled faintly of chamomile. I could almost see her sitting at that worn wooden table back home, the quill shaking in her fingers as tears blurred the ink. For a long moment, I just sat there, rereading each line. The warmth in her words, the frantic worry, and every question settled in my chest like sunlight after a storm. She's alive, and she's exactly how I imagined she would be. A mother, my mother. My thumb traced the smudged ink where her tears must have fallen. Even without memories, I now knew this woman. Knew the way she'd fret over meals and sleep schedules, the way she'd remind me about medicine like clockwork. The kind of love that asked for nothing but her child's well-being in return. Then my eyes caught on the first lines again. Are you okay now? A frown creased my brow. Was I ill or something? I muttered aloud. The words tasted foreign and searching for something. The questions spiraled in my mind, but I forced them down. Without memories or any useful clues, chasing shadows would only drive me mad. Still, one thing was clearer now. It was probably me who told her not to write before. The realization sat heavy in my gut. Why had we been estranged? Was I some ungrateful brat who'd pushed his family away? I shook my head, scanning the letter again. Her mention of my studying habits contradicted that no spoiled child pulled all-nighters for exams. The pieces didn't fit and without the full picture. A dry chuckle escaped me. At least one thing was certain: me nightmares weren't new. And was this the illness she referred to in the beginning? It actually made sense. And of course she'd known. Mothers always did, most of them. And the medicine she mentioned, could they really help me? Although I was getting used to them, it would be better to treat them even a little. But I don't exactly know about the medicine, so guess I will take a visit to the infirmary or hospital. My gaze lingered on her plea: be gentle with yourself, even if you think no one else will be. Sorry, mother, I thought, folding the letter carefully. If I'm always gentle with myself, I'll never get strong enough. My fingers tightened around the paper as I reread the next lines, and we won't do it again. You can do whatever you want, but please, come back home. A fresh frown creased my brow. What exactly was it? The next sentences painted an even vaguer picture. Don't exchange your life and happiness for us. Wild theories sprouted in my mind. Had I wanted to do something reckless, something they disagreed with so strongly they'd locked me away, and in response, had I run away? The pieces fit in a twisted way. A rebellious son, desperate enough to flee. Parents left behind, regretting their harshness. But the letter's tone didn't match that story. No anger, no accusations, just guilt and worry. We can solve this, everything together. My thumb brushed over the words. Nothing about this was simple. With a slow exhale, I folded the letter and tucked it into my inner pocket. The paper rested against my chest like a second heartbeat. Guess I need to adjust my plans. The thought of going back alone sent an unfamiliar prickle down my spine, not fear, but something sharper. Anticipation, hesitation, I couldn't describe it. I should tell Master. A wry chuckle escaped me. If Virion accompanied me, I wouldn't have to worry about dying suddenly even before returning. The snake could probably level a kingdom if it felt like it. And maybe. My mind flickered to Zephyr and Aaron, but I shook my head almost immediately. Zephyr would never leave Luna unattended, and asking them would be a battle on its own. As for Aaron, he was still unawakened, an ordinary person. Dragging him into potential danger, especially when this was clearly a family matter, would be inappropriate. This was my past, my mess to untangle. The snow outside my window swirled in eddies, white against the deepening gray of twilight. Family, the word felt heavy, and yet a quiet warmth settled in my chest as I pressed my palm over where the letter. For the first time since waking up in this world with no memories, the hollow ache of something missing finally eased. The word resonated within me like a long-forgotten melody. With a deep breath, I stood up and retrieved my bag and put the letter into my inventory with a thought, safely tucking it away. Outside, the snow had lightened, leaving the academy grounds blanketed in pristine white. The cold air bit at my cheeks as I stepped out, but I barely noticed. My feet carried me back toward the library almost on their own. There was still work to doctrining to endure, poisons to resist. Zephyr should be waiting. The familiar scent of old books and ink greeted me as I pushed through the heavy doors. Luna glanced up from the counter, her eyes curious as usual. I merely nodded in greeting before heading toward our usual corner. Sure enough, Zephyr was already there, the portal ready. As I entered the lab, my eyes landed on the spread-out vials and herbs on the table. His sharp gaze flicked up as I approached. You're late. Got held up with Aaron, I said simply, taking my seat across from him. Swordsmanship training, you know. Zephyr studied me for a moment longer than necessary, as if sensing something had changed, but he didn't press. Instead, he slid a small vial across the table, a new toxin to build resistance against. I picked it up, rolling the glass between my fingers. The liquid inside shimmered faintly, a pale green that promised nothing pleasant. Is this the one? I asked just in case. This has become a habit after that silly mistake. Yes, Zephyr replied. All right, let's start then, I said, taking my usual position. For the first time in weeks, the thought of enduring another round of poison training didn't feel like just another step toward survival. It felt like progress, toward strength, toward answers, toward home. I uncorked the vial and drank. Wait for me, mother. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my temples. Office work was somehow more exhausting than poison resistance training, and this was just a small business, a bookshop plus cafe. The ledgers, inventory lists, and customer records piled up faster than I could manage them. The worst part, business was good, too good. The number of customers had grown steadily over the past months, and the real Manhwaedit information exchange had only properly launched a month ago. Right, the info exchange. I still couldn't wrap my head around it, and naturally my thoughts drifted to Emery, that guy. It still baffled me how someone so timid, so painfully introverted during the day could be running an information network at night. How in the world was he managing a business that dealt with nobles, merchants, and resonators? My curiosity had gotten the better of me a week ago, and I'd offered to help, mostly just to see how he managed it. What I'd discovered had shocked me. There was a secret room tucked between the second and third floors of the shop, accessible only to resonators. A clever bit of aura manipulation made it undetectable to ordinary customers unless you knew exactly where to look and how to push your aura through the hidden seams in the wall. You'd walk right past it. But the real surprise had been Emery himself. The moment he donned that plain white and black mask, his entire demeanor had shifted. The nervous stutter vanished. The hunched posture straightened. Even his voice had changed smoother, darker, laced with an unshakable confidence that commanded attention. He'd become someone else entirely, the masked broker. That night, I'd watched in silent awe as he'd handled clients with practiced East merchants seeking trade secrets, nobles digging for ways to get even richer, even a few resonators looking for artifact locations. He'd navigated each conversation like a seasoned player, extracting valuable information while giving away just enough to keep them coming back. No fear, no hesitation, just cold, calculating precision, and almost all of them treated him with respect while showing some wariness. However, they all left satisfied. It was almost terrifying how good he was. A knock at the office door snapped me from my thoughts. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing Emery himself, daytime version, shoulders slightly hunched, fingers fidgeting with the hem of his clothes. His blue-bird friend Kai was perched on his shoulder as usual. He sat across from me, his usual nervous energy replaced by something more focused. Kai the bluebird fluttered to perch on the desk between us, tilting its head curiously. "Manager," he began, then took a steadying breath. "I have something important to tell you." I nodded, gesturing for him to continue. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the chair's armrest, a habit I'd noticed he only displayed when wearing his broker persona. For the past 2 weeks, there's been unusual activity at the exchange. People asking about monsters in the forest, specifically about their nature and territorial behaviors. I leaned forward slightly. "That's not completely unusual though, right? I heard resonators take contracts for culling dangerous beasts all the time." That's what I thought at first. Emery's voice grew steadier as he spoke, but then I noticed 3 things. First, the inquiries all came from different people, but half used nearly identical phrasing. Second, they only asked about monsters that are of high rank and dangerous. Third, he reached into his pocket and produced a small notebook, flipping it open to reveal meticulous records. Every single one of these clients paid in newly minted aura coins from the capital. Same mint mark, same production year. My eyes narrowed. "You're saying they're the same person, disguising themselves?" Emery nodded grimly. "At least 4 different disguises that I've identified. Probably more." I frowned, tapping my fingers against the desk. "But why would someone go to such lengths just for monster information?" Emery nodded, his fingers stilling against the armrest. "I have been thinking about that too. That's why I wanted to inform you first." I leaned back, my mind already racing through possibilities. Countless stories and scenarios flashed through my thoughts: conspiracy theories, hidden agendas, secret plots, each more outlandish than the last, yet somehow all plausible in this world of resonance and aura. "Let's consider the most plausible options," I said, counting them off on my fingers. "First possibility, they're hunting something specific, maybe a rare monster part for alchemy or artifact crafting." Emery's brow furrowed. "Why the disguises then? Hunters usually brag about their targets, that's right, and usually they don't have to come to us for this kind of info. Anyway, the second option," I continued, "they're testing something. New weapons, poisons, or techniques against powerful monsters before using them elsewhere." Kai the bluebird let out a soft chirp as Emery considered this. "That would explain the secrecy, but it still feels off," I supplied. "I agree, which brings me to the next possibility. The cliché one, but the closest one if we consider the worst-case scenarios. This possibility will probably sound absurd, but..." I met Emery's gaze. "What if they're planning a monster attack?" Emery's eyes widened slightly. Kai let out a soft, alarmed chirp. "You mean someone's trying to orchestrate an incident?" Emery's voice dropped to a whisper, though his posture remained steady. "But why and where? That's what we need to figure out." I tapped the desk thoughtfully. "First question, would someone want to release high-ranking monsters?" Emery's fingers twitched, his broker persona surfacing briefly as he analyzed the problem. "Several possibilities: an evil organization trying to stir trouble, distraction for another operation, political destabilization, or," his voice grew quieter, "targeted assassination under the guise of an accident." A cold weight settled in my stomach. Although all of them were dangerous possibilities, it was obviously the last one that sounded terrifyingly plausible in my ears. The target couldn't possibly be. I hate red flags." Second question, I continued, keeping my cool outwardly. "Where would they strike? The town's well guarded, and since it is winter, the defenses have been strengthened accordingly." So, our eyes met as the realization hit us simultaneously. The academy. Emery breathed. It was painfully obvious now. Because clearly, gathering all the main characters in one place was just asking for disaster. Emery's fingers tapped restlessly against the desk. "But why the academy?" he muttered, more to himself than to me. I shrugged, though my mind was already racing through possibilities. After a beat of silence, Emery continued, his voice steadier now as his broker persona bled through. "Could it be evil forces are trying to eliminate students?" Or, his eyes sharpened, "is there someone important hidden at the academy, a teacher or student they want to target?" I nodded slowly, though my thoughts took a different turn. Or maybe that important person isn't as grand as they sound. After all, I was living proof that even background characters could get tangled in dangerous plots. But what if Emery was right? What if there truly was a high-value target hidden among the students or staff? What if Aaron or Zephyr were the target? Or some other hidden person I don't know of? Possibilities were many. Only one person would know for sure. Whether this theory was true or not, Master, I wouldn't doubt if someone told me Virion had his people in every shadowy corner of this world. If something or someone dangerous was lurking in the academy, he'd know. Emery shifted in his seat. Then what should we do? Should we report this to the officials or the academy guards? I shook my head after a thought. No, we don't have any proof, just theories and suspicious coinage. My lips twisted wryly. They'd either laugh us out of the room or lock us up for spreading panic. Emery's shoulders slumped slightly, but he nodded in understanding. So, what then? For now, I leaned forward, lowering my voice. We observe, we dig for more information, and we don't draw attention to ourselves. A dangerous glint flickered in Emery's eyes, and I recognized from his masked broker persona. Understood, he said, the stutter gone. I'll track every inquiry about monsters and that person from now on. I will note every detail. Kai chirped softly in agreement, fluttering to Emery's shoulder. I exhaled, watching the snow fall outside the window. Just another normal day at the academy, I thought dryly, where the biggest threat might be hiding in plain sight. All right, I said as Emery stood to leave. You handle your part and I'll do mine. But don't overdo it. If anything feels dangerous, back off immediately. Emery nodded, his usual daytime demeanor returning as he adjusted his glasses. You too, manager. Don't push yourself too hard. As he turned to leave, I activated Character Insight, watching the familiar blue text materialize in my vision as his silhouette disappeared through the doorway. Alias Emery. Affiliation, Emporium Knowledge Archiver Male Lead. Character Assessment. Analytical Prowess, Master Analyst Preferred Methods, Information Network, Psychological Profiling, Discrete Observation. Weakness, struggles to reconcile his two identities. Present goal, analyze all available information about the suspicious inquiries and identify patterns. Favorability level, views you as a reliable, smart, kind individual and easy to get along with. Believes you work too hard and push yourself beyond reasonable limits. I rested my chin on interlaced fingers, eyes narrowing slightly at the floating text. This wasn't my first time checking Emery's profile. I'd done it once before, on the day I saw his broker persona. The alias confirmation was expected. The Master Analyst rating didn't surprise me either, not after seeing the masked broker in action. But male lead affiliation, that changed everything. My mind raced through possibilities. Does Emery have his own storyline? Some protagonists operated independently until their narratives collided with others. Or is he part of a joint narrative? Like how the honorary custodian and Sunny Shayla shared a storyline despite being separate leads. Then came somehow the unsettling thought. Is he the male lead of Cassandra's story? My fingers tensed slightly at the notion. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel something toward Cassandra, though it certainly wasn't romantic. Attraction, perhaps, to her razor-sharp intellect and effortless grace. Maybe. But I'd long since decided, no deliberate romantic entanglements until I secured my survival. Principles and survival first. Romance, nowhere on the top of the list. Shaking my head, I refocused on the profile. Though weakness notation gave me pause. Struggles to reconcile his two identities. A raised eyebrow, split personality, or was it just the strain of maintaining his flawless broker persona? Then again, isn't there always that one-click character with another self lurking inside, the kind that emerged in moments of crisis, or a type that could change control at any moment? If Emery did have some hidden persona beyond the masked broker, what kind of individual would they be? I only hope they won't have extreme personalities as in the clichés. Obsessive, yander, evil, and the list can go on. I frowned slightly at the thought of Emery having some hidden extreme persona. I've never liked that trope. In stories, those types of characters were always portrayed as either tragically cool or dangerously alluring. But in reality, someone with fractured identities would be exhausting to deal with, unpredictable, volatile, a walking liability. Still, I hoped. For Emery's sake, I hoped it was just ordinary persona maintenance rather than some deeper fracture. My gaze drifted back to the floating text, lingering on the favorability rating. 3.5 stars, not bad. On the surface, it might seem middling, but for someone like Emery, someone who clearly had trust issues and a meticulously guarded past, this was practically a declaration of friendship. It meant he trusted me. Guess all my hard work paid off. A small, unexpected warmth bloomed in my chest at the realization. Then came the sigh. If only I could see his threat level and abilities too. That would answer so many questions. Was he dangerous? How did his analytical prowess translate to combat? What other skills did his male lead status grant him? Was he as weak as he appeared to be? But Noth's system, in its infinite vagueness, had decided favorability was what I needed. Deciding to study it, I also tried it on the twins and a stranger the other day too. Twins' profiles showed favorability, while the stranger's profile showed threat level, which means I tapped my fingers against the desk, piecing together the pattern. Character insight shows favorability for allies or familiar faces. Threat level appears for hostile or neutral evil characters. A useful distinction, if frustratingly limited. Guess I need to level it up again to know more. The snow outside the window swirled harder now, casting shifting shadows across the office. I dismissed the profile with a thought. No use dwelling on what I couldn't see. Right now, I had bigger concerns like finding Virion before whatever conspiracy was brewing came to a head. Pushing back from the desk, I grabbed my coat. Time to hunt down the extremely brutal mentor. Golden tickets. Every 50 golden tickets equal +1 bonus chapter. Power stones. If we reach 500 plus power stones in a week equal +1 extra chapter for that week. Super gifts. Super gifts will now unlock +3 to +10 chapters, depending on the gift. Yes, that means more frequent releases if you drop the big ones. To kick things off and to make up for the previous super gift, I'll be releasing 3 bonus chapters this week as a thank you and a head start on the event. Until the next chapter, peace in chaos. The forest air bit into my bare skin like 1,000 tiny needles, the snow crunching underfoot as I moved silently between the trees. My breath came in controlled puffs of white, my entire body tensed, senses stretched to their limits. In my hands, the bow felt like an extension of myself, the arrow nocked and ready. This is insane. I cursed inwardly, recalling how I'd somehow agreed to this new version of torturous spending weeks in the freezing wilderness, half naked, just to increase my resistance against the cold and improve senses. Virion's idea of training was less about improvement and more about survival, and even more so about entertainment. He liked to see me suffer, but it wasn't without benefits either. In the first week, I'd been shivering so badly I could barely hold the bow. Now, although I still felt the cold, I could move this much without limiting my capabilities. Progress, I guess. I pressed against a thick pine, steadying my breathing. The forest was too silent for my advantage. Then, swoosh, my ears twitched. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but I'd learned to recognize it by now. Now, I spun out from behind the tree, bow raised, arrow already loosed before I'd fully aimed. Whiz, the arrow tore through the air, missing the darting, holographic figure by mere centimeters. No time to dwell. I was already moving, bare feet light against the snow, trying to minimize sound. My muscles burned, but I pushed forward, weaving between trees, listening for that telltale flap of wings. Then, my foot slipped. Damn, I pitched forward, the world tilting. But even as I fell, my ears caught it again, that same flapping sound, closing in fast. Got you. Twisting mid-fall, I drew and released in one fluid motion. Swoosh, the arrow struck true, slamming into the holographic monster's wing. A small explosion of light burst on impact, the illusion flickering out of existence just as my back hit the snow, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. Second, I just lay there, breathing hard, the cold seeping into my skin. Then laughter, jai, deep, echoing, and entirely too amused. I muttered, not bothering to sit up, using tricks again. Virion materialized beside me, arms crossed, that infuriating smirk plastered across his face. And yet you fell for it. I shot him a glare. You made it slippery on purpose just now. Of course I did, he grinned. Enemies don't fight fair. Why should I? I groaned, finally pushing myself up. Snow clung to my back, melting against my skin. You clearly did it to enjoy, admit it, master. Okay, but you're improving, isn't that enough? He tossed me a simple cloak finally, mercy before nodding toward the arrow embedded in a tree. That last shot wasn't bad. Not bad, I arched a brow. I hit a moving target while falling. Virion's smirk didn't fade, but you missed the previous one. I opened my mouth to retort, then stopped. Because suddenly I remembered why I'd come looking for him in the first place. Master, why don't we go fishing again? Virion's emerald serpentine eyes narrowed to slits. Got something to say? I nodded, my breath still visible in the cold air. I blinked, aren't we? Leaving. His chuckle echoed unnervingly through the frozen forest. We can fish here too, and it'll be beneficial for you. Your resistance is still so low. Anyway, be quick. I hesitated for only a moment before trudging after him, my bare feet leaving deep prints in the snow. After about 10 minutes of walking, Virion floating effortlessly ahead while I struggled through the drifts, we arrived at a completely frozen lake. 2 fishing holes had already been cut into the thick ice, with simple wooden stools placed beside them. Virion settled onto one, conjuring a fishing rod from thin air. I stared dumbfounded. So this is what he meant by that. He smirked. Now sit. The fish won't catch themselves. With a sigh, I took my place, accepting the proffered rod while trembling from the cold. The moment my line hit the water, I began. The town and the academy might be in danger. Virion's tail stilled on his rod. His gaze slid toward me, sharp with sudden interest, elaborate. And so I died, explaining everything from Emery's discovery of the suspicious inquiries to the identical payment methods, the potential disguises, and our theory about a planned monster attack. Virion listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When I finishedly 5 minutes later, simply nodded. I see. That was all he said before turning back to his fishing line. The silence stretched between us, broken only by the occasional crack of shifting ice. I studied Virion's profile as he focused on his fishing line. Normally, his expression would be alight with mischief, his serpentine eyes gleaming with chaotic energy. But now he looked serious, too serious. That alone told me more than any words could. After a long moment of silence, I spoke again. Master, why do you think this assassin hasn't attacked me directly yet? The line in Virion's tail didn't so much as twitch. If they're planning to kill me, wasn't I an easy target this whole time? Are they aware of something, for example? I frowned. Did they discover your presence? Or do they just enjoy overly complicated schemes? Virion's tail flicked, the only sign he'd heard me. Then, after a deliberate pause, he answered, it's probably related to their mission parameters. His voice carried an unfamiliar edge. Killing you might not be their top priority. Easier to handle everything at once when their main operation begins. I nodded slowly, but something about that explanation didn't sit right. If they're powerful enough to orchestrate a monster attack on the Academy, then taking me out beforehand would be child's play, unless. The possibilities swirled in my mind like the snow around us. First scenario, I really was not the real target at all, just overthinking it. Second, they want me alive this time, and it will be easier to kidnap during the chaos of an attack. Third, and most troubling, someone else is interfering, deliberately delaying the assassin. Whatever the truth was, one thing became clear: I didn't need to walk on eggshells every time I left the Academy for a while. Turning to Virion, I voiced the obvious solution. Master, why don't you just get rid of the assassin, or at least threaten them? I continued. Make it clear I'm under your protection. Surely they wouldn't be stupid enough to mess with you after that, right? Virion glanced at me, his emerald eyes glinting strangely in the pale winter light, before turning back to his fishing hole. Sure, he said lightly. But what about the consequences? I think I already knew the answer even before he continued. If I get rid of this one, Virion explained, his tail flicking idly, or the next, or the one after that, the ones pulling the strings will notice. And then protecting you becomes complicated. His voice dropped, taking on that dangerous edge I'd only heard a handful of times. And there are people in this world who could kill you even with me standing guard right beside you. Unless, he smirked, you want to spend the rest of your life trapped in my playground. I shook my head immediately. The thought of being confined to Virion's training dimensions forever was worse than death. Besides, his fishing line twitched, though he didn't react. I can't intervene every time. You need to grow on your own too. A pause, and I can't reveal my presence fully. For reasons, my mind raced with possibilities. Powerful enemies. It made sense Somion as strong as Virion would have equally dangerous foes, and while he could probably escape or fight them off, innocent people wouldn't be so lucky. All right, stop those wild thoughts. Virion suddenly snapped his tail, and my stool vanished. Thud, ow, erg, I hit the ice hard, my tailbone screaming in protest. I glared up at him, rubbing my sore backside. Was that necessary? Virion grinned, utterly unrepentant. New task for you. Come up with a plan that doesn't involve me directly. Use that brain of yours. His eyes gleamed with challenge. Let's see if you can walk the path of a true mystic. I growled under my breath but nodded. Fine, but why did you have to drop me on the ice though, you snake? All right, I'm thinking. I rubbed my sore backside as my mind raced through possibilities. If Master can't intervene directly, then we'd have to handle this ourselves. Prevention would be ideal, handling the threat before anything actually happened. But that required information I didn't have, resources I didn't have. Even if I suspected something was coming, I couldn't act on a hunch alone. Alerting the Academy or town was still an option, but without proof. They probably think it is someone overreacting. Worse, it might alert the real perpetrator, whoever was pulling strings from the shadows. If they were skilled in disguise, as I feared, they could simply disappear, change their face, lie low, and next time they wouldn't leave any traces at all. What else? What could I do? I considered a few more possibilities, shadowing suspicious figures, setting traps, and trying to provoke them into action. But they all sounded risky and flawed. Or most of them relied on the enemy making a mistake. I grimaced. Wait, then all at once an idea sparked. My eyes lit up as the pieces clicked together. I turned sharply to look at Virion, who had just freed something with a casual flick of his tail. Master. He glanced over as I spoke. What if we do it ourselves? Do it ourselves, he asked, clearly amused. I smiled sharp and sly. Cause a beast horde. Virion's fishing rod paused mid-pull. What? Not a real one, I clarified, raising my hands before he could throw me into the lake. A fake one. Virion didn't respond immediately. His rod remained still, the line taut in the ice. He studied me in silence, a flicker of something unreadable in his emerald eyes. We stage a controlled beast attack ourselves. I elaborated, my words coming faster as the plan solidified. Then we wouldn't need to convince anyone with words. The town and Academy would react on their own, as they should. No one would call it paranoia if they saw beasts with their own eyes, and if we control the variables, no one gets hurt. Virion raised a brow. You're proposing to terrify an entire city just to lure out one saboteur. Only mildly terrify, I amended. Think of it as a stress test. His lip twitched. I stepped closer. Master, think about it. The enemy has planned something. They're waiting for the right moment. But if we force their hand, if they think the moment has come earlier than expected, they might act. Virion finished, now watching me with genuine interest. Exactly. Maybe they'll slip up, reveal themselves, react in a way they weren't prepared for, or just go along with it. And even if they don't, we can still force the academy and the town to raise their defenses. No one gets blindsided. Virion leaned back slightly, tail coiling in a slow spiral behind him. You're not wrong, but the logistics. I nodded, already thinking it through. We don't need to summon a massive horde, just a cluster, maybe a few powerful beasts, ones that can be fought off by the outer guards or even a 1 or 2 high-tier resonators. It will be enough to be seen, to raise alarm, but not enough to cause real damage. I hesitated. Both are options. If we use illusions, it's safe, no real risk. But there's a chance people might suspect something's off if they fight them and they behave strangely. On the other hand, using real ones would make the fear and response more authentic. We just need to control them. Okay, that's actually a good idea. Virion nodded, finally understanding my plans. But how are you going to do it? A slow smile spread across my face. This is where you come in, Master. I held up a placating hand. No offense, but aren't you technically a monster too? I'm sure you have ways to control lower-ranked beasts. Virion's tail twitched, but his expression remained unreadable. And I added quickly, you wouldn't even need to appear in your true form, just influence them from the shadows. When he didn't immediately refuse, I pressed further. Or if you really don't want to be involved, we could always use the Turtle Brothers for help. They're plenty strong, right? The moment I said it, another brilliant thought struck me. Good, this might work out too. Actually, that might work even better. They could play dual roles first, summoning the beasts, then appearing as mysterious heroes who drive them off. The perfect cover. Virion stared at me. Then, to my surprise, he began laughing, that deep, echoing chuckle that usually meant either approval or impending doom. Oh, you clever little schemer, he purred, floating closer. Using my turtles as both villains and heroes in your little play. His grin turned sharp. I almost want to say yes just to see the looks on their shells when I tell them. I matched his grin, so it's a yes. Virion hummed, his tail flicking thoughtfully as he studied me. Then with a slow nod, he said, all right, you can go with the plan. I'll lend you the turtles when the time comes. His grin returned, sharp with mischief. You can also discuss it with Dono if you want after the training tomorrow. I nodded, my earlier excitement now tempered by practicality. The plan was just a rough idea, there were holes in it, risks I hadn't fully considered. But Dono's mind and experience could help refine it, turn it into something airtight. Good, I said, exhaling, I'll talk to him. Virion waved a clawed hand, and the air beside us shimmered, splitting open into a swirling portal. Beyond it, I could just make out the familiar walls of my dorm room. Go on, he said, his voice lighter now, back to his usual teasing tone. Before I change my mind and drop you into a pit of snow serpents instead. I rolled my eyes but couldn't suppress a smirk. See you tomorrow then, Master. With that, I stepped through the portal and the frozen forest vanished behind me, replaced by the warmth of my quarters. The sudden shift from biting cold to stillness made my skin prickle. I let out a slow breath, rolling my shoulders. Tomorrow, I'd talk to Dono. And then we'd set the stage for a performance unlike anything this town had ever seen. I only hope those guys won't overdo it. Veltria town. Snow fell in silent, fat flakes, dusting the watchtower's wooden railing and the shoulders of the 2 guards stationed there. Dawn had barely broken, the sky still a dull gray, and the older of the 2, a grizzled man with a scarf wrapped up to his nose, exhaled a long, weary cloud of breath. Just another half an hour, he muttered, rubbing his gloved hands together. Then this shift's done. His companion, a younger guard with a perpetual slouch, groaned. Why do we even bother standing out here at night? In this cold, there's no danger. Nothing ever happens. The older guard chuckled, breath fogging in the air. It's the job we signed up for. Besides, the pay's not bad. Puts food on the table, doesn't it? The younger one grumbled but nodded. Yeah. Still, you'd think after years of nothing, they'd ease up on them. A sharp nudge from the older guard cut him off mid-complaint. What the younger one snapped, annoyed. The older guard didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the road line, his posture rigid. Slowly, he raised a hand and pointed. Look, what is that? The younger guard frowned and squinted, raising a palm to his forehead like a makeshift visor. Isn't it just a carriage? I know that idiot, the older guard grumbled, but why is it coming so fast? HMPH, must be some student rushing to town, the younger one snorted, crossing his arms. Probably rushing for the bars or something. Spoiled brats always think rules don't apply to them. The older guard shot him a sidelong glance, shaking his head. The kid clearly lacked experience since he was assigned just 3 weeks ago. Worse, he was arrogant. Bitter, too. Every time a student passed by, he'd mutter something under his breath, jealous of their status, their potential, something he couldn't get. Alas, the boy hasn't seen real danger yet. With that thought, the older guard refocused on the carriage, pulling out a small, enchanted viewing scope from his coat. He raised it to his eye and his frown deepened instantly. The driver was fully cloaked, whipping the reins relentlessly, urging the horses into a breakneck gallop. Beside him, a black-haired young man, likely a student, was waving frantically toward the walls, his mouth moving in what could only be shouts of warning. Something was wrong. The guard adjusted the scope, gaze shifting to the road behind the carriage, and then he saw it. A churning wave of snow, kicked up by dozen snow, hundred soft-moving figures. Small, lithe shapes darted between hulking, monstrous forms, their silhouettes unmistakable even in the dim light. His breath caught in his throat. "Beast horde," he whispered. Then, snapping into action, he whirled toward the younger guard and bellowed, "Sound the alarm." The younger guard blinked, startled. "Wah, now, why oh you fool," the older guard roared, already yanking the alarm bell's rope. A deafening clang shattered the dawn's silence, followed by another, and another as the first of the monsters appeared more clearly, howling. What is that? A monster attack, damn it." The older one grumbled, his voice mixed with fear and annoyance. The beasts came into full view as the alarm bells clanged through the morning air, a writhing mass of fur, fangs, and claws surging across the snow. At their lead, a monstrous, bear-like creature with jagged ice crystals jutting from its back let out an earth-shaking roar that sent tremors through the watchtower. The older guard's eyes darted to the town gate's open side was already swinging shut, the heavy wooden door moving too slowly. His blood ran cold. "Stop," he bellowed, cupping his hands around his mouth. "Don, T close thee." But before the words left his mouth, his vision darkened. A sharp, crushing pain exploded at the base of his skull. His knees buckled. The last thing he saw was the younger guard's face, but something was wrong again. The sneering, lazy expression was gone, replaced by something cold, calculating. "Wah," the older guard slurred, consciousness slipping. The younger guard caught him effortlessly, lowering him to the wooden floor with eerie calm. "What's happening?" he muttered, though not to himself. His eyes were locked on the carriage, now barreling toward the nearly shut gate. There was no fear in his eyes or confusion. Just a strange, quiet awareness, and if anyone had been there to truly look, they might have noticed something else. The faint shimmer crawling along his pupils like glass cracking beneath the surface. "Roar," a sound like thunder rolled again, and the beasts charged. The carriage hurtled toward the gates, its wheels kicking up plumes of snow as the monstrous horde closed in behind it. On the walls, guards scrambled into position, archers knocking arrows, channelers summoning flickering energy between their palms. The captain, a broad-shouldered woman with a scar running down her cheek, barked orders as she climbed the watchtower steps. The younger Gardno, the impostor, watched it all with detached calm. This wasn't supposed to happen yet. His fingers twitched at his side. The attack was early and uncoordinated. The beasts should have waited for his order, not charged ahead like mindless animals. His gaze flicked across the defenders. The town's guards were disciplined, but they lacked real power. A few channelers, a handful of resonators, enough to hold off the lesser monsters, but that ice-clad bear leading the charge Frostfang would tear through them without issue. Should I move now? The chaos was already Harith perfect cover. If he acted now, nobody would tie the incident to him, but would accept it as a natural monster attack. But something felt off. Stop. Before he could decide, the gates, still not fully closed, shuddered as another carriage burst out of the city, its horses lathered in sweat, charging toward the oncoming horde. What, and then? Two carriages passed each other in a blur of snow and shadow. The driver of the first coated figure moved. In one fluid motion, they tossed the reins to the panicked black-haired boy beside them and launched themselves across the gap, landing neatly in the second carriage. The boy barely had time to gape before his own horses carried him onward, toward the safety of the walls. Behind him, the second carriage halted after reaching 100 or so meters from the monsters. SWSH. Four cloaked figures erupted from its interior, shooting into the sky like arrows loosed from a bow. What shocked everyone at the scene was they went straight toward the Frostfang. They moved as one, their bow staffs flashing through the air like silver streaks. The smaller monsters lunged only to be sent flying with mere taps of the polished wood, their bodies crumpling mid-charge as if struck by invisible force. Frostfang immediately noticed them. The massive bear reared onto its hind legs and roared, a sound that shook the very ground. Thenslam. Its front paws crashed down and the earth answered. Crack, ice spikes erupted from the snow in a deadly wave, shooting toward the four attackers, but they were already moving. One flipped backward, staff whirling to deflect the closest spike. Another twisted sideways, the ice grazing their cloak as they landed lightly on a jagged pillar. The third and fourth simply leaped, soaring over the frozen barrage like leaves caught in a gust. Frostfang's crimson eyes locked onto the one in midair. Its claws glowed blue, and with a swipe, 3 crescent blades of ice aura sliced through the sky. Clang, the figure twisted, staff meeting the attack head-on. The impact sent them skidding back, but they landed neatly atop one of Frostfang's own ice spikes, balanced like a dancer on a wire. The other 3 struck instantly, blurring into motion as they surrounded the beast. Frostfang snarled, its chilling aura exploding outward in a visible wave. The air itself seemed to freeze, the snow hardening into razor-sharp shards. A lesser fighter would have faltered, would have feared, but the four, they charged confidently. Staffs struck from all sides, one aimed for Frostfang's ribs, another at its knees, the third at its skull. The fourth, still perched high, dropped like a falling star, staff pointed downward like a spear. Frostfang roared again, but this time there was something new in its bellow. Rhea RGH, the jagged ice crystals on its back blazed to life, glowing with an eerie deep blue light. The air around its massive body shimmered, then crystallized, forming thousands of needle-like ice shards that hovered menacingly in the air. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. Then, SHING, the needles shot outward in a deadly barrage, aimed at the four figures from all directions. But they didn't flinch. The first figure spun their staff in a wide, effortless arc, the polished wood becoming a blur. Ice needles shattered against it like glass, scattering harmlessly into the snow. The second flicked their wrist, their staff swished through the air like a sword, cleaving through the frozen projectiles with precision. Each movement was crisp, calculated. The third, click. Their staff split into two, transforming into a pair of nunchaku. With a nimble leap, they bounded between Frostfang's own ice spikes, using them as stepping stones. The nunchaku whirled, deflecting stray needles as they closed in, and the fourth. They didn't dodge, the needles struck their cloak, their body, but they were already above Frostfang, descending like a comet. GRRR. Frostfang's crimson eyes burned with fury. Its maw gaped open, and a torrent of frost breath erupted, a blinding, freezing blast aimed point-blank at the descending figure. The fourth twisted mid-air, their cloak whipping around them like a shadow caught in a storm. At the last possible moment, they pivoted, their body tilting just enough that the frost breath grazed past, flash freezing the edge of their sleeve into brittle ice. Then, eat this, their staff came down in a devastating arc, striking Frostfang's skull with a crack that echoed across the battlefield. Frostfang's massive body staggered, its eyes rolled, limbs trembling as its balance failed. For the first time, the monstrous bear looked lost. It felt like the world was spinning beneath it. The other three didn't waste a second. Like shadows, they struck. One staff smashed into Frostfang's ribs, another swept its legs. The third, the nunchaku wielder, lashed out in a brutal flurry, striking pressure points along its spine. Thud, Frostfang collapsed onto its side, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Its once terrifying roar was reduced to a weak, disoriented growl. In mere moments, the mighty alpha of the horde had been reduced to a mere punching bag. A hush fell over the remaining monsters. The lesser beasts, snow wolves, the ice imps, the razor-clawed lynxes all froze mid-step, their beady eyes locked on Frostfang's fallen form. Their alpha, their unstoppable leader, lay twitching in the snow, utterly defeated. Then, Instinct 1. With panicked yelps and screeches, the creatures turned tail and fled, scrambling over each other in their desperation to escape. They moved faster now than they had during their charge, their primal fear overriding all else. The forest swallowed them whole, leaving only trampled snow and the occasional discarded claw mark in their wake. I kept my voice steady as I finished explaining to the captain. Then I saw the horde forming near the eastern treeline. Frostfang was leading them, it seemed already agitated. I knew we didn't have time, so I ordered the driver to ride straight here at full speed, and they started chasing us, appearing in plain sight. The captain's grip tightened on her sword hilt. You made the right call. If they'd reached the gates unprepared, a deafening roar cut her off. Our head snapped toward the battlefield just in time to see one of the figures twist mid-air, Frostfang's frost breath grazing past them in a glittering arc before their staff came down like a hammer on the beast's skull. Crack, the sound echoed across the snow. I barely stopped my lips from twitching. Darn it, I told them not to overdo it. The four-figure Resno, the turtle, brother smoothed like a well-oiled machine, dismantling Frostfang with the same casual ease as if they were sparring with me in Virion's playground. And that idiot Ralph just had to easily dodge Frostfang's frost breath mid-air just to land a flashy finishing blow. Show-offs. Thankfully, they at least remembered the rest of the plan. As the lesser monsters turned tail and fled, the turtles let them go. There was no need for unnecessary slaughter. Out of the corner of my eye, I studied the captain. The guards were greenhorns and wouldn't suspect anything, while she's probably experienced enough to reach this position. Her expression was a mix of awe and suspicion, her scarred cheek twitching as she watched the cloaked figures. It seems like we both shared the same idea. Who are these guys, she muttered. Oh, if only you knew. I forced a shrug. No idea, but we're lucky they showed up. Lucky, right? Because nothing said, subtle diversion, like four maniac turtles beating the ever-loving snot out of a monster that was supposed to be a deadly threat. I kept my expression neutral, while inwardly I hoped the other part of the plan would work too. The captain exhaled sharply beside me, her grip still tight on her sword. Aren't they a bit ruthless, she muttered, watching as one of the turtles, probably Ralph the Reaper, landed another brutal strike on Frostfang's ribs. I forced a chuckle. That guy's skin must be tough, at least than mine, Or maybe they've got a grudge against monsters. The captain nodded slowly, though her eyes remained narrowed, half believing, half doubting. Then, her breath hitched as if discovered something. Something's wrong. I followed her gaze just as a wave of pressure slammed into us, thick enough to taste like biting into frozen metal. Frostfang's body convulsed. Its crimson eyes burned with sudden, unhinged madness, the pupils shrinking to pinpricks. The jagged ice crystals along its back cracked, then regrew, twisting into dark, venomous green shards that pulsed with a deathly aura. A crystalline armor spread across its fur, encasing its limbs in jagged plates in a mere moment. And then, RAH, the roar wasn't just sound. It was a force rippling outward in a visible shockwave that sent snow exploding into the air, pushing away the turtles in the process. From the forest, answering howls and screeches erupted, not the panicked retreat from before, but something new. The captain's face paled. Everyone, get ready for an attack. At her words, the cheering crowd fell silent in an instant. Every head turned toward the horizon, faces tense with dawning horror. They had seen Frostfang's transformation, watched as its body twisted into something darker, more vicious. The air itself seemed to tremble with its rage. No one doubted the captain's warning, not when the evidence was right there, roaring at them with glowing green crystals jutting from its back like a forest of poisoned spears. I squinted at the battlefield, my mind racing. So they want to use our staged attack as cover, huh? It was clever, really, but still predictable. Turn our distraction into a real assault. But I hadn't expected them to hijack the very monsters we had lured in. Then again, controlling beasts wasn't unheard of abilities, relics, talents, mutual agreement. There were plenty of ways. Still, I clenched my fist. They didn't take the bait, of course, being me. After discussing with Dono, we'd planned a possibility where the culprit would strike at me in the chaos, revealing themselves when they thought I was vulnerable. But they were smarter than that, or more cautious. Or maybe they just preferred letting monsters do their dirty work, while waiting for the right moment. Now there was still a chance, a higher one, because if they were controlling Frostfang or the other monsters, they'd have to be close enough for me to identify them. After scanning the guards one time, my gaze flicked back to the battlefield, where the fight had reignited with brutal intensity. The turtles had recovered quickly, already regrouping as Frostfangno, whatever thing it had become, lashed out with renewed fury. Its crystalline claws tore through the air, each swing sending jagged spikes of dark green ice erupting from the ground. I didn't know if this was corruption, near-death evolution, or outright being controlled. All I knew was that I pitied the poor guy. It was going to suffer a lot today. I mean a lot. Monsters. The momentary silence shattered as a shrill voice cut through the air. Look, behind them. A young guard, barely more than a recruit, stumbled back, his sword clattering to the ground as he pointed past the ongoing battle. His face was ashen, lips trembling. The captain and I were already looking at it. At first, there was only the distant, skeletal outline of the winter forest, a dark smudge against the endless white. Then movement. A ripple like a black tide surging forward. No, this wasn't a tide anymore. It was an army. Hundreds of monsters poured from the forest, their forms distorted by the snowfall but unmistakable in their fury. Snow wolves the size of horses, their fur matted with frost. Hulking trolls wielding jagged ice clubs. Swarms of razor-winged bats blotting out the sky like a living storm. And at their head, 4 figures. No, not figures. They were probably the alphas. The captain's grip on her sword turned white-knuckled. What in the world? I really told them we shouldn't overdo it. Bonus chapters alert. 100 plus golden tickets, 2 bonus chapters. Nearly 1,000 power stones, 2 more bonus chapters. And don't worry, the regular 2 daily chapters will still keep coming. The 4 new alphas emerged fully from the tree line, their terrifying forms now clearly visible to all. My brows furrowed deeply as I took in their mutated appearances. This wasn't exactly how we expected things to go. The monstrous eagle spread its wings wide enough to blot out the morning sun, lightning crackling between its feathers. Each powerful wingbeat sent hurricane force winds carving trenches through the snow. Its eyes burned with unnatural violet fire that made my skin crawl. Beside it stood a grotesque, bloated bear that dwarfed even Frostfang's massive form. Its maw hung open in a permanent, jagged grin, acidic drool hissing as it melted craters in the snow where it landed. To their left prowled a gaunt, skeletal wolf wreathed in deathly mist. Where it stepped, the very air seemed to wither, frost spreading in unnatural spiral patterns that defied the wind. Most disturbing was the metallic plated beast that completed the quartet, its spiked armor gleaming like polished steel as it plowed through snowdrifts with terrifying speed for its size. Except for the eagle, none of these looked like native forest creatures. Or if they were, something had twisted them beyond recognition, probably the same thing that caused Frostfang's transformation. The culprit behind this was clearly more powerful and more ruthless than we'd anticipated. I clenched my fists. The Turtle Brothers could probably handle them. It would be good if I could join them. It would be 5 against 5 then. But in my current state, I'd only be able to contend with the lower-ranked monsters. The frustration burned in my chest, but I brushed it away, reminding myself that haste also makes waste. Vice Captain, take command of the defenses. The captain's voice rang out suddenly, sharp and clear above the growing chaos. Before I or anyone else could react, she vaulted over the parapet in a single fluid motion. Cal, mid-air, she thrust out her left hand, the mark on her palm flaring to life. A brilliant light erupted as a massive bird-type familiar materialized, a sleek, armored falcon-like bird with razor-sharp wing feathers. The captain landed perfectly astride her familiar, drawing a gleaming saber that crackled with her aura. "For VLTRIA," she roared, pointing her blade directly at the lightning-wreathed eagle. The guards erupted in cheers as their captain shot forward like an arrow, her falcon familiar cutting through the air with impossible speed. The sight sent a jolt through me. I hadn't expected such overwhelming battle spirit from her. She's so cool. No wonder the guards look like those fangirls. Just then, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over me. 4 turtles, a beautiful woman joining them. If only there were some guy in a hockey mask too, the scene would be complete. Focus. I shook my head, forcing my drifting thoughts back to the present. Now wasn't the time for jokes, because something far more unsettling was happening. Every single alpha in the reborn, Frostfang had turned their gaze in our direction. Their eyes, glowing with that same unnatural energy, locked onto me. My breath hitched for a fraction of a second before I steadied myself. So they're targeting me, huh? It must be the culprit who's pulling the strings from the shadows. Well, too bad for them. I had 4 maniac turtles and a powerful resonator guarding me the town. Then, as if responding to my thoughts, Frostfang's roar split the air, and in perfect, horrifying unison, all 5 alphas charged. The monstrous eagle shrieked, lightning arcing from its wings. The bloated bear lumbered forward, acid dripping from its maw. The skeletal wolf blurred into mist, and the metallic-plated beast plowed through the snow like a living battering ram. Behind them, the lesser monsters followed like mindless puppets, howling and screeching in frenzy. But before they could get far, oh no you don't, 4 figures blurred into motion, intercepting the alphas with terrifying precision. Ralph the Reaper went straight for Frostfang, his bow staff spinning wildly. Round 2, ugly, he cackled, already slamming a brutal strike into the beast's skull. Poor Frostfang, it is about to suffer all over again. Leon the Tyrant met the grotesque bear head-on, his staff held like a sword. With a single fluid motion, he cleaved through a wave of acidic drool, his movements sharp and controlled. Mike the Jestblade twirled his staff made nunchakus lazily as he stepped into the ghastly wolf's path. Ooh, spooky, he probably mocked, before vanishing into a flurry of strikes. That left the metallic-plated beast to Dono the Peacekeeper, who adjusted his glasses. How he kept them on during battle I'd never understand, and sighed. His expression said, must I do everything? The captain, already midair on her falcon familiar, was a streak of light as she engaged the eagle, her saber flashing like a silver bolt. 5 alphas, 5 defenders. Now they were equal, but this is not the end. The ground trembled as the horde of lesser monsters surged forward, a tidal wave of gnashing teeth and clawed limbs. Snow sprayed in violent plumes beneath their charge, the air thick with their frenzied snarls. Atop the walls, the vice captain, a young man clad in gleaming knight's armor, snapped into action. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Archers, knock your arrows. Channelers, prepare the barrier. On my signal for VALTRAA, the guards moved as one. Bows creaked as arrows were drawn. Channelers raised their hands, their auras flaring to life as intricate runes began glowing along the stone walls. The air hummed with gathering energy. I clenched my fists, my pulse steady despite the approaching storm. The alphas were occupied, but the lesser monsters were still a threat, and I ignored. This was supposed to happen anyway, at least there won't be casualties, Virion promised. Then loose, a hail of arrows darkened the sky, whistling as they rained down on the charging horde. Some found their marks, piercing through fur and flesh, but many shattered against the thicker hides of the larger beasts. Barrier now, the channelers slammed their palms onto the runes. A shimmering dome of golden light erupted from the walls just as the first wave of monsters crashed against it. The impact sent ripples through the barrier, but it held for now. The vice captain's eyes narrowed. Second volley, aim for the gaps. Another barrage of arrows flew, this time more precise. Monsters shrieked as they fell, their bodies piling up at the base of the barrier. But they didn't stop. They couldn't stop. Something or someone was driving them forward, overriding even their instinct for survival. My gaze flickered around once more, searching for the puppet master behind this madness. I was already using observant eye and echo of life from the start. Where are you hiding? Ammon frowned, his senses stretched to their limits. Nothing. No strange auras, no flickers of abnormal movement, just the chaos of battle and the panicked shouts of guards, which means the assassin is probably still right here, watching me. His jaw tightened. If he wanted to draw them out, he'd have to make himself vulnerable without letting them know about his intentions, so he just needs to continue his act. Is this what they mean by digging your own grave? With that grim thought, he slipped away from the walls, moving swiftly through the shadows of the alleyways. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Well, I may not have a hockey mask, but I've got something just as good. Meanwhile, the younger guard, the imposter, watched as Ammon disappeared into the maze of alleys. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face. He adjusted his grip on the older guard's unconscious body, using the man as an excuse to linger. Nearby, a fellow guard reached out, concern etched on his face. Hey, is Mr. Halden all right? Let me, the imposter casually tossed the older guard into the man's arms. Look after him. Hey, be careful, you boss. Before the startled guard could protest and nag, the imposter was already gone, vanishing like smoke on the wind. It didn't matter if the boy tried to run. He was already marked with his secret technique, Spirit Mark, a nearly undetectable aura signature, invisible to all but the most powerful resonators. Even if the boy somehow sensed it, which was impossible even if he was a genius, removing it was near impossibly a 5 chance at best. The assassin moved silently, his footsteps soundless against the snow. Then the target emerged from an alley, his long black coat now accompanied by a hood pulled low over his face. Wait, his face. Is he wearing a mask? The assassin's eyes narrowed as he watched the figure in black. What is he planning? He mentally reviewed the intel he'd gathered on Ammon, a promising student at the academy, skilled but unremarkable in combat, no known affiliations with any factions. Nothing explained this sudden transformation into a shadow-clad warrior, but there was some info about the boy being a kind fool who would always try to help the others, no matter how dangerous it was. For example, the boy nearly died to a monster while trying to save children around the same age as him in his elementary school days. Truly a fool, but he still couldn't figure out how the boy survived the previous assassins. Could it be? Before he could ponder further, the target vanished, not completely, but just enough to slip from plain sight. Stealth technique, so he was a resonator after all. Silent as a wraith, he followed using his own stealth technique. The target moved with startling agility, scaling the wall with practiced ease before perching atop the battlements. For a heartbeat, he stood silhouetted against the chaos monsters roaring, arrows flying, the 4 figures and the guard's captain still locked in combat with the alphas. Then he jumped. The boy's form shimmered back into visibility the moment he launched himself from the walls. The black-clad figure cut through the air like a blade, twin daggers gleaming darkly in his grip. Below, the horde of monsters surged forward, unaware of the death descending upon them until it was too late. Gasps erupted from the guards. No, stop, he just jumped. Then crash, the boy landed feet first onto the back of a snow wolf, the impact cratering the beast into the ground. Before the surrounding monsters could react, his daggers flashed quick slashes, and 2 more creatures fell, their throats opened before they even registered the attack. The assassin's frown deepened. This boy wasn't just some reckless fool anymore. He wasn't an ordinary resonator either. The way he moved, fluid, precise, lethal, spoke of arduous training, real training. The kind that left bodies in its wake. He would be an assassin prodigy in their organization with these skills at this age. But why this disguise? The pitch-black clothing, the mask covering everything but his eyes. It reminded him of the shadow walkers from the Eastern Isles. But those were just myths, weren't they? Before he could dwell further, the boy moved again, like liquid darkness given form. His daggers flashed black steel, cutting through fur and flesh with surgical precision. Each strike was economical, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next, as if he were weaving through the horde not as a fighter, but as death itself. The monsters turned as one, their blood-red eyes locking onto him. The barrier trembled as their assault ceased, every claw, every fang now directed at the lone figure in their midst. The boy didn't falter. A snow lynx lunged, frost breath erupting from its maw. He blinked, vanishing just as the ice encased the space where he'd stood, only to reappear behind the beast, his dagger plunging into its spine. Before the corpse hit the ground, he was already spinning, his second blade carving through the throat of a charging direwolf. Elemental attacks came along, fire, ice, venomous mist, lightning streaks, and blasts of earth. He moved through them like a ghost, his body bending at impossible angles, his footwork carrying him just beyond the reach of death. A razor-winged bat dove at him from above. He sidestepped, grabbed its wing mid-swoop, and used its own momentum to hurl it into an oncoming troll. Both monsters crashed in a tangle of limbs. Then Blink was gone again, reappearing atop a boulder as 3 ice imps scrambled after him. A flick of his wrist and 3 throwing knives embedded themselves between their eyes. The battlefield became a whirlwind of black cloth and blacker steel. 3 minutes, 50 monsters, 50 corpses. By the time the boy finally paused, his clothes were splattered with blood. None of it hissed, though scratches and frost marked his sleeves where claws and ice had grazed him. Around him, the snow was painted crimson, the bodies of his enemies forming a macabre circle. Silence fell over the walls. The guards stared, their mouths agape. The 4 figures just glanced in his direction and turned back to their battles after a satisfied nod. Even the captain, locked in her duel with the Eagle Alpha, spared a glance at her eyes widening briefly before she forced her focus back to her own fight. This wasn't a simple battle. This was art. And the boy stood at its center, his masked face surveying the remaining horde with cold, unreadable calm. One boy, an army of monsters, and the unmistakable truth that he was the predator here. The vice captain didn't waste the opening. Archers, suppressive fire, channelers reinforced the barrier. Combat resonators with me. The gates burst open as a wave of reinforcements surged forward like guards and veteran resonators, their weapons gleaming under the pale morning light. Most held the walls, raining arrows and spells down on the horde, while the strongest leaped into the fray, carving through monsters with disciplined efficiency. The tide was turning. What had once been a desperate defense now became a brutal counterattack. Over 1,000 monsters still thrashed against them, but the coordinated assault of 200 hardened fighter-souled by the whirlwind of death in black pushed them back. And then, a ripple in the air, a green portal tore open beside the predator, more precisely Ammon, its edges crackling with unstable energy. From it stepped a silver-haired figure, his face obscured by a sleek, featureless mask. He moved with the same lethal grace as Ammon, his presence sending a visible shudder through the nearby monsters just by looking at him. The two exchanged words too quiet for anyone else to hear. Ammon nodded once, sharply, before the newcomer turned toward the horde. What followed was carnage perfected. The silver-haired stranger moved like a storm, his techniques mirroring Ammon's but amplified wider arcs, deeper cuts, a controlled fury that left monsters bisected before they could scream. Ammon flanked him, their movements synchronized as if they'd trained together for decades. 30 seconds, 50 more corpses. Then, as suddenly as they'd appeared, the two vanished through the portal, leaving behind only a battlefield littered with the dead. None of the duo or the guards saw the shadow that slipped in after them. The vice captain's eyes flickered to where the two black-clad figures had vanished, the green portal dissipating like smoke in the wind. For a heartbeat, he hesitated to were they, why had they helped? But the battlefield demanded his attention. The monsters, their ranks shattered, were now fleeing in disarray, their unnatural coordination broken. Press the advantage, he roared, drive them back to the forest. The guards surged forward with renewed vigor, cutting down the stragglers with ruthless efficiency. Though questions about their mysterious benefactors lingered, gratitude went out. Whoever they were, they'd turn the tide. We owe them our lives, the vice captain thought, chasing after the last of the horde while making sure they wouldn't get in the way of the 5 figures who were still fighting against the real threats. But from the looks of it, it wouldn't be too long before their battle's end. The morning had begun like any other day at the academy. Students hurried through the snow-dusted courtyards, some laughing as they tossed snowballs, others groaning about early lectures. Teachers ushered stragglers inside, their breath forming clouds in the crisp air. Then, crack, a sound like shattering glass echoed across the grounds. In the heart of the main courtyard, the very air split a jagged, dark green fissure tearing open in space. Students froze, some backing away, others leaning closer in curiosity. What is that? The fissure widened, and then monsters poured out, snarling, slavering, their eyes burning with the same unnatural glow as the horde outside the city. The academy's alarm blared to life instantly, an anxious voice booming across the campus. Emergency lockdown. All students returned to the Grand Assembly Hall immediately. Chaos erupted. Screams filled the air as students turned and ran, their feet slipping on the snow. Teachers and guards rushed forward, their auras flaring as they formed a defensive line. Go. Gio, roared a professor, her hands already weaving an aura barrier. The Academy's recently recruited elite Guardians Resonators, handpicked for their combat prowess, leaped into action, intercepting the powerful alpha-level monsters that lumbered from the fissure. Techniques and steel clashed against fang and claw, the force of their collisions shaking the ground. But there were too many. The monsters kept coming, as if it were an endless tide. Guardians fought valiantly, luring the strongest beasts away from the fleeing students, but the sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Step by step, they were forced back. The building loomed ahead, their protective barrier shimmering so close, but the monsters were faster. A pack of ice wolves broke through the defensive line, their maws dripping frost as they lunged for the stragglers, a group of first-years too slow to outrun the tide. One girl stumbled, her terrified scream piercing the air as the lead wolf's jaws gaped wide. Clang, a sword blocked the strike, the impact sending sparks flying. The students gasped. Senior, whoa, yes. The sword trembled against the wolf's fangs, but the hand holding it didn't waver. Black hair whipped in the cold wind as Aaron stood firm, his golden eyes burning with defiance. The ice wolf snarled, its frost-laden breath washing over him, but he didn't flinch. Aaron, Emilia's voice rang out, shrill with panic. The blonde-haired girl had stopped running, her hands clenched into fists. Without turning, Aaron shouted back, "Run, I'll hold them back." His blade flashed, carving a deep gash across the wolf's muzzle. Trust me. For a heartbeat, the students hesitated. Then Levire's usual calm replaced by urgency grabbed the terrified first-year's arm. Move, the group scrambled away, dragging the first year with them. Only Amelia and Livia lingered for a second longer, their gazes locked on Aaron's back. He'll be okay. He has to be. Then they ran. Aaron exhaled sharply as the last of the students cleared the distance. Good, they're safe. But the relief lasted only a moment. A shadow lunged from his blind spot-and-author, Snow Wolf, jaws wide. Clang, his sword met fangs just in time, but the force knocked him back a step. His boots skidded across the snow as he braced himself, muscles straining. Then, whoosh, a fireball screamed past his ear, slamming into the wolf's chest. At the same time, an arrow thudded into its skull, the shaft buried to the fletching. The beast collapsed mid-leap. Aaron whirled, and there they were. Livia, her staff still crackling with embers. Amelia, already knocking another arrow, her hands steady despite the fear in her eyes. Aaron's lips curled into an unconscious grin. He didn't wait for a reply. Sword raised, Aaron charged forward, meeting the next wave of monsters head-on. He wouldn't let a single one pass, not while he still stood. Aaron's blade carved through the last ice wolf, its body collapsing into the snow with a final whimper. Around him, the courtyard lay littered with monster corpses, their dark blood steaming in the cold air. Livia lowered her staff, her breathing slightly ragged. Amelia's fingers trembled as she loosened her grip on the bowstring. Both girls had held the line, covering Aaron's blind spots with fire and arrows. Clear, Aaron panted, wiping his sword on his sleeve. Let's follow after them, there might be more. The three of them sprinted back toward the fleeing students, their boots crunching through crimson-stained snow. The Grand Assembly Hall loomed ahead, its massive doors glowing with protective runes. At the entrance stood a slender figure with silver-rimmed glasses, Miss Luna, the Academy's top-ranked student and librarian, waving urgently. Hurry, she called, her voice cutting through the chaos. The students surged forward with renewed hope, their terrified gasps turning to relieved sobs as safety came within reach. Aaron, however, didn't relax. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings, his grip tightening on his sword. Too quiet. The monsters had been relentless. Had it gotten so quiet now? Then. Boom, the ground quaked, violent enough to send students tumbling into the snow. Aaron barely kept his footing, his heart suddenly pounding like a war drum. Something's wrong. The tremors stopped as abruptly as they'd begun. For a breathless second, there was only silence. Then. Crack, the earth exploded. A massive, segmented thing burst from the ground, a gargantuan worm-like monstrosity, with a circular maw lined with rows of rotating teeth. Before anyone could scream, it lunged, its maw aimed at the small group of fallen students. The world seemed to freeze. Terror locked limbs in place. Even Aaron stood paralyzed, his blood turning to ice until a voice echoed in his mind, sharp and familiar. Use me, but he clenched his teeth. No, not again, not ever. If he gave in now, if he let that out, he would become something worse than the monster before them. Just then movement, a flicker at the edge of his vision. His golden eyes widened, his breath catching. There, streaking toward the worm like shadows given form. Zephyr and Ammon, flashback. Moments earlier, the air shimmered with energy as the green portal pulsed at the edge of the barrier, crackling with instability. Zephyr stood before it, tall and silent. His silver hair fluttered in the cold wind, cloak billowing behind him like a banner of twilight. One hand gripped the edge of the portal, the other resting loosely at his side. Behind him, Luna stood at the threshold of the Grand Assembly Hall, her usually determined, cute face taut with worry. Her glasses reflected the portal's eerie glow. Zephyr looked back over his shoulder and their eyes met. A quiet beat passed, then gave a small nod. I'll be back soon, he said softly, his voice steady. Stay safe. It was only a whisper, but it cut through the chaos like a blade through smoke. Luna's lips parted slightly. There were so many things she wanted to say. Don't go, be careful, I'm sorry. But her throat clenched around the words and none of them came out, so she only nodded weakly. Zephyr held her gaze for a moment longer, then turned and stepped into the portal. The light rippled and he was gone. Luna stood frozen, her arms wrapped tightly around her chest as if to hold herself together. Her fingers curled into her sleeves until her knuckles turned white. He's going to fight again. He's going to get hurt again. All because of me. She bit her lip as the guilt rose like a tide, her chest aching. It's all my fault. It's all because of me. The roars of monsters echoed in the near distance, mingling with the screams of panicked students. Luna didn't move, didn't breathe. Everyone's going to suffer again. Because of me. Zephyr's going to bleed again. Get injured. Because of me. She stared at the space where the portal was a moment ago. Its light faded into the wind, and I can't do anything to stop it, just like always. Her nails dug into her palms. She hated this helplessness. Hated herself for being weak, for putting Zephyr in danger, for always causing trouble, never preventing it and never protecting. A few tears slipped down her cheek, silent, shimmering lines of sorrow. She didn't wipe them away. They carried the weight of everything she couldn't say. Then. Thump, 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 the sound of footsteps. She turned toward the noise and her eyes widened. A mass of students was charging toward the Grand Assembly Hall. Dozens of them, maybe more, streaked with dread and sweat, panic etched on every face. Some were crying, others holding one another up. They were running toward her. No, they were running toward safety. Her heart lurched, the sound of hope. She blinked away the tears, straightened up, and stepped forward. She couldn't fight like Zephyr, but she could at least do this. Come on, she shouted, voice cracking. This way, get inside now. The students surged forward at her call, and Luna opened her arms, guiding them in through the glowing gates of the Grand Assembly Hall, one place left that might still hold. The place Zephyr left her behind was to make sure she would be safe, and somewhere, deep inside, her voice whispered, "Please come back, please." Just then, she spotted another group in the distance stumbling through the snow, their silhouettes barely visible through the mist of dread and frost. She squinted eyes scanning, then her breath hitched. That was Sir Aaron, and beside him those were her new friends, the ones she could open her heart to, even only for small things. She waved frantically, her voice hoarse from shouting, "Over here, hurry, then." The ground split. A monstrous worm erupted from beneath the snow, its gaping maw lined with rows of rotating teeth. It lunged for the students, its massive body casting a shadow over them. Luna's instinct screamed at her to look away, to shut her eyes against the horror, but she fought it. Please. She clenched her fists and screamed with everything she had left. Zephyr, Zephyr, as if summoned by her voice alone. Whoosh! A green portal ripped open directly above the worm's head. Two figures dropped from it like falling stars. Zephyr led the descent, his silver hair whipping in the wind, his saber already drawn. Beside him, Ammon twisted midair, his black-clad form a blur of motion. Crack! Their combined kick slammed into the worm's skull, the force of the impact knocking its maw sideways just as it snapped shut, missing the nearest student by inches. The worm screeched, its massive body writhing as it recoiled. Zephyr landed in a crouch, his blade already humming with aura. Ammon touched down beside him, daggers flashing. For a heartbeat, Luna couldn't breathe. He came. He heard me, just like always. Then Zephyr glanced back over his shoulder, his piercing gaze locking onto hers from across the battlefield. A silent promise, "I'm here." And just like that, the weight crushing Luna's chest lifted. "Everyone quick, to the hall." Ammon's sharp voice cut through the chaos as he lunged after Zephyr, their movements perfectly synchronized against the thrashing monstrosity. The students didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled toward the assembly hall in a panicked wave, skirting wide around the worm's still buried segments that pulsed beneath the snow like some grotesque underground train. Aaron shook off his momentary stupor, his eyes narrowing as he took up position at the rear of the fleeing group. His sword remained at the ready, scanning the churned earth for any sign of the worm's return while keeping the students moving forward. Yet despite his vigilance, his gaze kept being drawn back to the battle unfolding in front of them. Zephyr moved like liquid silver, his saber tracing glowing arcs through the air as he danced around the worm's snapping maw. Each strike sent sprays of dark ichor splattering across the snow, yet the beast showed no signs of slowing. And Ammon, Aaron's grip tightened on his sword hilt. The way that black-clad figure moved, it was impossible. No ordinary person could match that speed, that precision. They were clearly resonators. They are so good. The two of them fought like they'd been training together for decades, anticipating each other's movements without so much as a glance. The worm reared back with an earth-shaking bellow, its circular maw expanding to twice its size as rows of teeth began spinning like a monstrous drill. Snow and dirt sprayed in all directions as it prepared to dive underground again. "Not good," Aaron muttered, instinctively stepping between the beast and the last stragglers still making their way to safety. His muscles tensed, that familiar voice whispering again at the edges of his mind. "Let me help, darling," he gritted his teeth. No. A sudden explosion erupted around the worm's head as Zephyr and Ammon struck simultaneously from opposite sides. The creature shrieked, its charge interrupted, thrashing wildly as it tried to dislodge the two attackers now scaling its segmented body like vengeful spirits. Livia and Emilia reached Luna at the hall's entrance, both turning back to watch the battle with wide eyes. "Will they be okay?" Emilia asked, her bowstring creaking as she unconsciously drew it taut again. Luna opened her mouth to respond when THOOM, the earth trembled again, but this time, the vibration came from inside the barrier. Crack, stone shattered as a second monstrous maw erupted from beneath the assembly hall's courtyard right where Luna, Livia, and Emilia stood. The girls froze, their eyes widening in horror as the worm's spinning teeth lunged for them. Then, whoosh! A portal tore open midair. A black-clad figure dropped like a meteor, slamming feet first onto the worm's skull with enough force to crater the stone beneath it. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, dust and debris exploding outward. The worm thrashed, its maw pinned for a critical second long enough for Ammon to roar. "Run!" Livia snapped out of her daze first, grabbing Luna and Emilia's arms. The three stumbled back as Ammon moved with lethal precision. His daggers flashed, carving two deep gashes along the worm's maw, black blood gushing like a geyser. The beast screeched, its convulsions violent enough to shake the entire courtyard. Ammon didn't let up. In one fluid motion, he backflipped off the worm's writhing body end as he spun through the air. 3 glass vials slipped from his sleeves into his palm, a flick of his wrist. The vials shot into the worm's gaping mouth just as it reared back in pain. Ammon landed lightly, his daggers vanishing into his inventory. Blink, he teleported into its blind spot. Then White Lotus, full bloom. His palm struck the worm's hide in a deceptively gentle motion, his green aura flaring for just an instant. The effect was anything but gentle. Boom. The vials inside the worm detonated, their poisonous contents flooding its system. At the same time, Ammon's palm strike sent a shockwave of pure force rippling through its body-rupturing organs, shattering bone like cartilage from within. The worm screamed, its massive form twisting in agony before collapsing to the ground with a final earth-shaking thud. Silence. Then good work, Zephyr said, appearing beside Ammon through a rippling portal. Ammon gave a slight nod, his masked face turning toward the other wormno, reduced to dozens of twitching, decapitated segments by Zephyr's blade. Thankfully, I sensed the second one's life force inside the barrier, if he hadn't intercepted it in time. He pushed the thought away. We need to destroy the source, Ammon said, voice low, the fissure. Just then, rapid footsteps crunched through the snow. Let me help you. Aaron skidded to a halt before them, his golden eyes burning with determination. His sword was still drawn, his posture tense but unwavering. Zephyr studied him for a long moment, his brows furrowing slightly as if weighing how to refuse. But Ammon spoke first. All right, he said, meeting Aaron's gaze, but don't do anything dangerous. Aaron exhaled sharply, nodding in both appreciation and understanding. Zephyr's hesitation lasted only a second longer before he, too, gave a curt nod. With a flick of his wrist, a fresh portal tore open before them, its edges crackling with the same aura. Without another word, the 3 stepped through and vanished. A few days earlier, the training grounds lay in ruins, shattered dummies, scorch marks from alchemical explosions, and the faint, lingering scent of venom in the air. Ammon wiped the sweat from his forehead, his breathing finally steadying after hours of brutal poison resistance drills. His muscles ached, his veins still burning faintly from the toxins he'd forced his body to endure, but it was all worth it. Across from him, Zephyr sat on a broken pillar, his silver hair damp with exertion, one hand scribbling notes into a small journal. His saber rested against his thigh, its blade still faintly glowing from the last spar. Fighting while being poisoned is really exhausting. Ammon exhaled, then spoke. Hey, can I ask you something? Zephyr's pen paused. He didn't look up, but his silence was permission enough. Ammon began explaining about the assassin organization still hunting him, the whispers of a coming monster horde, the possibility of an attack on both the town and the academy. Then he laid out his plan in precise detail, including the contingencies he'd arranged with Dono. When he finished, he waited. Zephyr didn't react immediately. His gaze remained fixed on some distant point, as if weighing more than just Ammon's words. The wind stirred the pages of his journal, the only sound between them for a long moment. Finally, he glanced up. It's a good plan. Ammon blinked, then grinned. Coming from Zephyr, that was as close to high praise as it got. What about shortcomings, he pressed. Anything I missed? Zephyr's fingers tapped once against the spine of his journal. Then quietly, you're assuming they'll follow predictable patterns. His eyes sharpened. Monsters don't. Assassins don't. Neither do we. Ammon's grin widened. Isn't that why I prepared backup plans and asked your opinion? Zephyr shook his head, exhaling through his nose. I know. Let's hear it then. Good, then let me. Ammon started, but stopped when he saw Zephyr's slight shift in posture the way his fingers tensed around his journal. He was about to cut him off, but before that. Zephyr paused, his gaze flickering away for a fraction of a second. A rare hesitation. I need to tell you something. Ammon's smirk faded. He nodded, posture straightening. All right, I'm listening. A beat of silence. The wind carried the distant sound of students laughing somewhere beyond the training grounds, blissfully unaware of the tension between the two. Then Zephyr spoke again, voice low. Actually, Luna and I are on the run. A heavy silence settled between them. Ammon blinked, then slowly his lips twitched. You guys eloped, a dramatic pause, or did you kidnap her? Zephyr's eye twitched. His fingers curled into a fist, knuckles whitening, just barely stopping himself from punching Ammon in the face. This guy, he sure knew how to get on his nerves. He was definitely learning this from Master. Ammon, seeing the murderous glint in Zephyr's eyes, chuckled and raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'm gonna be serious. Zephyr exhaled sharply, forcing his temper down. I can't tell you the exact details, he said, voice clipped, but we've been on the run for about 5 years now. An annoying and troublesome group has been chasing after us. His grip on his journal tightened, and I think they've already found us again. Ammon's grin faded as the air between them thickened. Could it be? His slate gray eyes sharpened, calculating. They are from the Black Star or other similar organizations. No, Zephyr's voice was ice. Worse. Ammon's frown deepened as Zephyr's words sank in. If even the Black Starin organization ruthless enough to send waves of assassins after him wasn't the worst threat they faced, then just how dangerous were these pursuers? 5 years on the run. They'd been children when this started. The fact that they'd survived this long, even if they were under Virion's protection, was nothing short of a miracle. Zephyr continued, his voice low but steady. The ones behind this monster attack, it's definitely them. His eyes burned with cold certainty. They're the ones who are pulling the strings. Ammon's eyes widened again, so there really was a third party intervening. The massive illusion incident during the ball, Zephyr continued, his tone grim, was their work too. They're powerful mystic resonators. The most powerful I've ever seen. His jaw tightened. They can rewrite a person's will with a whisper, make you dance on their strings without ever realizing you're bound. A pause, and once they have you, there's no escape. Zephyr's voice dropped to a whisper. Even the fact that we are on the run, I fear that might also be one of their schemes. Ammon's throat tightened. Such power wasn't merely frightening, it was predation perfected, to control minds and monsters alike, to weave schemes spanning years. Had even their desperate flight been really a part of some larger design? The implications coiled around his ribs like frost. If these pursuers could rewrite wills and orchestrate events so completely, then nothing was safe. Not the Academy's walls, not their own choices. How many around them were already puppets without knowing it? Ammon exhaled slowly, forcing his thoughts into order. Fear wouldn't help them now. And Zephyr's hands trembled slightly as he continued again, the words pouring out like a dam breaking. No matter where we ran, no matter how carefully we hid, they always found us. His voice carried a strange mix of frustration and something almost like relief at finally sharing this burden. But they never came for us directly. Instead, they'd orchestrate things, send monsters to attack whatever town we were in, have bandits raid the villages that sheltered us. Even opened a phantom prison in the last academy we hid at. His fingers dug into his journal's leather cover. They're clearly toying with us. The raw emotion in Zephyr's voice made Ammon stay silent. This was the first time he'd seen the usually composed swordsman so openly agitated. And Luna, Zephyr continued, his voice cracking slightly. She blames herself for everything. Thinks it's all her fault. Zephyr's voice broke like ice under too much weight. She always secretly cries whenever she remembers what happened in the past. I can only pretend not to notice. I can only pretend not to notice. Zephyr's voice was a whisper, no horse brittle. I act like I don't hear it when she muffles her sobs at night. I act like it doesn't tear me apart, because if I show even a hint of weakness, she'll break. And if she breaks, he trailed off, eyes distant, jaw clenched so tightly it trembled. Then we both fall apart. Ammon remained silent, every instinct screaming to offer something comfort, a joke, even just a curse to spit at whatever twisted force hunted them, but nothing came. Not when faced with that quiet, naked grief. Not when the scars ran deeper than words could reach. For a moment, neither spoke. The wind whispered between the shattered training dummies, the scent of scorched wood and poison still lingering. Ammon let the silence stretch, honoring the weight of what Zephyr had just admitted, but Zephyr wasn't done. His voice came again, quieter than before, like something unearthed from the coldest part of memory. She counts every death, every pain, every injury, every burned village, every incident, as if her mere existence summoned the darkness. Ammon saw it, then memory flashing behind Zephyr's eyes like a wound ripped open. Luna curled in some moonlit corner, her small frame shuddering with silent sobs, fingers clawing at her own arms as if she could scrape away whatever mark they believed she carried. Last winter, he whispered, she tried to walk into a blizzard, said the monsters would stop hunting if they had her. Ammon's eyes widened, but Zephyr didn't look at him. His knuckles whitened around his sword hilt. I had to tie her to the bedroll for 3 nights straight. She just kept saying it should have been me instead. The pillar beneath his grip groaned as his fingers dug in harder, stone dust crumbling beneath his touch. But she did nothing wrong. None of this is her fault. The words tore out like shrapnel, barbed, jagged, edged in guilt and fury. It's all because of those. He cut himself off with a shuddering breath that sounded more dangerous than any shout. When he spoke again, it was with the precision of a blade being sharpened. Once I'm strong enough, I'll make them pay for everything. Ammon watched as Zephyr's shoulders trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight he'd carried alone for years. The pieces clicked together with sudden, painful clarity. It wasn't just Luna bearing this guilt. Every word Zephyr spoke, every crack in his normally controlled voice, they weren't just about protecting her. They were the confession of someone who'd been drowning in his own failure, who measured his worth in the villages he couldn't save, the nights he couldn't stop her tears. He's just a boy who blamed himself for things far beyond his control. They're the same, Ammon realized. Both are carrying guilt they don't deserve. He could have said something reassuring. Could have pointed out that none of this was their fault, that they'd done everything they could, but platitudes wouldn't reach Zephyr now, not when the wounds were still raw. Silence settled between them, heavy but no longer suffocating. Ammon didn't offer any reassurances, didn't try to lighten the moment with a joke. Zephyr, too, said nothing more. His breathing steadied, the tension in his shoulders easing just slightly. He didn't regret his outburst. If anything, the weight on his chest felt lighter. For the first time in years, someone else knew, someone understood. Anyway, Zephyr muttered at last, his voice cooling back into its usual detached tone. That's the situation. Ammon nodded. We've got more in common than I thought. A smirk tugged at his lips. Though your stalkers definitely win the most creative harassment award. Zephyr shot him a glare, but there was no real heat behind it. If anything, it was almost fond. Ammon stretched, rolling his shoulders with deliberate casualness. Well, if they're behind the monster attack, then we're already in this together. His grin sharpened. Might as well make it count. Zephyr exhaled, but the barest hint of a smile touched his lips before vanishing. Just don't do anything reckless. Ammon coughed awkwardly. About that. He scratched his cheek. I think I'm gonna do something like that. Zephyr's frown returned, his eyes narrowing. He knew Ammon didn't joke about serious matters. What's your plan? Ammon's grin didn't waver. Plan. A beat, I just want to die. What? Present above the sky, where the wind howled and the clouds churned like smoke, two figures stood suspended in the air untouched by the chaos below. To the west, Virion coiled in midair, his emerald-scaled body glinting in the fractured light. His serpentine form, no thicker than a man's arm but twice as long, moved with liquid grace as his eyes tracked every development, desperate clashes at the town's defense line, the calculated strikes of his students carving through the monsters. His tail tip flicked like a metronome counting down to violence. They're holding their own. Opposite him, the woman from the Eastern Isles floated effortlessly, her long silk robes rippling like liquid ink in the wind. Her lips curved into a smile that was neither kind nor cruel, just amused, deeply, unsettlingly amused. Virion shot her a mocking glare. HMPH, seems like my boy already saw through your petty tricks. The woman chuckled, the sound like wind chimes over a grave. Indeed, you've always had an eye for talent, Ancient One. Her gaze lingered on the academy, where Ammon and Zephyr moved like twin shadows through the carnage. They're so good, so I want to play with them even more. Virion scoffed, his tail lashing. Don't even dream about it. Below, a surge of green energy erupted as another portal tore open, Ammon, Zephyr, and Aaron vanishing into it, reappearing where the battle was thickest. Virion's smirk widened, fangs glinting. Look, they're going to end your little game soon. His voice dripped with smug satisfaction. So why don't you scurry off before you're embarrassed any further? The woman didn't react to his taunt. Instead, she tilted her head, her smile deepening into something quiet and cold. No one knows what will happen, she whispered, her eyes never leaving Ammon. But sometimes, the ones who fight hardest to live are the ones most desperate to disappear. And then the wind took her words, scattering them like ash into the storm. The trio moved in a blur, portals snapping open and shut as they zigzagged toward the main courtyard, their footsteps barely touching the ground before Zephyr's portals whisked them forward again. Ammon had swapped his ninja mask for a new one, this one covering the lower half of his face completely, leaving only his sharp, slate-gray eyes and black hair visible. Then stop. Ammon's hand shot out, halting Zephyr mid-step. Without explanation, he pointed to a building on their right. Portal 2 buildings to the right of this. Zephyr didn't question it. A slash of his saber tore open a green rift, and they stepped through into a dead-end corridor where a cluster of first and second years huddled against the wall, their faces pale with terror. Between them and safety prowled a group of ice wolves, their maws dripping frost, their glowing eyes locked onto the trapped students. Ammon didn't hesitate. Aaron jet them out. We'll clear the path. Aaron opened his mouth to argue, then shut it. He wasn't fast enough to keep up with these two, wasn't strong enough to face the monsters head-on. But this he could do. Meanwhile, Ammon and Zephyr moved. Ammon's dagger's flashadone wolf collapsed with a slit throat before it could even turn. The second barely had time to snarl before Zephyr's saber cleaved its skull in two. The third lunged, only to meet Ammon's boot mid-air, its ribs caving in with a sickening crunch before Zephyr finished it with a downward stab. 6 seconds, 3 corpses. Ammon didn't even glance back as Aaron ushered the students away, already rattling off the safest route to the assembly hall. Next, Ammon said, and Zephyr opened another portal. They repeated the process more than 7 times, Ammon's uncanny sense for danger leading them to stranded students or staff, Zephyr's portals delivering them instantly, and Aaron's reputation ensuring order amidst the chaos. Each time, they left a trail of monster corpses and relieved survivors in their wake. 3 minutes later, they burst into the main courtyard and froze. The once pristine training grounds were a graveyard of monsters. The air reeked of blood and ozone. A handful of elite teachers and Resonator Guardians were still fighting, their auras flaring as they clashed with the remaining alpha-level beasts. In a corner, a dozen injured students and faculty were being treated, their bandages already stained red. And above it all, pulsating like a wound in the world itself, hung the fissure. It was larger, a jagged tear in reality, its edges crackling with unstable energy. From its depths seeped a dark, viridian glow and the occasional screech of something not yet emerged. Ammon's eyes narrowed. That's our target. Zephyr's grip tightened on his saber. It's expanding. Aaron paled. What is that? Ammon didn't answer. He didn't exactly know what it was called in this world, but he simply called it the space crack. The trio stood frozen for only a moment before Zephyr answered Aaron's question in a clipped tone. It's a spatial tier. It must be connected to a portal where these monsters are coming. So, it's deliberately caused by someone, or something. Aaron swallowed hard. How do we close it? Ammon remained silent, though his sharp gaze betrayed his own curiosity about this phenomenon. Zephyr's frown deepened. Let's clear the remaining monsters first, then we can worry about the tier. His silver eyes scanned the battlefield, quickly assessing threats. Right, Ammon and Aaron agreed in unison. With practiced efficiency, Zephyr pulled a simple silver ring from and tossed it to Aaron. Help the injured. Healing and painkiller potions are inside. His gaze then snapped to Ammon. How much time do you have left? 2 minutes, Ammon replied without hesitation, checking an invisible timer only he could see. Zephyr gave a curt nod. We need to move fast then. As Aaron sprinted toward the cluster of wounded, Zephyr and Ammon turned toward their prey, a massive, wounded alpha beast called a frost ravager. The monstrous wolf-like creature stood nearly 3 meters tall at the shoulder, its once gleaming silver fur now matted with blood from multiple wounds across its flank. One of its 4 glowing blue eyes had been torn out, and its movements were noticeably sluggish, the perfect target for a quick elimination. Remember, Zephyr warned as they approached, I won't be using portals for this fight. Ammon nodded in understanding Zephyr would need to focus all his aura into his combat techniques to contend with such powerful monsters. Ammon drew his sword, Echo of Remorse, its dark blade shimmering with an eerie light. With a flick of his wrist, he coated the edge with a viscous purple poison from a concealed vial. The lethal substance hissed as it made contact with the metal. Without another word, Ammon used Blink, vanishing from his position and reappearing mid-air above the frost ravager. His poisoned blade arced downward, aiming for the beast's remaining good eye, but the monster reacted with surprising speed, twisting its massive head to intercept the attack with its jagged antlers instead. The clash sent sparks flying as metal met bone. Ammon flipped backward, landing lightly on his feet just as Zephyr came in from the side. The silver-haired warrior's saber glowed with concentrated aura as he executed Void Severance, a horizontal slash that left afterimages in its wake. The Frostfang howled as the attack connected, its thick hide parting beneath the razor's sharp edge. Icy blue blood sprayed across the courtyard stones, freezing instantly into jagged crystals where it landed. Ammon didn't give the beast a moment to recover. He darted forward again, this time feinting high before dropping low and driving his poisoned blade deep into the monster's wounded flank. The Frostfang's answering roar shook the very ground beneath them. The 2 resonators who were originally fighting were surprised by their sudden intervention, but they sighed in relief. They were exhausted and injured already, so their appearance gave them some reassurance, although they looked a bit young. No, they were too young to fight these monsters. And are they students? Bonus chapters alert. 100 plus golden tickets, 2 bonus chapters. Nearly 1,000 power stones, 2 more bonus chapters. And don't worry, the regular 2 daily chapters will still keep coming. Aaron moved swiftly among the injured, distributing potions and pills with practiced efficiency. His hands were steady, his voice calm as he helped others on how to apply the salves, but his gaze kept flickering back to the battle, to them. Ammon and Zephyr moved like shadows given form, their strikes precise, their coordination seamless. The Frost Ravager, a monster that had given even veteran resonators trouble, had fallen in 30 seconds under their assault. And now, without pause, they were already sprinting toward the next threat. Aaron's grip tightened around a healing vial. There. Zephyr's saber moved like an extension of his own will, each slash cutting through the air with lethal grace. His footwork was immaculate, his stance unshakable, every motion spoke of years, maybe decades, of relentless refinement. He's in a whole different realm. And Ammon. Aaron's teeth clenched. Ammon was better than before, not by some overwhelming margin, but enough that Aaron could see the difference. His swordplay was sharper, his reactions quicker, but what truly set him apart wasn't raw skill, it was his mind. Every feint, every repositioning, every strike was calculated. He fought like a man who had already predicted 10 moves ahead. Was he holding back against me all this time? The thought stung more than he wanted to admit. Although he appeared low profile and calm, Aaron had always prided himself on his talent, the sword prodigy, the one who could master techniques in weeks that took others months. He'd even felt a flicker of smugness during his duels with Ammon, thinking that, with just a little more effort, he could close the gap between them. But now, watching them carve through monsters like they were nothing, he realized just how small that gap truly was, and how far he still had to go. A low growl escaped his throat as he forced himself to turn back to the injured. He couldn't help them fight, not yet, but he could do this. I'll get stronger. His fingers curled into fists, strong enough to stand beside them, strong enough to protect people too, so that when the world burned again, he wouldn't be on the sidelines handing out potions. Meanwhile, Ammon and Zephyr cut down 2 more monsters in another minutiae movement synchronized, their blades flashing like silver in shadow. Only one threat remained, a massive aerial bird monster circling above, its razor-sharp feathers glinting in the fractured light. Then, a tremor rippled through the air. A sudden hush swept the battlefield like the world had drawn a sharp breath. Zephyr and the veteran resonators froze, their faces paling as they turned toward the spatial tier. Even the monsters paused, their instincts warning of something worse than blades or resonators. The tier pulsed erratically, shrinking violently 1 second, swelling unnaturally the next. The energy around it warped, distorting the very air like heat haze. And standing beside it, barely visible through the distortion, was a figure, a mano, a shell of one. His white lab coat was torn and bloodied, his glasses cracked. His movements were jerky, frantic, as he hurled objects into the fissure with trembling hands. "I'll kill you all," he shrieked, his voice raw with hysteria. I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Zephyr's expression darkened. Not good, the tears destabilizing. His grip on his saber tightened. "At this rate, it'll collapse on itself." Ammon frowned. "Isn't that good?" "No," Zephyr's voice was ice. "It'll explode. Everything within its radius will be obliterated." Ammon's eyes widened. Around them, the remaining fighters stiffened, then immediately broke into frantic motion, dragging the injured away, shouting for evacuation. 12 seconds left. Ammon checked his timer. His lips twitched just enough time. "Everyone, evacuate," he roared, though most were already fleeing. Then, another tremor, stronger this time. The fissure convulsed, its edges fraying like torn fabric. Zephyr's silver eyes flashed. "It's going to blow." "No." His saber slashed through the air, a green portal ripping open beside the crazed man. But before Zephyr could step through, screeched the aerial monster dove, its talons aimed straight for Zephyr's back. He twisted, barely avoiding the strike, but the distraction cost him. The portal flickered, unstable. Ammon didn't hesitate. "I'll do it." Blink, he vanished, reappearing on the other side just as the portal collapsed. Ammon's vision swam as he materialized near the fissure. The air crackled with unstable energy, making each breath feel like inhaling glass. Before him, the madman continued his frenzied assault against the tier, hurling vials and objects with trembling hands. Tears mixed with blood streaked down his face, his eyes wild and unfocused. Something broke him, Ammon realized, but there was no time to dwell on it. 9 seconds. Blink, he reappeared beside the man in an instant, grabbing his arm with bruising force. "We need to Gano." "No, let me go." The man thrashed like a wild animal, his nails raking bloody lines across Ammon's wrist. "They have to pay, they all have to." 5 seconds. Ammon cursed as the man's struggles slowed their retreat. The fissure pulsed violently behind them, its edges unraveling like a frayed noose. Thin flicker of green in his peripheral vision. A portal. Zephyr had managed to open one just a few meters away. "I got you." Ammon gritted his teeth and with all his strength hurled the madman toward the shimmering rift. The man's body tumbled through just as the world shattered. The tier exploded. A shockwave of distorted space rippled outward, swallowing light and sound. Ammon didn't think, moved. Blink, he lunged for the portal, his body halfway through, when shadowy hands suddenly clamped around his ankles. "I got you," the madman hissed from within the swirling light, but his voice had changed. Still guttural, yes, but now tinged with amusement, laced with something far too lucid. Unsettlingly calm, Ammon looked forward. Time seemed to slow, the roar of the collapsing tier fading to a distant hum as the man's features flickered just for an instant. The blood and grime on his face peeled away like smoke, revealing a grin that didn't belong to a broken man but to something else entirely, a grin full of mockery. Ammon's breath caught. "It's yank." The pull was brutal and unbreakable. Ammon's vision whited out as he was wrenched backward just as the shockwave hit. Few moments ago. Aaron's POV. Aaron stood at the edge of the evacuation zone, his hands clenched into fists so tight his nails drew blood. He had gotten the injured to Safatino, all he could do was watch. His heart pounded like a war drum as he tracked Ammon's movements, the way he blinked through space, the way he seized the madman, the way he hurled him toward Zephyr's portal with seconds to spare. They're going to make it. Then, a flicker of movement. Aaron saw shadowy hands snap around Ammon's ankle and pull him back to the explosion at the last critical moment. Aaron's breath caught. Boom, the world erupted. The fissure detonated in a cataclysm of blue-green light, the shockwave rippling outward like a tidal wave of pure force. Aaron barely registered, being thrown backward, his body skidding across the snowy ground, his ears ringing. When his vision cleared, his eyes locked onto the epicenter. Where the fissure had been, there was now only a crater, and no sign of Ammon. And no, Aaron's voice cracked. "It can't be." Around him, others staggered to their feet, their faces pale with shock. Some screamed, some called for healers or help, some simply stared, mute with horror, but Aaron saw none of it. His gaze was fixed on the smoking ruins where his friend had stood just moments before, where Ammon had vanished. No, Aaron gritted his teeth. He can't be dead. He must be alive. He can't die yet. Promise to help him. Zephyr's POV. Zephyr watched as Ammon vanished through the flickering portal, taking his place at the last possible second. The aerial monster screeched above him, its massive wings beating violently as it prepared to dive again. The portal wavered under the strain of Zephyr's divided focus, but he refused to let it collapse. "Hold." His eyes narrowed as the beast descended, talons outstretched. But Zephyr waited till Ammon came out of the other side of the portal. Swoosh, Zephyr quickly closed the portal. Then, spatial step, Zephyr vanished, reappearing directly above the monster in a burst of displaced air. His saber gleamed, space itself distorting around its edge as he slashed downward. The beast reacted instantly, folding its wings defensively. Razor-sharp feathers launched toward Zephyr like a storm of blades, only for him to twist mid-air, his body flowing between them effortlessly. His saber flicked twice, sending crescent waves of spatial aura hurtling toward the creature. While the monster dodged, Zephyr moved again. Gravity anchor, a pulse of aura erupted beneath the beast, yanking it downward with crushing force. The ground shattered as the monster slammed into it, its wings crumpling under the impact. Zephyr didn't wait. His free hand slashed through the air, reopening the portal to Ammon's location. Hurry. His gaze locked onto the distant figures, Ammon throwing the madman through, turning to follow, then something seizing him from behind. Zephyr's breath caught. Boom. Zephyr watched as Ammon disappeared into the explosion. Swoosh. The portal erupted in a backlash of energy, sending a second shockwave ripping outward. Zephyr didn't dodge, thinking that Ammon might use blink again, even though he already knew he couldn't do it. Nevertheless, he tanked the blast head-on. His saber crossed defensively as the force hurled him backward. His body skidded across the ruined courtyard, carving a trench through stone and dirt before finally crashing to a stop. Silence, then. Groaning, Zephyr pushed himself up, his vision swimming. The battlefield was unrecognizable, a wasteland of shattered earth and lingering spatial distortions. The injured were screaming, but Zephyr heard none of it. His gaze locked onto the emptiness where Ammon had stood, where nothing remained. No body, no echo, no aura, just scorched air and the fading embers of spatial aura. Zephyr's fingers dug into his palms hard enough to draw blood. Really? The thought wouldn't finish. Somewhere behind him, Aaron's voice cracked like broken glass. Amen, but Zephyr didn't turn, didn't speak. His saber hit the ground with a dull clink, and for the first time in 5 years he let the storm inside him rage unchecked. Scream, the winged monster screeched at a raw, piercing sound that cut through the battlefield's stunned silence. Its feathers were charred from the explosion, its movements erratic with pain and fury. Yet its eyes burned with unmistakable killing intent as it dove toward Zephyr's unprotected back. Zephyr didn't turn, he didn't even flinch. His eyes remained fixed on the empty space where Ammon had vanished, his expression eerily calm. The monster's talons gleamed as they descended. Inches from his skull then, with a flick of Zephyr's fingers, a tiny black orb materialized in the air. No larger than a marble, it hummed with a sound like tearing fabric. The monster's wings faltered. Its pupils shrank to pinpricks as it felt the pull-in irresistible, crushing force yanking it backward. It screeched, thrashing wildly, but the orb's gravity was absolute. The harder it fought, the faster it was dragged in. Feathers ripped free. Bones cracked under the pressure. For a single horrifying moment, the beast's cries turned to something almost human, a guttural, pleading wail before the orb imploded with a sound like the world itself snapping in half. The monster was gone. No blood, no remains. Just nothing. The orb also flickered out of existence. Silence. Then cough. Zephyr collapsed to his knees, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. His body trembled violently, his vision swimming. That secret technique wasn't meant to be used in his condition. Not after using so many portals. Not after taking the explosion head-on. Not after exhausting himself so much. Heck, Virion only told him to use it in his peak condition, afraid of its side effects on the user. But he hadn't cared. What was the point of saving it if he couldn't protect his friend? What was the point of all this training and power if it couldn't save his only friend? Zephyr's eyelids grew heavy, his vision tunneling. The metallic tang of blood filled his mouth as another cough racked his body. Distantly he heard shouts of familiar voice calling his name, but the words blurred together, meaningless noise beneath the ringing in his ears. His knees buckled. The ground rushed up to meet him only for gentle arms to intercept his fall. The scent that enveloped him was unmistakable ink and parchment, with the faintest hint of lavender. The same scent that had clung to him when she'd cry herself to sleep in his arms as a child. The same scent that lingered on his shoulder after those rare moments when exhaustion finally stole her away into slumber. Luna. Zephyr didn't have the strength to lift his head, didn't need to. That presence alone, the warmth of her arms, the tremor in her fingers as they pressed against his back told him everything. Idiot, her voice wavered, closer now, raw with tears. You absolute, reckless, idiot. Her words broke halfway through, dissolving into a choked sob. Zephyr wanted to answer, wanted to tell her he was fine, that Ammon. But the darkness was too heavy, too tempting, and so, for the first time in 5 years of running, of fighting, of being the unshakable pillar, Zephyr let go. His body went limp in Luna's arms, the last of his strength bleeding away into the void. The last thing he heard, as consciousness slipped through his fingers, was Luna's whisper, I've got you, and then. Darkness swallowed him whole. High above the battlefield, Virion watched as the spatial tear detonate. His emerald eyes locked onto Ammon's figure until the very last moment. His power had already begun weaving around the boy, ready to snatch him from death's grasp at any moment. Then, the shadowy hand seized Ammon. Virion's power surged forward only for a sudden, vicious mental attack to lance through his mind like a white-hot spear. For a fraction of a second, his control wavered, his protection around Ammon flickered, and the explosion swallowed the boy whole. By the time Virion shook off the assault, it was too late. His gaze snapped toward the woman beside him. She smiled apologetically, raising her hands. "Sorry, Ancient One. I had a deal with." Virion didn't let her finish. With a mere thought, space itself contorted around her body, and she shattered like glass, fragments dissolving into motes of light. Virion's tail lashed. A clone, his form blurred, vanishing from the sky. Valtheim Kingdom capital city Eastern District, the veiled woman strolled through the bustling market, her silk robes fluttering as she hummed a tuneless melody. Then, the world warped, the crowd vanished. The stalls, the noise, the very air gone. Only an endless black void remained, swallowing all light. The woman sighed, turning to face Virion as he materialized before her. "Ancient One," she began, her tone almost pitying. "You can't kill me. I just did what was." Virion flicked his fingers. Her body exploded into a fine mist of blood before she could utter another word. Silence. Then, the clone's remains evaporated, leaving no trace. Virion's eyes narrowed to even thinner slits. Another decoy. That cowardly hag hadn't shown her true body even once. His fury, instead of fading, burned hotter. HMPH. The next moment, Virion vanished from the capital of Veltheim, his fury carving ripples through space itself. Eastern Isles continent. High above the azure dragon mountainsware, the veiled woman's true body made its home with sky sundered. A shadow fell across the land, vast and terrible. The mountain peaks trembled. Birds mid-flight dropped like stones, their wings suddenly weightless. Resonators soaring on their swords gasped as gravity itself seemed to invert, sending them crashing toward the earth. Then Virion's true form manifested. His emerald-scaled body, longer than the tallest spire, coiled through the heavens. His wings blotted out the sun. His presence alone warped the air, reality itself groaning under his wrath, and then spoke. "I have had enough of your games." Thousands of dark green orbs materialized across the sky, each humming with enough power to level cities. The mountains, defenses activated, instantly golden barriers flaring to life, ancient runes glowing along the cliffs. Disciples screamed, scrambling for cover. But it was too late to run now. The woman, the real one this time, burst from the central pavilion, her draconic horns glinting in the fractured light. No longer veiled, her true form was regal yet terrified, her slit-pupilled eyes wide. "Ancient One, please." She raised her hands, her voice cracking. "Spare them. I'll accept any punishment." But Virion didn't listen. With a flick of his tail, the orbs descended. Boom, the first barrier shattered like glass. Boom, the second lasted barely a heartbeat longer. Boom. Mountain peaks vaporized. Pagodas turned to dust. The very air burned as orb after orb detonated, their explosions merging into a continuous roar that shook the mountains and heavens. The woman gritted her teeth, weaving desperate seals, but her defenses crumbled like paper. An orb grazed her shoulder, and her left arm disintegrated. Blood sprayed as she was hurled backward, her body carving a trench through what remained of the sect's sacred grounds. Then, silence, the dust settled, the echoes faded. Where a proud mountain sect had stood, only smoldering ruins remained. Virion hovered above the devastation, his emerald eyes cold. The woman lay broken amidst the wreckage, her remaining hand clutching at the earth. "Don't think," he hissed, "this is the end." And then was gone. The woman gasped, her body trembling. Around her, the survivors, elders, and disciples who had been outside the blast radius staggered to their feet, their faces ashen. Then, a black-robed figure materialized in the air above her, his face hidden in shadow. Couldn't hold him off for even a moment. His voice dripped with disdain. The woman wanted to say, "Why did you wait until he disappeared then?" but didn't dare speak. Others appeared, figures cloaked in mist and flame, their auras twisting the air. One, a skeletal man wrapped in chains, chuckled. "And here I thought you were the smartest of us." The woman spat blood. "He's the Ancient One. You try facing him." Enough excuses. The black-robed figure vanished. "It was you who said you could bait him." One by one, the others followed, leaving the woman alone in the ruinous home, destroyed, her body broken, and Virion's warning ringing in her ears. This wasn't over, not even close. As the last of her mysterious allies vanished, the woman known only as the true matriarch let her head fall back against the scorched earth. The acrid scent of smoke and charred stone filled her nostrils, but she paid it no mind. Only now did she truly understand. The terror of the Ancient One, Noth-winged tyrant, that primordial being who had once reshaped continents in his fury, had been restrained all these years, and today she had provoked him into showing but a fraction of his true power. Was it worth it? The thought flickered through her mind before she crushed it. Her teeth bit into her lower lip hard enough to draw blood. The bitter and poisonous tang grounded her. all for the future of the family, all for the world peace. A ragged cough escaped her as she pushed herself up, surveying the devastation. The mountains were scarred, the sect in ruins, yet miraculously, not a single life had been lost. The tyrant's control had been absolute, his orbs precise in their destruction. He could have killed us all, but didn't. The realization chilled her more than any threat. Her surviving disciples staggered through the wreckage, their faces pale but unharmed. The elders muttered amongst themselves, already calculating the cost of rebuilding. But the matriarch knew better. We can't rebuild, not yet. The tyrant's warning echoed in her skull. Don't think this is the end. Another attack would come again, perhaps tomorrow or the week after. She knew it. The tyrant would do it unless his fury subsided a bit. A grim smile touched her lips. Thankfully, she had anticipated this. Every true treasure, every artifact of power, every drop of their resource soul had been hidden away in pocket dimensions before she ever agreed to do this. What lay in ruins now were empty shells, facades. Let the tyrant rage at ghosts. Wincing, she pressed a hand to her missing arm. The wound had already been cauterized, but the pain was immense. No matter, regeneration would come in time. For now, matriarch, an elder rushed to her side, eyes wide with panic. What do we? Silence. Her voice, though hoarse, brooked no argument. Do as I told. The disciple blinked, but our home is gone. Her draconic eyes glowed faintly in the settling dust. And if we wish to survive his wrath, we will not take action until his anger cools down. She turned away, her remaining hand clenching into a fist. This defeat was temporary. The game was far from over. After all, the true victor isn't the one who strikes first, but the one who remains standing when the dust settles. 3 days later, Academy, the Grand Assembly Hall, the hall was packed. Every seat was filled, students in their uniforms, staff in somber attire, a few townsfolk who had come to pay their respects. The air was thick with murmurs, the occasional sniffle, the weight of collective grief pressing down on the room like a physical thing. Zephyr sat in the front row, posture rigid, his expression a mask of indifference. His fingers rested on his knees, unmoving. His eyes, usually sharp with quiet intensity, were slightly duller and hollow. To anyone else, he looked the same as always, cold, untouchable. But to those who knew him, something was missing. Ammon had been the one to crack that icy exterior, even if just for a while. Now, with him gone, the cold had seeped back in deeper, heavier. Principal Orlan ascended the stage, clearing his throat as the murmurs died down. His voice was steady, practiced, as he began his speech praising Ammon's bravery, his sacrifice, the way he had given everything to protect the academy and the town. Zephyr didn't hear a word of it. Instead, his mind replayed the same moment over and over. I just want to die, Ammon had said that day, so casually it could have been a joke. Zephyr had looked at him, brow furrowing. What? Ammon had laughed, waving a hand. Of course I'm joking. Who would want to die? But then his smile had faded just a little. But I meant another thing by that. He had laid out his plan, playing the unguarded target, luring the assassin into making a move. He had asked Zephyr to coordinate, to counterattack the moment the enemy revealed themselves. Zephyr had agreed, and then the explosion, the shadowy hands yanking Ammon back at the last second. The way his eyes had widened not in fear, but in realization, like he had just understood something too late. Zephyr's fingers twitched. After waking up in the infirmary, he had gone straight to Virion. The ancient serpent had met his gaze, silent, before shaking his head once. No words were needed. Ammon was gone, not saved, not missing, not trapped in some spatial rift. Gone. Orlan's speech ended. The crowd stood for a moment of silence. The moment of silence ended. The crowd remained standing, shifting awkwardly, unsure of what to do next. Then one by one, people began to speak. Not many had truly known Ammon. To most, he was just another student, quiet, unassuming, the kind of person who blended into the background. But a few, those he had saved during the attack, stepped forward. He was brave, said a third-year student, rubbing his bandaged arm. Pushed me out of the way when that thing almost crushed me. He was the coolest senior I have seen. Ribbon-haired first-year girl muttered, her gaze melancholic, both in advertising and in fighting. Fast, too, muttered another, a guard from the town, like he was everywhere at once. He almost took care of a monster army on his own. Their words were simple, respectful, but impersonal. But for those he had touched, his absence was a gaping wound. First, there was Gavi. The chubby first year, with crumbs still dusting his sleeves, stood near the back, fists clenched. He didn't speak, just stared at the floor. Ammon had been the only one who never insulted him for his appetite, who'd sneak him extra portions and give discounts in the shop, who'd laugh and call him a bottomless pit with no real malice. He was a big brother kind of person. Livia, the energetic extrovert, slouched in her seat on the third row, arms folded tight. Her usual spark was missing. She remembered how Ammon would always beat her in her word games, how he would say she would make a great cook. When she'd grumble about Aaron's picky eating, Ammon would just chuckle and say, he likes a bit spicy ones. Acts like he doesn't, but he always finishes those first. Emilia, the blonde beauty, a transfer student, sat next to Livia, her fingers twisting the hem of her sleeve. She owed Ammon more than she could ever repay. He'd helped her without hesitation, saved Aaron, mended their strained relationship, helped her at the ball, even when it cost him. and he'd never asked for anything in return. Luna, the librarian girl, sat beside Zephyr, her small hands folded tightly in her lap. Ammon had been the one to nudge her forward when her courage wavered, whispering things like, "Zephyr stared at your notes for a full minute yesterday. Pretty sure he was impressed." Or he didn't say it, but he finished the entire plate you left in his room. Every last bite. Little truths that kept her going. And then, Aaron, he wasn't here. Logically, he should have been in the front row, beside Zephyr and Luna, fists clenched, jaw set, grieving the friend who had saved his life more times than he could count. But Aaron wasn't there, because Aaron couldn't bear it, or maybe because he was searching for answers. Meanwhile, Zephyr remained seated. Luna hesitated beside him, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to reach out, but she knew better. Knew that right now, Zephyr needed silence more than comfort. So she turned her focus back to the stage as the town guard's captain ascended to the stage to give a speech. Zephyr felt alone, truly alone. For the first time in years, the weight of that loneliness was suffocating. Ammon had been a friend, the first person in years who had looked at Zephyr and seen him, not the rumored bad guy, not the icy monster, not the unapproachable genius. Just him, a student, one who endured poison resistance training despite his fear, who absorbed every lesson with quiet determination, who never complained no matter how grueling the regimen, a junior brother, the only other person Virion had taken under his wing after him. The only one who understood what it meant to bear that old serpent's expectations in training, a teacher, the one who had, with infuriating patience, taught Zephyr how to respond to Luna without sounding like a stone wall, the one who had rolled his eyes and said, "Just tell her the food was good, idiot. She spent hours on it." Everyone leaves something behind, a story in someone's mouth, a whisper in the halls, an echo in a friend's heart. Ammon wasn't just gone. He had become the silence they all carried now. A single flame flickered to life in the darkness, illuminating the sharp features of a red-haired man as he lit the crystal ball before him. The air hummed with energy as the device activated, casting an eerie glow across the room. A holographic figure materialized above the spheritol, imposing with piercing violet eyes that seemed to see through flesh and bone alike. The red-haired man bowed deeply, his voice smooth with practiced reverence. "Greetings, esteemed warden." The warden's gaze bore into him. "Report." Straightening, the assassin nodded briskly. "Both commissions have been successfully completed." He reached into his coat and withdrew a small recording crystal, holding it up. Visual confirmation as requested. With a tap, the crystal projected its memory into the irisine, unfolding in stark clarity. A black-haired young man stood frozen, his eyes widening in shock and realization as shadowy hands yanked him backward. An instant later, the explosion swallowed him whole, the screen bleaching white before cutting to black. The red-haired man tucked the crystal away with a satisfied smirk. As you can see, the target was eliminated without complication. The warden's hologram remained silent for a beat. "Then you checked it." Thoroughly, the assassin confirmed. His life force and aura vanished completely. My spirit mark on him also disappeared. There were no residual traces, no spatial distortions, nothing. I even surveilled his close associates afterward. No unusual reactions beyond grief. He shrugged. The fool died as he live playing a hero. The warden studied him for a long moment before giving a single nod. "Good job." A pause. "I will order your promotion soon." The red-haired man's smile widened, sharp and triumphant. "My gratitude, esteemed warden." The hologram flickered, then dissolved into nothingness. Silence reclaimed the room. He pocketed the recording device and stretched his arms, his thoughts drifting. It was always the same story. They make a big show of sacrifice, and for what? A week of mourning before the world moves on. He didn't understand how they stomached itting for people who wouldn't remember their face, who'd step over the ashes the next day like nothing happened, as if valor could fill the void, as if honor could stitch back what was lost. Navi, delusional. Maybe that was the curse of people like the kid born to burn for a cause instead of living with the weight of compromise. He scoffed, rubbing the back of his neck. Waste of potential. Could have been dangerous if he'd been a little more selfish. A pause. Well, at least he made my job easy. The empty room swallowed his quiet chuckle. He'd seen enough corpses to know dead was dead. No exceptions. Then he paused, lips curling in amusement. Wait, the brat didn't even have a corpse left. He laughed, deep and careless. He really was in a hurry to disappear. Academy training grounds, thwack, thwack, thwack. The sharp cracks of wood striking wood echoed through the empty training grounds, relentless and unbroken. Snowflakes swirled in the air, catching on Aaron's lashes, his breath coming in ragged puffs of steam. His hands were raw, blooded skin split from hours and days of unrelenting swings. But he didn't stop. Thwack, thwack, crack, a final strike. The wooden sword shattered. The dummy splintered into pieces, its remains scattering across the snow. Aaron stared at the wreckage, his chest heaving. It broke again. He tossed the broken hilt aside, where it landed atop a growing pile of shattered training swords. His gaze swept the grounds, every dummy destroyed, every blade broken. Nothing left to hit, nothing left to break. With a slow exhale, he sank onto the snow, the cold biting through his clothes. He barely felt it. his hands stung, the blood drying in the frigid air. He flexed his fingers, watching the crimson cracks in his skin. It should have hurt more, but the pain was distant, muted, just like everything else. The scene played in his mind again, the explosion, the shadowy hands, the way Ammon's eyes had widened not in fear but in realization. Aaron's jaw tight. He had grieved, screamed, punched trees until his knuckles were pulp. But now, he was already over it, his mind clearer. He tilted his head back, letting the snowflakes land on his face. He had thought about it for the past few days, turned it over in his mind again and again. The answer was obvious: the attack hadn't been random. Those shadowy hands weren't part of the fisher's explosion or some kind of monster. They were aimed. Ammon had been targeted, and he would find out why, but he wouldn't rush in blindly now. Ammon had always told him think before acting, so Aaron would. First, he would get stronger, then he would dig deeper, and when he found the ones responsible. His fingers curled into fists, fresh blood welling in his palms. They would learn what happened when you took the only person who ever truly had his back. Tap, the crunch of snow underfoot. Aaron didn't turn. You're going to freeze to death. Livia's voice echoed from the side, worried and full of pity and sympathy. Aaron didn't answer. She sighed, stepping closer. A bundled cloth landed beside him with a soft thump, fresh bandages, smelling faintly of medicinal herbs. Wrap your hands. You're useless if your fingers rot off. Aaron glanced at the bandages, then at her. Livia's arms were crossed, her usual liveliness dulled by something he couldn't name. She smiled, but it didn't look like a smile. Don't thank me. Just stop being an idiot. A beat. Then he wouldn't want this. Aaron's breath hitched. Livia turned away before he could reply, her boots crunching through the snow as she left. Silence settled again. Aaron stared at the bandages. Then slowly he picked them up. I know, and that's exactly why I have to. Ardente's Empire, the capital city legacy emporium. The shop bustled with life, its doors swinging open and shut as customers streamed in and out. Resonators in heavy winter cloaks rubbed shoulders with ordinary townsfolk, all drawn by the same promising quality goods at fair prices. Behind the counters, staff moved with practiced efficiency, wrapping purchases, answering questions, and restocking shelves. The air hummed with chatter and the occasional chime of the payment crystal registering another sale. From her vantage point on the second-floor balcony, Cassandra watched it all with quiet satisfaction. Her gamble had paid off. By stockpiling winter-specific materials, frost-resistant herbs, heated stones, insulated armor, low-rank but useful resonant relics positioned her shop perfectly for the season's demand. What had started as a modest venture was now solidly mid-tier, its reputation growing by the day. A flicker of light caught her eye. To her left, a holographic system window displayed the day's earnings in glowing numerals. 10, 427, 900 aura coins, and it wasn't even noon yet. A smile tugged at her lips. Then Big Sis Cassie, a giggle bright and teasing, cut through her thoughts. You were really right. We're gonna be business queens soon. Cassandra turned to her right, where a petite girl with silver blonde hair, twin braids, leaned against the railing, her rose-gold eyes sparkling with joy. She was obviously Princess Sarah, dressed in an embroidered winter gown that cost more than most people made in a year. She looked every bit the royal she was, except for the way she was currently poking Cassandra's hand like an impatient child. Cassandra chuckled, swatting her hand away. What, tired of being a princess? Now you want to take over this queen's position? Sarah's expression soured instantly. Cassie, she huffed, crossing her arms. You're teasing me again, Cassandra smirked. Aren't you asking for it yourself? Sarah opened her mouth to retort when a sharp beep cut through the air. The message crystal on the office table pulsed with pale blue light. Cassandra's smirk faded. Sarah's playful pout vanished. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them before Cassandra strode to the table, pressing her palm against the crystal's surface. Her aura flowed into it, activating the message. The words materialized in the air, glowing faintly. To the esteemed Lady Cassandra, we regret to inform you of grievous news. Our manager has met his end in an unfortunate incident. He sacrificed himself to save others during a spatial fissure outbreak in the Academy, and in doing so lost his life. Our deepest condolences, Knowledge Emporium staff. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to stop. Sarah's hands flew to her mouth. Manager, no, be Brother Ammon is. Her voice cracked, the words dying in her throat. Cassandra didn't move. Her fingers, still resting on the crystal, trembled just once before curling into a fist. The holographic letters wavered, then dissolved into nothingness. Silence. Sarah stood frozen, her eyes wide and unblinking. The world around her seemed to dissolve into white noise as her heartbeat pounded violently against her ribs. Images flashed through her mind like shards of broken glass. The annoying but handsome young man slipping her a honey candy, his warm hand guiding hers during their first dance at the Academy ball. The way he'd shielded her with his own body during the assassination attempt and saved her despite the dangers. I can't, she whispered, her voice breaking. Not again. Not another. Cassandra watched Sarah's crumbling composure from the corner of her eye, her own chest tightening. But where the princess wore her heart on her sleeve, the future merchant queen had a decade of practice burying emotions deep. With deliberate slowness, she closed her eyes. In her mind's eye, golden script materialized. Merchant Queen system, her eyes scanned the interface, finally stopping at one particular tab. Staff roster, a holographic list appeared as she focused on it, names glowing in orderly rows. She easily found the name on the third line of the list, Emmanuel von Lutera. Cassandra focused, summoning his profile card. The parchment-like interface expanded with a soft chime. Employee profile, Emmanuel von Lutera. Name, Emmanuel von Lutera. Role, Manager Knowledge Emporium. Age 16. Gender, male. Loyalty level, high. Evaluation, intelligent, resourceful. Cassandra's fingers twitched against the crystal as she focused on the system's interface. System, she commanded mentally, how much to unlock his life status and current location. A chime echoed in her mind. Cost 10,000 aura coins. Note, as long as the target exists within this world, information will be accurate. Cassandra didn't hesitate. Deduct it. Now, a sharp ping sounded as the massive sum vanished from her reserves. The employee profile shimmered, expanding with new lines of text. Employee profile, Emmanuel von Lutera. Name, Emmanuel von Lutera. Role, Manager Knowledge Emporium. Age 16. Gender, male. Loyalty level, high. Evaluation, intelligent, resourceful. Location, unknown. Current life status, unknown. Cassandra's brow furrowed as she read the updated information. Unknown, her mental voice turned cold. System, are you messing with me? No, host. The data is 100 accurate. Target spatial coordinates cannot be mapped within known dimensional parameters. Conclusion, subject is not presently within this world. A beat of silence. Then you're saying he could be alive. Cassandra's fingers nearly dug into her skin. Just, not here, affirmative. Probability of dimensional displacement, 87. 6. Cassandra exhaled slowly, her mind racing through possibility spatial rifts, pocket dimensions, forced teleportation. She opened her eyes. Sarah was still gripping the railing, tears streaming silently down her face. Cassandra reached out, gripping the princess's shoulder. Sarah, hic, hic. Her grip on Sarah's shoulder tightened slightly as she pulled the trembling princess into a firm embrace. The scent of jasmine and winterberries from Sarah's hair filled her senses as she felt the girl's tears dampen her shoulder. Don't cry, Cassandra murmured, her voice uncharacteristically soft. She ran her fingers through Sarah's silver blonde braids in slow, soothing motions. That idiot might still be alive somewhere, and even if. Her throat tightened briefly before she continued. Even if he's truly gone, we won't let him be forgotten. Mhic. Sarah nodded weakly against Cassandra's shoulder, her small hands clutching her dress like a lifeline. The princess's sobs came quieter now, but her tears still flowed freely, each drop carrying memories of those moments. Cassandra's other hand clenched into a fist at her side, her perfectly manicured nails leaving crescent marks on her palm. The pain grounded her as her mind raced through possibilities, calculations, and contingencies. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind them, the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the shop floor, where oblivious customers continued their happy browsing. The contrast between the bustling normalcy below and the quiet grief on their private balcony was almost cruel. I won't accept it, Cassandra whispered, more to herself than to Sarah. Her golden eyes hardened with determination as she stared at some distant point beyond the glass. Not until I see proof with my own eyes. She felt Sarah's breathing gradually steady against her. The princess pulled back slightly, her rose-gold eyes still shimmering with tears but now holding a fragile spark of hope. Hic, me too. The next day, Knowledge Emporium's secret information room. The air in the hidden chamber was thick with unspoken words. Two moon elves sat across from each other at the polished oak table, one young and restless, the other detached and composed. Between them, a small blue bird perched quietly, its usual chirpiness absent. Nalin fidgeted, his fingers tapping against the table. The silence was unbearable. Finally, he blurted out, "Brother, are you going to be the manager now?" Emery's gaze snapped to him, sharp as a blade. Nalin flinched, immediately backtracking. Don't misunderstand, brother. I just wanted to know, that's all." He swallowed hard. Now that the human is dead, someone has to take the job, right? If you don't want to, then I, Nalin. A single word, Nalin's mouth clamped shut. His brother was angry. Again, Kai the bluebird let out a quiet sigh, breaking the tension. "This, what are we going to do now?" His beady eyes flicked to Emery. "The boy, he's dead." Emery didn't respond immediately. His fingers traced the edge of the table, his expression unreadable. Kai continued, softer this time. "You saw it too, and if you're feeling guilty, don't. Even I couldn't have saved him if I interfered." A pause, then, "I know." Emery's voice was quiet, too quiet. Nalin glanced between them, unease coiling in his gut. His brother wasn't just angry, he was grieving, and that was far more terrifying. Just how close had that human gotten with his brother? Emery ignored his little brother's questioning gaze, his fingers still tracing the same spot on the wood grain. 4 days. 4 days of turning it over in his mind, replaying the recorded scene through Kai's iced explosion, the shadows, the way Ammon had vanished into the spatial tier. Logically, he knew the odds. A spatial explosion of that magnitude. The backlash alone should have vaporized him. The shadowy hands had ensured he couldn't escape. 99, impossible to survive. And yet, Emery's fingers curled. Space-related matters were abnormal. What if the tear hadn't killed him? What if it had swallowed him, sent him somewhere else? His thoughts cut off as the crystal orb on the side table flickered to life, pulsing with pale blue light. Kai's feathers puffed up. A message. Emery reached out, activating the orb with a brush of his fingers. A holographic letter materialized in the air, the elegant script unmistakably Cassandra's. There was only one sentence. You can be the manager if you want, or it can remain reserved for the right person. Emery's expression didn't change. Then. Flick, he crushed the orb between his fingers, the message dissolving into motes of light. Nalin blinked, then grinned. Brother, did your boss agree? Are you gonna take over the shop now? A beat of silence. Then, yes, Nalin's grin widened. Then can you promote me now? No, Nalin's smile died. Emery finally looked at him, his gaze flat. Because the job suits you. Nalin's mouth opened, then closed. Kai let out a quiet chirp, closest thing to a laugh. Nalin slumped in his chair, grumbling. You're the worst, brother. Emery didn't respond. His mind was already elsewhere, reserved for the right person. Cassandra's words echoed in his skull. She hadn't said dead, she hadn't said gone, and that. That was enough. Academy library. The library was quiet, the usual murmur of students replaced by the soft rustle of pages and the distant crackle of the hearth. Winter sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting fractured patterns across the wooden table where Aaron and Zephyr sat. Aaron tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, his gaze fixed on Zephyr. So we're heading out next week. Zephyr gave a single nod. The vacation starts then. We'll arrive at our destination by the new year. Aaron exhaled, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Got it. He pushed himself up from the chair, the legs scraping against the floor. I'll get my things ready. Zephyr didn't respond, merely offering a subtle tilt of his chin in acknowledgement. Aaron hesitated for a fraction of a second, as if he wanted to say something else then thought better of it. With a final nod, he turned and strode out of the library, his footsteps fading into the quiet. Zephyr remained seated, staring at the empty space where Aaron had been. The destination they had discussed was Orlan Kingdom, Ammon's homeland. The academy had announced that someone needed to deliver the news to his family. Logically, they could have sent a teacher or any other responsible staff member, but they had decided otherwise. It should be someone who knew him, the principal had said, someone who can speak of him properly, and so they had reached out to Zephyr first. Not just because he was one of the heroes who had saved the academy and town, but because he had been Ammon's friend. Zephyr had agreed without hesitation. He had already been planning to go for a few personal reasons, and then, to his surprise, the academy had also extended the invitation to Aaron. Zephyr had expected resistancing even, but when he had approached Aaron about it, the boy had simply nodded, his expression unreadable. Yeah, I'll go. Zephyr's fingers curled slightly against the armrest. There were other reasons for this trip, of course. The academy was sending a reward compensation for Ammon's sacrifice. The town had pooled together funds as well, a gesture of gratitude, but none of that mattered to Zephyr. What mattered was the truth. What mattered was the truth, a truth that settled like stone in Zephyr's chest. Ammon's family deserved to hear it from someone who understood, and now here they were. Preparing to deliver words that would shatter a family, preparing to carry rewards and compensation that would never fill the void left behind, preparing to face the place where Ammon had once lived, where he had laughed, trained, and dreamed, not knowing he would never return. Zephyr frowned slightly, his fingers uncurling from their tight grip. How do you tell parents their child is gone? The mission might have sounded simple: deliver the news, present the rewards, offer condolences, and take your leave. But Zephyr knew better. 5 years of experience had taught him exactly how these moments unfolded. The way a mother's hands would tremble before the words even left your mouth. The way a father's face would go blank, as if his mind refused to process the truth. The way siblings would stare at you, waiting for you to take it back, to say it was all a mistake. He exhaled sharply and stood. He needed to prepare. Perhaps he could ask Virion to scout the location beforehand, to gauge the family's temperament, to understand how best to. His thoughts cut off as he opened a portal with a flick of his fingers. Spatial aura hummed around him as he stepped through and froze. The scene before him was so absurd, so utterly unexpected, that for a moment Zephyr wondered if he had misstepped into some bizarre dream or illusion. A mountain of treasures stretched before him, gleaming relics, weapons, jade bottles, and artifacts piled haphazardly in a glittering horde, and at the center of it all, Virion, his emerald-scaled form coiled proudly around a particularly ornate emerald crown, his wings flared in triumph. And this one, you can control any sub-dragon species with it. The primordial serpent's voice boomed with delight as he dangled the majestic emerald crown from his tail. They'll see you as their king absolute perfection, isn't it? And sitting directly in front of him was a figure wrapped head to toe in bandages like some half-mummified corpse. The bandaged figure nodded enthusiastically, his entire body swaying with emotion. MMPH, 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 Zephyr's brain short-circuited. Ammon, Ammon. The name slipped from Zephyr's lips before he could stop it, barely louder than a breath. The effect was instantaneous. Virion froze mid-brag, the emerald crown dangling precariously from his tail. His wings twitched, and for the first time in centuries, the ancient serpent looked guilty. His emerald gaze flicked to Zephyr, then quickly away, like a child caught stealing sweets. The bandaged figure paused, tilting his head at Virion's sudden silence before turning slowly, painfully toward Zephyr, and then. Zephyr's breath caught, his heart skipped, and for a second the world didn't make sense. Because beneath those wrappings, beneath the layers of gauze and healing salvus were familiar slate-gray eyes. Familiar, exhausted, but alive. He's alive. The realization hit like a lightning strike. Zephyr stumbled forward half a step. His knees buckled slightly as if his body finally stopped pretending to be made of stone. The years of battle hardened calm, leadership, control. Shattered, gone in a second, the bandaged figure Ammon lifted a heavily wrapped hand in a weak wave. "Hi, Zephyr." His voice was a bit weak and hoarse but unmistakable, muffled slightly by the bandages covering half his face. Zephyr's hands trembled. "Why you? You're alive." Ammon nodded weakly, then gestured sarcastically at his mummified state with his free hand with that same sarcastic, self-deprecating bite. "Yeah, alive as you can see." Zephyr nodded slowly, his mouth still half open. A pause. Then Ammon's visible brow furrowed. "Wait." His tired eyes sharpened slightly. "You didn't know?" Zephyr shook his head numbly. "No." Silence. Understanding flashed between them. As one they turned toward Virion. The primordial serpent had somehow managed to coil himself into an expression of pure innocence, his wings tucked behind him like a scolded child. Ammon narrowed his tired eyes. "Master," he rasped. "You didn't tell him." Zephyr's glare could have melted mountains. Virion blinked. Once. Twice, and then, as if rehearsed, he gasped dramatically. "What are you talking about?" he said smoothly. "Tell him what?" Ammon's bandaged lips twitched. Zephyr's eye developed a dangerous tick. "Master," Ammon said slowly, "you didn't inform Zephyr that I was alive." Virion gasped, clutching his chest with his tail as if wounded. "Why would I keep such important information from my beloved student?" He fluttered his wings dramatically. "Perhaps I simply forgot." The last word landed with all the subtlety of a collapsing treasury vault. Zephyr's fingers twitched toward his saber. Ammon sighed, the sound turning into a pained cough. "Unbelievable," he muttered, though the fondness in his voice betrayed him. Meanwhile, Zephyr stood motionless, his hands slightly clenched at his sides as he processed the impossible truth before him. The initial shock had faded, replaced by a slow, simmering understanding beneath it, a quiet, desperate relief. For the first time in days-weeks, perhaps Zephyr felt something dangerously close to hope flicker in his chest. The world righted itself on its axis. Ammon was alive, and apparently Virion, no, both of them had a great deal of explaining to do. He exhaled sharply, then turned his full attention to Ammon. How are you still?" "Alive." The word came out rougher than he intended. "I saw you get swallowed by that explosion. Did Master save you?" Ammon shifted slightly, wincing as the movement tugged at his bandages. "Do you want the full story or the short one?" Zephyr hesitated, then muttered, "Short one, for now." "All right." Ammon nodded. "I planned to die and it worked. So officially I'm a dead man now." Zephyr's jaw tightened, but he didn't press further. He could piece together the rest later. Instead, his gaze flicked to Virion, silently demanding an answer to his earlier question. Ammon followed his look and sighed. "Well, you could say Master helped. I couldn't have pulled it off alone after all." Zephyr nodded stiffly, swallowing back the bitter thought, why didn't you ask me before it could escape? Ammon had his reasons, probably. Besides, their master was the one who was the best with space-related matters. Instead, he focused on the more pressing concern. "Why the bandages then? Are you badly injured?" Ammon offered a faint, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, just a few scratches." He gestured vaguely at the wrappings. "These are a resonant relic. Saved me from the explosion, but they're a pain to remove. Need about a week before I can take them off." Zephyr studied him for a long moment, searching for any sign that he was downplaying his condition. But Ammon's ice, though weary, held steady. A beat of silence passed. Then, without warning, Zephyr stepped forward and pulled Ammon into a tight embrace, careful of the bandages, but firm enough to convey everything words couldn't. Ammon stiffened for a second before awkwardly patting Zephyr's back with his heavily wrapped hands. "Whoa there," he wheezed, his voice muffled by the bandages. "Didn't know you were this soft inside." Zephyr's lips curled slightly. "Shut up." Then he gave Ammon 3 gentle pats on the back, right over what he suspected were bruised ribs. "Ow, ouch." Hey, Ammon jerked away, glaring. "What was that for?" Zephyr's expression darkened. "Fool," he said coldly. "Don't do that again, or else I'll kill you myself." Ammon raised his bandaged hands in mock surrender. Boss, Zephyr exhaled sharply, but the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. If Ammon had the energy to be this irritating, he was probably in decent shape. Then again, wasn't this their usual dynamic after one of Virion's brutal training sessions? He showed his embarrassing side for nothing. Seems like he needs to work on more himself. His gaze drifted past Ammon to the ridiculous mountain of treasures piled behind them. And this. He gestured at the horde. Did you two rob someone? Virion let out a delighted, rumbling laugh. Jai Jai, you are sharp indeed. These are the things I stole, not stole. Master Ammon cut in smoothly, his bandaged face somehow managing to convey a smirk. Their compensation for the damages and suffering she caused us all. Physical, emotional, etc. Virion's laughter grew louder. Jai Jai, good boy, you're right, these are merely what I rightfully took back from that old hag. They are the rewards for the sufferings we endured for so long. Thinks she's clever, hiding them in dimensional vaults. Doesn't know the power of this ancient one. Zephyr's brain short-circuited again. You stole from Luna's clan. Ammon and Virion exchanged glances. Borrowed, Ammon corrected, feeling a bit guilty. Indefinitely, Virion added cheerfully. Zephyr pinched the bridge of his nose. Why do I even try to stay sane around these lunatics? Where should I start, huh? I exhaled, the sound muffled by the bandages wrapped around my face, and met Zephyr's expectant stare. He hadn't moved an inch since I'd admitted the truth that my death had been planned. His arms were crossed, his expression unreadable, but his aura hummed with its usual sharpness. Impatience. Maybe anger. No, it was definitely a demand. Fine, I sighed again, louder this time, just to annoy him. Then I began. It started after what you told me, about you and Luna. About the 5 years running. Zephyr's eyes flickered just a fraction, but I caught it. Good, he remembered. That day after he'd confessed how villages burned, how people got hurt just for being near them, how Luna blamed herself for every single loss something in me had snapped. Not at him, not even at their pursuers, at myself. Because wasn't my situation even worse than theirs? Zephyr and Luna were being hunted for something valuable, Luna's blood, her lineage, some ancient power, whatever. But me, my pursuers didn't want me alive. They didn't want to use me. They just wanted me gone. And if they couldn't get to me directly... My fingers twitched under the bandages. They'd go for the people around me, the family I hadn't even met yet, the kids at the orphanage who'd started calling me Big Bro Ammon, Emery, who'd somehow become a friend despite his paranoia. Aaron, Emilia, Livia, and probably Luna and Zephyr would get involved too, and I knew better than anyone how these scenarios would go. In almost every similar tale, the main character survives through grit, luck, strength, or sheer stubbornness. But the people around them, they suffer. Parents will get murdered, friends will be tortured, homes will be burned to a shawl to make the protagonist hurt, to make them rage, to give them a reason to surrender nicely as if it would work against them. How stupid. Anyway, even though I was just a background character, the pattern was still the same. So, if I stay alive. The others may die. I also ran several scenarios in my head. Scenario 1, I survive the monster attack, go home to my family, and lead the assassins straight to them. We will probably get ambushed on the road or worse after I reach home. My family would pay the price for my survival. I didn't have to doubt anymore since I got that letter. Scenario 2, I stay at the academy. The attacks escalate. The next time it wouldn't just be monsters or simple poison in the food. It would be a blade in the dark, an unfortunate accident that leaves someone else dead instead of me. Someone close to me. Scenario 3, I run, disappear, like Zephyr and Luna. But then what? Do I live like a fugitive forever, always looking over my shoulder while the people I left behind become targets anyway? Every path led to the same damn ending. Unless. The thought had slithered into my mind that moment, dark and quiet. What if I die? Not for real, of course I wasn't that crazy or brave, but in a way that looked real. Convincing enough that my enemies would stop hunting me. Believable enough that the people around me would truly accept my death. It was insane, but it was also perfect, because if I died, others would live. I'd even told Zephyr about it, saying, I just want to die. Zephyr had glared at me as if staring at someone crazy. Honestly, I was considering telling him about my intention, but decided to keep it for myself after that. But after that, I started working on the details and crafted a plan. It wasn't that complex, in fact, it was a simple one. First, I would proceed with the monster attack plan. I was the perfect cover after all. Chaos, destruction, a body that could be lost in the wreckage, and I needed to make it spectacular and real, no half measures. If I was going to die, it had to be undeniable, something no one would question, but I would need to survive too. Therefore, Virion's help was non-negotiable. Only he could pull me out at the last second and make sure no one knew I'd survived. And lastly, I would need to stay dead for a long time, probably till I was strong enough, but I couldn't contact anyone and couldn't afford any slip-ups. Long enough for my enemies to lose interest. Long enough for my family and friends to grieve and move on. And most importantly, it was obvious I couldn't predict every outcome. I just hoped that it would be enough, that it would work. I explained it all to Zephyr, short but easy to understand, while leaving no room for misunderstanding. Of course, I didn't exactly tell everything. When I finished, he nodded slowly, his gaze distant. I see, he muttered. Zephyr exhaled sharply, then looked up. tell me what happened that day, he said. I want to know how it really went. I nodded. The plans were working mostly. The fake monster attack drew out the perpetrator, just like we expected. They took the bait, made the fake real, and chaos broke out in the academy. Zephyr nodded since he already knew the other plan and had witnessed everything himself. You already know the rest, I continued. We fought together till the end just like we'd planned. He nodded again, but then his eyes narrowed. Right, but... Aaron was a variable, he said. Why did you take him with us that time? I smirked beneath my bandages, the motion pulling at healing burns. Actually, that was a last-minute decision. Zephyr's eyebrow arched slightly, waiting. We both know Aaron's aiming to become the Sword Saint's disciple and enter the Nexus Resonance Academy, I continued, shifting carefully against the pile of borrowed treasures. But let's be honest, although he was training every day, he wasn't pushing himself hard enough. He was a bit too comfortable being the Academy's golden boy. A bitter chuckle escaped me. Figured watching me die might motivate him, give him that kick in the ass he needed. Is that so? Yeah, if my death would make him stronger, I thought it wouldn't be a waste. Zephyr nodded slowly, understanding flashing in his eyes. He'd seen it to Aaron's potential, and how he'd been coasting on natural talent rather than true dedication. Honestly, I wasn't really sure about it. Would my death truly have the same impact as Livia's injury would have? We weren't close like Aaron and Livia were, and we were just friends. They had that childhood and best friends bond, that unshakable connection. What was I? Just some guy who trained and ate with him occasionally, traded sarcastic remarks with him, and helped him out a few times. Yet now, seeing how Aaron had been pushing himself to the brink these past days, I knew I'd made the right choice. It was also true that guilt still gnawed at me, but the results spoke for themselves. The way he'd thrown himself into training, the intensity in his eyes, it seemed we'd been closer than I realized. Or maybe my death had simply shaken him more than I'd anticipated. I hope he won't overdo it, I muttered, more to myself than to Zephyr. Zephyr's gaze met mine, steady and certain. It's all right. He's recovered now. He can take a break once we take off. I nodded, but my thoughts were already elsewhere, because there had been another reason, a bigger one, behind my actions that day. The harsh truth that no one else aside from me would ever know. That day, when chaos erupted, I'd used narrative glimpse and saw two events unfolding. Scenario 1, Aaron's storyline. Livia would be gravely injured in a monster attack. Falls into coma like state, wakes Aaron to harsh realities of life and the world. Becomes catalyst for his growth. Scenario 2, Zephyr Luna's storyline. Luna overexerts herself trying to protect others and gets injured in the process. Zephyr will be forced to make a dangerous bargain to save her. He would be the one to destroy the spatial tier, getting himself severely injured in the process. Obviously, neither outcome was acceptable, so I'd made a third option. That would suit my plans and path. First, I had to save the girls. The worm monster, grotesque, pulsating thing with too many teeth, would have been the one to injure them. I even imagined the possible scenario: Livia would push Amelia out of the way at the last second. Luna would throw herself between them and the monster's maw. Zephyr forced to sacrifice something to save them, but it would be too late, and he would only save Luna. Livia would either die or end up in the said situation. Thankfully, I'd been on high alert since the start of the plan, echo of life, and observant eye stretched to their limits. The moment the worm surged toward them from underneath, I was already moving while alerting Zephyr, and just like that, I managed to avert the first disastrous outcome. Second, Zephyr didn't have to intervene, which meant he didn't get injured, but then came the spatial tier. If I were to be honest, I had no clear idea how to handle it. This was far beyond my capabilities. I only had my master in mind, but he already told me that he wouldn't interfere unless absolutely unnecessary. So I had asked for Zephyr, hoping for guidance, but he just shook his head sharply. Monsters first, he barked, already moving to an injured monster not far. Anxiety had coiled in my chest, but there was no time to argue. Then, like some twisted stroke of luck, the solution came crashing into the scene literally. The mad alchemist, wild-eyed and screaming, hurled vial after vial into the spatial tier, his movements frantic. The volatile mixtures reacted violently with the unstable energy, causing the rift to shudder and convulse. It was working. Tier was destabilizing, on the verge of collapse. Zephyr wouldn't have to sacrifice himself to seal it. It would disappear on its own. And that's when the realization struck me. This is my chance, I thought. The tier was going to explode. If I died inside it, there would be no body left, nothing to question, nothing to doubt. No one would suspect a thing as long as I played my part perfectly. So I acted fast. As the alchemist lunged forward again, dangerously close to the rift, I grabbed him, yanking him back. In that split second, I activated Character Insight, confirming what I already suspected. This was no ordinary madman. Alias, unknown. Affiliation, Black Star. Threat level. The other info was filled with question marks, probably because my skill was a bit low to work on the guy. but the affiliation and threat level alone confirmed his identity. He was the culprit, the assassin. It was a perfect scenario. Not only was I securing my own death, but I was also capturing the assassin in the process. He would be the perfect witness to my death while being the killer, and he would also spread it accordingly. 2 birds, 1 stone. The explosion built, the spatial tier writhing like a dying beast. I shoved the assassin toward Zephyr's waiting portal just as planned, but then, for the sake of authenticity, I let myself get caught in the surprise attack. Thankfully, I hadn't used the interception step before, not to create any suspicions later. The pulling force yanked me backward, my body slamming into the explosion. I was shocked. For a heartbeat, I saw Zephyr's face twist in horror. Aaron's scream tore through the chaos. Then, white heat, pain, discomfort, darkness, nothing. It was absolute cinema. Zephyr nodded slowly, his fingers curling into fists so tight his knuckles turned white. The air around us grew heavy with unspoken tension, the weight of everything I'd just confessed pressing down between us. Then, in a voice softer than I'd ever heard from him, he asked, You still haven't told me how you survived." I went silent for a moment, the memory of that searing pain still fresh in my nerves. This was the hardest part to explain, not because it was complicated, but because it would reveal just how close I'd come to actually dying. As soon as the explosion hit, I began, my voice low. I activated the Dark Verdant shield. Zephyr's eyes flickered in recognition, defensive feature I got from Virion's blessing. It could withstand a single lethal blow, but it only lasted for half a second. And then I continued. I used Veil of the Unseen Burden. It's a resonant relic I prepared beforehand. Another half second of protection. Just enough time for the final relic, the last embrace, to wrap itself around me. The bandages had been a reward from that damn ball incident, a hidden objective I'd unknowingly completed. They could absorb catastrophic damage for exactly 1 second. If Virion had been even a fraction slower, I wouldn't be here right now. I finished quietly, glancing at the serpent. I'd be gone. Virion, uncharacteristically solemn, gave a slow nod. If not for that old hag's interference, I would have snatched you out sooner. His tail flicked irritably, but thankfully everything worked out. It was quite thrilling. Actually, I even managed to let off some steam. I nodded, though my thoughts were darker. Thrilling wasn't the word I'd use. The truth. The shield and the veil had only lasted 3/4 of a second combined, leaving me exposed for that terrifying sliver of time before the bandages finished weaving around me. And that fraction of a second had been enough. Even now, just remembering it. The way the heat and things I couldn't describe had seared through my skin before the bandages could fully protect me. The way my vision had whited out from pain. The way my lungs had burned like I'd inhaled liquid fire. A shudder ran through me, my bandaged fingers twitching involuntarily. Zephyr noticed. Of course he did. His gaze sharpened, lingering on the way my shoulders had tensed. How much of the explosion hit you before the bandages activated? It wasn't that bad, I said simply. The words hung in the air, heavy with everything I wasn't saying. Enough to scar, enough to haunt me. Enough that even now, sometimes, I wake up choking on the smell of my own burning flesh. Virion's tail tapped against the floor, breaking the silence. Jai, no need for such gloomy faces. You survived, didn't you? And now his grin turned sharp. You're officially dead as you wanted. That's something worth celebrating for. Zephyr's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue, because Virion was right. The plan had worked. I was free now. But as the phantom pain lanced through my ribs again, I couldn't help but wonder. At what cost? The silence stretched between us as I wrestled with my thoughts. The pain, the cost. It was too easy to get lost in those dark memories. I shook my head inwardly, forcing myself to focus on the positives. I hadn't come out of this empty-handed either. There was one unexpected benefit system had finally finished updating. I still remembered that distinctive ding cutting through the explosion's roar, the last thing I'd heard before losing consciousness. And when I'd woken up in Virion's domain, the first thing I saw was that mocking notification. Congratulations, you have died. My soul had nearly left my body all over again from shock. I was gonna curse the system a lot after that if not for the good news it brought. Finally, I am. Zephyr's deep voice jolted me from my thoughts. What? I replied awkwardly, blinking up at him. He studied me with that piercing gaze of his. I asked what you were going to do next. The question hung in the air between us. After a pause, he added, Don't you want to see your family? I fell silent again. This wasn't a decision I'd made lightly. Actually, I've been thinking about it for the past days, I admitted, and I've decided I'm going to travel the world. I turned the question over in my mind, weighing all the possibilities I'd considered during my recovery. I could have settled into another academy kingdom, or even continent I would have hidden my identity, started fresh. But the thought of sitting through lectures again made my skin crawl. I could always learn on my own anyway, or from Zephyr. On the other hand, I could have joined Cassandra and the princess in the Empire. I could have gotten into the business under a new identity, and with my death, no one would connect us, and we could build that business empire. But that path came with its own complications, political business games, noble expectations, and Cassandra's particular brand of intensity. I would probably be buried under work and stress, and I clearly didn't want that. Adventuring had its appeal too, roaming from town to town, taking odd jobs, living free. But it felt too aimless for what I needed now. No, what I wanted was something more, to see the world beyond textbooks and academy walls, to learn from masters in hidden dojos, from rogue mages in forgotten ruins, from warriors who'd never set foot in a sanctioned training ground. To chase the mysteries of my lost memories while sharpening myself against the world's challenges. And yes, to keep my promise about Aaron's sword, though that would have to wait until I could reveal myself again, or I could always contact him through Zephyr later. But one thing was already clear. This wouldn't be some leisurely tour. It would be a journey of growth, of discovery, of becoming someone who could someday finally stand unshaken against whatever came next. My fingers absently traced the edge of my bandages as I met Zephyr's gaze, and my homeland will be the first stop. The words settled between us, simple but weighted with meaning. It was where everything had begun, where my fractured memories and unanswered questions waited, where I could finally see my family, even if only from the shadows. And after that, the world was wide, and I intended to walk every corner of it. Zephyr nodded slowly in understanding. In that case, why don't you go with us? We're leaving the academy after this semester ends. I knew their reasons for leaving mirrored mindset, growth, survival, but traveling together now would defeat the entire purpose of my death. It's too risky, I explained. If we're seen together, even under a new identity, it could expose everything. The whole point was to disappear completely, you know. Zephyr's expression darkened, but after a moment he gave a reluctant nod. That's true. The unspoken words between us were heavy. After recalling something, I offered him a small smile. But don't worry, we can always meet here. Turning to the winged serpent observing our conversation with amusement, I added, Master said he can teach me how to enter this place on my own, right? Virion's grin widened, his tail flicking excitedly. Of course. As soon as you recover, I'm gonna drill teach you myself. He coughed awkwardly, though the mischievous glint in his emerald eyes remained. Zephyr nodded again, murmuring, that's one way too. But his brows suddenly furrowed. Wait, his head snapped up, realization dawning, but you would need aura for that. His eyes widened as he stared at me intently. After a tense pause, he asked slowly, Did you awaken perhaps? The corner of my lips lifted in a faint smile as I met his gaze. Yeah, I admitted quietly. It feels like I did awaken. The words hung in the air between us, charged with significance. Truthfully, I was awakened without a doubt. The system's good news included this after all, although I had no idea how to check whether it was true or not. My fingers unconsciously traced the bandages around my forearm as I remembered that moment, explosions roar, the searing pain, and then something breaking open inside me like a dam giving way with the system's ding sound. A surge of power energy I'd never felt before, just as everything went dark. Yeah, it felt click, but when death is knocking and power finally answers, who am I to complain? Virion's tail thumped against the ground in approval. Jai about time. Though I expected my brilliant teaching would have awakened you sooner, Master, I interrupted dryly. Your teaching nearly killed me a dozen times over. And look how strong you are now, he countered cheerfully, completely missing her, ignoring me point. But maybe he was right. It was probably because of those trainings that I managed to stay alive. Zephyr, however, remained focused. His piercing gaze studied me with new intensity. When did it happen? During the explosion, I nodded. Right at the edge, I think. The near-death experience might have triggered it. My fingers clenched slightly against my knees. I didn't get to test it properly yet, but you will, Zephyr cut in firmly. But after you recover. The unspoken command in his voice was clear, no reckless experimentation while injured. I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it. He wasn't wrong, and I wasn't exactly in great shape either, but I could already feel something now, something inside me, faint, like a thread of warmth coiling behind my ribs, pulsing every few seconds. I don't know what it is, but it wasn't there before. Virion slithered closer, his wings fluttering with excitement. Oh, this is perfect. Now I can train you properly, no more holding back. Jai, a chill ran down my spine at his enthusiasm. Master, when you say no more holding back, first lesson, he declared, ignoring me completely. Aura circulation, then spatial manipulation. Then, as Virion continued listing what sounded increasingly like torture methods, Zephyr and I exchanged a glance. His slight eye roll mirrored my own thoughts exactly. Despite everything, the pain, the danger, the uncertainty ahead, I couldn't help but feel a spark of anticipation. Awakening changed everything. My journey wouldn't just be about running or hiding anymore. It would be about becoming stronger than anyone, especially those who wanted me dead, could ever anticipate. After a while, Master finally stopped his enthusiastic listing of future torture training methods, his serpentine body coiling back as he observed us with satisfaction. The sudden silence felt almost unnatural after his outburst. Zephyr cleared his throat, returning to practical matters. Will you go to your home at the same time as us, or travel there separately? I shrugged, wincing slightly as the movement pulled at my bandages. Haven't thought that far ahead yet, but it's probably better if I go alone. Zephyr nodded in understanding. The risks were obvious. If we traveled together and were spotted, it could unravel everything. My death needed to remain absolute in everyone's eyes. After a moment of silence, I recalled something important. Actually, I do need your help with something. Zephyr's gaze sharpened, his posture straightening slightly. He was saying, "Name it, I will give it." "It's nothing difficult," I assured him with a small smile. "Just delivering a letter to my family. I've already written it." Zephyr didn't hesitate. "All right." The simple acceptance warmed something in my chest. He didn't ask why I couldn't deliver it myself, or what the letter contained. Just immediate agreement. An awkward silence settled between us. We'd covered the important points: me survival, awakening, future plans. The letter ran. Now neither of us seemed sure what to say next. It was Virion who broke the quiet, his tail thumping against the ground impatiently. "Jai, why are you two wasting time with silence? Zephyr, why don't you explain what to do after awakening?" His emerald eyes gleamed with mischief. "I'll jump in if you miss anything important, or make a mistake." Zephyr and I exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Practical lessons were always better than awkward small talk. "That's a good idea," I admitted, shifting carefully into a more attentive position. "All right, let's get into it." Zephyr leaned forward slightly, his voice growing firm, like a senior guiding a junior. "After awakening, the first thing is stabilization. You've probably felt it already, a warmth, or a pulse, or a thing like a second heart." I nodded and explained the feeling. "That's your resonance locus." "Hey," I said, my voice low. "It's happening again, that feeling, like something's building up inside." Zephyr's gaze sharpened immediately. He stepped closer, his tone calm but alert. "Then we don't have much time. Your locus is still forming." "The locus. That's the core of everything, right?" I guessed, thinking it might be an aura core or something similar. Zephyr nodded. "Right, but it's more than a core. It's your resonance origin. The place where your aura first pulses into existence and takes shape. Loci act like inner furnaces or aura engines. They anchor your aura and decide how it flows and evolves." He knelt beside me, drawing a simple circular pattern onto the ground with his saber. "They aren't always in the same place for everyone. They form where one's soul and body most align. For some, that's the heart. Others, the spine. And some, it's their very breath." I stayed silent, watching him draw interlocking rings into the floor. "That feeling you have, it means your locus is forming, but it's not stable yet. You can't use aura until it stabilizes. If you try, you risk damaging it or worse, distorting it." I swallowed. "So how do I stabilize it?" "There are many ways," Zephyr said. "Some rush it with external energy through crystals, aura beast essence, or guided rituals, but those are risky, especially without a capable guide. The most common and safest method is the traditional breathing cycle." I raised an eyebrow. "Sounds simple." "It is, but it requires patience," he said, lips twitching in amusement. "It involves syncing your breath with the pulsing rhythm of your locus until it matches your body's natural flow. It can take hours, even days for some." He added after a pause, "It also reveals how talented one is, their comprehension, their natural affinity for aura. The faster you stabilize, the deeper your connection to your path." I frowned. "So if I take too long, does that mean I'm weak?" Zephyr shook his head. "Not necessarily. Some of the greatest resonators took days, but they understood their locus on a fundamental level. Speed isn't everything, depth matters more." A flicker of warmth pulsed beneath my ribs again, stronger this time. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady it. "Then let's not waste time," I muttered. "Show me how to start." "Okay, but before that," Zephyr continued, "you need to check whether you've awakened one locus or multiple." I blinked. "Multiple," he nodded seriously. "Most people only have one, but some rare individuals awaken with 2 or even 3 loci. We call them hybrid resonators or multi-loci types." He tapped the diagram. "A single locus means your aura is centralized, focused, stronger in one direction. These people typically follow a pure resonance body, energy, or mind. But with multiple loci," he added, drawing smaller rings on the edge of the first, "your aura is scattered across different regions. It's more flexible, more complex, more powerful, but also more difficult to control. These people can walk hybrid paths, combining aspects of 2 or more types, but the training is much harder, and so is stabilization." Virion's tail flicked in amusement. Jai, "It's also like having more furnaces instead of one. More potential, but also more ways to explode." "That's not reassuring at all, Master," I retorted lightly while absorbing every word. Virion let out a booming laugh, his serpentine body coiling in amusement. Jai, don't worry, you won't die. Your senior brother here has dual loci. He'll teach you everything you need to know." I wasn't surprised. "You're a hybrid resonator then, probably warrior and channeler types," I said, studying Zephyr. "I knew you weren't that ordinary. Being able to open portals while fighting like a seasoned warrior gave it away." Zephyr nodded impassively, then pointed at Virion with his chin. "Master was dual loci too." My eyebrows rose as I turned to the winged serpent. "Impressive, Master, but..." I hesitated. "Is it the same for your species? Or do ancient beings like you work differently?" Virion chuckled, his tail flicking playfully. "Oh, it's quite different for my kind and most aura beasts for that matter. But that's a lesson for another time." His emerald eyes gleamed with mischief. "Right now you should focus on your own awakening. I'll corrupt teach you properly later." I nodded, then turned back to Zephyr. So how do I know if I have more than one locus? Is there some test? Close your eyes and focus on that warmth you feel. Don't try to control it, just observe where it comes from and how it moves. As I settled into a more comfortable position, he continued, a single locus will pulse steadily from one location. Multiple loci will create competing rhythms like two drums beating out of sync. Virion added helpfully, and if you feel like your insides are trying to rearrange themselves, that usually means 3 or even 4. Jai, not helping, master, I muttered, but closed my eyes anyway. The darkness behind my eyelids sharpened as I turned my attention inward. At first, there was only the faint, steady pulse beneath my ribs, but as I focused, something else flickered, a second warmth, fainter, erratic. My breath hitched. Zephyr noticed immediately. What is it? I think there might be 2, I admitted, my voice tight with concentration. The main one's in my chest, but there's something else, near my spine. It's a bit weaker though, but also a bit tougher, I think, like stone beneath water. Zephyr and Virion exchanged a glance I couldn't see. Interesting, Zephyr murmured. That complicates things slightly. Virion's tail thumped excitedly. Jai, just like his senior, this calls for celebration. And by celebration, I mean twice the training. I kept my eyes closed, trying to ignore the dread pooling in my stomach at Virion's words. Didn't he say it was the most important part? Why is he messing with me? Shooing away the bad thoughts, I focused on the 2 distinct pulses within me, own strong and steady, the other faint but tough and persistent. And just like that, it was settled. I was a dual loci resonator, same as Zephyr, a warrior and channeler hybrid. A small part of me had hoped for more, not out of greed, but necessity and curiosity. I was hoping to awaken as a mystic after all. I kept my eyes closed, pushing past the initial discovery. 2 loci were rare, valuable even, but I needed to be sure. My breathing slowed as I searched deeper, straining to feel for any other flicker of warmth, any hint of a third pulse. Nothing. Frustration prickled at the edges of my focus. I even considered activating Exorcist's gaze. If anything could reveal hidden things, it would be that, but the memory of my last attempt stopped me. The pain had nearly made my eyes blind, and in my current state. Not worth the risk. After a long moment, I exhaled and opened my eyes, still just 2. A dull disappointment settled in my chest. Dual loci were powerful, yes, but not what I'd hoped for. The only way to uncover the truth about my past, my memories, was to become a mystic, and that path seemed closed to me now. Destiny's a cruel joke sometimes. Virion's tail flicked against my shoulder, startling me. Jai, no need for that face. There's always another way to hang up on failures before they're even real. His knowing grin made me pause. Had he guessed why I was still continuing? Probably. The snake missed nothing. I nodded slowly. Right, the system. Even if my awakening hadn't gone the way I wanted, the system had already surprised me so many times. Maybe it could bridge the gap somehow. Shaking off the thoughts, I turned to Zephyr. All right, what's next? Zephyr shifted into a cross-legged position, mirroring what he expected of me. First, the traditional breathing cycle. You'll sync your breath to your loci's rhythm until they stabilize. Then, Virion coiled lazily around us, adding, and the rest. That'll depend on you, Jai, your body, your loci mission to connect them. I nodded, hoping it wouldn't be that serious of a problem. Zephyr ignored my expression and placed a hand on his own chest. Watch closely. Inhale when the pulse peaks, his breath drew in smoothly, timed to some internal rhythm, and exhale as it fades. Match it. But don't be forceful, try to resonate with them. I mirrored his posture, wincing as the bandages pulled. Then, closing my eyes again, I reached for that double pulse inside me. Following his instructions, I focused first on the brighter pulse in my chest. Its rhythm came easily, a steady, vibrant beat like a drum calling me forward. I let my breathing fall into sync with it, inhaling as it swelled and exhaling as it ebbed away. At first, the connection felt fragile, like trying to match footsteps with someone just out of reach. But slowly, something shifted. My aura began to respond, weaving itself into the pulse's rhythm until the 2 blurred together. The sensation was strange, like a knot loosening inside me, an anchor finally settling into place. Stable. I didn't need Zephyr to confirm it. I could feel it, the first locus humming contentedly, its energy no longer erratic but flowing in a smooth, controlled cycle. Now for the harder one. The second pulse near my spine was different. Where the first had been eager to sync, this one resisted, its rhythm uneven and harder to grasp. It didn't help that my focus was already strained from stabilizing the first. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to slow down. Be gentle, don't force it. Little by little, I adjusted my breathing to match its tougher, slower cadence. It was like trying to coax a wary animal too much pressure, and it would retreat entirely. The patience paid off. Gradually, the pulse steadied, its resistance softening as my aura gently wrapped around it. The moment it stabilized, a deep click reverberated through me as if some hidden mechanism had finally slotted into place. Is it done? I slowly opened my eyes and immediately froze. Zephyr and Virion were both staring at me with identical expressions of surprise. What? I asked warily. Zephyr recovered first, his usual composure slipping back into place. That was fast. Virion's tail twitched. Jai faster than even you, little Zephyr. I blinked. How fast are we talking? Zephyr studied me for a moment before answering. Stabilizing one locus typically takes hours. 2 most need days. His gaze sharpened. You did both in under 30 minutes. A beat of silence passed as I processed that. Guess I'm some kind of genius then. I chuckled proudly. Virion let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Heck, brat, don't float up to the clouds just yet. You did well, but this isn't genius-level talent. I've seen resonators awaken with fully formed aura wellsnow. Those were geniuses, no, true monsters. His tail flicked dismissively. Come back when you can stabilize both in a single minute. I sighed, deflating slightly. Yeah, I know I was just being. I rubbed my neck awkwardly. All right, maybe I got a bit ahead of myself. Truthfully, I had no doubt Zephyr could do it much faster, no maybe even in minutest if this were his current self rather than his younger version. The guy was a monster when it came to aura control, but he's probably the hard-working type individual too. Virion nodded approvingly. Good, you recognize it, but don't look so down. Speed isn't everything. His grin turned sharp. Besides, the real challenge starts now. Stabilizing is one thing, harmonizing them. That's where most dual loci resonators struggle. Zephyr crossed his arms, adding his own insights. When I first did it, the dissonance between my loci nearly tore my meridians apart. His voice was matter-of-fact, as if discussing the weather rather than what sounded like excruciating pain. You have to make them work together, not against each other, like two poisons merging into one while preserving and balancing their effects perfectly. I swallowed hard. That didn't sound pleasant. And how do I do that? Zephyr's expression turned serious as he leaned forward. This will be harder than stabilization. Your loci might pulse at different rhythms or even compete for dominance. He drew 2 overlapping circles in the air. The goal is to find a middle pattern your body can naturally accept, a harmony between them. I see. Virion also expressed his thoughts. Think of it like blending 2 discordant songs into one melody. Neither disappears, thee just learn to coexist. Frowned, already feeling the challenge ahead. The chest locus pulsed steadily, while the spinal one remained stubbornly irregular. Getting them to work together sounded like trying to mix fire and ice. Where do I start? I asked, bracing myself. Zephyr placed a hand over his own chest. First, identify their natural states. My warrior locus is aggressivate, wants to expand outward. My channeler locus is controllate, pulls inward. His fingers twitched as if demonstrating the push and pull. Yours will have their own tendencies. Following his lead, I closed my eyes and focused inward again. The chest locus burned bright and eager, its energy wanting to rush forward like an unleashed tide. The spinal one, I concentrated harder. It was denser, heavier like molten stone flowing reluctantly. One wants to move, I murmured. The other resists. Zephyr nodded. Then your harmony must balance motion and stability. Don't force them to match, find the rhythm where both can exist without conflict. Easier said than done. I took a deep breath and tried to bridge the gap between them. At first, it was like trying to merge 2 rivers flowing in opposite directions. Moment I nudged them closer, they recoiled. The chest locus flared hot, the spinal one digging in like roots. Pain lanced through my meridians, sharp enough to make me gasp. Easy, Zephyr warned. Too fast and you'll damage the connections. Virion's tail tapped my shoulder. Jai, let them argue first. They need to learn each other's limits before they'll compromise. Gritting my teeth, I slowed my approach. Instead of forcing them together, I let their energies brush against each other, resisting but gradually, adapting. The chest locus's tide slowed, its waves gentling as it lapped against the spinal locus's unmoving shore. The stone-like pulse warmed slightly, its rigidity softening just enough to allow the flow around it. A fragile balance began to form. It's working. I whispered, hardly daring to believe it. Zephyr's voice was quiet but firm. Don't celebrate yet. This is just the first step. True harmony takes. A sudden spike of dissonance cut him off as the 2 loci clashed violently inside me. Greh, I doubled over, a strangled cry escaping my lips as fire and stone warred inside me. The pain exploded through my body like wildfire, searing along my meridians as the 2 loci violently rejected each other. My vision whited out for a terrifying moment, my muscles locking up as if electrified. Just as quickly as it began, everything stopped. Virion's tail tapped gently against my forehead, and the warring energies inside me stilled instantly. Careful, boy, he chided, though his voice lacked its usual teasing edge. It's a bit soon to die, don't you think? I gasped for air, my body trembling as the pain receded. Sweat dripped from my brow onto the floor between my shaking, sweaty hands inside the bandages. That didn't go as planned. Zephyr's hand came to rest on my shoulder, steadying me. You pushed too hard, he said, his tone firm but not unkind. Next time, go slower. Let them adjust to each other's presence before forcing a connection. I nodded weakly, still trying to catch my breath. The memory of that near success haunted me, how close I'd been to finding that perfect balance, only for everything to shatter at the last moment. There was something I was missing, some crucial insight that remained just out of reach. Taking another deep breath, I gathered my resolve to try again. Enough for today, Zephyr said, his grip tightening slightly. Virion nodded in agreement, his tail wrapping around my wrist to pull my hands away from my knees. Even prodigies need rest. Your body's still healing, and your loci need time to settle after that little tantrum. I opened my mouth to argue, but the protest died on my lips as another wave of exhaustion hit me. My bandages felt heavier than before, the lingering ache in my meridians a stark reminder of my limits. All right, I conceded at last, letting my shoulders slump. But tomorrow, Virion cut in, his tail flicking dismissively. You will learn theory from Zephyr. No rest. Zephyr nodded in firm agreement. I opened my mouth to protest, but before I could speak, my body suddenly lifted gently into the air, floating backward before being deposited onto a large, impossibly comfortable bed that hadn't been there moments before. The moment my bandaged form touched the sheets, a wave of drowsiness crashed over me. The bedno, the relic, seemed to cradle me, its soft surface molding perfectly to my aching body. My thoughts, still buzzing with frustration and lingering pain, quieted almost instantly. The last thing I saw before my eyes fluttered shut was Virion's grinning face and Zephyr's watchful gaze. Then nothing. Zephyr and Virion stood in silence as Ammon's breathing evened out, his bandaged chest rising and falling steadily. The bed beneath him pulsed with a faint, soothing glow, a relic designed to induce deep, healing sleep. After a long moment, Zephyr spoke, his voice low. Is it from Luna's clan too? Virion's tail twitched before whipping out to lightly smack Zephyr's head. Do you really take me for a thief, or some poor fellow who steals from others? Zephyr didn't flinch. It's from Luna's clan, right? Virion sighed dramatically. Right. Then, sensing his theatrics hadn't fooled his senior disciple, he quickly added, but as we explained earlier, these are rightful compensations. That old hag has been messing with you, Luna, and me for years. Now she even nearly let your junior brother die, so consider it small back pay for all that suffering. Zephyr exhaled through his nose. All right. His gaze returned to Ammon, lingering on the bandages. How is he really? I doubt he walked away unscathed from that explosion. Virion's playful demeanor faded slightly. His tail coiled thoughtfully. He was in bad shape. But as he said, that relic of his saved him, and what he doesn't know is that his awakening played a bigger role than he realizes. Zephyr's eyes sharpened. You mean he likely developed an affinity for the void during the awakening? It probably dampened the blast's impact, and his energy locus. It might have shifted because of that, I see. Zephyr processed this, his mind racing through implications. Then, do you think Virion's tail shot up, pressing against Zephyr's lips to silence him. SHH, it's better to let him discover it himself. Spoon-feeding answers won't do him any good. Zephyr frowned but nodded after a moment. Virion was right, some truths had to be earned, but there really was a chance that he would have succeeded now if not for that. A slow, rare smile curled at the edge of Zephyr's lips as he watched Ammon's sleeping form. The boy had nearly synced 2 loci on his first attempt, something that had taken Zephyr weeks of grueling practice. If he keeps this up. The thought sent an unfamiliar thrill through him. Not jealousy, not worry, anticipation. Ammon wasn't just talented, was hungry. And if Zephyr didn't push himself harder, his junior might just outpace him sooner than expected. Virion noticed the smile and let out a low chuckle. Jai finally feeling the pressure, senior brother. Zephyr didn't deny it. I'm heading out. Virion flicked his tail, and a swirling portal tore open beside Zephyr, its edges crackling with unstable energy. Don't overdo it. Unlike some reckless disciples, you still need sleep. Zephyr ignored the jab and stepped through without hesitation. The portal snapped shut behind him, leaving Virion alone with Ammon's sleeping form. The serpent's emerald eyes gleamed with amusement. Kids these days are sure hardworking. Meanwhile, Zephyr emerged atop a windswept cliff, the night air sharp against his skin. Below him, an army of training dummies stood frozen in combat stances. He cracked his knuckles. First, he'd refine his own techniques. Then, he'd redesign Ammon's training regimen. If the kid was going to be a monster, Zephyr would make sure he was a bigger one. This is going to be fun. I woke with a gasp, the phantom pain of last night's failed harmonization still coiled around my ribs like a vice. The relic bed's glow had faded, leaving me in the dim light of Virion's domain, a cavern of stolen treasures and half-lies. 3 days. 3 days of almost sinking my loci, only for everything to shatter at the threshold. It wasn't just frustration gnawing at me, no, it was suspicion. There was definitely something wrong with me. I exhaled and willed the system awake. Dashboard, personal info. Stories. Messages 3 unread, inventory. Achievements, funds, scenario points. Shop locked pathways, new resonant relics. Techniques, styles, arts. Bonds locked, the system flared to life before me, sleek, holographic dashboard suspended in the air. Each tab pulsed with its own distinct energy. Personal info shimmered with a translucent overlay of my own image, frozen mid-movement like a ghostly afterimage. Funds glowed with 3-dimensional aura coins, their metallic surfaces only partially filled. Technique, styles, arts bore the jagged insignia of crossed blades wreathed in flame, while achievements displayed a fractured crown hovering above many slots. Messages, 3 unread, pulsed with red urgency, its icons shifting between scroll and envelope. The locked tab shop and bonds were shrouded in shadow, marked only by heavy padlock icons that seemed to absorb the light around them. Shop, S-lock occasionally revealed shadowy merchandise. Pathways, caught my eye, its branching tree diagram mapped my developing warrior and channeler paths, limbs growing as I focused. Satisfied with the new UI, my focus brushed personal info, and the screen dissolved into my status sheet, the same one I'd stared at for nearly an hour, willing it to reveal answers. Status name, Amanuel. Age 16. Rank awakened, unranked, resonance gift, unawakened, path none. Titles, role affiliations, abilities, skills. Blessing. I skimmed lower, hunting for anomalies, but there's nothing useful related to my condition. I wish the system showed full info about my condition loci, affinity, etc. And as I suspected, it also didn't show my resonance gift, but at least it was clear that I had one. I exhaled through my nose, fingers twitching against the cool stone floor. The system had always been half riddle, half taunt. We would today be different. Still, if there were answers anywhere, they'd be buried in the one section I haven't dug through yet, storylines. I swiped back to the dashboard and stabbed a mental finger at the option. Available storylines. 1. My sword skills are op, but my love life is a disaster. 2. Until the stars forget your name. 3. The merchant queen system, from ruin to riches. 4. A sky too small for the both of us. 5. My teeth ground together. The first and third were Familiareron's sword and heart dramatics, Cassandra's rise from ruin, but the others. The second title coiled in my gut like a live wire, Until the Stars Forget Your Name, grand, final, an epitaph carved in moonlight. Zephyr and Luna's, I decided, it had to be. The fourth, then a sky too small for the both of us, was Nalin and that Sunfire Spitfire Shayla. The order lined up. I'd met Zephyr before Nalin after all. I focused on the first storyline. The screen bled into something new. Storyline, my sword skills are op, but my love life is a disaster. A blade sharp enough to cut the myths but not the tangles of his own heart. Scenarios, events. Fated encounter, the new transfer student. Reunion written under the stars. Academy tour, the transfer student's journey. Monstrous chaos in the academy, the moment light fades, a sword without rest, ongoing, oh this is good. My eyes flicked over all the events, most of them either comedic or poetic in name but chaotic in memory. Reunion written under the stars, that was the very first scenario I completed. Thinking back on it, I might have been a bit over the top, probably because I had just woken up, but it wasn't that bad, right? Should I really focus on them? I am not here for nostalgia. My gaze stopped at the latest three I hadn't reviewed in detail. The most recent threads tied directly to the incident. I focused on the first unchecked scenario, monstrous chaos in the academy, and the system responded instantly, text scrolling across my vision like a mission success alert. Scenario, monstrous chaos in the academy, status, completed, where steel meets fang and bonds are forged in blood. Objectives completed. Divert Livia's coma fate, hidden, defeat monsters. Protect the people. Find the culprit. Spatial tier neutralized, no casualties, REWARDSCLAIMED, skill upgrade token, only for LV1 skills. Twilight Fang Dawn Thorn, 50 scenario points 200, 0 aura coins, reputation. Fallen Hero, Academy, titles earned, Monster Among Monsters, The Shield in Shadow, achievements unlocked, Monster Hunter, Academy Defender. My eyes scanned the scenario summary, searching for anything unusual, hidden conditions, unexplained triggers, anything that might hint at why my loci refused to sync. But the report was frustratingly clean. Just another completed mission with its usual rewards. Since I was here anyway, I might as well check what I'd earned. The skill upgrade token glowed faintly in my mental inventory, its description clear. Elevate any level 1 skill to level 2. A bit useless to me, no, all my core skills were already beyond that, but I can save it for the future, use it when a good skill shows up. 200, 0 aura coins. More aura coins were always welcome, especially with travel expenses looming. I might even open my own business in the future, but scenario points, I frowned. Are they like aura coins or system currency? Were these for the locked shop or something else? The system offered no explanation. Shaking my head, I moved to the titles and achievements. Monster Among Monsters, for facing the monster army alone and standing taller than the beasts. I will be more courageous when facing monsters more than 30 alone. Good, I think. The Shield in Shadow, they never saw you coming until you stood between them and death. Effectless, typical system grandstanding. Flowery words with no actual benefits, but the achievements were different. Monster Hunter, first step into a larger world. Reward, Monsters 101, Academy Defender. You held the line when it mattered. Prevented catastrophic casualties. Monsters 101, upgraded to Monster Hunter's Encyclopedia. Oh, is this what I think it is? The Monster Hunter's Encyclopedia materialized in my hands with a weight that felt more like a weapon than a book. The cover black leather stamped with silver fangs thrummed faintly, as if alive. I flipped it open, and the pages rippled, rearranging themselves until a random early page snapped into focus. Voidspawn worm, a fracture in reality given teeth. Habitat, dimensional rifts, unstable spatial zones. Threat level, elite strengths. Spatial leaping. Tunneling, etc. Weaknesses. Spatial destabilization. Sonic frequencies. Bondable, no. Notes, the specimen you encountered was juvenile. Adults exceed 100 meters. My fingers tightened on the page. Juvenile. That thing had nearly killed the students. I turned to another Entrith Frostfang from the town attack. It had similar detailed information with its picture. The pages continued with the other lesser rank or alpha beasts I encountered. Honestly, this was a huge cheat item. Like knowing an enemy's weaknesses beforehand could turn the tide of any battle. Preparation was half the victory, after all, and this book allowed me to see both the weaknesses and strengths of any monster I came in contact with, but it certainly had its limits. Flipping through pages mid-combat wasn't exactly practical, and some entries were frustratingly vague. Still, for travel, for planning ahead, it was an invaluable asset. As I mused over its uses, a thought flickered. What about Virion? The book shimmered violently in response, pages whirling before snapping open to an entry that made my blood freeze. Primordial Serpent, a myth that walks like a man and scowls like a storm. Habitat, redacted. Threat level plus, the plus was scribbled in jagged script, as if added as an afterthought. Weaknesses, unknown. Bondables, notes, you already know this one, just try not to disappoint him. A dry chuckle escaped me. Even the system treated Virion like a force of nature. Hee hee. With a final chuckle at the system's obvious fear of Virion, I closed the encyclopedia and willed it back into my inventory. The weight of it lingered in my palm for a moment, as if reluctant to leave. My attention returned to the previous event window, scrolling down to the last reward, the one I hadn't inspected yet. Twilight Fang Dawn Thorn, forged from the fangs of a void panther and the talons of a solar hawk, though their true potential lies dormant. Tear, awakened. Description. Twin daggers, one black as abyssal ink, the other pale as morning frost. Their edges shimmer faintly. Fang with a whisper of void, thorn with a flicker of trapped sunlight. Effects. Twilight Fang left, cuts leave behind faint traces of void mist, slightly slowing movement for 3 seconds. Dawn Thorn right, every third strike emits a weak solar pulse, briefly dazzling the target. Dusk Wren set bonus, landing both blades within 1 second creates a small energy ripple, dealing minor bonus damage. Soulbound, bound to Amanuel von Luttera, will grow with their wielder. Notes, they are but shadows of what they could become. Feed them battles, and they may yet awaken. Another op item, I clenched my fists, phantom weight of the twin daggers lingering in my palms. Twilight Fang Dawn Thorn, even their names thrummed with potential. A bitter chuckle escaped me. Borrowed ones from Zephyr had saved me during the attack. No, I finally had my own, and not just any weapon. Soulbound growth type with effects that already outclassed standard awakened tier gear. I couldn't stop imagining how powerful they could be at their peak. Could I cut space with them, or slice through anything? More importantly, should I try them out? But I forced my hands to relax. Taking them out now would be reckless. Virion's domain was littered with relics, but even he'd raise an eyebrow if I started waving around relic after relic from the system. Soon, I promised myself. No, in the next fight, I'll use them. Closing both the info and event windows, I turned to the next scenario the moment light fades. The title alone coiled like ice in my gut. I focused, and the system unfurled its verdict. Scenario, the moment light fades. Status, completed hidden objective. Some flames were meant to gutter out, but you stole the wind that would snuff them. Rewards, Imberlily Essence can cure a fatal old injury. Shared burden, pain is lighter when divided. 50 scenario points. Title earned, the one who took the fall. Achievement unlocked. The unwritten epilogue, my eyes darted across the scenario summary, searching for any clue about my unstable loci. Aganothing, just another completed mission with cryptic praise. With a frustrated sigh, I turned to the rewards. The Imberlily Essence shimmered in my mental inventory, a single-use vial of crimson liquid that could apparently mend even death's touch. Definitely worth saving for emergencies. The achievement was without an effect or reward this time, while the title, the one who took the fall, came with an unexpected bonus for bearing what should have broken others. Reward, shared burden level up. Now that was interesting. I focused on the skill and its updated description unfolded. Shared burden active LV. 2. The weight you carry need not be yours alone. Effect 1. Shared pain damage. Form a one-way or two-way aura connection with a target within close proximity, max range, 10 meters. While linked, you can voluntarily absorb a portion of their physical pain or damage up to 30 mitigation. Alternatively, you may distribute your own pain damage to them. Warning: excessive shared damage may destabilize both parties. Effect 2. Empathic resonance. If the target's favorability toward you is or higher, you may temporarily sync emotions with them. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 1 hour. Note: strong emotions may linger or cause unintended feedback loops. Use with caution. Upgrade conditions. Share critical damage below 10 HP 3 times. Achieve favorability with a linked target of or below favorability. My fingers hovered over the skill description, tracing each line as if committing it to muscle memory. Shared burden. A slow grin spread across my face. This can also be a game changer. The first effect, alone damage redistribution, was monstrously versatile. I could tank hits for allies, dump pain onto enemies, even split damage with willing targets. And the second effect, empathic resonance. It can also play a big role in the right situations and when used correctly. With many ideas in my mind, I closed the unnecessary windows and willed the last scenario, a sword without rest. Objectives, rewards. Depends on the outcome. Performance. Note: you set this domino in motion. Will you catch it when it falls? I stared at the scenario window, the words, a blade forged in grief, carving themselves into my thoughts. Aaron, the idiot, was probably out there right now, hacking at training dummies until his hands bled, convinced my death was somehow his fault. The system wasn't subtle. This was his breaking point or his rebirth. Should I intervene? My fingers twitched at the thought I could send a hint through Zephyr, or maybe. No, I forced my hand to be still. Aaron wasn't some side character needing rescue. If he was truly the sword of his own story, he'd have to earn that title. You set this domino in motion, the system had said. Fine, but dominoes fell both ways. I closed the window with a flick of thought and turned to the second storyline, Zephyr and Luna's story. Storyline: until the stars forget your name, a vow sworn in starlight, a debt paid in oblivion. Scenarios: events. 2 souls, 1 fate. Winged serpents, matchmaking scheme. Crimson dream, where stars should have fallen. My gaze stayed on the description below the title for a while, my mind filled with many thoughts. This one must be a tragedy too. The silence stretched, thick as the tension in my chest. The holographic text pulsed faintly, its glow casting jagged shadows across the screen. A vow sworn in starlight, a debt paid in oblivion. I exhaled, long and slow, as if I could expel the unease coiled around my ribs. Guess I'll have to work even harder then. My words were soft, almost lost in the silence, but their weight settled on me like a second skin. It wasn't just about Aaron anymore. It was all of them. Aaron's story: my sword skills are op, but my love life is a disaster. Might wear the mask of a romcom full of clicks, comedy, and harmless mischief, but I'd seen the cracks underneath. A comedy skinned over a tragedy, a blade hidden beneath the punchline. In the original storyline, he must have been destined to watch those he cared about slip away, one by one, and it must have carved him into a weapon, sharpened by loss until he shattered. Thankfully, I managed to change a few things. The plot was changing. Aaron was changing. Then, Cassandra. Her arc, the Merchant Queen system, from ruin to riches, was an empire builder's dream, probably a redemption, kingdom business building type story. But success always came with a price. You couldn't rise from ruin without losing pieces along the way. The way she looked at people, like weighing whether they were assets or threats, it wasn't coldness. It was a form of survival. I believe that her story isn't just profit-driven but personal, half tragedy, half triumph, all pain waiting to mature. Nalin and Shayla, on the other hand, that one was obvious. A sky too small for the both of us. Even the name was a warning label. One represented the sun, the other the moon. Radiant opposites orbiting the same battlefield. If they weren't already lovers to enemies to lost fates, they would be soon. They were probably never meant to walk the same path, only collide on it. As for the fifth. My fingers hovered over the unnamed storyline, its lone description flickering. You gave hope to an individual in the abyss. Even without a title, the pattern was clear. I sat there, the weight of 5 stories pulling taut in my chest, and slowly raised a hand to my temple, massaging it as if I could knead the thoughts away. They didn't go as expected. Was I meant to stop these tragedies? It sounded arrogant when spoken aloud, delusional even. I wasn't the protagonist of any of these tales, that much was clear. But somehow, either by choice or force or simply coincidentally, I was in every one of them, tugging a thread, throwing off a script, saving someone who wasn't supposed to be saved. I hadn't been meant to act, but I had, and so the stories had started to bend. The system never told me what I really was. Not a hero, not a villain, not even a named role, just an extra, a background character, forgettable. Replaceable, irrelevant, but maybe that was the trick. Maybe I could slip between the lines because no one was watching, because I wasn't supposed to matter, and maybe that meant I could matter in a way none of them could. I sat with that thought for a long time. Maybe I could matter in a way none of them could. Not by shining the brightest, not by leading the charge, but by being there right there in the blind spots where no one else looked. By stitching together what would have unraveled, even if no one remembered who did the stitching. The kind of savior who never stands in the spotlight, the kind who disappears the moment the light turns on. Ammon, a background character, footnote, but a footnote can change how you read the whole page. A small laugh escaped me, half bitter, half tired, all real. Maybe that's enough. I closed the unnecessary panels one by one, watching each one flicker out like dying stars. The tragedies wouldn't vanish just because I cared. I wasn't Navi. Some people would still die. Some endings couldn't be rewritten. Some might not even be discovered. But even if I couldn't stop the storms, maybe I could teach them how to survive them. Maybe I could make sure that when the dust settled, someone was still standing. Someone who could carry the story forward even if it wasn't me. Just like the last time, where I shouldn't have mattered, where no one expected me to stand. Where someone lived because I didn't walk away. Maybe that's what I can do, not rewrite the whole story, not become the hero, just be there in the places no one looks, stitching together the broken parts, quietly, unseen. Maybe that's enough. But is that really true, or am I just overthinking it all, reaching conclusions built on my own delusions, even if I believe it? Can I really do it? Can I really do it? The question curled in my chest like smoke thick, suffocating. Can someone like me, who's barely surviving on his own, really do all of this? I stared at nothing for a long moment. The last scenario almost killed me for real. I only survived because of the relics I'd scrounged together and the safety of Virion's domain, nothing more. And even then, it had left me wrecked, sore, emptied down to the bone. My mind turned inward, chasing doubts like they were running just ahead of me in circles. Wasn't my plan to just survive? To travel the world, stay out of flags, avoid the main plotlines, not to play hero, not to get involved. Certainly not to entangle myself in 5 storylines, each one heavier than the last. That had been the whole point. The only plan I had, to survive. Quietly, not stepping into every spiral the world was spinning into, and strength. I barely made it through last time. I was still recovering now. I wasn't strong enough, not yet, and there are 5 storylines now, just 5. What if more comes? What if every place I go, someone else is on the brink? What if I keep getting pulled in again and again? Do I even have the capacity for that? Even more importantly, do I even want to? That thought hit harder than I expected. It echoed louder than the rest, like it had been waiting, patient and bitter, for me to finally look it in the eye. Not can. Do I want to? I didn't have an answer. The thought curled around my chest like smoke, bitter and burning. What if I was only stepping in because I was afraid of guilt? What if I wasn't doing it for them, but just to feel like I mattered? What if this was just a delusion, a soft, grand illusion to dress up my fear? My hands stayed still in my lap, but my thoughts didn't. They twisted and pulled, clawing their way through every corner of my head, dragging out truths I hadn't been ready to see. And slowly, I fell into silence. I sat there, breathing, thinking, not moving, all while searching for an answer, any answer, a decision, a clarity, a sign, but there was none, just the hollow weight of not knowing. Eventually, I drew in another breath, deep and slow, and let it go. Honestly, my voice felt small, not weak, just tired. I don't know, it was the truth. I didn't know, maybe because I was overwhelmed, drowning in possibilities I hadn't asked for. But there was a feeling, a quiet one, not an answer, not a decision, just a truth I couldn't ignore anymore. I wasn't stupid enough to think of the others as just characters. That kind of thinking, that was delusion. They were people, real people, people with wills, with choices, with emotions, with stories of their own. And me, calling myself a background character, was just a title, a metaphor. An armor I'd used to make myself smaller than I was to convince myself I couldn't change anything, so I never had to try. But I still kept getting involved. After spending time with them, Zephyr, Luna, Aaron, Cassandra, Emilia, Emery. After seeing their stories up close, after being pulled into them, I started to care, even if I didn't mean to, even if it wasn't part of the plan. And somewhere along the way, they started to care too. They saw me, not as a background character or another passerby in their life, just me, Ammanuel. No wonder my background character's aura kept failing against them. And maybe that's the real reason I'm sitting here now, asking myself questions I never thought I'd ask. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I should do it, but I know one thing. If I just walk away, I'll probably survive, but I know something inside me won't. If I walk away, I'll regret it, not because I could have saved everyone, but because I didn't even try. If I walk away, I'll wonder, for the rest of my life, I'll wonder who else I could have reached, and that question might be heavier than any fight. If I just walk away, it won't be a tragedy. No one will blame me, but I will always remember who I left behind. If I just walk away, I'll become exactly what I used to be, background character, fading between the lines, and this time it really will be just a story someone else tells. And I don't think I want to live like that. Silence settled again, heavier this time not with uncertainty, but something resembling acceptance. Then unexpectedly, my lips curled into a smile. How strange. The moment I admitted I might carry this mountain, its weight transformed. No longer crushing me, but shaping me, a whetstone against which I could sharpen myself. The thought should have terrified me. Instead, I felt peaceful, more myself than I'd been in a while. Should we continue? With a flick of my gaze, a new window materialized, its pale glow painting the darkened atmosphere. Scenario where STARS should have fallen status. Completed hidden scenario. A girl was ready to burn her light to shield others. A boy was ready to break to save her. But the stars did not fall that night because someone else caught them first. What was meant to fracture did not. Objectives completed. Prevent Luna's injury. Intercept Zephyr's sacrificial move. Stabilize, destroy spatial anomaly, no casualties, rewards. Affinity resonance, item upgrade token, 50 scenario points. Title evolved, the one who took the fall II. You didn't just intercept blows, you rewrite their trajectories. Achievement leveled up, the unwritten epilogue II. Some stories deserve better endings. My eyes skipped past the poetic descriptions. I'd lived through that incident, didn't need the system's dramatic retelling, and locked onto the rewards. Let's start with the item upgrade token then. Item upgrade token. Permanently enhance one owned item. Note only applies to system-given items, doesn't work on relics or other things. Oh, this is good too, but what should I upgrade? The glasses, or the monocle, or just save it for later like the other token? So I turned my attention to the title and achievement next. The one who took the fall II. You didn't just intercept blows, you rewrote their trajectories. Reward, Character Insight LV3, the unwritten epilogue II. Some stories deserve better endings. Reward, Narrative Glimpse LV2, good. Both were useful upgrades, but I wasn't in a hurry to test them yet, better to save them for the last dish, though I'm sure they will be good. And one will become my first LV3 skill. I expect good effects from it. With that in mind, I focused on the final reward, Affinity Resonance. What flows between kindred souls may be channeled, if only for a moment. Type, Resonance Art. Rank Tier 2. Effect. Upon maintaining physical contact, 3 seconds, with a target of affinity or higher, temporarily replicate one random technique ability from their Resonance Arts repertoire. Duration. 2 minutes for sustained abilities. Single use for instant effects. Operates at 50-70 of original effectiveness. Requirements. Minimum affinity with target. Cannot replicate arts beyond your current resonance tier, 12-hour cooldown per individual target. I nodded slowly as the details settled in my mind. A resonance art, not a skill or an ability, meaning I'd have to train it manually. But the potential was undeniable, temporarily borrowing techniques from allies. That was versatility I couldn't ignore. It also reminded me of the other shared burden ability, which can share pain emotions, while this one shares skills and even abilities. The only real limitation was the affinity requirement. I could only use it on people who actually liked me. Which admittedly wasn't a long list. Hopefully the requirements loosen as I level it up. For now, though, it was another tool in the arsenal, one I'd have to practice carefully. I closed the window, exhaling. The system is giving me plenty to work with, but not the answer I am looking for. Well, isn't that usual by now? Chuckling inwardly, I closed the windows and opened the next storyline, Cassandra's. But there were no new scenarios from it, which made one thing clear: only the scenarios I participated in or had influence on would appear here, which was a bit let down. I sighed, rubbing my temples. The system was generous with rewards, but stingy with answers. If I could see all the other scenarios, or at least the ongoing ones, not just the ones I'd stumbled into, I could actually plan. I could prepare for disasters before they happened, intervene before the tragedies fully unfolded. But no. Only the threads I'd already touched were visible. Would it change if the system upgrades again? I mused, scrolling absently through Cassandra's little storyline. Maybe, but if my guess was right, it'd take at least 7 to 10 completed storylines to trigger another system evolution. And who knew how long that would take? Months, years. A bitter chuckle escaped me. Guess I'll just have to work with what I've got. Still, I couldn't help but worry. Cassandra, Princess Sarah, Lana, were they all right back in the Empire? The last time I'd seen them, tensions were rising due to the threat of the prince, and they were opening a new business in the capital. If something happened now, I wouldn't even know until it was too late. Maybe I should stop by the capital after visiting home. The thought lingered, but I shook my head. No use speculating. I'd check in when I could. For now, I needed to focus on what was in front of me. Closing Cassandra's storyline, I opened the next one, A Sky Too Small for the Both of Us. Nalin and Shayla's Tale. The title alone was ominous, but as my gaze scrolled down, I froze. 2 new scenarios stood at the bottom, already completed. When did my mind raced. Had the system registered these during its maintenance? I hadn't even interacted with Nalin or Shayla that much. I have only seen Shayla during the orphanage visits while Nalin. Well, almost every day since I had to keep an eye on our honorary custodian. Then, could it be related to the monster attack? We protected the town, which resulted in indirectly saving the civilians. Maybe the town would have suffered losses if not for us, and either Shayla or Nalin would have been involved. Maybe that's why it was counted as indirect involvement in their storyline. Still, it was strange. Even if I doubted they'd hold the answers I needed, I couldn't ignore them. If I was going to help rewrite these tragedies, I needed every piece of information I could get, even the ones I didn't realize I'd earned. With a slow breath, I selected the first one. Time to see what the system had been keeping from me. Ding. Scenario: When the Moons Meet. Status: Completed hidden objective. The stray star swept the spoiled moon away from the fiery sun, only for the fractured moon to discover its long-lost brother hidden in the dark. Objectives completed. Break the arrogance, make the elf prince submit willingly. Thumbs up for making him a janitor. The leash holder, ensure he meets the one who keeps him in check. Path of reflection, guide him toward a pivotal realization. Rewards: crescent mirror, even if the moon can't speak, it still sees. Lunar vein dew, moonlight doesn't burn, it steadies. 50 scenario points, affinity boost. Nalin plus current affinity. Might fluctuate based on Nalin's mood. Title acquired. Stray star, you don't follow paths, you pull others off theirs. Achievement earned. Royal mop diplomacy, you convinced an elven prince that janitorial duty is a noble calling. Bonus points if he still doesn't know. My breath caught. The spoiled moon. Nalin. The description was cryptic as usual, but the pieces fit. Nalin, the arrogant elf prince, would have become tangled with Shayla, the fiery sun, but with and without my intervention, the events took quite an interesting turn. As for the long-lost brother in the dark, just who could it be? Who could it be? The question gnawed at me. A brother. Male, obviously. And if Nalin was an elf prince, then this brother had to be either a full elf or at least half-elf. Probably an illegitimate child, given the hidden in the dark part. My frown deepened. I hated this trope. Nobles and royals spreading their seed like weeds, then pretending the resulting children didn't exist. Abandoning them, locking them away, acting like their own blood was some shameful secret. What's wrong with these people? This was a fantasy world where kings and emperors existed, so polygamy must be practically a royal sport. They liked having a lot of wives after all. If you couldn't keep it in your pants, at least own the consequences. Even though I knew not everyone was like that, I still found it hateful. Even animals are better than you guys, and if we think logically, they had the power and the money, why not just acknowledge the kid and their mother? Bring them into the family. But no, better to shove the kid in a closet and hope they suffocate quietly. Secrets, lies, shadows, disgust curled in my gut. Shaking my head, I forced myself back on track. The real question was who. I didn't know any other elves or half-elves besides Nalin. Then again, if this brother was hiding, they'd likely conceal their heritage, maybe masking their ears, dyeing their hair, maybe even using a relic or technique to pass as human. Had I met them without realizing it, a chill prickled my neck. What if they were closer than I thought? What if they were right under my nose all this time? See, would it be? But before I could spiral further, I forced my attention to the rewards. If the system dropped another bombshell, I'd need to pace myself. My mental bandwidth wasn't infinite. Let's continue. My gaze flicked to the affinity boost, Nalin plus, and my lips curled in amusement. So the prickly elf prince actually liked me now. 2 stars was better than the single grudging star he'd probably given me before. Next, the title. Stray star, you don't follow others' paths, you pull others off theirs. Plus 10 void affinity, your connection to the void deepens, subtly enhancing void-based abilities and making you resonate more strongly with abyssal or spatial aura. The description was unsettlingly accurate. I had been yanking people off their predetermined track: Saron, Nalin, even Zephyr and Luna, but what caught my attention was the effect. Plus 10 void affinity. A grin tugged at my mouth. Void, one of the most powerful and versatile concepts: spatial manipulation, abyssal energy, even teleportation in higher tiers. Both Virion and Zephyr had high void affinity, and now, did I always have it, or did this title awaken it? Come to think of it, the spatial tier explosion might have helped me. Maybe that incident had seeded the affinity, and this title just nurtured it. A blessing in disguise, was it? I'll have to test it later. Then came the achievement. Royal mop diplomacy. You convinced an elven prince that janitorial duty is a noble calling. Bonus points if he still doesn't know. Nobles favor, passive, high-ranking individuals. Nobles, royals, elites unconsciously perceive you as more charming and inoffensive, making them less likely to dismiss or insult you on sight. Does not guarantee friendship, just a better first impression. I snorted at the description. Bonus points if he still doesn't know, huh? As for the effect, it was subtle but useful Noble's favor, making high-ranking figures see me as more charming and less offensive. Not charm ability, just a better first impression, which is also good. I don't want to get liked just because of my charm, but I'll need to test this on some insufferable Noble soon. But for now, the real prize was the crescent mirror. As I focused on it, a new window materialized. Crescent mirror, it does not reflect the face, it reveals what lies behind the mask. Description: a curved silver mirror shard framed in black glass, cool to the touch and weightless in hand. When activated, it casts no reflection, unless you're prepared to see one. Effects: true reflection active, once per day, reveals the viewer's true appearance, not only physical but also emotional. Mirror reversal, once per week, reflect a single mental or illusion-based attack back to its caster. Soulbound, bound to Emmanuel von Luttera, reflects clearer the more he sees of others. Limitations: backlash, viewing one's reflection more than once per day, causes temporary mental strain. Only works when the target is looking at the mirror. Notes: a relic not of war but of understanding. The hardest truths are not those spoken aloud but those revealed in silence. My fingers twitched with the urge to summon it immediately. This could be the key to finding Nalin's brother. If he's hiding in plain sight, the mirror will expose him. However, as intriguing as the mystery of Nalin's brother was, I wasn't exactly in a hurry to solve it. After all, to the world, I was dead. And I already had plans for this month: training, recovering, and figuring out how to wield my new powers without accidentally injuring myself in the process. Still, the crescent mirror was undeniably valuable. The limitations were annoying once per day use, and the target had to look at it, but the effects more than made up for it. True reflection could expose hidden identities, uncover disguises, even reveal emotional truths. And mirror reversal, I smirked. Free automatic counter against mental or illusion attacks. Yes, please. Though I did wonder, would the passive still work if the mirror was in my inventory, or did I need to carry it all the time? Another thing to test later, I mused, already feeling the mental checklist grow longer. I really keep increasing my workload. With a sigh, I closed the mirror's window and turned to the final reward: lunar vein dew. Lunar vein dew, distilled from moon-fed blooms, it carries the calm of midnight and the strength to stand within it. Type: natural treasure, consumable. Rank 3 stars. Description: a teardrop-sized vial containing shimmering dew gathered from silvervale petals under a triple moon bloom. Soft light pulses within as though breathing. Effects: restores mental and spiritual fatigue for 6 hours. Increases inner harmony rate, loci alignment, aura balance, etc. Temporarily enhances moon-aspected resonance arts by +30 effectiveness. Stabilizes mental state, improving clarity in high-stress situations and during the night. Limitations: cooldown 3 drops a week. Moon-aspected boost does not apply to non-resonant users or solar fire-aligned techniques. Notes: favored by ascetics, cultivators, and madmen alike who seek stillness amid storms. My eyebrows shot up as I scanned the dew's description. A natural treasure, huh? This was my first one unless you counted the Clearflow pill, but that had been more of a quick-fix consumable. This was something rarer, and its effects. A slow grin spread across my face. Wasn't this exactly what I needed? Between training my new powers, testing the relics, and whatever fresh hell Virion had planned for me, my stamina, both physical and mental, would be shredded within days. But with this, not only would it restore my energy, but it could enhance my focus during high-stress situations. And that line about inner harmony rate, could it help harmonize my loci? Possible, but I wasn't going to bet on it, not until I'd tested it properly. Still, the limitations gave me pause. 3 uses a week, no stacking, and the moon-aspected boost wouldn't work for non-resonant techniquests, meaning my void affinity wouldn't benefit. Still worth it, I decided. Mentally, I tipped my hat to the system. This was one hell of a thoughtful reward. Maybe it was encouraging me to work harder in its own way. Closing the window, I turned my attention to the second completed scenario. Time to see what other surprises were waiting. Ding. Scenario: the moon's shadow. Status: ongoing, hidden, a prince who found his brother. A brother who can't go home. The bond between them is being reforged, but the danger of their past and present still looms. Objectives: veil of secrecy, help Emery maintain his hidden identity. Broken strings, mended ties make both brothers work at the shop harmoniously and reforge their bond. The prince's dilemma: force Nalin to choose between staying with Emery or returning to his kingdom, with or without him. Rewards. I nodded at the ongoing status, raised my brow at the description, then froze. Emery. The name glared back at me like an accusation, so it was really you. A dry chuckle escaped me. Just a moment ago, I'd entertained the possibility the way Nalin softened around him, how Emery's timid demeanor seemed to slip whenever Nalin acted out of line, but I'd dismissed it as a coincidence. Yet, I've been fooled all along, not just me, Virion. All this time, we'd seen Emery as a fragile, skittish soul, the quiet archiver who flinched at loud noises, who stammered through conversations, who seemed perpetually one harsh word away from vanishing into the shadows. But now, after the system's personal confirmation, everything made sense. The way he effortlessly slipped into his masked broker persona during information exchange, no hesitation, no fear. The way Nalin, a haughty moon elf prince, became putty in his hands, whining and clinging like a chastised child. Heck, I saw Nalin calling him Big Brother almost every day, and I'd missed it, because of my overthinking and tired brain, probably. A wry smile tugged at my lips. The clues were there, the unnatural grace in Emery's movements when he thought no one was looking. The way Kai, that infuriatingly smart bird, obeyed him without question. More importantly, he played the role too well. A master of masks, a shadow moving unseen among humans. He even gave off that mastermind vibe now. A sudden chill crept down my spine. What if he really is? And if not for the system, would I ever have pieced it together? Probably not. Thankfully, he didn't feel like a villain, just someone with too many secrets and too many reasons to hide. A runaway prince or an exiled one? Or is he really an illegitimate son? The system offered no answers, leaving me in the dark again. Typical, I squinted at the screen as more questions clawed at my mind like restless spirits. Why go to such lengths to hide? Why choose this particular shop? Was he truly some mastermind playing 4D chess with all of us? Or just a runaway prince trying to disappear? The possibilities tumbled through my mind like dice. A spy gathering intelligence, someone who'd intentionally approached Cassandra, or simply a lost soul who'd found temporary shelter. Too many questions, too few answers. Then a thought struck me and my lips curled into a knowing smile. Cassandra probably knew. That woman had her own system after all. Maybe she had something like my character insight, or even better. The real question wasn't whether she knew, but why she'd allowed it to continue. She must have seen something in him. Cassandra was probably not the type to tolerate threats near her business. If Emery was still working there, it meant one of two things. He was completely harmless. He was useful enough to keep around. Either way, I don't need to worry about him then, I murmured aloud. After a beat I added, or the shop. If Emery had survived this long under Cassandra's watchful eye, he was either exactly what he appeared to be, a displaced prince hiding from his past, or he was so damn good at his act that he'd fooled even the merchant queen system. And honestly, both possibilities were equally fascinating. The shop would be fine, Nalin would. Well, continue being Nalin and Emery. Well, that was a story I'd enjoy watching unfold from the sidelines. For now, at least. I closed the system window with a flick of my wrist. Some mysteries were better left to reveal themselves in time. A wry smile twisted my lips. Even as I told myself to let it go, curiosity gnawed at me. Then, wait, a thought struck me like lightning. Kai, that blue bird who followed Emery everywhere, who obeyed his every command without question. My hands moved before my mind could catch up, summoning the Monster Hunter's encyclopedia in a flash of silver light. The pages rippled beneath my fingers, rearranging themselves until... There. ELLUVTHKAI, ETHRIL of the ITHIL, door, a voice that silences flowers, a shadow that outlasts moons, habitat, unknown. Threat level, recommended to accept defeat, current rank, Elder Beast. True rank potential, Mythical Beast. Strength, unknown. Weaknesses, power wanes in daylight. Unknown. Bondable, yes, but this one is permanently bonded to Erethiel Vel. Ale Terethil notes, hatches only during lunar eclipses, their first cry withers, night blooms in reverence. This specimen's growth was stunted by the Shattered Eclipse Pact. Last recorded Elu, Veth in the current era. My eyes scanned the entry once, twice. Then I took a very deep breath. 5-star threat and recommended to accept defeat, huh? A wry smile tugged at my lips. Of course, Emery's pet bird was actually a sealed mythical beast masquerading as a simple moonbird. Why wouldn't it be? Kaino Elu. Veth was currently ranked as an Elder Beast, Tier 5, but I wasn't fooled. Mythical beasts didn't play by normal rules. Even weakened, its power likely rivaled a Tier 6 Overlord monster. And with everything about its abilities listed as unknown, except for a daylight weakness, I wasn't suicidal. Not to mention the fact that I am in a friendly relationship with it. Well, at least I think so. The bonding clause was equally telling. Permanently bonded to Erethiel Vel, Ale Terethil. I rolled the name in my mind. Erethiel. It had to be Emery's true name. Nalin's full name was Nolarian Vel, Ale Terethil, after all. The shared surname confirmed they were brothers, though. How a mythical beast ended up bonded to a runaway prince was a mystery for another day. The notes offered fragments of insight. Hatches during lunar eclipses, their first cry withers, night blooms in reverence. poetic, and terrifying. Growth stunted by the Shattered Eclipse Pact. No clue what that meant, but it explained why Kai was at Tier 5 right now. Last recorded Elu Veth in the current era. A chuckle escaped me. Of course, Emery had the last surviving mythical bird of its kind. Why wouldn't he? Still, one thought comforted me. At least it's not stronger than Virion. My mentor could probably punt Kai into the sun if he felt like it. I mentally reviewed the monster tiers I'd learned a long while ago. Tier Feral, Unawakened, Animals, etc. Tier 1 Awakened Lesser. Title explains everything. Tier 2 Dire. Enhanced Power Abilities Aura. Tier 3 Greater. Intelligent Advanced Skills. Tier 4 Alpha. Regional Dominance. Rare Mutations. Tier 5 Elder. Ancient. Territory Spanning Threats. Tier 6 Overlord. Cataclysmic Nation Level Dangers. Tier 7 Mythical. Legends Given Form. Tier 8 Primordial. Forces of Nature. Ancient. Probably a World Threat. Tier 9 Transcendent. Probably Peak of the World. Planetary Threats. Simple and easy to remember version. However, the last three were more classifications than strict power levels, while tiers 0 through 6 were concrete, so we can't be too sure when talking about them. I even feel like my master has long surpassed his tier. Don't worry, I still believe in you, master. On the other hand, the monster attack had mostly been lesser and dire beasts, with a few weaker alphas and greater beasts. If a true alpha like the corrupted Frostfang at its peak had shown up, we would have been in serious trouble. Thankfully, Ralph and the others took care of them pretty easily, aside from the guard's captain. Of course, she used all her strength from the start. And those turtles, what tier are they even? No answers there. With a shake of my head, I snapped the encyclopedia shut and banished it to my inventory. A strange sense of peace settled over me as I dismissed it. Or it was probably because I realized another thing. The shop had a mythical beast as its guardian, and Emery Erethil was likely far more powerful than his timid act suggested. If Kai's strength was tied to his bonded partner, then Emery might already be a Tier 5 resonator, or even higher, early 20s and already at that level. I shook my head sharply, cutting off that train of thought before it spiraled into another abyss of speculation. Enough, I needed a distraction. Turning my attention to the fifth storyline, I nodded. Only one scenario was listed, nothing new since I'd last received that scenario message. That left one thing, the 3 unread messages that had been taunting me this whole time. With a deep breath, I opened my inbox. The message interface unfolded before me, 3 lines glaring in spectral text. 1 update successful, 2 congratulations, you have died, 3 you are free. My fingers hovered over the first one. Let's start with the least ominous option. Update successful, you have successfully participated in and influenced 5 major storylines. System interface has been updated, new features unlocked. Note, you can check stories in the new stories page of the updated system interface. Rewards granted, narrative glimpse upgrade, shard of the unseen depths, echo of life evolution. A silent beat passed as I stared at the rewards. Next time I'm checking messages first, I muttered inwardly. My attention snapped to the second reward, shard of the unseen depths. The name alone sent a thrill through me. I felt like it might be related to the void somehow. As I focused on it, a new window materialized. Shard of the unseen depths, a fragment of the space between stars where even light forgets to exist. Type, bound treasure, attuned rank. Description: a jagged black crystal that floats just above your palm, warping the air around it. The longer you stare, the more it seems to absorb the very concept of light. Occasionally, faint violet cracks pulse within its depths like a slow beating heart. Effects: passive void affinity growth continuously refines and strengthens your connection to void energy, accelerating natural progression. Void energy capacitor stores excess void aura that would otherwise harm the user, preventing backlash during overuse. Spatial anchoring reduces backlash from void-based teleportation skills by 20. Limitations: maximum affinity, grade 4, cannot surpass this threshold without further evolution. Warning: if storage exceeds capacity, it may cause temporary spatial instability. Note, even the void must be tamed before it can be wielded. For a moment, I just stared. The system really was looking out for me. This wasn't just a treasure rate, it was a training accelerator, a safety net, and a stabilizer all in one. Passive growth for my void affinity, a buffer against the dangers of overusing void energy, and reduced backlash from spatial skills. It was like the system had taken one look at my reckless tendencies and said, "Here, don't die." A grin tugged at my lips. Sure, the grade 4 cap meant I couldn't rely on it forever, but for now, this was huge. My gaze flicked to the next reward, Pulse of the Unseen, the evolved form of my old life sensing ability. The description alone sent a thrill through me. Pulse of the Unseen, the rhythm of existence whispers its secrets to you. Where life flows and aura ebbs, nothing remains hidden from your senses. Life detection radius expanded to 60 million. Can faintly sense the flow and density of ambient aura. Can track recent aura trails up to 1 hour old, pierces basic stealth resonance arts, tier 4 and below, a slow whistle escaped me. This wasn't just an ordinary upgrade, it was a transformation. Before, I could barely sense living beings within a maximum of 30 meters. Now, 60 meters of guaranteed awareness, twice as much. I wouldn't need to worry about ambushes anymore. No more relying solely on foresight all the time. And that wasn't even the best part, or a perception. The ability to see the flow of energy around me, to track residual signatures like footprint, changed everything. I could find hidden enemies by their lingering aura, detect trap-laden areas by abnormal energy density, even pinpoint what kind of resonance arts someone used recently. And the stealth-piercing effect, beautiful. Most assassins and scouts relied on tier 3-4 concealment arts. Unless I was up against a true master, their tricks were useless now. A grin spread across my face. The system wasn't just giving me tools, it was reshaping me into something more, something dangerous, something unpredictable, and I couldn't wait to test it, after finishing, of course. With a satisfied exhale, I closed the Pulse of the Unseen window, then immediately tensed as my gaze landed on the second unread message. The one that began with, "Congratulations, you have died. A life traded for many. A flame extinguished to spare others from burning. You have fulfilled a fate most would fear to face. Hidden objective completed. Die fate fulfilled. The world acknowledges your death. New role designation added. Walking anomaly catalyst. Rewards. Title. The one who cheated the world. Phantom twin upgrade. Mender's paradox." My lips twitched at the message's title. "Congratulations, you have died." How cheerful. It also reminded me of the time I almost died for real. "At least you know how to praise," I thought dryly as I read on. Then I saw it. Hidden objective completed. Die silence. A cold weight settled in my chest as the words sank in. Was I supposed to die? The next line confirmed my thoughts. Fate fulfilled. The world acknowledges your death. A bitter taste filled my mouth. So that was it. My death hadn't just been a ruse, it had been a requirement, a fixed point in fate's design. The world itself had expected me to perish in that explosion, or in another incident, probably be killed by an assassin, to become just another name on the casualty list. Was it because I am really a background character? My fingers curled into fists. But then, new role designation added. Walking anomaly catalyst. A harsh laugh escaped me. Of course, I hadn't just avoided death, I'd stolen from it. And now the system was labeling me accordingly. An anomaly, a catalyst, something that shouldn't exist but did. Something that changed things. Maybe that's not so bad, I admitted silently. After all, hadn't I just resolved to intervene in tragedies? To be more than an ordinary background character? If fate expected my end, it can keep waiting. Shaking off the dark thoughts, I turned to the rewards. The one who cheated the world. You slipped through fate's fingers like smoke, and now the rules don't apply to you quite the same way. Effects. Lies woven for protection, altruism, gain, plus 50 persuasiveness. Lies for selfish, evil purposes, suffer 50 effectiveness. Warning, falsehoods erode truth. Use sparingly. I stared. Why give me this if you know it's bad? But the answer came immediately. Because sometimes lies were necessary, to protect, to save, to keep secrets that couldn't be borne by others. And now when I had to lie, I'd be believed. The cost? A built-in deterrent, a reminder that deceit for its own sake would ring hollow. Fair enough, I'd take it. I then eyed the Phantom Twin upgrade notification warily. Not here, not when Virion could likely sense even the slightest fluctuation in his domain. The last thing I needed was my spectral double manifesting, only to start roasting both me with the system within earshot of a primordial serpent. Am I really that infuriating? I wondered, half amused, half dreading the answer. Better to test that particular upgrade somewhere, less volatile, and alone. With a shake of my head, I turned to the final reward, one labeled Mender's Paradox. The description unfolded like a whispered secret. Mender's Paradox. To mend what was broken, one must first feel the shape of the wound. Type: Resonance Art, Life Mental Hybrid. Rank: Effects: 1. Physical Restoration. Heals both surface and internal injuries, scaled by mastery. Can reattach severed limbs if applied within 1 hour. Warning: not recommended without proper training. Emotional state. Halts poison curse progression for 15 minutes. Duration scales with mastery. 2. Emotional resonance. Absorbs traces of trauma shock from the target's aura. Temporarily alleviates grief panic. Effects last 2-4 hours. Limitations. Requires physical contact, or aura touch. Cannot regenerate lost organs. Massive tissue loss. Emotional healing causes mirroring effect. User experiences 1050 of absorbed pain. Note: to offer peace is to carry silence others cannot bear. My breath caught. To heal others, even if it hurts me. Sounds about right. A faint grin tugged at my lips as I noted the Mender's Paradox S rank 5 stars. It was powerful, but the life mental hybrid classification gave me pause. Can I even learn this? I didn't awaken a mental locus, nor did I have an affinity for the life concept. I think so. Unless, does the system know something I don't? Shaking my head, I dismissed the window. That was a problem for the future Ammon. Right now, one message remained third, its title looming like a silent verdict. You are free. After the death, you are truly free. Fate's chains broken by fulfilling your destined death. You have slipped its constraints entirely. Unbound existence, you are no longer restrained by fate, role, or narrative inevitability. Intervention permitted, the world's stories are now yours to reshape and save. Rewards, Veil of the Nameless, Memory Fragment. The first thread, Linguist's Key. I stared at the message's title, You Are Free, and let out a quiet chuckle. So this is the conclusion to my death message. The description beneath it sent a thrill through me. The world's stories are now yours to reshape and save. My lips curved into a smile, so my earlier thoughts hadn't been baseless after all. The system itself was acknowledging those stories really needed some shaping. But as always, it was the rewards that truly captured my attention. Obviously, it was the memory fragment, the first thread that called to me, whispering of answers I desperately sought. But I hesitated. Not yet. Fragments like these, they probably had a way of changing you, and right now I wasn't sure I was ready for whatever truth it held. Instead, I turned my focus to the linguist's key. Linguist's key, to speak to the world, one must first understand its many voices, effects. Universal translation. Instantly translates any written text or spoken words you encounter. Works for living, dead, and encoded languages. Language acceleration. Upon exposure to a new language, you can begin a permanent learning process. Reduces required learning time by 50. Retains perfect memory of all studied languages. Tongue of the wayfarer. Can speak any partially learned language at basic conversational level. Limitations. Must hear read a language at least once to begin learning it. True mastery still requires study and practice, though significantly less. Complex cultural contexts may be lost in translation. Note, fluency is more than words, it is the space between them. My breath caught. Even with its limitations, this was incredible. As someone about to travel the world, this was beyond useful. It was essential. No need to struggle with dialects, no need to be locked out of ancient ruins or cryptic texts. And in a world where languages could hold power, where certain treasures or relics responded only to specific tongue styles, was more than convenience. It was a key to hidden doors. The system really was thinking ahead for me. With a satisfied smile, I turned to the next reward, the one that made my pulse quicken just from its name. Veil of the Nameless. The description unfolded before me, and by the time I finished reading, my mouth was hanging open in sheer disbelief. Veil of the Nameless. To wear no name is to become every name. Type, relic, mask, rank, grand, tier 6, effects. Absolute anonymity. Completely obscures your true name, appearance, face, voice, and aura signature from all forms of detection, even by high-tier artifacts or abilities, including Mythic Ascendant tier scrutiny. Leaves no traces in memory-based records, e.g. scrying pools, tracking spells. Formless shift, limited. Alters facial features, voice, and aura signature at will, no full-body metamorphosis. Sustained changes last indefinitely unless consciously reverted. Role assumption. Temporarily embodies a social role, e.g. merchant, wandering healer, city guard. Others instinctively rationalize your presence and minor inconsistencies. Voice of the forgotten. Those who interact with you, while the veil is active, struggle to recall your details afterward unless you permit remembrance. Effect weakens against targets with strong mental resistance. Limitations. Cannot impersonate specific individuals. Aura shifts or superficial does not grant actual skills, abilities of assumed roles. Soulbun to Amino von Luttera. For a long moment I just stared. Isn't this too op? A mask that could make me truly anonymous and traceable even by Ascendant Mythic tier detection. That could alter my face, voice, and aura at will. That let me slip into roles so seamlessly that people would rationalize my presence. And the final effect, making others forget me unless I allowed it. This wasn't just powerful, this was legendary. So this is the power of a grand tier relic. I thought, still reeling, how powerful it would be if it were a myth or primordial relic. Anyway, with this I could walk into any city, any kingdom, any story, and no one would know it was me, the real me. I could be a merchant today, a mercenary tomorrow, a wandering scholar the next all without leaving a trace. And I didn't have to worry about being tracked at all, even by those Black Star scums. Although I would still need to act cautiously, no one could guarantee that another primordial being or individuals wouldn't appear in my way, and the only limitation was that I couldn't impersonate specific individuals, although it's a mystery who exactly these specific people are. But even then, the possibilities were endless. A slow grin spread across my face. Oh, this changes everything. Honestly, I was gonna ask my master about something similar to this mask and a few other things. Not that I needed to anymore with these relics in hand, but still, the thought made me hesitate. Would Virion even have such treasures? And if he did, he definitely did. Would he be willing to part with them? Doubtful. That stingy serpent had only given me that one pill so far and countless beatings. Not exactly a generous master. We won't add the blessing. But now, with the veil of the nameless and other system rewards, I could rest easy. I didn't need his help. But I still wanted my fair share. Weren't masters supposed to bury their disciples with treasures and life-saving items and stories? Surely my master wouldn't be different. Right, my eyes narrowed. I hadn't forgotten about the loot from that mystic woman's clan either. Surely I deserved a cut. I was the one who'd suffered the most during that whole ordeal, but with Virion's hoarding tendencies. Now, how exactly am I going to convince that stingy serpent to cough up my share? Ammon exhaled sharply, his gaze locked on the final reward, the one he'd been both dreading and craving. Memory fragment, the first thread, all stories begin somewhere. This is yours. Note, consume when ready to remember what was forgot. His fingers twitched. Finally, answers. A glimpse into the hollow spaces of his mind, the missing pieces he'd carried like phantom limbs or just more questions. But he was done waiting. Here goes nothing. With a mental command, he accepted the fragment. For a heartbeat, nothing, then's. Pain, it lanced through his skull like a white-hot needle, splitting his thoughts open. A crack formed in the dark vault of his mind, and through it poured darkness. Oh, then. Sounds, the world erupted in a cacophony of roar-steep guttural, shaking the very air. The earth trembled beneath monstrous footsteps, each impact sending cracks spiderwebbing through the broken ground. A young man stood at the center of it all, tattered, bloodied, alone. His breaths came ragged, his grip tightening on the sword in his hand. Around him, the corpses of monsters and allies alike littered the battlefield, a graveyard of the desperate. Opposite him, reality itself seemed to fracture, a spatial rift splitting open, the ground heaving, air trembling as things poured forth. Corrupted beasts, titans, abyssal horrors, all surging toward him. No. Toward the flickering portal at his back. A shimmering barrier surrounded the gateway, deflecting the torrent of long-range attacks, energy blasts, venomous spines, attacks that twisted the air. The young man exhaled, slow and steady, his grip tightening on his sword, just a little longer. He was a Tier 5 resonator. Strong but not strong enough, not for this. He'd known from the start he wouldn't survive, but that didn't matter. A glance over his shoulder through the barrier, the last of the fleeing figures vanished into the portal. Relief flickered in his chest, brief and bright. Then he moved. His blade flashed, destroying the final spatial beacon at his side in one clean strike. The monsters screamed, their advance turning frantic, desperate, but it was too late. Ammon, a voice raw with grief, tore through the chaos just before the portal sealed shut. The young man didn't answer, only whispered sorry before lunging forward. Dark blue fire ignited in his left eye, his sword blazing with his white aura. For a moment he was a storm cutting, weaving, carving through the first wave like a scythe through wheat, but they kept coming. The tide was endless and angry. A claw raked across his side, a barbed tail impaled his thigh. His left arm vanished in a spray of crimson, severed clean by jagged teeth. Still he fought. His sword never faltered, until the real monsters arrived. An abyssal titan, its form wreathed in smoke, loomed above him. The ground cracked under its weight. The young man staggered, his sword arm trembling. He knew this was the end, but he wouldn't let them take him, wouldn't let them use him. With a final shuddering breath, he slammed his sword into the earth, not to attack, but to anchor himself. Then he pulled. The dark fire in his eye erupted, spiraling down his body like a vortex. His remaining arm blackened, veins glowing with explosive energy. The monsters recoiled too late. Burn with me, he rasped, and then the world turned white. The explosion tore outward, blue-white and blinding. Flesh and aura alike disintegrated, the shockwave ripping through the horde. Titans screamed as their forms dissolved, abyssal horrors writhed and collapsed into nothing. For one heartbeat, the battlefield was silent. Then darkness. Light blue eyes snapped open in the darkness. Huff, huff. The woman took deep, shuddering breaths, her hand clutching at her chest as if trying to hold her pounding heart in place. Another nightmare of the same suffocating darkness, the same inexplicable grief clinging to her like frost. Yet as always, she couldn't remember a single detail. The space beside her was empty, the sheets long gone cold. A faint smile touched her lips despite the lingering unease. Her husband had been rising early these past days, checking on her the moment she showed even the slightest discomfort. He worries too much, she thought, pushing herself upright, but she couldn't blame him. Something was off, whether it was the unusually harsh winter gripping their territory, the tensions brewing at their borders, or Ammon. The name flickered through her mind unbidden. her fingers curled into the sheets. No reply letter had come from him in weeks. That wasn't entirely unusual. Her son had always been terrible at correspondence, but combined with this persistent dread. He's fine, she whispered to the empty room. He has to be. Still, she whispered a prayer under her breath before rising. Please let him be safe. Time passed minutes, 20, she didn't know, then the knock and voice came. My lady. Selvian paused, her reflection staring back at her from the vanity mirror. The faintest shadows lingered beneath her eyes, but a careful touch of powder had masked the worst of it. She looked composed, kind and regal, nothing like a woman haunted by dreams she couldn't remember. Enter. The door creaked open, revealing one of the younger maids, a girl with nervous hands and eyes that darted too often to the floor. The Lord requests your presence, the maid murmured. Visitors have arrived from. A hesitation. From the academy young master Ammon attends. Selvian's breath caught. I is. Her voice trembled just for a moment before she steeled herself. Is my son Ammon with them? The maid hesitated, her fingers twisting in her apron, not daring to look her in the eye. No, my lady, it seems. The young master hasn't returned with them. A beat of silence. I see. Selvian's hands folded neatly in her lap, tightened until her knuckles turned white. Inform my husband I'll join him shortly. The maid curtsied and slipped out, the door clicking shut behind her. Alone, Selvian exhaled long and slow as if trying to expel the sudden weight pressing against her ribs. Don't worry, everything is fine, she repeated in her mind. These are just visitors from his academy. You should welcome them properly. Another deep breath. Then she stood, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her clothes, and moved toward the door. Please let him be safe. The Ludra barony stood as a sentinel at the northwestern edge of the Orlan kingdom, its lands carved between the jagged peaks of the Ashenfang Mountains and the churning gray waters of the northern Maw Sea. A territory of harsh beauty and harsher purpose, for it shared a border with the Hollowlands, the fractured zone where the very flow of aura had shattered into corruption. Though merely a barony in title, the Ludra family's prestige rivaled that of counts and dukes. They were one of the three shield families, tasked with guarding the kingdom from the Hollowlands' creeping horrors. House Viremont, County, the strongest, commanded the Iron Throat Pass, only land route linking the other two houses to the kingdom's heart. House Fenvar, barons of the Frostbite Coast, faced the relentless tides of the northern Maw. These waters, along with those bordering a small portion of the Hollowlands, had become thick with the Hollowlands' creeping taint. And the Ludras, wedged between mountain and abyss, faced the worst of the corruption's bite. Maybe so, they were also called the Wardens of the Hollow Vale. Their Castle Eclipse Keep was not grand, but it was unyielding. Built into the bones of the Ashenfang, its obsidian black walls bore the scars of countless incursions. The only land route in or out snaked through Viremont's territory, making the Ludra lands a fortress and a gilded cage, which was why the Academy messengers had arrived late. Even with aura portals, the journey had taken days longer than planned. Maybe Hollowlands' distortion warped spatial frequencies, or Viremont's border checks were notoriously thorough, inspecting every crate, every horse, every plea for haste. Now at last, the messengers stood in Eclipse Keep's high-ceilinged hall, their boots scuffing against the black and silver heraldry of the Ludra sigil. An ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots burrowing deep into solid stone. The air smelled of cold iron and older stone. Before them loomed Lord Newskill von Ludra, his posture rigid, his storm-gray eyes unreadable, and descending the staircase behind him. Selvian von Ludra. She descended with measured grace, her modest winter coat of deep blue wool brushing against the stone steps, her hair concealed beneath a traditional northern headwrap. Her smile was warm as she took in the two young men in their academy uniforms. Welcome to our home, she said, offering a slight bow before moving to sit beside her husband. The glance they exchanged lasted barely a heartbeat, but it carried volumes. The others followed suit, all four of them, though Newskill's sharp eyes noted how the golden-eyed youth's fingers curled into fists, how the silver-haired one studied him with unsettling focus. The bespectacled Manklerly, their leader, shook his head. No need, Lord Ludra. This is the least we could do. Something in his tone made the air thicken. Newskill's gaze flicked to Selvian's lap, where her fingers trembled against the fabric before stilling. How may I address you? Newskill asked, deliberate. Professor Alden Harkin of the Grand Arcanum Academy's Student Affairs faculty. Newskill nodded. Professor Harkin, what brings you here? His knuckles whitened imperceptibly on the armrest. It isn't because my son caused trouble, I hope. Harkin's denial came too quick. No, not at all. At Newskill's calm stare, Harkin quickly composed himself, clearing his throat. No, Lord Ludra, your son didn't cause any trouble. In fact, he's quite the opposite. He's one of our most promising students. Diligent, talented, and always willing to help others. He's been an exemplary member of the Academy. A faint warmth flickered in Newskill's storm-gray eyes, and Selvian's lips curled into a soft smile at the professor's sincere praise. The tension in the hall eased slightly until the golden-eyed youth suddenly spoke up. He still couldn't meet their gaze, his fingers twisting in the fabric of his uniform. I'm. His voice cracked, sorry. The words hung in the air like a blade. Newskill's grip tightened on the armrest again. Selvian's smile had frozen, her fingers now clenched in her lap. The tremor in the youth's voice, the way his apology trembled at the end, none of it sat right. A cold weight settled in their chests. The professor stiffened. The silver-haired youth's gaze sharpened, flickering between them. The golden-eyed boy flinched as if struck. Harkin opened his mouth, but it was the silver-haired one who answered, his voice quiet, deliberate. Lady Luttera, Lord Luttera. His pale eyes met theirs, flinching slightly. There was an incident. The words were a guillotine's drop. Selvian's breath caught. Newskill's expression darkened like a gathering storm. What incident? Newskill asked. His voice was low and unsettlingly calm. Harkin glanced at the two youths, the golden-eyed one trembling. The silver-haired one Rigidan gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. Then with deliberate slowness, he reached into his spatial pouch and withdrew 2 rings, sliding them across the table toward Newskill. The Baron's gaze dropped to them, but he did not touch them. What is the meaning of this? He asked, his voice dangerously low. Harkin inhaled deeply, as if bracing himself. 3 weeks ago, he began, a monster horde struck the town near our academy. At the same time, a spatial tier opened within the campus grounds. The chaos was unprecedented. Selvian's breath hitched. Her hands, folded tightly in her lap, had gone white-knuckled. Newskill frowned slightly, guessing where this was going. Everyone did their best. Harkin continued. But your son, he hesitated, then forced himself onward. He was the one who shone the most. Wait, Newskill's cold voice stopped the professor. Can you repeat what you said? No, did you say my son is a resonator? Harkin nodded subtly. Yes, from what the witnesses reported, he was a resonator, likely a Tier 3 warrior. Newskill's frown deepened, his storm-gray eyes flashing with disbelief. That's impossible. He wasn't even awakened when he left. Even if he had awakened later, reaching Tier 3 in such a short time is this. Harkin muttered awkwardly, adjusting his glasses. We don't know how that happened either. Before Newskill could press further, Selvian cut in, her voice trembling. What happened to him? Harkin hesitated, his gaze flickering to her pale face, her shaking hands. The words lodged in his throat, but duty compelled him forward. With a deep sigh, he continued, however. In the final moments when the spatial tier began collapsing, someone was still trapped beside the rift. A pause, your son. He pushed them out of the way. Silence descended upon the hall, thick and suffocating. Then, Newskill's voice was dangerously quiet. Harkin swallowed the explosion. It consumed him before he could escape. A choked sound escaped Selvian. Her hands flew to her mouth, her entire body shuddering as if struck by lightning. Newskill didn't move, didn't blink, but the air around him warped, his aura thickening like a gathering storm, the temperature plummeting. The torches lining the walls flickered violently, their flames bending toward him as if in reverence. Or fear, your son. Harkin finished with great difficulty, sacrificed himself to save someone. The moment the words left Harkin's lips, Selvian swayed on her feet. Ammon. His name tore from her throat, raw and broken, as if the syllables themselves were shards of glass. Her knees buckled. Newskill's eyes wide, unblinking, the storm in them frozen, snapped to her just as the golden-eyed youth shouted. No, the Baron moved. But the silver-haired young man was already there, a blur of motion, his hand outstretched to catch Selvian's, collapsing formally to freeze mid-reach as Newskill's arm shot out like a viper, intercepting her. The youth recoiled, stepping back with unnatural speed, his pale eyes flickering with something unreadable. Newskill barely registered it. His wife's weight settled against him, her breath ragged, her fingers clutching his sleeve like a drowning woman to driftwood. He cradled her head against his chest, his voice cutting through the hall like a blade. Valen. The doors burst open instantly. The aged butler stood poised, his expression grim. Call the healer, Newskill ordered, his tone clipped. Now, the butler bowed and turned, sir. The silver-haired youth's voice halted him. All eyes turned to the young man, who stood unnervingly still, his gaze fixed on Newskill. We have a healer with us. Newskill's grip tightened around Selvian. His eyes narrowed, then followed his gaze landed on the fourth visitor. It was a young man with blue hair, probably early 20s, wearing a silver monocle over one eye. He had been so silent, so still, that Newskill had almost missed his presence entirely. Now the man straightened under the Baron's scrutiny, his fingers twitching at his sides as if resisting the urge to fidget. Newskill didn't hesitate. Can you tend to her? The question was curt, stripped of any courtesy, any noble pretense. Only necessity remained. The blue-haired healer nodded once, stepping forward. Of course, Lord Luttera. His voice was softer than expected, almost melodic. With your permission, do it. The healer nodded, approaching with measured steps. As he came closer, Newskill's gaze never left him, weighing, assessing. He forced the storm inside him into temporary stillness. There would be time for rage, for grief, for questions that clawed at his throat like starving beasts, but not now. Now he would hold his wife. Now he would endure. Excuse me, the young man knelt beside them, his monocle glinting as he reached toward Selvian's wrist, then paused. After a few seconds, he withdrew his hand slowly, standing with deliberate grace. His monocle caught the candlelight as he turned to Newskill. Lady Luttera is suffering from anima lacerahat, we healers call, mind fracture shock. he explained, his voice low but clear. It's a severe mental and spiritual strain caused by overwhelming grief and denial. Her mental defenses must have been already weakened likely from prolonged stress or illness. The news has pushed her past her limits. Newskill's jaw tightened. His wife had indeed been restless for weeks, complaining of nightmares she couldn't even remember. What should we do, he asked, the words clipped. The young healer met his gaze steadily. Don't worry, I can stabilize her, at least ease the worst of the distress. But he glanced around the austere hall, its cold stone walls amplifying every echo. It would be better if we moved to a private room where she can rest properly. As they strode toward the family quarters, the healer turned briefly to his companions. Wait here, we'll return after treating her. Minutes later, in the dim warmth of Selvian's bedchamber, Newskill stood rigid by the door. Come in, he commanded. The healer entered, his footsteps soundless on the plush rug. He settled into the chair beside the bed, took a deep breath, then pressed 2 fingers to Selvian's forehead. His eyelids fluttered shut. Newskill watched like a hawk. A faint, cerulean glow emanated from the healer's fingertips, so subtle it might have been a trick of the light. But the Baron felt it, a whisper of aura, precise as a surgeon's scalpel, weaving through his wife's mind. His instincts flared, should I trust this stranger, but the sight of Selvian's strained brow smoothing over quelled his doubts. The healer's heritage was unmistakable now that Newskill studied him. The tapered ears, the unnatural stillness of his posture. Half-elf, huh? Newskill muttered inwardly, recalling the rumors about the wandering healer. Although he was reassured, he was still on guard. If this boy dares to harm her, no HoloLens's horror will spare him from what comes next. Newskill watched as the healer's cerulean glow faded from Selvian's forehead. The harsh lines of pain that had marred her face softened her breathing, steadied into the slow rhythm of deep rest. For the first time since the messengers arrived or those nightmares started, she looked peaceful. Good. At least one of us can escape this nightmare, even if only in sleep. He almost missed its single bead of sweat tracing the healer's temple, the faint tremor in his fingers as he withdrew them. The boy's eyelids fluttered open, revealing irises like fractured sapphires before he schooled his expression back into calm. She's stable, the healer said, rising. Rest is what she needs most now. However, he hesitated. The shock may resurface again, so I advise avoiding overwhelming her with strong emotions when she wakes. From a hidden pouch at his belt, he produced a slender vial filled with iridescent liquid. Lavender and moonpetal elixir, he explained, offering it to Newskill. No more than 3 drops a week. You can also give it with tea or water. It won't erase the pain, but it will keep the worst at bay. Newskill took the vial, weighing its cool glass between his fingers. The craftsmanship was exquisite. A single drop must cost a merchant's monthly earnings here. The healer smiled, shaking his head. No payment necessary. This is what healers do. No, the Baron's voice brooked no argument. I won't be indebted to a stranger, no matter how noble his intentions. The young man stiffened. For a heartbeat, his polished composure cracked for a second, something Baron couldn't describe, flickering behind his eyes. Newskill noted the healer's struggle. Very well, he amended, quieter. Consider it an open favor. You can claim it when you finally decide. The healer exhaled. All right. A sharp rap at the door shattered the moment. My lord, came the butler's voice, strained. Apologies, but there's an emergency. Newskill's grip tightened around the vial. Of course there is. Sighing inwardly, he strode toward the door, his voice clipped. Let's go. The young healer followed silently as the Baron led him out of the chamber. In the corridor, the butler stood waiting, his aged face taut with urgency. Report, Newskill commanded, not breaking stride as they moved down the hall. The butler matched his pace, words hurried but precise. Scouts have returned, my lord. The Ashenfang Whitefall has begun descending earlier than we predicted. Newskill's steps faltered for half a breath. Are you certain? Beyond doubt, the butler affirmed. Visibility is already reduced to 20 feet. At this rate, the ridge trail will be impassable by nightfall, especially once the second wave hits. The Baron's expression darkened further. He glanced at the healer, who walked beside him with quiet focus. I'm afraid you and your companions will have to remain here until the storm passes. The young man nodded, a flicker of solemnity crossing his features. Understood. They arrived at the hall where the other 3 visitors waited, Professor Harkin stiff by the hearth, the silver-haired youth standing unnervingly still beside the golden-eyed boy who was standing in front of the thick window, his gaze darting toward the gathering gloom outside. Newskill regarded the gathered visitors, his voice measured but firm. It seems the mountains have decided to keep you here longer than planned. A blizzard is descending right now and severe enough that travel will soon become impossible. The winds are already picking up, and by nightfall the paths will be buried. He studied their faces, gauging their reactions. Harkin adjusted his spectacles, his expression unreadable. The golden-eyed youth's fingers twitched at his sides, while the silver-haired one remained eerily still, his pale eyes fixed on the Baron. For now, Newskill continued, one of our stewards will show you to your quarters. You'll be housed in the guest wing, comfortable enough, though I warn you, the storm may make the halls colder than usual. Harkin nodded stiffly. We appreciate your hospitality, Lord Luttra. The golden-eyed youth dipped his head in agreement, though his gaze kept darting toward the windows as if searching for something in the gathering dark. Just as Nuskill turned to leave, the silver-haired youth spoke. "Excuse me." The Baron paused, glancing back. The young man's voice was quiet but deliberate. "Is there any way we might assist? The storm sounds formidable. If there are preparations to be made, we would offer our aid." The golden-eyed boy straightened, nodding fervently. "Yes, we'd like to help if we can." Nuskill's brow furrowed slightly. He had expected gratitude, perhaps even resignation at this. His first instinct was to refuse. These were guests, strangers, and the last thing he needed was outsiders underfoot during a crisis. But before he could speak, the young healer joined the conversation. "I'm sure you'll at least need a healer's help. Though I'm just a beginner, I'll do my best." Nuskill studied him for a long moment, weighing the offer. The storm was coming, and injuries were inevitable, especially if the winds brought more than just snow. The golden-eyed youth flinched as if struck, his hands clenching at his sides. The silver-haired one, however, remained still, unnervingly so. Harkin dipped his head in understanding. "We understand, Lord Luttera, then." The silver-haired youth flicked his fingers. A portal split the air between them, its edges shimmering with a silver aura. Nuskill's hand instinctively went to the sword at his hip, but the young man spoke before he could draw. "I can protect myself," he said calmly, "and my friend here." He gestured to the wide-eyed youth beside him. "And if something happens, we can run away. Tee this." Harkin looked at the youth dumbfoundedly. "Spatial resonance," Nuskill muttered inwardly. It was definitely impressive, but also potentially disastrous under these conditions. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to join us." Nuskill continued, "Don't get me wrong. You are indeed capable of protecting yourself and your friend, however. It won't work here, not now, because the resonance winds outside will disrupt all aura flows, especially spatial frequencies. Your portal could collapse mid-transit, or worse, tear open unpredictably." His gaze bore into the silver-haired youth. "That power could become your death sentence out there." He then exhaled sharply through his nose. The blizzard's growing howl pressing against a cliff keeps ancient stones like a living thing. Time was slipping away, and every moment spent arguing was a moment lost. The silver-haired youth met his gaze unflinchingly. "I understand your concern, Lord Luttera, but I assure Yaomi control is precise, and even if I refrain from spatial techniques, I am far from helpless." The golden-eyed boy stepped forward, his usual nervous energy replaced by quiet determination. "We may look unremarkable, but we've trained for situations like this. We won't let our friend's family face this alone." For a heartbeat, Nuskill studied the silver-haired one's unnatural stillness, the golden-eyed boy's clenched fists. He saw no arrogance in their words, only resolve. And time, damn it all, was running out. "Fine," he relented, voice clipped, "but you follow my orders without question. One reckless move and I'll send you back immediately." The two youths nodded in unison, their expressions solemn. Just then, Professor Harkin cleared his throat. "Then I suppose I'll join as well. It would be shameful to let my students shoulder the danger while I sit idle." Nuskill gave a curt nod. "So be it. Stay close." "Yes, sir." The group moved swiftly through the obsidian corridors, the distant howl of the storm growing louder with every step. As they ascended to the upper keep's main courtyard, the full force of the Whitefall became visibly a swirling wall of mist and snow already swallowing the lower keep whole. Through the thickening haze, faint light beacons flickered erratically, their glow struggling against the unnatural storm. The golden-eyed youth sucked in a sharp breath. "It's already that bad." Nuskill didn't answer, his jaw set. But the others didn't need words to understand Thighs was worse than they'd thought. The butler hurried forward, his voice tight. "My lord, communications with the lower keep are failing. Within 10, maybe 20 minutes, the second wave will cut it off completely, and the anchor rooms there's instability in the western wing." The Baron's expression darkened further as he gazed at the largest part of the keep. "And the town, evacuation has begun, but it's slow. There are injured from the lower keep, and some scouts haven't returned yet." Nuskill didn't hesitate. "You," he said, turning to the butler, "take the healer and him." He gestured to the golden-eyed youth. "To assist with the evacuation. Prioritize the injured and get the townsfolk to the underground shelter." Then he faced the remaining three: Professor Harkin, the silver-haired youth, and himself. "We'll head to the lower keep. If those anchors fail, the entire western wing could collapse." The butler bowed. "Understood, my lord." The golden-eyed youth opened his mouth as if to protest, but the healer placed a hand on his shoulder. "We'll help where we're needed most." Nuskill gave a sharp nod. "Move quickly, and stay alive." With that, the group split, the butler leading the healer and the golden-eyed youth toward the storm-lashed gates, while Nuskill, Harkin, and the silver-haired youth turned toward the descending thin stairwell that led to the lower keep. The blizzard roared around them, its fury only growing, and time was running out. Guards directed the flow of people while others carried supplies toward the underground shelters. The vice captain, a stern woman with a heavy obsidian armor and a large longsword, spotted them immediately. Her hand flew to the hilt of her sword, then paused. Recognition flashed in her eyes as she spotted the butler. She relaxed slightly and saluted. "Sir Valen, you're here earlier than expected." The butler wasted no time. Lord Luttera's orders. We are here to assist with the evacuation, particularly the injured. The vice captain's sharp eyes flicked over the golden-eyed youth before lingering on the healer for a moment longer. Good timing then. We've got wounded who aren't responding to treatment. The healers say it's best to move them underground before the fog reaches us. The golden-eyed youth frowned, not responding to treatment. She gave a grim nod, you'll see. With that, she assigned 6 soldiers to escort them to the infirmary and help with the job. The infirmary was in chaos. More than 20 people lay on cots, some eerily still, others trembling violently. A few of the conscious ones stared blankly at the ceiling, muttering under their breath swords that made no sense, syllables strung together like broken incantations. The butler's stomach twisted. This wasn't just frostbite or exhaustion, and this was too early to happen. He spotted the head healer, an elderly man with deep circles under his eyes, and relayed the Baron's orders. The man exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. We've tried everything, but whatever's affecting them. It's not natural, you know what I mean. He gestured to a young woman whose fingers clawed at her own arms, her whispers frantic. And they keep saying the same thing, eyes in the snow, or something like that. Eyes in the snow. The phrase chilled them more than the wind ever could. Maybe it gave the feeling that something or someone was watching beyond the blizzard. Excuse me. The young healer stepped forward, his blue eyes narrowing behind his monocle. Can I take a look? Huh, but be careful. The head healer replied. The young healer knelt beside the nearest patient, a man whose skin had taken on a sickly gray pallor. With practiced movements, he checked the man's pulse, then pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. A faint cerulean glow emanated from his touch, so subtle it could have been a trick of the flickering lantern light. The room held its breath. After a long moment, the patient's frantic muttering ceased. His trembling stilled, and his eyelids fluttered shut as he slipped into what appeared to be peaceful sleep. The unnatural tension drained from his body. The head healer gasped. What in the frost just happened? But the young healer wasn't listening. He turned to the butler, his usually melodic voice now grave. This isn't just a simple blizzard, is it? The butler and head healer froze at the young healer's question. Their silence stretched just a heartbeat too long enough to confirm his suspicions. The young healer's lips thinned. If I'm not mistaken, he continued, voice low, these people haven't just suffered physical injuries. Their minds have been attacked, or at the very least, overwhelmed. Thankfully, their mental defenses seem stronger than most untrained resonators. If not, he trailed off, letting the unspoken horror hang in the air. If not, they'd be in more severe conditions or worse. The butler exhaled sharply. You're right, but we don't have time to discuss this now. The storm is closing in and we need to get them to the shelter immediately. The head healer nodded, already motioning for the guards to begin moving the patients. Wait, the young healer's voice cut through the room like a blade. All eyes turned to him. It's too dangerous to move them like this, he said, gesturing to the trembling victims. If we force them into the shelter untreated, there's a high chance they'll go berserk mid-transit. We need to stabilize them first. The head healer and butler exchanged glances. A silent understanding passed between them. Thighs wasn't just caution. This was certainty. All right, the head healer conceded. We'll assist however we can. I may not specialize in mental healing, but I'm no novice either. The butler hesitated, then nodded. Stay safe. With a final glance at the golden-eyed youth who stood rigid, his fists clenched, had turned and strode out, barking orders to the remaining guards. As the door shut behind him, the young healer rolled up his sleeves, his monocle glinting in the lantern light. Let's begin. The infirmary fell into a tense rhythm as they worked, the young healer moving from cot to cot, his fingers glowing faintly as he pressed them to each patient's forehead. The golden-eyed youth assisted where he could, handing supplies to the head healer, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. What is this blizzard, he asked, voice hushed but urgent. What did you mean earlier? I mean, is there something or someone behind it, or is it related to monsters? The head healer glanced at him, then at the young healer, whose eyes remained closed in concentration, though his slightly pointed ears twitched at the question. With a sigh, the old man answered. This blizzard, the Ashenfang Whitefall, has been an annual occurrence for decades. We don't know if something controls it, but we're certain it's tied to the HoloLens. He adjusted a bandage as he spoke, his hands steady despite the weight of his words. There are usually 3 waves. The first is what we're seeing, no visibility drops, the snow thickens, the winds sharpen. Then comes the second wave, where the snowfall becomes so heavy and the winds so brutal that even seasoned resonators struggle to move. Ordinary folk, they wouldn't last minutes outside. That's why we have to evacuate to the shelter before the second wave hits. He paused, his gaze drifting to the window where the storm raged beyond the thick glass. And the third wave. The golden-eyed youth's voice was solemn. What happens then? The head healer shook his head. I don't know, no one here does. We've always evacuated before it hits, a beat, but I've heard stories. They say that when the third wave comes, visibility drops to nothing. The world turns pure white, so blinding you can't see your own hands in front of you. That's why they call it the Whitefall. A heavy silence settled over them. The young healer's hands stilled for just a moment, his only reaction. Then without opening his eyes, he spoke. We'll be done here before then." His voice was calm, certain, but the golden-eyed youth couldn't shake the chill that had little to do with the storm outside. The head healer nodded grimly. "Yes, we should be done by then if we want to live." The golden-eyed youth blinked. "What do you mean?" The old man chuckled darkly, tying off another bandage. "Once the third wave hits, this entire keep will be buried under snow so deep you couldn't dig your way out. The temperature plummets so low your breath freezes in your lungs. These walls," he knocked a fist against the stone, "built for winter, yes, but not for that. Nothing survives that cold for long." He hesitated, then added, quieter, "And then there are other stories. They say anyone caught in the White Falls third wave doesn't just freeze. They see things. Hallucinations so vivid they claw at your sanity. Even inside these walls, the visions come. Some lose their minds entirely and..." He cut himself off, realizing he'd said too much. He cursed his blabbering mouth inwardly while hoping he didn't go too far. A quick glance confirmed his fears. The golden-eyed youth had gone pale, his fingers trembling against the medical tray he held. But the young healer, his hands never faltered, his focus unbroken as he worked. Only the slight tightening of his jaw betrayed any reaction at all. That's how a normal person would react, the head healer thought, watching the golden-eyed youth. But his gaze turned to the young healer. He almost didn't show any reactions at all, but it can be seen that his mental fortitude is very high for this to affect him. After all, he can endure others' pain like this, a beautiful art indeed. But also a bizarre one. Then, barely audible, the golden-eyed youth muttered, "So, he's been living in a place like this." The head healer's brows shot up. "Who has?" The youth flinched as if startled by his own words. Seizing the moment, the old man pressed, "Speaking of which, who exactly are you people? I've never seen you in the keep before. What are your names?" The golden-eyed youth straightened, realizing their oversight. "I'm Aaron," he said, bowing slightly, "from the Valtheim kingdom." His voice grew quieter as he added, "And I am Ammon's friend." The head healer's expression softened in recognition. "Ah, so your young master Ammon's friend, haha. That explains a lot." He nodded approvingly. "So you came with the young master, ha ha ha, that kid, he was always responsible. I knew he would return soon. Where is Luminul?" The young healer's voice cut through the air as he finally opened his eyes, withdrawing his hands from the patient he'd been treating. "My name is Luminul," he said, voice smooth as frost. "You can also address me as Lumin." Portal shimmered open at the base of the staircase, its edges fraying against the howling winds. 3 figures stepped through Newskill Harkin, and the silver-haired youth, their winter coats dusted with snow before they'd taken a single step. Fogs already enveloped the lower keep, Harkin muttered, adjusting his glasses as they fogged instantly. "But at least we can still see." Newskill nodded grimly. "Barely. Visibility stretched just 30 meters ahead, a luxury granted only by their enhanced resonator sight. An ordinary person would be blind beyond 10. "Move quickly," the Baron ordered, leading them forward through the swirling white. The stone corridors here were narrower, the air thicker with the scent of iron and damp stone. "The anchor rooms are ahead, and you need to understand what we're dealing with." As they walked, he explained, voice cutting through the storm's roar. "Anchor rooms house resonance anchor-tech structures that stabilize everything from weather patterns to spatial energies around the keep. They're what keeps the worst of the Hololens, corruption at bay during storms like this." Harkin's breath fogged in the cold. "And if one fails," Newskill's jaw tightened, "instability spreads. Aura flows become eretictory to channel yours in here right now and you'll feel it. In severe cases, you're left with nothing but raw physical strength." He kicked aside a pile of snow already accumulating against the walls. "The other anchors compensate, but it strains the entire system. One collapse could trigger a chain reaction, and then the keep's shields fall." The silver-haired youth finished quietly. Newskill shot him a glance. "Exactly." Ahead, the corridor branched, but the left path was partially buried under a drift of unnaturally dense snow. The right led downward, where a faint blue pulse thrummed against the walls, the anchor rooms failing light. "There," Newskill said. Just as they turned the corner, the ground trembled. Newskill's expression darkened. "Not good." They broke into a sprint, boots crunching through the accumulating snow. Within moments, they reached the western wing anchor, a hexagonal chamber of reinforced blackstone, its doors ominously ajar. Mist curled along the floor, already 2 feet deep, tendrils of fog slithering like living things. Snow had piled at the entrance, but worse, 3 figures lay sprawled across the floor, motionless. At the chamber's heart, the anchor Korea towering crystal obelisk flickered erratically, its pulse stuttering like a dying heartbeat. The 3 smaller pylons surrounding it shuddered in sympathy, their energy streams wavering like frayed threads. Harkin rushed to the fallen figures, rolling one onto his back. "What happened here?" Newskill checked another's pulse, then exhaled sharply. "Thankfully, they are alive." His gaze swept the room's skewed pylons, the flickering core, the unnatural mist creeping across the floor. Anchor must have been attacked, and these men are conduction controllers. Each maintains a pylon's energy flow. He gestured to the 3 secondary structures, their surfaces scarred with hairline fractures, and it looks like something tampered with that one. His voice dropped as he pointed to the leftmost pylon, its light sputtering wildly. Harkin adjusted his glasses, studying the damage. So what do we do? Can we fix this? Newskill's lips thinned. Unfortunately, no. I'm not versed in this type of things. We need to wake these. A sharp click cut him off. Both of them turned to see the silver-haired youth standing at one of the console pedestals, his fingers flying across the Auratech interface. Student Zephyr, Harkin shouted, lurching forward. Don't mess with. A resonant hum filled the chamber. The flickering pylon steadied, its light stabilizing into a steady azure glow. Silence. Zephyr didn't look up, already moving to the next console. The fluctuation pattern matched a standard overload sequence, he said, his voice calm. Whoever did this didn't sabotage it, they just didn't know how to properly divert the surge. Newskill and Harkin exchanged glances. You've worked with anchors before, Newskill said flatly. Zephyr's fingers stilled for half a second. Then quietly, yes, no elaboration. The Baron's eyes narrowed, but before he could press further, the ground trembled again. The anchor core's light dimmed abruptly, plunging the room into near darkness. From the corridor outside came a sound like shattering glass and a whisper, carried on the wind. Eyes, in the snow. The three men exchanged glances and moved swiftly toward the doorway. Just as they reached the threshold, a figure came barreling through the snow-choked corridor, nearly colliding with them. The man stumbled to a halt, clutching his left arm which hung at an unnatural angle with his right hand, his breath ragged. Captain Draven, Newskill barked in recognition. The captain's head snapped up, his face pale beneath the blood streaking his temple. My lord, be careful. Newskill didn't hesitate. He yanked the injured man behind them with his left hand while his right drew a sleek black iron spear from the air itself, the weapon materializing in a ripple of distorted space. Just in time, the corridor erupted in a whirl of snow and shadow. Three figures coalesced atop the entrance archway, their forms bleeding into existence like ink in water. Their bodies defied reason, limbs stretching too long, fingers tapering to ice-sharp points. One stood on three visible legs, another on two, their fourth limbs flickering in and out of existence like half-forgotten thoughts. Their skin pulsed between solidity and mist, one moment pale as frostbite, the next dissolving into the storm's breath. But worst were their heads, or what passed for them. Where faces should have been, swirling vortices of fog churned, pulling snowflakes into their depths like tiny, hungry blizzards. And deep within those spiraling mists, two hollow circles pulsed black pits that might have been eyes, spiraling endlessly inward, as if staring from some unfathomable distance. Newskill's spear gleamed in the failing anchor light. Mistborns, he muttered, the word a curse. The lead creature tilted its vortex head. Snowflakes froze midair around it, suspended in perfect, glittering horror. Then, a sound like wind through dead branches scraped from its formless maw. We see you. Chill ran down their spine. Newskill's grip tightened on his spear. Be careful. The lead Mistborn's vortex head rippled, then its form dissolved into the storm. The remaining two lunged at them. Newskill blocked one's claws with his spear, while the other's ice-sharp fingers speared toward Zephyr's throat as the third reappeared behind Harkin. Got you. Newskill barked, his voice cutting through the storm's howl. Zephyr moved before the words fully registered. His body blurred void step, a technique that folded space between strides. One moment he was beside the Baron, the next he was behind Harkin, his saber a silver arc in the dim light. The Mistborn that had materialized at Harkin's back recoiled, its vortex head twisting in hollow surprise. Ice-sharp fingers meant to pierce flesh, found only air as Zephyr's blade carved upward, SSSSS. A guttural hiss tore from its formless maw as the saber sliced through mist and solidifying flesh. Black ichor sprayed, freezing midair into jagged shards before clattering to the ground. The creature staggered, its spiraling eyes flickering wildly. At the same time, Newskill pivoted, his black iron spear intercepting the second Mistborns, who changed its lunge toward the injured captain. The weapon hummed as aura flared along its edge, deflecting razor-tipped fingers with a shower of sparks. Don't get hit, the Baron snarled, and be careful of their whispers. The fight surged into the anchor chamber. The three men fell into formation, a tight triangle with the wounded captain at its center. The Mistborn circled like starving wolves, their forms flickering between solid and spectral. But whenever they neared the anchor's core, the pulsing light forced them into full visibility, their mist flesh sizzling like snow on a forge. Newskill seized the advantage. With a grunt, he grabbed the nearest Mistborn by its elongated arm, its flesh freezing against his grip, and hurled it toward the glowing obelisk. GHHHK. The creature's screech was a physical force, a sound like glaciers splitting, layered with 100 whispering voices. Its body burned where it touched the core, mist boiling away as if scalded. It thrashed, scrambling back. But the Baron was already moving. He leapt over the two remaining Mistborn, his spear whirling midair to deflect their strikes. As his boots hit the ground, he flung the weapon like a javelin. The spear's tip ignited in searing blue flames, carving through the fleeing creature's back. Half its body vaporized into foul-smelling mist before the weapon embedded itself in the stone floor, still burning. The remaining two Mistborn shuddered, their flickering forms now locked into soliditithare wounds from the spear's aura disrupting edge too severe to phase. Cornered, they unleashed a psychic screech that sent Harkin and Draven to their knees, hands clamped over their ears. Zephyr staggered but held firm, his saber raised. Newskill didn't flinch. These dire monsters were nothing to him. He could have ended everything in one breath, if not for the fragile surroundings and the people behind him. Without a word, he calmly wrenched his spear free and blurred forward. Jeet away. Mistborns tried to use their hypnotic whispers while coordinating their movements. Swoosh, swish, two precise strikes, a decapitating slash, then a heart-piercing thrust. The creatures' bodies collapsed, their mist flesh dissolving into black sludge that evaporated before it could touch the ground. Silence. This. Harkin stared at Lord Newskill, his glasses askew, mouth slightly agape. Zephyr, in contrast, merely nodded, a slight dip of his chin that seemed almost expectant. Captain Draven stumbled forward, his uninjured hand reaching desperately for the Baron. My lord, there's trouble, we need to." Newskill's hand settled on the captain's shoulder, his grip firm but not unkind. "Calm down, breathe." His voice was steady, an anchor in the storm. "Now report." The captain swallowed hard, his good hand flexing at his side. When he spoke again, his words came clearer, though his eyes remained wild. "We finished checking the central core anchor and eastern stabilizer anchor, but we lost contact with the western wing just then." His breath hitched. "That was also when the mist enveloped the lower keep and the storm hit. We knew something was wrong, we rushed here, but a tremor ran through him. But we got ambushed by those monsters on the way. These small ones weren't a problem." His voice dropped to a whisper. It was the eyes. The eyes in the snow. Everyone. His fingers dug into his own scalp, nails scraping skin raw. Harkin took an involuntary step back. Zephyr's gaze sharpened, his saber lowering slightly. Then Lord. The captain suddenly seized Newskill's hands, his grip desperate. "We should surrender. If we don't, we were all going to die. Please, let's go." And a hand struck the back of his neck, precise, controlled. Newskill caught the captain as he crumpled, lowering him gently to the stone floor. When he pried open the man's eyelids, they all saw it, a wisp of white mist swirling in the depths of his unfocused pupils. Harkin recoiled. What is this?" His voice cracked with barely restrained panic. "Corruption," Newskill murmured. "He's been infected with HoloLens's corruption." His fingers hovered over the captain's forehead, aura flickering at his fingertips, then stopped. "It's not just in his eyes," the Baron said quietly. "It's in his mind." Newskill's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering over the Ashenfang peaks. His fingers lingered just above the captain's eyelids, where the white mist coiled like a living thing in the man's pupils. "Not just him," the Baron murmured, more to himself than the others. "The scouts, the others stationed here. They've likely been corrupted too." The implications hung heavy in the air. Harkin's breath came in shallow gasps, his fingers twitching against his cracked spectacles. Zephyr's grip tightened around his saber, not in fear, but in grim understanding. This wasn't just a simple monster attack, not anymore. Newskill stood abruptly, his black iron spear disappearing from his hand with a whisper of displaced air. "We need to return. Now, the others are in danger." Harkin nodded vigorously, his usual academic composure shattered. "Why, yes. We need to leave this place quickly." Zephyr didn't speak. He simply moved to the nearest unconscious controller, hauling the man over his shoulder with effortless strength. He already knew that this went beyond mere monsters. Something capable of large-scale mental corruption was at work, and it was far from finished. Probably an alpha beast of its own kind, the leader of these Mistborns, perhaps. "Let's hurry," Newskill ordered as he lifted Captain Draven with one arm and slung another man across his shoulders, his movements precise despite the weight. Harkin, though shaken, managed to drag a third controller upright, bracing the man's limp form against his side. Zephyr, having already secured the last survivor, turned to the anchor's control console. His fingers flew across the interface, pressing the lockdown button. The core pulsed onto a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the stone before the chamber's doors began closing. He slipped out just as the anchor doors groaned shut behind him, the pulse of the sealed chamber echoing faintly in his chest. Outside, the blizzard screamed louder, like something alive and furious. Newskill and Harkin stood tensely at the corridor's fork, both burdened by unconscious forms, but neither moved. Zephyr's eyes followed their line of sight and froze. 7 more Mistborns stood waiting, barely visible in the snow ahead. Their ever-shifting vortex heads turned in eerie synchrony, their flickering limbs twitching with barely restrained hunger. Zephyr clicked his tongue and adjusted his grip on his saber. "Just how bad is our luck?" he mumbled inwardly, clearly dejected. But he readied himself for the inevitable confrontation after seeing Lord Luttara's spear blazing in flames again. He just hoped certain someone wouldn't do anything reckless again. "Please don't move until we get there, Ammon." Vice Captain Elria stood like a sentinel in the storm, her greatsword's hilt a familiar weight on her back. Around her, the evacuation continued. Guards herded civilians toward the inner shelters, their voices muffled by the relentless blizzard. The infirmary team moved with practiced efficiency, escorting the last of the recovered patients through the swirling mist. Good, we are almost done. Her breath fogged in the freezing air as she scanned the whiteout. Captain Draven had taken a unit to the lower keep half an hour ago. Butler also said Lord has gone to the western wing anchor, but they should have been back by now. Then, shapes emerged from the haze. A line of figures trudged toward her, their outlines blurred by the 3-foot-deep mist, the snow, and the wind's howling veil. For a heartbeat, relief flickered in her chest. Is it Captain's unit? But her grip on her sword didn't loosen. Never drop your guard. Draven's voice echoed in her mind, sharp as the day he drilled it into her. Captain, she called, raising her voice above the storm. Is that you? No answer. Only the crunch of snow under unnaturally even footsteps. At 30 meters, the mist parted just enough to reveal familiar figures. Captain Draven's unit. Yes, but also scouts from the eastern ridge. But why are they together? Scouts never moved in large groups. They worked in small groups and alone, shadows in the snow, and their gait. It was too stiff, too synchronized. Her pulse spiked. A chill deeper than the blizzard's bite crawled up Alara's spine. She inhaled sharply, activating Winter's sight, her perception technique sharpening to cut through the storm's illusions. The world crystallized around her, snowflakes suspended mid-fall, the panicked breaths of evacuating civilians, the steady thrum of guards' auras. Nothing, no monsters, no hidden figures, just the approaching unit in the endless white. Nothing out of place. That's what scared her. Swish. Her greatsword cleared its sheath in one fluid motion, the blade's edge singing as it cut through the frozen air. Halt where you stand. Her voice cracked like a whip across the square. Nearby guards snapped to attention, hands flying to their weapons as they followed her gaze. The figures halted, raised their hands, and spoke Miis Elria, a chorus of voices warped and wet as if forced through frozen throats. We are back. Ice flooded her veins, every instinct screamed. All units, she roared without turning, her grip tightening on the greatsword. Defensive formation, expedite evacuation immediately. We are under attack. Chaos erupted behind her. Guards shoved civilians forward, abandoning orderly lines for desperate speed. Mothers hauled children into arms. Merchants abandoned their carts, crowds surging toward the shelter like a tide. But Elria didn't move. Couldn't, because the soldiers were charging. No, these weren't soldiers anymore. The figures before her had been hollowed out, tainted by whatever lurked in the blizzard from Hollowland's depths. But Elria knew they weren't the real threat. The real danger hid in the blizzard itself. Damn it all. Her jaw clenched as she exhaled sharply, the cold biting at her lungs. First the early blizzard, then the abnormal patience, now this. Nothing was going according to their expectations, and if the corruption had spread this far, then the monsters might already be in the town. She took a steadying breath. Then, with deliberate slowness, she sheathed her greatsword only to draw it again in the same motion, but with its scabbard, the blade now angled defensively toward the corrupted soldiers. She couldn't hurt them, not if there was a chance they could be saved, not when she had once been in their place. Her boots dug into the snow. Then, swift charge, Elria exploded forward, her greatsword a silver blur as she closed the distance in an instant. The first corrupted guard barely had time to raise his hands before the flat of her weapon smashed into his chest, sending him flying backward into the snow. The second and third came at her in eerie unison, their movements too coordinated but also too predictable. She pivoted, her sword sweeping in a wide arc. Thud, thud, 2 more bodies hit the ground, rolling across the frozen earth, but her survival instinct screamed. Winter's gale, her greatsword whirled in a devastating circle, the force of her swing kicking up a whirlwind of snow and revealing 3 flickering shapes as they lunged at her from the mist. Claws met steel with a shriek of sparks. The monsters recoiled, their vortex heads pulsing with hollow fury. But Elria didn't have time to celebrate. A fourth attacker struck from behind. SCRRE, razor-sharp fingers scraped against the iron armor beneath her coat, the impact itching her skin. She gritted her teeth, spinning to face this new threat only for the corrupted soldiers to stagger back to their feet. It was also at this moment when loud screams erupted far behind her, sharp panic shrieks that cut through the blizzard's howl. They're attacking there too. Elria's jaw tightened as more mistborn materialized from the swirling snow, their hollow eyes fixed on her. The corrupted soldiers moved with them, their movements jerky but coordinated, forming a living barricade between her and the civilians. She clicked her tongue, adjusting her grip on her greatsword. The first wave came at her in a disjointed rush, corrupted soldiers stumbling forward while mistborn flickered at the edges of her vision, waiting for openings. She swung wide, the flat of her blade sending 2 corrupted guards sprawling. There. Mistborn lunged the moment her sword completed its arc, claws aimed at her exposed side. Predictable, she twisted mid-motion, her scabbard whipping up to block the strike. The impact slightly rattled her arm, her boot lashed out, catching the creature in its vortex head and sending it reeling back with a distorted screech. Grahh, but more kept coming. Elria surrender, corrupted soldiers, mistborns. The blizzard itself seemed to birth them, their forms coalescing from the snow. Every step toward the evacuation site was met with another wave, another desperate clash, and the screams. They weren't stopping. If anything, they grew louder, more frantic. Move, faster. She dropped into a charging stance, greatsword held low. Swift charge, snow exploded around her as she shot forward, her blade a silver streak deflecting claws and grasping hands alike. She didn't stop to fight, just barreled through, scattering foes like leaves in her wake. Suddenly, the screams cut off abruptly. Her pulse hammered in her ears as she skidded to a halt near the evacuation point, greatsword raised only to freeze mid-step, breath catching. They're already here. Butler stood at the shelter's entrance, his palms pressed against the stone archway as glowing runes spiraled under his fingers. The barrier flickered to life, a translucent dome sealing the civilians inside, just as a mistborn's claws scraped against its surface with a hair-raising screech. Left flank tightened. His voice carried over the blizzard as guards scrambled to obey. 20 meters away, the golden-eyed youth moved like a specter through the panicked crowd. He bodily lifted an elderly merchant trapped under an overturned cart, shoving the man toward the shelter with a terse, "Run, don't look back." His sword flashed, severing the arm of a mistborn lunging at a child creature disintegrating into mist before its scream faded. Near the barrier's edge, the half-elf's monocle gleamed as he staunched a guard's bleeding neck wound. "Bite this," he muttered, shoving a leather strap between the man's teeth before yanking a barbed claw from his shoulder. The head healer and a few other healers were also tending to the injured. Then, Butler's head snapped up, his eyes locked onto Elria through the blizzard's veil. Without a word, he pointed sharply behind her. She didn't hesitate. Her greatsword whirled backward in a sweeping arc like a fan. The motion birthed a miniature tornado, snow and howling wind coalescing into a prison around the three mistborn that had been a few meters away from her exposed back, their distorted shrieks muffled as the vortex consumed them. Elria sprinted toward the site, boots crushing loudly in the snow. A single nod passed between her and Butler as she skidded to a halt. He stepped aside without protest, yielding command. "How much longer?" she snapped, eyes scanning the dwindling crowd. Butler didn't turn from the shelter. 1 minute to clear the stragglers, 2 more to secure the entrance. Her jaw tightened, taking a defensive stance. Then Butler's voice dropped, barely audible over the wind. "The Lord, no, I haven't seen them." Elria's grip on her sword turned white-knuckled. "Must be in bigger trouble than us." Butler nodded grimly, his aged face hardening like the ice forming on his coat's fur trim. However, neither of them noticed the half-elf healer pause mid-suture, his monocle glinting as he stared into the storm's heart. His sharpened ears twitched beneath his hair before he abruptly patted his patient's shoulder. "Move, now." The moment the guard staggered toward the shelter, the healer retreated backpedaling with unnatural smoothness, his boots never breaking the snow's crust. Nobody noticed his actions. Then the blizzard screamed, "WWWO." A wall of mist exploded upward outside the barrier, swallowing sound and sight. The air vibrated with a subsonic hum that locked joints and iced lungs. Guards froze mid-sprint. Butler's hand hung suspended inches from his sword. Even the golden-eyed youth stood paralyzed, his blade dripping frozen blood. Then silence. The storm itself seemed to recoil, and from the opposite direction, something came into view. 2 spiraling voids stared back at them, black holes rimmed with frost, drinking in the light, the heat, the very will to resist. Eyes in the snow. The words slithered from every throat in unison, guards, healers, even Butler mouths moving without consent. White mist coiled across their vision, pupils drowning in frost-laced fog. Elria's eyes twitched. Her fingers spasmed around her sword hilt move. Damn it, then, with a snarl, she wrenched herself free. She blinked rapidly, taking in the scene. Dozens of statues, mist spilling from their lips, their eyes glazed like frozen ponds. The golden-eyed youth stood rigid, blade half raised. Butler's fingers trembled inches from his weapon. The half-elf healer's monocle had gone opaque with creeping frost. No time. Elria snatched a shield from a paralyzed guard, slammed her sword against its surface. Gan channeled her wind aura in a single, furious exhale. "Wake up." The shield shrieked, her aura whipping outward in a visible gust. Mist shredded like cobwebs. Snow blasted sideways in a sudden circle. The unnatural fog clinging to faces snapped away and the illusions broke. People staggered, coughing. The golden-eyed youth gasped as if surfacing from deep water. Butler's hand finally closed around his sword hilt. Confused murmurs rose. Then, cutting through the chaos like warm steel through snow, everyone head inside. The voice was soft but clear. All heads turned, but nobody moved. "Move." Elria's voice cracked like a whip. They didn't need to be told. Thrice they scrambled for the shelter entrance in a panicked tide, hands clamped over their ears, eyes screwed shut. The golden-eyed youth hauled a stumbling guard forward while Butler bodily shoved the stragglers through the archway. "Close your ears, don't look back." Elria barked, planting herself before the entrance, her greatsword held crosswise to block the eyes, line of sight. For 1 heartbeat silence. Then the snow moved. It rose in a shuddering tidal wave 20 feet high, crystalline edges sharpening to jagged ice mid-arc. The barrier's runes flared crimson in warning. Elria's curse hung frozen in the air as she braced. CRACK. The first wave struck. The barrier screamed as spiderweb fractures raced across its surface. The ground trembled violently. Swoosh. The second wave came before the echoes faded. This time, the barrier shattered at a million glittering shards exploding inward as the frozen tsunami surged toward the exposed entrance. Elria's sword became a silver blur. Gale rend, gale rend, gale rend. 3 crescent blades of compressed wind tore from her greatsword, each collision blasting the ice wave into powdery mist. Victory was short-lived. The shattered fragments simply reconstituted midair, now a choking snow blizzard descending upon them like a burial shroud. Elria crossed her arms, summoning a shimmering wind barrier just as the artificial snowstorm engulfed them. Ice crystals pinged against her aura like needles, the cold so vicious it burned. Then the world vanished beneath the suffocating snow. For 3 heartbeats, there was only white blinding. All-consuming thin silence fell like an executioner's axe. And when the snow cleared, only her silhouette remained standing in defiance, blade humming, eyes lit with fury, staring fearlessly at the 2 eyes of the black void. Elria's eyes widened. Behind the spiraling void so small at first she thought it a trick of the monster. A crimson dot bloomed. It grew, fast. A pinprick became a spark became a comet became. Oh, her frost-cracked lips parted. He's here. The world erupted in fire. The world hissed as the crimson spark swelled. A pinprick became an ember became a comet, and then, boom, a spiraling sun of flames crashed down exactly where the twin voids had been, the impact so violent it vaporized the snow in an instant. Light flared, searing away the storm's gloom, revealing a molten crater where the eyes had watched. For one breathless moment, the battlefield was clear. Elria's vision sharpened as 3 figures sprinted toward them through the melted pathway. It's really him. The Lord led a 3-man group, his black coat whipping behind him like a banner, his expression grim. Behind him, the bespectacled man and the silver-haired youth moved in perfect sync, their boots kicking up steam from the scorched snowy floor. Then, portal door opened directly in their path. Another split the air above the crater, its edges fraying as the blizzard rushed to swallow it. Elria's eyes widened in fright, but the next second all 3 figures emerged from this side of the portal, untouched. Elria's strained expression became free. Swoosh, the Lord's hand snapped out, and the spear embedded in the crater wrenched free, flying back to his grip in a trail of dying embers. Hurry inside, the bespectacled Professor Harkin shouted, already moving. His glasses gleamed as he swept a hand outward, wind aura technique, blasting the snowdrifts away from the shelter's entrance. The path cleared, revealing Elria, the golden-eyed Aaron, the young healer Lumen, and a handful of others half buried in the snow. The Lord shouted, waking up the stunned and half-frozen people. Move. Aaron and Lumen shook off their daze instantly. Without a word, he hauled one of the unconscious figures from Baron Newskill's shoulders and bolted for the shelter, flanking Harkin and Zephyr as they ushered the stragglers in. Aaron took the bigger figure's body and followed after them. Newskill nodded in appreciation and turned back to the reforming storm, his spear reignited in his grip, flames licking hungrily along the blade. Elria staggered forward, her voice raw. The eyes, the Baron glanced at her with the corner of his eye. You did a good job. The firelight cast sharp shadows across his face. But it's not dead. Her throat tightened. Then I know. His tone brooked no argument. Head inside. You need to take control of the situation and protect from the inside. For a heartbeat, she hesitated, then nodded sharply and turned, sprinting for the shelter just as the first tendrils of mist began to coil anew from the crater's edges. Behind her, the Baron's flames burned brighter, a lone beacon against the gathering light. The storm howled in answer. The crater pulsed. Then, pop! One void eye reappeared, swollen to twice its former size, its spiraling depths now flecked with white-like stains. Pop, then another, pop, and another, pop, pop, pop. Across the perimeter of the battlefield, they bloomed like malignant flowers, their gazes locking onto the Baron. Aya, Ayad, Dayad. The next moment, whispers started to slither from every direction, a chorus of childish voices warped by something hollow and hungry. The storm itself seemed to hush, the wind dying as the words took hold. Dayad, Dayad. The Baron's fingers tightened around his spear. His knuckles ached from cold or tension, he couldn't tell. The earlier attack had drained most of his aura. He couldn't afford to be reckless or emotional now. Fake. He forced the thought through the creeping fog in his mind. He is gone. This isn't real. Don't be fooled. Dayad. But the voices sharpened, their pitch perfecting the exact lilt his son had used when scared. The exact stumble on the D at the end. The world warped. Snow melted into polished marble. The crater became a sunlit courtyard. The Baron's breath caught as a shadowy figure sprinted toward him, arms outstretched. Dad, the Baron's pulse slammed against his ribs. His muscles locked not by force but by sheer disbelief. Ammon. Although the height didn't match his son's, the voice was exactly his, the little version of his. Daddy, little Ammon. Newsill now started to believe it was his son. No one could replicate that, so he tried to run toward him. But his legs refused. His body didn't obey him. He could barely flinch, let alone move. Why is? Newskill's eyes widened as he noticed something behind the figure, a tiny red spark. The Baron's throat closed. He felt like he had seen it before, but couldn't describe it. Swoosh, the spark swelled a comet now, roaring toward the child's unprotected back. Light spilled over the figure, revealing that same wavy black hair, slate-gray eyes filled with joy and happiness, that same innocent smile. Ammon. The Baron writhed against invisible chains. His aura sputtered, useless. His muscles burned. Move, damn it, he yelled in rage. Boom, the comet struck. Da'ad Ammon, blinding light devoured the boy's silhouette. Noo, the Baron's scream tore from somewhere deeper than his lungs. His vision blurred from smoke or tears, he didn't know. He thrashed like a beast in a trap, nails scraping marble now slick with phantom blood. No, number. His knees struck marble. His spear clattered beside him, flames dead. His sun was gone, again. The courtyard blurred at the edges, colors bleeding like wet ink. The Baron's breath came in ragged, useless gasps. His finger still outstretched toward where Ammon had stood trembled, then curled into fists so tight his palms split. Blood dripped between his knuckles, steaming faintly against the cold stone. I couldn't. His vision darkened at the periphery, shadows creeping inward like a closing fist. The voices whispered still, but they were distant now, muffled as if underwater. His own heartbeat was louder, a sluggish, dying drum. Then Dad, the Baron, froze. Through the smoke, a familiar shape stumbled forward, small, swaying, one hand clutched at a scorched sleeve. Ammon, the boy lifted his head. Slate-gray eyes met the Baron's, salive confused, and a large burn streaked his left cheek, raw and blistering. Dad, it hurts, Ammon whispered. The Baron's world shattered. He launched himself at the boy only to be held back, again. The Baron's roar tore through the courtyard, his voice raw enough to bleed. His muscles strained against unseen bonds, veins standing like cords along his neck. Ammon stretched his small hands toward him, tears carving clean tracks through the soot on his cheeks. Daddy, his tiny fingers flexed, grasping empty air. It hurts, but he didn't move forward as if an invisible barrier held him back. Daddy, the pull at the Baron's back intensified. Cold whispers slithered up his spine. Baron, he ignored them, ignored the way his shoulders screamed as phantom chains wrenched him backward. His boots scraped twin grooves in the marble as he fought forward, inch by agonizing inch. Then Father. The voice was a breath against his ear, warm where the whispers were cold, familiar in a way that made his ribs crack open. Ammon, wake up. Baron froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. Before him, little Ammon whimpered, his outstretched hand trembling. Don't leave me. Behind him, only a whisper, but undeniably familiar. Father, it's me. The Baron's breath hitched, his head spun. He felt trapped, torn between two impossible choices. Before him, Ammon, his first son, at 8 years old, scorched and weeping on the shattered marble, just 3 steps away. The boy's tiny fingers stretched toward him, trembling. Daddy, please. Behind him, right beside his ears, late Ammanuel's voice, clearer now, laced with urgency. Wake up. The Baron's breath came in ragged bursts. His fingers twitched toward the child. Then a ripple passed through the world. The mist clouding his vision thinned abruptly. His pupils contracted. For one crystalline moment, he saw clearly. Ammon's face flickered. For half a heartbeat, the boy's slate-gray eyes became pits of swirling blackness. His outstretched fingers elongated into clawed hands. The Baron's stomach dropped. Wake up. Ammanuel's voice again, closer now, trembling with emotion. The Baron's head throbbed, a dull, insistent drum. Memories surged. The blizzard, the void eyes, the spear still warm in his grip. His head snapped up, his eyes clearer now. Little Ammon tilted his head, his expression crumbling into confusion and sadness. Daddy, are you leaving me? Baron stayed silent, and the world flickered around them, marble tiles warping into snow, the smoke and dust into violent wind. The boy's outstretched hand glitched violently, fingers snapping between a child's soft skin and gnarled icy talons. The Baron's voice was barely audible over the cracking sounds fracturing the air. His grip tightened on the spear's haft, an illusion. The word shattered the world like a hammer through glass. Crack, the world splintered. Jagged lines raced across the sky, the ground, the boy's face. Ammon's mouth stretched too wide, his scream distorting as his form melted, revealing the mistborn beneath, its vortex head pulsing with fake memories. The Baron was already moving. Flames roared down the spear's length as he leveled it at the creature. You made a mistake. Ignite, swoosh. Fire engulfed the mistborn. Grah, its form blackened, curled in on itself, then exploded into ash that scattered across the now familiar battlefield. You're back. The Baron didn't turn at the voice. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling snow ahead where the real enemy watched. Corrupted guards stood frozen mid-charge, their eyes milky white. A fresh wave of mistborn seethed behind them. There, hovering above them all, the spiraling voids that had trapped him into that nasty nightmare. Newskill's jaw clenched. Then he noticed a movement at his periphery. He glanced right, where the young healer stood with his monocle crystal clear, though his one hand pressed to a bleeding temple. For a heartbeat, Amenil's face superimposed over the healer's features. Lumen nodded, then winced as a not-so-distant clanging sounds rocked the battlefield. Can you do that again? He gestured to the lingering flames on the Baron's spear. Even a smaller scale would work. The Baron's gaze flicked past him to the silver-haired and golden-eyed youth, holding the line against the corrupted units, their movements slowing under the onslaught. I can't hurt them. The Baron flexed his scorched hand. They're still alive under that. Things control. A quiet laugh escaped Lumen's lips. He quickly schooled his expression when the Baron arched a brow. Apologies. But he pointed to Zephyr, who was weaving between frozen guards with preternatural grace. We just need you to make another opening for him. The Baron followed the gesture and understood. Silver-haired youth's daggers glowed faintly blue, their edges humming with restrained power. But it was obviously the boy's ability the young healer was hinting at. The Baron exhaled, smoke curling from his lips as fresh flames coiled around his spear. One opening, he agreed, coming up. Wait. Lumen's voice cut through the wind as he stepped forward, his shovel biting into the snowpack with a quiet thunk. They need to be unconscious first. His monocle gleamed as he glanced at the corrupted guards. Or your opening move will scatter them into the storm. The Baron's flames dimmed slightly as he considered. A quick mental calculation confirmed the healer's warning his technique would indeed blast the mind-controlled units dangerously far. Throw them here. Lumen was already moving, his lean half-elf frame bending to scoop snow with methodical precision. His shovel moved like a surgeon's tool, carving out a deep depression in the drifts beside him. Every motion was economical, creating a perfect landing zone without wasted effort. The Baron's, "Be careful," was barely audible before he vanished, reappearing behind the nearest corrupted guard with silent efficiency. His spear butt struck with clinical precision, the man collapsing like a marionette with cut strings. Without pausing, the Baron pivoted, using the haft to hook another's legs, sending the woman tumbling toward Lumen's prepared mound, while the flat of his blade deflected two mistborn claws. Aaron barely registered the first body flying through the air before Lumen's shovel flashed. The half-elf caught the guard mid-air with his hands and redirected the unconscious form into the snow pit with the care one might show stacking firewood. Clang! Zephyr's dagger intercepted claws aiming for Aaron's exposed back. Focus came the quiet reminder before silver hair vanished back into the blizzard. Aaron shook himself, turning just in time to see Lumen field another guard with his shovel, the impact barely making the healer's arms tremble. The half-elf arranged each body with unsettling calm, his breathing even, his movements smooth as old clockwork. 20 more, Lumen murmured, more to himself than anyone, as he caught a particularly large guardsman by the collar, lowering him into the growing pile with gentle care. The Baron worked like a spectre, every strike, every throw calculated to incapacitate without lasting harm. Within 2 perfect minutes, the last guard arced through the air. The howling wind nearly stole the body, but Lumen's shovel shot out, the curved metal head snagging the guard's belt at the last possible moment. Now, Lumen's quiet voice carried surprising weight. Above them, the Baron materialized mid-air, his spear erupting in a helix of flames. For a suspended moment, he hung like a burning star, then plummeted. Swoosh! The spear struck ground 10 paces away, its impact sending concentric rings of fire through the snow. The inferno parted around the pile of unconscious units and the trio, but consumed the advancing mistborn, their vortex faces distorting as flames turned them to ash. The blast cleared a perfect circle in the storm, revealing the 2 massive hollow eyes, far closer now, and hangrier. The Baron's gaze flicked backward, just long enough to see Aaron and Zephyr vanish through the glowing portal in tandem, while Lumen worked with quiet efficiency, hefting unconscious guards through the gateway one after another like a farmer loading grain sacks. His attention snapped forward again as the mist thickened. The hollow eyes pulsed, their spirals spinning faster. New mistborns coalesced from the snow itself, their clawed hands already forming. With practiced motion, the Baron yanked a vial from his pouch, downed its contents in one swallow, and felt the warmth of restored aura flood his veins. His spear flared back to life just as the first wave of creatures lunged. Slash! A crescent of fire carved through 3 sneaking mistborn that had been inching toward Lumen's blind spot. The Baron pivoted, his weapon tracing a perfect circle around the healer that left the snow steaming in a 10-foot radius. 40 seconds, Lumen noted calmly, not pausing in his work as he rolled another guard toward the portal. The Baron counted each breath between attacks. At the 30-second mark, he drained another potion, the glass shattering at his feet as new flames raced down his spear. Another defensive circle, another cluster of mistborn reduced to ash. By the 3rd repetition, his fingers trembled slightly around the haft. 5 bodies remained when his spine suddenly went rigid, not from exhaustion, but primal warning. The snow itself rose in a creeping tidal wave from all sides, its crests hardening into jagged ice spears mid-motion. Shoot! In one fluid motion, the Baron slammed his spearpoint first into the ground, the weapon dissolving into his resonator mark as he moved. The icy waves crashed down on them. Jump. Baron barked, already scooping up 3 unconscious guards in his arms. Lumen didn't hesitate. He grabbed the remaining 2 figures and leapt backward through the portal just as the Baron charged after him. Crunch, the Baron hit the ground back first, his body curling protectively around the guards as the portal sealed with a snapped first tendril of pursuing snow severed midair. For a heartbeat, there was only the sound of ragged breathing and the faint drip of melting snow in his hair. Thud. X2. One by one, 2 more figures collapsed onto the marble floor, Aaron landing hard on his knees, his golden eyes dull with exhaustion, while Lumen sank down more gracefully, though his shoulders trembled slightly. Sweat and melting snow dripped from their hair and forehead, forming small puddles on the polished floor. Only Zephyr remained upright, lowering himself into a cross-legged position with deliberate control. His lashes fluttered shut as he began circulating his loci to restore his aura. The Baron carefully arranged the unconscious guards beside him before sitting up, brushing snow from his coat with methodical strokes. His gaze swept the grand hall, the same one where he'd welcomed these very guests not so long ago. Of course, he realized, the shelter's spatial wards would have blocked teleportation. This was the next safest place, and gave them precious minutes before the storm reached the upper keep. His eyes drifted upward, toward the west wing's balcony, toward her room. A faint smile touched his lips. Our son made good friends, dear. Then the memory of the nightmare, Ammon's burning hands, those hollow eyes, flashed behind his eyelids. He looked at Lumen, now calmly checking a guard's pulse despite his own fatigue. That voice pulling him from the illusion. It must have been the young healer's doing. I owe him another favor now. The thought settled in his chest like a warm stone. His gaze moved to the other 2, Arrow now flat on his back, panting in Zephyr's serene meditation. A quiet sigh escaped him. Thank goodness the younger ones aren't here. The absence of their familiar footsteps and bright laughter in these vaulted halls suddenly felt like a mercy rather than emptiness. His younger children, safe in the capital city, were far from this nightmare. The realization sat bitter in his throat, even now after decades of training, after wars won and titles earned. He wasn't strong enough. Had those bright-eyed imps been here today, could he have shielded them from those hollow eyes, from the storm that stole minds and froze souls? His gaze fell on the unconscious guards. Without the golden-eyed youth's blades cutting through Mistborn, without the silver-haired young man's strength and portals, without the young healer's quiet competence in pulling him from that illusion, how many more would be lying cold in the snow? The answer was obvious. Cost would have been unbearable. I am weak, he admitted to himself, the old shame coiling tight around his ribs. The words tasted like ash, dredged up from battles long past and failures never truly forgot. He was a lord, a shield of the kingdom, yet here he was, reliant on 3 exhausted youths to protect his own. The chasm between his duties and his perceived capabilities yawned before him, a cold dread seeping into his bones. I have to work harder. His hands curled into fists. I have to get stronger. The words were a burning ember in his chest, igniting a resolve he hadn't felt so acutely in years. He would push past his limits, for his children, for his people. As he crossed his legs and closed his eyes, the last thing he saw was Lumen, calmly removing his cracked monocle to wipe it clean. The simple, almost mundane gesture offered an oddly comforting normalcy amidst the chaos, a quiet beacon against the encroaching despair. Lumen moved quietly, kneeling beside Aaron's prone form. A vial appeared between his fingers, its contents shimmering faintly blue. Here, he said, voice soft but clear. A stamina recovery potion. You'll need it, young friend. The honorific stuck in his throat, this, young friend, addressed from someone who barely looked 20, but the pointed ears peeking through blue hair reminded him, elves aged differently. Lumen could be decades older for all he knew. The half-elf offered a faint smile before producing an identical vial for himself. As Aaron gulped his down, he watched Lumen's measured movements, the precise tilt of the head as he swallowed, the way his fingers immediately formed a meditation seal to circulate loci. Within 3 breaths, the potion's effects visibly steadied his hands. Aaron marveled at how the healer transitioned seamlessly back to examining the corrupted guards, his movements as fluid as if he'd rested for hours. 10 minutes later, the castle groaned under the storm's assault. Icy winds howled against the obsidian walls, their fury echoing through the halls. The second wave had reached the upper keep, so they could hear distant crashes through the stone. Yet the work was done. All corrupted personnel stabilized and escorted to the underground safe rooms. Baron Newskill had guided Zephyr to the hidden chamber's entrance himself, watching as the silver-haired youth sliced open another portal directly into the secured space. One by one, they'd passed the unconscious forms through. Now, standing at a narrow arrow-slit window, the Baron watched tendrils of mist curl around the castle's foundations like grasping fingers. His reflection in the leaded glass showed a face hardened by resolve. 7 paces took him near the great hearth. His gaze landed on the wall a few meters to its right, where an ancestral shield hung directly above him, his grandfather's, he believed, flanked by crossed swords. He reached up his fingers, bypassing the weapons, to grasp the shield itself. Pulling it free, he revealed a small lever embedded in the stone. Clunk. The castle came alive with hidden mechanisms. Iron shutters descended over windows with synchronized thuds. The great oak doors sealed themselves as thick obsidian alloy panels slid into place behind them. Even the hearth's opening narrowed, its flames dimming behind a lattice of black metal. "We're safe," the Baron murmured, his voice a low rumble for now. Not a single crack remained in the obsidian, defenses no gaps for wind, no vulnerabilities to cold. The Baron ran a hand along the nearest reinforced window frame, the black metal humming faintly with embedded wards. "Nothing gets through these," he said, turning to the trio. His knuckles rapped against the obsidian, producing a dull, impenetrable tone. Not frost, not wind, not even those monsters, whispers. Aaron's golden eyes still darted along the seams where walls met the ceiling. Lumen simply adjusted his monocle, its lens flickering as he scanned the defenses. Only Zephyr appeared unconcerned, his gaze distant as if listening to something beyond the walls. "But the monsters," Aaron began. "Can't breach these walls," the Baron finished. A faint smile touched his lips as he tapped the obsidian again. "And don't worry, I'll keep watch tonight." Aaron nodded, though his fingers twitched toward his sword hilt. The Baron's calm assurance reminded him suddenly, painfully, of Ammon, that same stubborn selflessness. The realization settled in his chest like a warm stone. Their footsteps echoed through stone corridors as the Baron led them past the kitchen. Steam and the scent of roasting herbs drifted through the half-open door. "Come down when you're ready," the Baron said. "I've asked the staff to prepare dinner." His voice changed slightly. "My son's favorite dishes, in fact. His mother told me to do it." Lumen's ears twitched almost imperceptibly, so the maids had stayed not just to maintain the castle, but to care for the lady of the house. A quiet dedication that matched their lord's. At last, they reached the guest wing. The Baron paused before 3 oaken doors, each bearing fresh linens folded at the foot. "Until dinner, then," he said with a subtle nod. They nodded back as the Baron took his leave, and also exchanged nods with each other before choosing a room. The heavy oak doors closed behind them with quiet finality. Each retreated into their respective chambers, Aaron collapsing onto the bed after barely removing his boots, Zephyr immediately assuming a meditative pose, Lumen methodically cleaning his monocle and clothes before bathing. 4 hours later, warm candlelight flickered across the dining hall's polished table. Steam rose from hearty vegetable stew and freshly baked bread, the simple fare arranged with care. Baron sat at the head of the table, his fingers laced before him. "It's not much," he said, gesturing to the meal, "but our staff prepared their best. Please dig in." Lumen dabbed his lips with a napkin before speaking. "How is Lady Luttra faring? That's good." Lumen offered a gentle smile before returning to his meal. The quiet clink of silverware filled the hall as Zephyr and Aaron began eating with measured politeness. After several minutes, Aaron set down his spoon with deliberate care. Can I ask you something?" The Baron paused, his own spoon hovering above the bowl before he placed it down. A moment passed before he spoke. "Is it about my son?" Aaron nodded solemnly. "Yes, I want to know more about him." His golden eyes were earnest. "Please tell us what he was like, if you can." The Baron's gaze drifted to the flickering candle between them. He noticed Lumen's discreetly attentive posture, the way Zephyr's chewing had slowed. After a long exhale, a faint smile touched his lips. "All right," his calloused fingers traced the rim of his water glass. "Emmanuel was." The words caught momentarily before flowing more easily. He had his mother's laugh, that sudden bright sound which would even make strangers smile. "But also my stubbornness, I'm afraid." Aaron found himself mirroring the Baron's smile without realizing it. "He also hated carrots," the Baron added as he sliced the carrot in his bowl, the memory pulling a quiet chuckle from him. "Would pick them out of every stew, no matter how finely they were chopped. But he'd eat them without complaint. If his younger siblings were watching, he probably didn't want to set a bad example." Lumen's spoon froze mid-air, several carrot pieces balanced precariously on it. Zephyr's eyes flicked to the half-elf, his normally impassive lips twitching for the briefest moment. Aaron and the Baron turned their heads in unison, confused by the sudden pause. "We elves know, I mean half-elves." Lumen said with quiet dignity, "Love carrots." He deliberately brought the spoon to his lips and ate the vegetables with measured enjoyment. The Baron's chuckle started deep in his chest, warm and unexpected. For a fleeting moment, he saw Emmanuel in Lumen's expression, that same stubborn pride when caught in some childish habit. The resemblance made his next words come more easily. He loved to play, but was just as happy buried in books. The Baron's fingers absently traced the grain of the wooden table, always pestering me for stories about legendary resonators and heroes. Perhaps those tales influenced him, or maybe we raised him right. He grew into that very kindness and bravery he admired, though it seems being a hero wasn't quite suited for him. He'd always help, always try to do something heroic, but he'd rarely get any attention for it. Still, that never discouraged him. He'd just smile and say, as long as I can help, it doesn't matter if someone sees me as a hero or just an ordinary boy at all. Aaron's grip tightened around his cup as the Baron continued, his voice gaining strength. I still remember the first time he truly became a hero. The Baron chuckled, a warm memory softening his face. He was barely 10, and he'd saved a group of children from a monster attack kids his own age. They were the first ones to see him as a hero, and he came home absolutely beaming, couldn't stop telling us about it. Lumen's spoon paused midair again while Zephyr's lips quirked slightly. Aaron couldn't help but smile at the image. Of course, the Baron continued, shaking his head. His mother promptly turned that joy into yelps of pain when she tanned his backside for being reckless. The shared laughter around the table felt surprisingly light given the circumstances. Then there was another time. And when their teachers realized he was missing, they searched everywhere, the entire forest, before finding him staggering out on his own, uniform in tatters, looking like he'd bathed in his own blood. The table fell into a heavy silence. The candlelight seemed to dim as the weight of the Baron's words settled over them. Even the usual background sounds of the castle, the distant creak of wood, the faint whistle of wind against the obsidian reinforcements seemed to fade away. He let out a dry chuckle. They had the audacity to suggest we transfer him to another institution, claiming it was because he was too advanced for their curriculum, as if we couldn't see through their hypocrisy. Aaron's knuckles whitened around his fork, his golden eyes flashing with quiet anger. Lumen's normally composed expression darkened slightly, while Zephyr's gaze grew more intense, though he remained silent. But you know what? The Baron's voice warmed with pride. He proved them all wrong. Scored in the top 3 in the kingdom's Royal Academy entrance exams. By the end of his first semester, he climbed to first rank. A genuine smile touched his lips. Not that we were surprised. That boy spent every waking moment either training in the courtyard or buried in books in the library. His mother used to joke that we'd need to drag him out by his ankles just to get him to eat dinner. The Baron's expression softened further as he looked at Aaron. Then, well, you know the rest. Earned that scholarship to your academy, packed his bags with more books than clothes. His voice grew quieter, left the kingdom with that same determined look he always had when setting his mind to something. The candlelight flickered across the Baron's face as his gaze grew distant, his fingers tracing the rim of his glass absently. And that was the last time we saw him. A heavy silence descended upon the dining hall, thicker than before. Aaron stared at his clenched fists, his meal. Zephyr sat perfectly still, his silver lashes lowered. Lumen's spoon lay abandoned beside his bowl, his usually composed features drawn a bit tight. After what felt like an eternity, Aaron's voice cut through the quiet, raw with emotion. I'm sorry. His golden eyes shone with unshed tears. Sorry I couldn't help that day. If I'd been stronger. Maybe he wouldn't have had to. His voice broke. I'm sorry as well. Zephyr bowed stiffly from his seat, his normally impassive face showing rare emotion. My condolences. Lumen placed a hand over his heart. I apologize too. A pause and offer my belated condolences. The fire crackled in the hearth as he continued, his voice gaining strength. And yet, though it pains me, I find some solace knowing he lived as he wished. He protected people, made true friends. His gaze lingered on each of them, friends like you. The Baron's eyes flicked upward, and though his gaze remained the color of storm clouds, there was something warmer behind them now, like the stubborn glow of a hearth fire holding back the winter's bite. Aaron swallowed hard, his golden eyes glistening in the candlelight. Zephyr's posture, usually so rigid, softened almost imperceptibly. Lumen's slender fingers curled gently around his spoon again, as if drawing comfort from its familiar weight. The Baron exhaled slowly, the lines of his face easing. He'd probably tell some terrible joke to lighten the mood too, he added, the ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. Something about carrots being good only when they weren't cooked, no doubt. Another round of chuckles spread through the room. The atmosphere became a bit warmer, but the conversation lapsed into a comfortable silence. The trio exchanged knowing glances. They recognized the Baron's efforts to maintain his composed demeanor, the way his fingers occasionally tightened around his glass, despite his calm expression. They didn't doubt his words, but the weight of unspoken grief hung between them like the candle smoke curling toward the ceiling. When the last crumbs had been cleared from their plates, Aaron and Lumen rose first. "Good night, Lord Nusil," Aaron said with a respectful bow, his golden eyes reflecting both understanding and concern. "Rest well," Lumen added, his gentle voice carrying genuine warmth as he inclined his head. The Baron nodded to them both. "Sleep well." As their footsteps faded down the corridor, Zephyr remained seated, his silver eyes fixed on the dying embers in the hearth. When the silence stretched long enough, he reached into his inner pocket with deliberate slowness. The Baron's storm-gray eyes tracked the movement, widening slightly when Zephyr produced a slightly crumpled envelope. The paper was worn at the edges, the wax seal bearing Amenyel's personal insignia, a sword crossed with a quill. "This was found in his room," Zephyr said, his voice unusually soft. "They asked me to deliver it." A pause. "Actually, it was meant for Lady Ludhara, but I thought it better you receive it now." The Baron's breath hitched as he took the letter, his calloused fingers tracing the familiar handwriting with unconscious tenderness. For a long moment, he simply stared at his son's name written across the parchment, his thumb brushing over the wax seal that had never been broken. Zephyr inclined his head, his usual stoic expression softening just slightly at the edges. Without another word, he turned and disappeared into the shadowed hallway, leaving the Baron alone with the unopened letter that seemed to weigh far more than its physical form. The obsidian walls hummed faintly against the storm's fury outside as the Baron finally broke the seal with trembling fingers, the sound of unfolding paper whisper quiet in the empty hall. The wax seal cracked with a soft snap. As the parchment unfolded, something small and metallic tumbled into the Baron's palm, a simple silver ring. With practiced ease, he channeled a trickle of aura into the ring. His hands began to shake as the inventory contents materialized in his mind's eye. A mountain of gleaming aura coins stacked like a miniature tower, rows upon rows of high-grade recovery potions, healing potions shimmering in their crystal vials, and an entire armory's worth of enchanted weaponry. And many more. This. The Baron's voice failed him. The money alone could sustain their entire territory for 6 months, a year if rationed carefully. On the other hand, the rest were even more valuable. His fingers trembled as he smoothed out the letter, his eyes hungrily scanning the familiar handwriting. Dear Mother, Father, life here has been hectic, to say the least, but I want you to know I'm doing well. I've made some good friends, even if they're all a bit strange, and I've actually secured a position at a new business in the nearby town. The pay is surprisingly decent. I'm sending along part of my savings and some items I've collected these past years. Consider it my way of helping out back home. Our territory's situation had me concerned, and I know the winter stores were running low last season. More than anything, I find myself worrying about you all. How are you both truly doing? Are my siblings fine, keeping out of too much trouble? And the keep, is it standing strong against the winter winds and whatever else the HoloLens throws its way? Please tell me there haven't been any major problems, that everything is well. And please, promise me you won't overwork yourselves. I know how you both are. I'm truly sorry again for everything that transpired, for the worry I caused, and for my silence. But I promise you I'm going to visit soon, probably right after the semester ends. Then we can talk about everything properly. See you soon, your son, Emmanuel. The Baron didn't realize he'd stopped breathing until his vision blurred. A single droplet darkened the parchment where it fell. He carefully folded the letter with military precision, though his hands betrayed him with minute tremors. Outside, the storm howled against the obsidian defenses. Inside, the Baron sat motionless at the empty table, clutching the ring and letter to his chest as if they might vanish like mist. Candlelight danced across his face, catching on the tracks of moisture he made no effort to wipe away. His fingers tightened around the letter, his whisper barely audible over the storm's muffled howl. Why? A breath, a pause. The words came out raw, frayed at the edges. Why did it have to be you, Emmanuel? Then, with the slow, deliberate movements of a man carrying something far heavier than paper and metal, he stood. The letter was folded once more with military precision, the ring pressed into its crease. Both disappeared into the inner pocket of his coat, resting just above his heart. The storm raged on. The Baron walked away, leaving only silence and the ghost of candlelight trembling in his wake. Midnight stillness blanketed the underground chambers. Row upon row of cured soldiers lay in perfect repose, their chests rising and falling in steady rhythm beneath woolen blankets. The only sounds were the occasional creak of bed frames and the soft sigh of breathing more than 30 souls healing in shared silence. Swoosh! A scout in the far corner jerked upright, his eyes flying open to reveal orbs filled with swirling white mist. Another followed, then another. Bodies spasmed without waking, some striking their heads against the bottom of upper bunks with dull thuds. None cried out, none seemed to feel their injuries. From each pair of mist-filled eyes, tendrils of vapor began to seep forth, coiling through the air like spectral serpents. The wisps converged at the chamber's center, twisting and compressing into a single, pulsing sphere of white fog. Then a darkness formed at its core. 2 slitted pupils emerged from the mist, blacker than the midnight shadows. They darted left, then right, as if taking inventory of the unconscious bodies surrounding them. The eyes hovered there, observing as the people collapsed back onto their beds. Their chests resumed their steady rise and fall, their mist-laden eyes now vacant once more. They lingered a moment longer, their inky slits sweeping over the unconscious soldiers one final time. Then with unnatural grace, they drifted forward, passing through the chamber's heavy oak door as if it were no more than a wisp of smoke. The underground corridors welcomed the entity with cold, stagnant air. It moved swiftly, darting left and right, its gaze probing every shadow, every crevice. Stone walls blurred past. Iron-barred doors offered no resistance. Only the obsidian reinforcements, humming faintly with powerful resistance, forced it to divert its path. Up it climbed through passages and halls, slipping through locked doors and through keyholes. Room after room yielded nothing, until at last it paused in front of a door. Then, without hesitation, it entered the room. Inside, sprawled across a disheveled bed, lay a half-elf. One arm dangled off the mattress, his shirt riding up to expose a lean torso marred by scars. Chest rising and falling in slow rhythm, he seemed deep in sleep, vulnerable. The eyes widened, pupils dilating with something akin to hunger. This one, the very essence of its mental aura, its spiritual light, shone brighter than any other in this forsaken place. And more importantly, he was the only one strong enough to survive the merging. Without a sound, it slipped closer, unseen, a whisper of a promise echoing in the silence. Soon this body would be its own. The eyes hovered above the half-elf's sleeping form, their inky slits widening with predatory anticipation. The essence radiating from him was so intoxicating that it could barely hold back. But then, the eyes contracted sharply. This closed, the truth was undeniable. The half-elf before it wasn't flesh and blood, but a phantom, a mirror of its own ephemeral nature. Something was deeply wrong, but before the entity could react, the sleeping figure's eyes snapped open. And then he grinned, wide, wild, knowing, too late for that. The eyes recoiled, instinct screaming at them to flee, but before they could so much as twitch. Whoosh, silver-blue flames erupted from within the entity itself. Agony, pure, searing agony lanced through its form, a pain it had never known possible. The fire burned not flesh, not matter, but its very existence. It writhed, a silent scream tearing through its essence as the flames consumed it in seconds. 5 heartbeats passed. The eyes contorted, their pupils flickering wildly. No scream could escape a creature with no mouth, but the walls themselves seemed to shudder with its silent agony. Then, pop, like a candle snuffed by an unseen hand, the entity vanished. No ash, no wisp of mist, only the faint scent of phantom ozone lingered in the air. The phantom lumen turned toward the room's shadowed corner where the real lumen leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Well, the phantom chuckled, brushing non-existent dust off its sleeve. That worked out exactly as you thought. I know. The real lumen pushed off the wall, his left eye still glowing faintly with the aftereffects of his ability. And I can sleep peacefully now. All right, call me if you need help again. The phantom gave a mocking salute before dissolving into motes of blue light. Alone again, Lumen sat heavily on the bed. He extended his perception through the castle's obsidian bones, past the groaning storm outside, beyond the unconscious soldiers below. The monster was dead, this part of it at least. The real body still lurked beyond these walls, its consciousness fractured but not yet fully destroyed, but now it was vulnerable. A grim satisfaction settled over him. The creature had taken the bait, drawn to his deliberately exposed presence. If it had lingered among the others, hunting indiscriminately, taking care of it would have been far harder. Thankfully, luck and the surprise factor had been on his side tonight, yet this wasn't over, it was merely a prelude. Lumen's fingers flexed. The real hunt would begin tomorrow, and this time, the prey would also be a predator, a role he was intimately familiar with, having often turned the tables on those who sought him. The next morning, the dining hall was dimly lit by flickering lanterns, the obsidian-reinforced windows sealing away any hint of light. The blizzard's muffled howl pressed against the walls, a constant reminder of the danger beyond. Aaron, Lumen, and Zephyr sat at the table, picking at their breakfast-warm porridge, dried fruits, and spiced tea. The Baron entered shortly after, his posture rigid but his expression composed. He took his seat at the head of the table, pouring himself a cup of tea before nodding to them in greeting. Silence stretched for a long moment before Zephyr set his spoon down. His silver eyes flicked to the Baron. "What are we going to do now?" he asked, voice low but clear. "How do we defeat that thing?" The Baron took a slow sip of his tea before setting the cup back on the table with deliberate calm. "We wait," he said. "The defenses are holding. Nothing is gonna get inside. And once the blizzard passes, those creatures will disappear with it. So we just need to endure a few more days. You will also be able to leave then." Zephyr studied him for a beat, then nodded once and returned to his meal. The Baron watched him for a moment before adding, his tone firm but not unkind, "There's no need to put ourselves in danger again. Surviving is enough." Another nod from Zephyr. He understood the Baron's meaning perfectly. They couldn't defeat that monstrous entity anyway, so why risk their lives unnecessarily? The castle's defenses were holding, and everyone was safe for now. But he still couldn't help wonder if all that was true. And there was only one way to find out, talk with a certain someone who might know a few things. But it seems like his plan will have to wait a little longer, as after breakfast, the Baron gestured to Lumen. "Come with me. I'd like you to check on my wife's condition once more." "All right. You two can return to your rooms or go to the library. Maids will show you the way," Baron said and led the way himself. The two men walked through the torch-lit corridors, their footsteps echoing against the obsidian walls. The muted thrum of the castle's defenses against the blizzard was a constant, low growl. Newskill's gaze kept drifting to Lumen, a thoughtful, almost appraising look in his storm-gray eyes. He knew this young man had played a pivotal role in defending the keep, and had personally attended to Selvian after her ordeal. Gratitude was strong, but so was a lord's duty, especially when faced with such an inexplicably calm and competent individual who seemed to appear out of nowhere. Beyond that, a flicker of familiarity tugged at the edge of Newskill's mind, like a half-forgotten dream. The way Lumen carried himself, perhaps, or the unusual glint in his eyes. Or the fact that he also didn't like carrots. He couldn't quite place it. It could simply be exhaustion or the residual shock from yesterday's events making him overthink, but he needed to confirm. Halfway to Lady Luttera's chambers, the Baron finally spoke, his voice carefully neutral. "Sir Lumen, forgive my bluntness, but my duties compel me to ask." He paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. "What are you truly doing here? You're not from the Academy, that much is obvious. So how did you end up in my home? And if I may be so bold, what are your real intentions?" Lumen's lips curved into a faint smile. He kept his gaze forward as they walked. "I'm nothing more than a wandering healer, Lord Newskill. While traveling through Orland Kingdom, I heard tales of the HoloLens and its corruption cases. The phenomenon interested me." He adjusted his monocle absently. "As for my presence here, it's purely a coincidence." Lumen paused for a moment and continued. "After certain events unfolded, they asked me to accompany them. It was actually young friend Zephyr's idea. He anticipated that either Lady Luttera or you might take the news. Poorly. Having a healer who understands mental afflictions seemed prudent, and since their goals somehow aligned with mine, I agreed. As for the rest..." He glanced at the Baron. "We both know how that turned out, don't we?" The Baron nodded slowly at Lumen's words. Though a sliver of suspicion still lingered, he found himself believing the half-elf. The world was vast after all, and there were many like him wanderers, free-spirited souls who traveled where fate took them. There had been a time long ago when he too had dreamed of such a life, but not everything went as one wished, and truthfully, he was content with the life he had now. Lumen added, his voice calm but firm, "And you don't need to worry. I have no ill intentions. In fact, I may be able to help with this HoloLens issue." He paused, "But of course we'll have to wait until this incident passes." The Baron chuckled, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. "You're right, and forgive me for doubting you again." "No worries," Lumen replied, offering a faint smile. They arrived at Lady Luttera's chambers soon after. The Baron knocked lightly before pushing the door open, only to freeze in place. The bed was empty. His gaze snapped to the table by the side, where a figure sat hunched over, trembling, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Both men stood stunned for a moment. Then Lumen took a quiet step back. "I'll come back later," he murmured. Lumen slipped out, closing the door behind him without a sound. The Baron lingered for a second, his perception stretching beyond the room. He waited till Lumen was already at the far end of the corridor, his footsteps fading. Then with slow, deliberate steps, the Baron approached his wife. Selvian trembled violently as she turned toward her husband. The Baron's breath caught in his throat at the sight of her tears, streamed unchecked down her pale cheeks, her eyes swollen and red-rimmed from crying. The usually composed Lady Luttera looked utterly broken, her delicate features twisted with unbearable grief. "Oh, our son," she choked out between sobs, her fingers clutching desperately something the letter he left behind yesterday on the table. Ammon. He. The Baron found himself unable to speak. Words felt hollow, inadequate against such raw sorrow. Instead, he crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides and gathered his wife into his arms. She collapsed against his chest with a shuddering gasp, her entire body racked with sobs. He held her tightly, one large hand cradling the back of her head, while the other rubbed slow circles between her shoulder blades. Her tears soaked through his shirt, warm against his skin. "It's all right," he murmured into her hair, though the words tasted like ash. "I'm here." Selvian clutched at him like a drowning woman, her fingers digging into his back. For the first time since receiving the news, she wasn't alone in her grief. The weight of it could be shared, divided between 2 sets of shoulders instead of one, though the Baron wondered silently if even that would be enough. Unknown to the grieving couple, a figure stood just next corridor, his back pressed against the cold obsidian wall. Lumen's eyes were closed, his breathing deliberately even. After a long moment, his eyelids fluttered open. "I'm sorry," he whispered, so softly the words barely disturbed the air. His fingers rose to adjust his monocle, the glass catching the dim torchlight. With one last glance toward their room, he pushed off from the wall and continued down the corridor, his footsteps silent against the stone. A few minutes later, Lumen's silent footsteps carried him to the modest castle library, not the grand archive he'd expected, but a practical chamber lined with utilitarian bookshelves. The scent of pine, resin from the torches mixed with parchment as he spotted Zephyr and Aaron at a central table. He approached silently, exchanging nods with them before settling into a chair beside Zephyr. His eyes immediately flicked to the paper spread across the table, a meticulously drawn sketch of the eyes in the snow, their hollow gaze captured in unsettling detail. Below the image, lines of neatly organized notes detailed observed behaviors and speculated weaknesses. Zephyr spoke first, his voice low but clear. "We suspect the blizzard might not end naturally." Lumen nodded slowly. "You mean this creature could be controlling the storm?" Yes, Zephyr replied curtly. Or, it might be one with the blizzard itself. And Aaron tapped the parchment, adding, that's why we're compiling everything we know, its abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. It's always better to know about your enemy. Lumen's lips curved into a faint smile. Good thinking. He leaned forward slightly. Then allow me to join you. The two exchanged a glance, Aaron's golden eyes flickering with curiosity, Zephyr's silver gaze unreadable, before nodding in unison. Aaron had his reasons to agree, while Zephyr's reasons ran deeper than he let on. All right, Lumen began, folding his hands on the table. From what I've observed, this monster isn't just a single entity. It's a hive-mind entity. He pointed to the sketch. The eyes are likely the core consciousness, the one controlling the mistborn and the corrupted. And obviously the real threat. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. The lantern light flickered across his monocle as he continued, and according to a certain source, it has a name, a few names in fact. Aaron's brows lifted slightly, but Zephyr's expression remained impassive, waiting. Lumen's voice dropped, as if wary of the shadows listening. It's called a hollowborn, a true mistborn, or even the term we came to know, the eyes in the snow. Though if it were up to me, I'd call it only one thing: Lament Shroud. The name Lament Shroud carried an eerie weight, like a grief-given form. Aaron's golden eyes flickered with unease. Why that name, he asked, fingers tightening around his quill. Lumen smiled faintly as he replied, because it doesn't just kill. It wraps its victims in a veil of sorrow and mist, making them relive their worst memories before they even realize they're trapped. His monocle gleamed as he tilted his head. You saw what it nearly did to the Baron. A shudder ran through Aaron's shoulders. They had seen it firsthand, how the creature had twisted the Baron's grief into a weapon against himself. Without Lumen's intervention, Zephyr's silver eyes narrowed slightly. Putting names aside, he said coolly, what else do you know? Lumen nodded. Let me see your notes first. No point repeating what you've already uncovered. He leaned forward, scanning their meticulous records. Spectral entity, incorporeal form, manifests through mist snow, should be able to move through walls, floors, and other objects. Environmental control, manipulates blizzard conditions. Weaknesses, vulnerable to anti-spectral attack subjects, dependent on its environment, and the blizzard for power. Their notes also detailed suspicions of the entity controlling the mistborn and the corrupted, with currently no way to kill, circled in bold, frantic strokes. Lumen chuckled dryly. You've covered the essentials, but thankfully, his finger tapped the parchment. I have a few additions. The two leaned in slightly. Firstly, I will expand on the thing you guys pointed out. Lumen began, his voice low and steady. The Lament Shroud having no true physical body. It's what I call a phantom sovereignty. Think of it as a collective consciousness, a single mind, but one that's not tied to a single physical form. Instead, it anchors itself to multiple vessels like the mistborn and the corrupted guards you saw. Each of those eyes in the snow, each one we encountered, is merely a small shard of its greater being, a conduit for its will, not its actual self. He paused, letting the information sink in. Zephyr's brow furrowed, processing the implications of a non-corporeal enemy. Aaron nodded, noting down the important parts. This leads to its primary mode of operation, mental consumption. The Lament Shroud doesn't simply corrupt, it devours. It consumes the aura of its victims while feeding on their thoughts and memories. What's left will be hollowed husks, empty shells that serve as its eyes and voice, its puppets in the physical world. Lumen adjusted his monocle, his gaze distant. I only pieced this together after treating a few of the affected patients right here in the keepstate. Perhaps it hasn't been long since they were corrupted, as only a few moments of their memories were stolen. He paused, a grim line to his lips. But if given enough time, it's a terrifyingly efficient way to expand its influence and gather information without leaving any discernible physical evidence on the body itself. Zephyr, who had been listening intently, interjected, his voice dropping slightly. This also means that as it devours more memories and aura, it also grows more powerful and increasingly cunning. It learns, and it adapts. He met Lumen's gaze, a silent challenge or confirmation passing between them. Precisely, Lumen agreed, his eyes serious. And this understanding of its growth also brings us to another possibility and a crucial weakness. While it primarily uses puppets, I suspect it possesses a possession-type ability as well, the capacity to truly inhabit a body. However, taking full control of a living being would likely require a larger, more concentrated part of its consciousness, perhaps even its core, to be directly present, though I doubt if it would risk such a move lightly. Wait, Aaron's eyes widened slightly, the realization dawning. You mean that the more it spreads itself, the weaker it becomes? That's right. Lumen nodded, a faint, almost predatory glint entering his eyes. Overextension is one of its key vulnerabilities. The more minds it controls directly, the more physical bodies it inhabits, the more thinly spread its consciousness becomes. Its reactions will slow down. Its overall power might increase due to more conduits, but its control over individual actions and its ability to react swiftly to unforeseen threats significantly diminishes. It's a trade-off, a balance between overwhelming numbers and centralized, agile control. Zephyr subtly nodded, his eyes distant as he analyzed the newfound information, fitting the pieces into the intricate puzzle in his mind. Aaron, however, turned to Lumen with a hesitant but urgent question. Then, can we defeat that thing? Lumen let the question hang in the air for a long, deliberate moment. The flickering light cast shifting shadows across his face as he finally answered. No, number. Aaron's breath hitched, his golden eyes widening slightly. Lumen waited just long enough for the despair to settle in before continuing. Not for now, at least. Then. Is there a way? Can you do it? Aaron pressed, his fingers tightening around the edge of the table. Lumen shook his head again, and Aaron's shoulders tensed in quiet frustration. However, there's a saying, Lumen said, raising his index finger. As long as there is a will, there will always be a way. So if we keep thinking and learning, we will definitely find one. As for me, he added with a self-deprecating shrug, I'm just a healer. My combat prowess isn't strong. Aaron exhaled, his expression flickering with realization. Sorry for my presumption. Lumen waved a hand dismissively. No need, but while I can't participate in direct combat, and neither should you, since you're still unawakened, we can still contribute from the backlines. He gestured to the notes spread across the table. Planning, healing, or whatever else we're good at. And besides. His gaze flicked toward the window, where the storm still raged beyond the obsidian barriers. It's still not certain if we'll even have to fight. Our enemy is a spectral one after all. It may yet dissipate with the blizzard. Aaron nodded slowly, though the tension in his frame didn't entirely ease. Zephyr, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke, his voice low and measured. Then for now we prepare, we observe, and we wait. Lumen inclined his head in agreement. Exactly. The three of them fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of their enemies, nature settling over them, like the storm outside. Zephyr's voice was low, cutting through the muted thrum of the castle. Aaron, already halfway down the corridor, nodded in agreement. Take care, I said, a subtle nod in their direction. My gaze followed them for a moment, watching their figures disappear around a bend before I retracted my attention and made my way to my own destination. The vastness of the keep stretched out before me, a labyrinth of shadow and stone. Here, amidst the quietude, the rhythmic howl of the Ashenfang Whitefall had become the constant backdrop to our lives within the keep. And 5 days had passed since the blizzard clamped down, and with each dawn, life inside the obsidian walls settled deeper into a mundane, almost repetitive rhythm. My father. I caught myself, exhaling slowly through my nose. No, not father. Not here, not now. Not until the right time comes. It's better to address them as Baron Nuskill and Lady Ludra. Though the words tasted bitter on my tongue, the necessity of it was clear. I was Lumen, now a wandering healer, a half-elf with light blue eyes and a monocle. This identity was more than a mere disguise, it was the new me, and I had to accept it quickly, make it my own. Besides, getting used to addressing them formally even in my thoughts would help solidify this. It would also keep my tongue and my mind working in concert, turning this role into a deep-seated habit, given the constant risk of discovery. After all, there had been too many close calls these past days, moments where the familiar words father and mother had almost escaped my lips. Only the chaotic illusion incident had excused my lapse then. Now precision was paramount. Keep the mask steady, I constantly reminded myself. One misstep could ruin everything. Anyway, Baron Nuskill spent most of his time tending to Lady Ludra, his grief a heavy shroud that even his strong will couldn't entirely dispel. Occasionally he'd seek us out, checking on our well-being with a forced composure that spoke volumes of his inner turmoil. He was a good host, despite everything. As for us, the days blurred similarly. Aaron and Zephyr had claimed one of the underground training rooms the Baron provided. The dull thud of sparring, the sharp hiss of a blade, or the grunt of exertion would often echo up the stone corridors. They pushed themselves, honing their skills, a restless energy permeating their shared space. My own routine was a blend of quiet study in the castle's modest library and tending to the afflicted. I spent hours poring over the library's collection of books and documents. Much to my non-existent surprise, there were no dusty, secret tomes or ancient, forgotten scripts hidden away. Guess I wasn't that kind of main character who would stumble upon such convenient plot devices or cheats. Instead, the shelves were filled predominantly with storybooks and autobiography like accounts of famous and legendary resonators and heroes. It seemed the Baron hadn't lied about my past self's habits. I must have genuinely enjoyed reading these. However, I hadn't had the luxury of indulging in them before. My priority had been to find anything useful about our current predicament, the blizzard, the HoloLens, the keep's defenses, and the history of the Ludra family and their territory. I'd read through various historical accounts and documents, even finding records of past Ashenfang Whitefalls, though it didn't offer insights beyond what we already knew. Yet this didn't mean my efforts were fruitless. Far from it. My diligent searching had yielded a trove of insights. I learned a significant amount about the current crisis plaguing the region, piecing together how the HoloLens had expanded and infected the land. More surprisingly, I learned about my family, the Lutteras, and how they came to be known as a shield family, their long, arduous history of protecting these lands. A lot of what I uncovered surprised me, adding new layers of understanding to the very foundations of this keep and its legacy. And now, with the pressing matters of the keep temporarily stabilized, I finally had the time to do what I truly wanted. My gaze swept over the shelves again, focusing on the storybooks and heroics. It was time to focus on myself, or more precisely, my past self. I needed to know. Who knew if I could discover something useful about the past or get a clue about my missing memories? After all, there were clicks like that in many stories. Characters would get DJ Vus or unexpected memory fragments, glimpses into their past or future at a time like this. Well then, I chuckled inwardly, standing in front of the shelves. Shall we find out? I began by pulling the first autobiography from what I knew had been Amenyel's personal section. I flipped through the pages, my observant eye active, scanning every line, every margin for a hidden detail or a telling annotation from my past self. But I found nothing. Only the crisp, unblemished pages and the occasional, neat note written in the margins by him, simple observations on the content, devoid of any personal info about my own lost history. Undeterred, I replaced the book and moved to the next, repeating the meticulous process. Then the next and the next. An hour must have passed, the stack of examined books growing steadily beside me, yet no sudden flashes of memory, no faint déjà vu, no cryptic clues materialized. I had anticipated this, of course. True insights rarely came so easily, especially when you sought them. Finally, I leaned back, stretching my stiff neck. The low light of the enchanted lanterns cast long shadows across the towering bookshelves. As I reached to slide the last book back into its slot, something tiny, almost imperceptible, caught my eye. A sliver of off-white peeking out from behind one of the larger tomes on the opposite side of the shelf, tucked away. Has my luck finally come? I wondered, a faint flicker of excitement flickering in my chest. Carefully, I returned the book to its place, then quickly moved around the towering shelf. My fingers closed around the hidden book, pulling it free. It was thicker than it looked, and as I opened it, inside was a slightly worn-out notebook. Found it. Instead, I carried it to the reading table along with the book it had been hidden behind. The tea I'd brought earlier had cooled, but I poured a cup anyway, the herbal scent sharpening my focus as I took a deliberate sip. Then and only then did I open the notebook. Clank. The first page was empty. So was the next, and the next, Tusk. I kept flipping, my fingers moving methodically through the pages, but nothing revealed itself, no hastily scribbled notes, no hidden sketches, no sudden rush of forgotten memories, just a parchment untouched by ink. My initial surge of anticipation began to wane with each empty sheet. Was it truly empty, or was this just another dead end? However, I refused to give up, my gaze sharp, scanning every inch of every page as I reached the very end of the notebook. And there, subtly written on the right side of the last page, was a single line. I will see with my own eyes. I frowned. After all that searching, this was what I found. A cryptic fragment that told me almost nothing, but the wording nagged at me. So this was personal. Is this a message from my past self? And see with my own eyes, is it figurative or literal? My pulse quickened as I focused on the key phrase. Own eyes? What exactly did he mean? Could it be? Without another thought, I removed the monocle. I was already using observant eye, so there was only one other eye-related thing left. My vision sharpened, the subtle hum of mana in the air becoming a vibrant tapestry of light as I activated my exorcist's gaze. The world around me took on an ethereal sheen, and then I looked back down at the notebook. What had been a stark, blank page moments before now shimmered. Faint, shimmering lines of script, like moonlight on water, began to bleed into existence across the parchment. Letters coalesced, words formed, then entire sentences, as if drawn by an invisible hand, visible only through the heightened perception of my gaze. I flipped rapidly to the first page. And there, starkly written in the center, was a single, chilling line, I am going to die. A profound silence descended, broken only by the distant wail of the blizzard. So I knew I was gonna die, huh? I muttered inwardly, my gaze still fixed on the luminous script. Did I see a glimpse of the future or the past, like the first thread system showed me, or is it completely something else entirely? With that thought echoing in my mind, I flipped to the next page. The same line, I am going to die, was written again, precisely in the center of the page. I turned to the third. This time, the words shifted. I saw it. And on the very next page, the revelation deepened, chilling me in a way the pronouncement of my own death hadn't. I saw how I am going to die. So I was correct, I thought, my mind racing as I flipped to the next page. The chilling declaration repeated, I'm going to die. Then the next page, and the next. A cold dread, foreign and sharp, slid down my spine, piercing through my usual detachment. It wasn't the words themselves, but the raw, desperate terror behind them that finally reached me. Everyone is going to die. The luminous script seemed to burn brighter, each letter a brand. Mother, father, my siblings, everyone. I kept flipping, the sense of urgency from the past self growing with each page. The lines that followed were variations of the same terrifying message, echoing the despair. Eclipse Keep is going to get destroyed, the inescapable doom that would claim every life within its ancient walls. Page after page, the grim pronouncements continued, painting a vivid picture of absolute annihilation, a scene that Amaniel had witnessed with horrifying clarity. My breath hitched, a faint tremor running through my hand. This wasn't just a record, it was a desperate plea, a warning screamed across time. Then, finally, after what felt like an eternity of impending doom, the message shifted. The despair gave way to a sliver of desperate hope, a fierce resolve that shone through the ethereal ink. I can stop it. The words vibrated with a raw intensity, followed by a fierce, undeniable yearning. I want to stop it. I flipped the page, the notebook's ethereal script pulsing like a dying ember. It told me there is a way to save myself. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. I already knew what came next. The next page confirmed it. I refused. A breath I didn't realize I was holding escaped me. Of course I had. The Amaniel of the past might have been many things, but a coward wasn't one of them. I turned the page. I asked if I could save the others, my family, the keep, everyone else. My heart hammered against my ribs. This must be the reason. The following page held only 2 words, but they burned brighter than the rest. It said, yes, I can save everyone. I flipped again, my gaze already flying to the new words, bracing myself for the inevitable cost. But I am going to lose myself. I stopped, the notebook held motionless in my trembling hands. Lose myself. What did that mean? Was it still a form of death, a more profound ending than the one already decreed? Or was it about this, the amnesia, the new identity, the sealed or erased memories? Was this the cost? Shaking my head, I forced myself to continue. I had to know the full extent of his sacrifice. Flip, sorry everyone. The apology repeated page after page, each more desperate than the last. Sorry mother. Flip, sorry father. Flip, sorry big sister. Flip, sorry little ones. And then the final damning line, the same as the first, but irrevocable now, I will die. The WILL was underlined 3 times, the ink jagged as if carved into the page. I turned to the next sheet, expecting. But there was nothing. Oh, the notebook ended. Hey system, I muttered in my mind, the question a silent accusation. It was you who did it, right? The one who talked to my past self, the one who took away my memories. Silence was my only answer, as expected. But I chuckled, a low, humorless sound. You don't have to answer. I glanced at the inert notebook again. It's way too obvious now anyway. There was truly nothing more here. I closed the notebook, then closed the larger book around it, containing the secret once more. I picked up my cooled tea, taking another sip. The pieces of the puzzle, fragmented for so long, were finally clicking into place, aligning into a chilling, cohesive picture. So my past self had seen the future, or perhaps the past, a terrifying vision where everyone he loved, everyone in Eclipse Keep, died. Then the system had appeared, offering him a chance to save himself. But he had refused, opting instead for the survival of others, of his family, of the keep. Nightmares he was plagued with must be related to that horrifying vision too. And the cost, my memories, myself, but it couldn't be that simple. I pondered again, a flicker of understanding crossing my eyes. So that's how it is, I chuckled as ideas flowed into my mind. The system probably took away my original memories to replace them with the memories of the stories, the clicks, the cringes, the comedy, the fantasy I remembered waking up with. It was a bizarre, yet highly plausible possibility. Perhaps my unawakened self couldn't contain so much raw memory, or there was some arcane reason for the substitution. But then a new set of questions bubbled to the surface. How exactly did my past self write this notebook? And why in such a way? Was he truly unawakened then, just as I was now? Or did he use some kind of relic, a hidden treasure, or a specific ability to foresee and record such impossible truths? And why exactly those memories? Couldn't it have given me all the possible visions? Or was it related to the system and the way it operated? The possibilities were many, each one spinning off into further unknowns. Yet, amidst all these unfolding revelations and new mysteries, the most important question still remained. Why exactly that? Academy, why go there of all places? Was there something important there? A relic, a secret, a person that held the key to averting the doom my past self had seen? Or was it somehow related to those scenarios I encountered? Was it because Zephyr or Aaron or the other important characters were there? Frustration coiled in my chest. Every theory made sense, yet there was no way to confirm if any of them were true, and the mysteries only branched further. Why did I wake up on that specific day? Why fill my head with stories and clicks instead of my own history? Was it the system's doing, or some failsafe my past self had engineered? I set the cup down, the sound unnaturally loud in the silent library. My thoughts spiraled back to the first thread I'd witnessed. In the vision, I was clearly older, around 20, and pretty powerful too, judging by the way I fought. But despite all that, I still died. Yet, here I live. This fact alone spiraled into profound implications. Did I possess the ability to time travel, or perhaps to glimpse and even live through possible timelines? Was I a regressor, flung back to prevent a catastrophe? Or was my still unknown, resonance ability intricately related to some form of temporal manipulation? and then the most perplexing thought of all surfaced. Was I truly a background character? If the memories the system gave me served right, only main characters or super important, destined individuals ever had this kind of elaborate setup, these kinds of abilities. Speaking of which, the system itself constantly used terms like stories, characters, and narratives, and it had explicitly called me a background character. So was this it? Was I really trapped in a world of merged storylines? A background character who was fated to die as shown in the first thread, but who is now somehow, inexplicably, alive and here. Heya. I let out a long, shuddering exhale. My mind was a chaotic mess, a whirlwind of new information and unanswerable questions. It felt like every answer I gained simply birthed a dozen more uncertainties. I stood, taking the book and notebook with me, and walked to the nearest shelf, sliding them back into their concealed spot. Though I'd ended up with more questions than I began with, I had at least received some of the answers I craved. Besides, in a twisted way, my past self had succeeded in his purpose. I died, so did he. The others, our family, the keep, were safe, for now, and only if we ignore the lament shroud. And I was free now, or at least I desperately wanted to believe it. And hadn't I already decided on my path, on my future, on what I am gonna do? Then there was no point in overthinking it anymore. I just needed to keep going, seeking improvement and doing what worked. Let's continue then, I murmured, reaching for another book. Just as my fingers made contact with the spine of the new book and my gaze flickered to its cover, my hands suddenly froze. A chilling sensation, cold and sharp, began to crawl up from the very core of my soul, spreading through my limbs. I'd almost asked every question, pondered every possibility, but in my frantic chase for answers, I'd forgotten the most crucial, the most fundamental, and perhaps the most terrifying one. Am I even Amaniel? The question, simple and terrifying, echoed in my mind. My hands were still frozen on the book, the smooth cover suddenly feeling alien and unfamiliar. It was a thought so monstrously simple, so obvious that it had slipped past all my frantic deductions. What if I wasn't the real Amaniel? What if I was someone else entirely, a mind from a different world, now trapped inside this body? What if Amaniel truly died, his life force and consciousness snuffed out, and the words, "I will die," weren't just about a sacrifice, but a literal, final end? Did my consciousness simply replace his? Was he a soul that was extinguished to make room for mine? Was I, a parasite? The horrifying possibilities unfolded like a grim tapestry, each thread more unsettling than the last. If this was a story, as the system seemed to suggest, was I just a convenient protagonist transmigrated to a new world to fill a vacant role? Was my very existence a cliché plot device? My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. My thoughts churned, a relentless storm of doubt and fear. I stood there, utterly still, caught between the chilling implications of the notebook and the unsettling reality of my own existence. The air in the library, once comforting, now felt heavy, suffocating. Erg. A sharp, coppery taste filled my mouth as I bit down on my lip, forcing the frantic thoughts to a halt. The physical sting was a welcome anchor, a brutal reminder that whoever I was, this body was real. Calm down, I commanded myself, striving for the familiar logic that usually anchored my mind. This was overwhelming, but panic wouldn't help. I focused on my breathing, in and out, trying to steady the frantic rhythm of my heart. The Baron. That's right, Baron had believed it with every fiber of his being that I was his son. His grief for Amaniel was real, his paternal affection palpable. Could he be so utterly mistaken or deceived? And then there was Lady Lutra, my mother, whose fragile state was a constant reminder of their bond to Amaniel. If I truly wasn't him, then their pain, their love, was being directed at a stranger. The thought alone was a bitter twist in my gut. No, I couldn't be certain. This was a theoretical fear, born from fragmented clues and literary trope system has implanted in me. The culprit itself remained silent, a frustratingly enigmatic entity that offered riddles instead of answers. There was no concrete proof, no definitive statement that Amaniel was truly gone and I was an entirely different soul. This was speculation, a horrifying, what if born from too many stories. I forced myself to ease my grip on the book, the tension slowly draining from my shoulders. It wouldn't do to let such thoughts paralyze me. Regardless of my true origin, I was here. This body, these responsibilities, these relationships, they were my present reality. The task before me, the impending doom Amaniel had seen, still loomed. Whether I was the original, reborn, or something else entirely, the path ahead was clear. My choices, my actions, were what mattered now. I took another deep breath, exhaling slowly through my nose. The frantic drumming of my heart had steadied, but a restless unease lingered in my bones, a phantom itch I couldn't scratch. If only the system would speak, even a single confirmation. You are Amaniel Ors. Your not would be enough, but the greatest enigma of all remained silent, withholding the truth like a miser hoarding gold. My fingers traced the spine of the book absently as my mind wandered back to the system itself. What was it truly? A relic from some forgotten age, a fragment of future technology, a skill woven into the fabric of reality, or the handiwork of a powerful being like the mythical transcendent resonators, or higher-level existence. The possibilities sprawled endlessly, each more dizzying than the last. Enough, I forced the thoughts aside. Speculation without evidence was a maze with no exit, but a stubborn ember of hope still flickered in my chest. The journal had said it told me, which meant the system had spoken to my past self. The thought settled like sediment in my mind. If the system had spoken to Emmanuel once, it would speak to me again. Perhaps not today, perhaps not with words, but it would answer. Time. That was all I needed, time to grow stronger, to unravel the secrets, to force the truth from whatever cosmic force had woven this tangled web. Until then, I slid the book back onto the shelf with deliberate care. Until then, I would walk the path before me, one step at a time, and if I can't be sure of who I was, then I'll define who I become. The resolve settled into my bones, steadying the last tremors of doubt. First things first, I had to stop the doom my past self had foreseen, and that began with the Baron. Convincing him wouldn't be easy. There was still some time before lunch, though. My gaze swept around the vast, silent library, and an idea began to form. I have to prepare for the future too, I thought, a quiet conviction settling within me. Before I took my leave from Eclipse Keep, before I fully embarked on whatever grander destiny awaited me, I wanted to solve at least one of my family's existing problems. It was the least I could do, whether I was truly their son or not. So, should I try to do something about the constant HoloLens incursions that plagued the territory, or tackle the persistent financial problems that always seemed to weigh heavily on the Baron's shoulders, or... My eyes drifted across the rows, recalling a few distinct details I'd absorbed on my journey to the Ludra family's territory. All right, I decided, a new purpose sparking within me. Let's fix this one. It is somehow related to me anyway. The Baron asked, his back still turned to the group as he stood before the reinforced obsidian door. His hand rested against the cold metal, fingers flexing in grim determination. Yes, the reply came in unison, sharp and decisive. Behind him, the assembled guards, scouts, and resonators stood in formation, their breaths misting in the chilled air of the castle's hidden side exit. They had already simulated this 3 times. Almost every step, every contingency, every possible threat had been accounted for. The Baron exhaled, his breath a white plume in the dim torchlight. Then let's begin. With a grunt of effort, he pushed the massive door open. A slight force met his resistance, the accumulated snow of the ceaseless blizzard pressing in from the outside. But he persevered, and with a creak and a groan, a sliver of the raging storm was exposed. As soon as the gap was wide enough, everyone surged out, their heavy winter coats and the occasional clink of armor creating a muffled symphony against the wind's howl. Behind them, Aaron, the head healer, and Professor Harkin remained inside, their presence a deliberate part of the strategy. The professor swiftly pulled the door shut, his hand glowing faintly as a quick burst of wind aura efficiently cleansed the lingering mist and snow from the entrance. Outside, the main force quickly divided into their pre-assigned groups, melting into the swirling white chaos, each heading towards their designated objectives. Elria, the vice captain of the guards, drove her unit forward through the swirling storm. Their heavy boots crunched on the freshly fallen snow, each step a battle against the elements. Their target destination lay ahead, a strategic point in the town where they planned to meet the enemy head-on. And they have already been warned that the eyes in the snow seemed to know their every move and coordinated the moment they stepped into the blizzard's embrace. Sure enough, not a few minutes had passed when enemies materialized from the whiteout. A group of Mistborns, their translucent forms barely visible against the snow, was led by the ominous, unblinking eyes in the snow. Suddenly, all the Mistborns coalesced, their vortex-like heads spiraling as if to hypnotize them, whispering words that slithered into the biting wind. Win say yao. Elria's unit exchanged quick glances, a shared chuckle passing between them. Then, without hesitation, they launched themselves at the encroaching enemies. Your whispers are dull today, monster. Elria's voice, though muffled by the storm, carried a clear note of mockery, a fire of determination igniting in her eyes. They were already prepared. Countermeasures against the mental attacks were already in place. Their ears were covered by special objects and reinforced by their own aura. It wouldn't completely block the insidious whispers, but the roaring blizzard sounds and their own aura provided enough natural interference to dull their hypnotic effect. Now, they could fight without worrying about immediate mental incapacitation, at least, not until the Lament Shroud's core consciousness decided to make a direct appearance. Gale slash, Elria lunged first, her blade igniting with wind aura, slicing through the nearest Mistborn in a single, brutal arc. The creature shrieked as it dispersed, its form dissolving into the storm. Her unit followed suit, their movements synchronized despite the blizzard's oppressive weight. Yet, they were slower, the snow dragged at their limbs, the cold numbing their reflexes. The Mistborn, unhindered by the storm, moved like liquid shadows, slipping between strikes and reforming just as quickly. reflexes honed through years of training felt sluggish, making their engagement against the elusive Mistborns a difficult dance. Each strike was slower, each parry less sharp. But as long as they played their part, drawing the enemy's attention and holding their ground, they believed they would soon contribute to the annihilation of the monster. Are the others doing okay? Elria wondered, her chest heaving as she finally put down the last Mistborn in her immediate vicinity with a powerful swing of her frost-rimmed greatsword. But the eyes in the snow that were watching simply pulsed, and even more Mistborns began to form from the swirling mist and snow, forcing Elria to quickly refocus on the immediate, overwhelming threat to her own unit. On the other side of the roaring blizzard, the Baron led his small unit, consisting of Zephyr and Lumen, toward the lower keep. Their destination was the West Wing Anchor, the very one they had visited previously. But just like the other groups, they were constantly assailed, ambushed by the ever-present eyes in the snow and their accompanying armies of Mistborns. But for them, the difficulty was noticeably lower. Now, without the distractions of managing a wider battlefront or worrying about corrupted victims, he moved with an unbridled ferocity. The Mistborns and their controlling eyes, mostly lesser and dire beasts, with only a few reaching the greater beast rank capable of controlling mist and phasing through physical attacks, posed only a so-so threat to him. With his spear relic alight, the Baron was unmatched. He was a whirlwind of controlled power, each thrust of his spear ripping through the Mistborns with effortless precision, dispersing them before they could even fully coalesce or whisper their hypnotic threats. He moved like a force of nature, clearing a path through the swirling chaos, Zephyr and Lumen staying close behind him, reacting at the right times but rarely needing to intervene. The snow parted before the Baron's relentless advance and the enemy melted away like ghosts. You guys were right, it can't fully manifest if it is dividing its focus. The Baron's voice boomed, cutting through the howl of the storm as they began their descent through the snow-choked passage that once served as stairs. Zephyr and Lumen nodded, barely managing to hear him while carefully advancing behind. To their fortune and gratitude, Baron Newskill was taking the full brunt of the swirling snow and wind, and the snow beneath their feet was heavy and compacted, providing solid footing otherwise. Navigating the treacherous path would have been far more difficult. It was probably because it had been a full week since the blizzard began, allowing the snow to settle into a dense, icy mass. Looks like they sent a welcome unit, the Baron rumbled, his gaze hardening as they finally reached their destination. With a sharp gesture, he signaled Zephyr and Lumen toward the snow-choked entrance of the West Wing Anchor. His spear, Duskpiercer, erupted in living flames, the heat rippling through the blizzard's bite. He had to get serious this time. Looming out of the swirling white were three massive alpha-rank Mistborns. The first stood 8 feet tall, its elongated limbs ending in jagged, icicle-like claws. Its body constantly shifted between solid and mist, making it nearly impossible to track. The second moved on 6 spindly legs, its torso rotating unnaturally as it skittered across the snow like some nightmarish insect. Multiple vortex mouths dotted its form, each whispering different tormenting phrases. But the third, 10 feet of pure terror. Its massive form pulsed with corrupt aura and its screech tore through the storm, a sound that bypassed ear defenses entirely. Lumen and Zephyr clutched their heads, teeth gritted against the assault. The Baron, noticing their momentary vulnerability, quickly slashed his flaming spear in wide, aggressive arcs. The intense heat and force cleaved through a few of the lesser Mistborns swarming around before reaching the momentarily distracted Alpha Trio. Go, the Baron barked, before launching himself at them, his spear a blur of fire and fury. He trusted the two could handle the lesser ranks on their own. Zephyr and Lumen, shaking off the mental assault, quickly moved towards the anchor's doors. They were already covered by heavy snow and ice all the way to their upper frames. Swoosh. Just then, a few lesser Mistborns, their forms shimmering with malicious intent, tried to sneak up on them. Clang, they were met with the cold, gleaming steel of Zephyr's saber. Then he took on the duty of protecting Lumen, moving with quick, efficient slashes, forming a protective perimeter while Lumen quickly shoveled snow and chipped away at the ice, making sure he wouldn't get blindsided by the swirling enemies. Zephyr also kept an eye on the surroundings and the Alpha Mistborns. He couldn't make a mistake this time. Done, Lumen shouted, his breath misting in the frigid air barely 20 seconds later. Mr. Zephyr's voice, strained but urgent, cut through the din directed at the Baron, who was now a fiery blur amidst the enemy. Baron Newskill, locked in a brutal dance of death, managed to nod without breaking his rhythm. Dodge, he bellowed, and with a powerful swing, sent a massive, arcing fire slash directly toward the now cleared doors. He immediately resumed his furious assault on the Alphas, drawing their attention back to his relentless spear. Zephyr and Lumen ducked and rolled just in time, allowing the flame spear slash to scorch and clear the doors, immediate surroundings of any lingering ice or snow. With a swift movement, Zephyr manifested a shimmering portal directly on the surface of the door. They both plunged through, the portal snapping shut behind them, leaving the roaring blizzard and the monstrous mistborns outside. The Baron exhaled, the flames along his spear flaring brighter. Now he could fight properly. The three alphas circled him, their forms shifting, their screeches vibrating the air. The Baron grinned. Come on then. The moment the portal sealed behind them, the howl of the blizzard dulled to a muted roar. Lumen exhaled sharply, his breath fogging in the chamber's cool air as he took in their surroundings. The anchor core dominated the room, while the three pylons surrounding it hummed in harmony, their energy streams flowing smoothly. Zephyr didn't waste a second. He moved swiftly to one of the three colossal pylon consoles that ringed the anchor core, his fingers already dancing across its intricate controls. Lumen, on the other hand, knew nothing about operating these complex consoles. He understood their purpose, though. According to the conductors he recently talked with, each pylon had its own distinct tasks and features. The first pylon was responsible for temperature regulation within the keep, maintaining a cool, stable climate throughout the castle, the town, the lower keep buildings, the sprawling underground shelters and chambers. It also performed other minor functions, ensuring livable conditions even during the harshest winters. The second pylon controlled barriers and light beacons. It was designed to automatically activate defensive shields and illuminate the keep's perimeter at night or whenever the fortress was under attack. Its features extended to various emergency protocols and visual signaling. Finally, the third pylon was dedicated to stabilization and detection. It could send out continuous aura waves, resonance pulses, throughout the keep's vast network, constantly checking for ambient corruption or fluctuations in the energy flow. More critically, it could detect foreign aura signatures, like disguised monsters, corrupted scouts, or unauthorized portals, and trigger containment protocols or alarms as needed. But for these functions to be properly utilized, someone skilled had to be at the helm, making precise adjustments and commands to ensure the correct functions were employed without inadvertently ruining anything. Lumen watched Zephyr, whose fingers flew across the console of the third pylon, a faint smile touching his lips. You must really know everything, friend Zephyr, he complimented, his voice soft in the quiet chamber. Zephyr's lips twitched faintly, a hint of an irritated smile almost breaking through his usual stoicism, but he didn't react, his full focus on the complex task before him. After a few tense moments of concentrated effort, the hum from the third pylon deepened, a resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate through Lumen's very bones. Zephyr pulled his hands back, his gaze fixed on the intricate display. I am sending the waves, he stated, his voice low, a note of controlled anticipation in it. He looked briefly at Lumen, his expression unreadable. I hope it works. Lumen nodded slowly, his own thoughts already spiraling. He was pondering, running through the possibilities, the contingencies of their broader strategy. The plan, as Zephyr was undoubtedly recalling as well, was deceptively simple but meticulously thought out. Zephyr's eyes flickered back to the console, even as his mind replayed the steps. Divide and conquer, that was the core principle. By splitting their forces and attacking the Lament Shroud's manifestations in multiple key locations, they aimed to stretch its awareness, dilute its formidable power, and render it as vulnerable as possible. Each engagement, from Elria's unit battling the Mistborns in the town to the Baron's fierce stand against the Alphas outside this very chamber, contributed to that. And once its focus was sufficiently fragmented, the anchor chambers, now being fully activated and configured, would become their ultimate tool. They only needed to wait now. There Zephyr's eyes widened as he finally felt like he had picked it up, a concentrated knot of corrupt aura, throbbing near the line between the town and the lower keep. I've found it, Zephyr announced, his voice cutting through the chamber's hum. Lumen's eyes snapped open at the words, a strange glint flashing through them so briefly that Zephyr almost missed it. Almost. Is something the matter? Zephyr asked, his tone neutral but his gaze sharp. Lumen shook his head slowly, a faint, almost amused smile touching his lips. He simply gestured for Zephyr to continue, his gaze unusually focused. Zephyr nodded, a prickle of unease brushing against his senses. There was something different about Lumen, a strange undercurrent in his aura, but there was no time for questions now. He could only trust him. They quickly approached the door, and Zephyr manifested a shimmering portal once more. I will go first. Zephyr muttered before stepping through, his body passing into the swirling maelstrom outside. But just as the blizzard's chill enveloped him, a sudden, piercing sense of danger screamed in his mind. Dodge, Baron's voice, raw with warning, cut through the din of battle. Zephyr instinctively executed a void step, teleporting a few steps to his right. His eyes immediately snapped back to the flickering portal. A lean 6-foot-tall mistborn, its form a blur of white mist and icy edges, landed stabbing the spot he had been standing a moment ago. It wasn't one of the three alphas the Baron was fighting. It growled, turning its hollow eyes towards the shimmering portal as if sensing something crucial within it, and from its rapidly forming hand, ice shards, sharp as daggers, fired, piercing the fabric of the portal and causing it to ripple violently. Not good. Zephyr felt his connection to the portal rapidly fraying, the unstable aura currents threatening to collapse it prematurely. Before the situation worsened, before he lost control, he quickly closed it. Lumen was left inside. A pang of concern, quickly followed by a grim resolve, shot through Zephyr. Lumen would be safe from the immediate, overwhelming fight out here. And a deep, unsettling feeling told Zephyr that leaving Lumen in the anchor chamber was, somehow, exactly what Lumen wanted. He had a premonition that Lumen was about to do something reckless again, something Lumen believed was better done alone. Although he didn't want to leave him alone, Lumen specifically told him he had his own agenda in this, and when the time comes, he asked him to trust him. All right, I will trust you this time. With that thought in mind, Zephyr quickly rebalanced himself, dodging the furious Mistborn's attacks now directed solely at him. It was incredibly fast, its icy long nails slashing through the air. He began to approach the Baron, attempting to play a dangerous game of catch and dodge with the new monster. The Mistborn was relentless in just a few seconds. He had already felt the stinging cold of its icy nails slice across his reinforced winter coat a few times. I found it, he shouted, gritting his teeth as he blocked another rapid assault with his saber, the clash echoing sharply even amidst the blizzard. Okay. Baron Newskill roared back. His flaming spear, Duskpiercer, coiled around him like a living serpent, then lashed out in a powerful, decisive motion. It tore through the swirling white chaos, targeting the 8-foot, shape-shifting alpha Mistborn. This one was the fastest of the trio, but also the weakest. Shrak, a searing line of fire cleaved through its elongated, mist-shrouded form. Krara. The Mistborn shrieked, a sound of agony mixed with dissipating corruption, as its upper torso slid from its lower, both halves dissolving into wisps of frozen vapor before they even hit the snow. Baron didn't pause, immediately bringing Duskpiercer back up to parry a crushing blow from the behemoth. The message was clear. Let's finish this and head to the target's location. And Zephyr got it. His grim expression solidified into frost-cold resolve. His pale, calm eyes deepened, now burning with a hard, predatory gleam. The 6-foot Mistborn darting around him, its icy claws flashing, seemed to quicken its assault, sensing his shift. But Zephyr met its fury head-on. He slammed his foot down, channeling aura into his feet, using the treacherous surface as a launch pad. He exploded forward, a blur of motion against the swirling white, accelerating directly into the monster's attack. The Mistborn's icy nails raked across his chest. His reinforced coat tore, but the blow, taken with deliberate momentum, lacked its full piercing force. In the same instant, Zephyr's saber, a silver streak, came up in a brutal, arcing counter. It bit deep into the Mistborn's shoulder, eliciting a guttural growl. Krrr. This particular Mistborn, despite its alpha rank, lacked the true, ancient power of the Lament Shroud's main manifestations. It was a fast, dangerous puppet, but its movements, while swift, lacked the unpredictable, intelligent malice of a genuine threat with combat experience. In this extreme blizzard, its icy attacks were potent, yet Zephyr, pushing past the pain and discomfort, found its patterns readable, its attacks lacking depth. It was a strong current, but one without a conscious will guiding its every flow. He spun, deflecting a follow-up strike with a harsh clang of steel on ice, the force shaking his arm. He pressed his advantage, his movements becoming a lethal dance of precision and controlled aggression. He pivoted on his heel, letting the icy nails whistle past his face by a hair's breadth. In the same motion, his saber lashed out, piercing its vortex head, the blade humming with spatial energy. VW Womp. The creature imploded, its body collapsing inward before dispersing into the blizzard's embrace. FWSHHH thump. Zephyr exhaled sharply, his breath misting in the air. He glanced at the Baron, who stood amidst the dissipating remains of the second alpha, his spear still blazing. Now only the 10-foot Titan remained, one more to go. These lesser fiends, though individually weak, were a persistent nuisance, trying to distract the Baron with their desperate lunges or land superficial cuts to wear him down. Zephyr was sure the Baron could end the alpha on his own if not for their relentless interventions. Swoosh, he moved like a monster himself, his blade a blur. One Mistborn dissolved mid-lunge, its vortex head severed before it could scream. Another lost its legs to a sweeping cut, its form crumbling into mist. A third barely registered his approach before his saber punched through its head. Ha! The Baron's exhale was half laugh, half relief as he felt the pressure ease. From the corner of his eye, he caught Zephyr's movements precise, ruthless, efficient. This kid. He'd suspected him to be talented, but this was something else. Zephyr fought like a veteran twice his age, his instincts sharp enough to read the battlefield at a glance. In that decision to clear the distractions rather than join, the direct assault showed a tactical mind that bordered on terrifying. Monster, the Baron thought in admiration, and with the lesser threats thinning, the Baron finally had room to breathe. His grip on Duskpiercer tightened. The spear's flames roared higher, casting flickering light across the snow. Then I'll do my part. Baron thought, his gaze hardening as he fixed on the towering Mistborn, his expression calm despite the raging storm and the colossal threat before him. KRRR. The towering Mistborn moved with unexpected grace for its size, its massive form weaving through the blizzard like a predator. Unlike its nearly mindless brethren, its hollow eyes gleamed with cruel intelligence. The Baron feinted left, but the creature didn't bite. It countered with a sweeping claw, forcing the Baron to roll backward as ice shards erupted where he'd stood. Snow melted instantly where Duskpiercer's flames licked the ground, steam hissing between them. The Alpha was adapting. It anticipated the Baron's next thrust, twisting its torso to avoid the spear's tip. A claw of condensed mist slammed into the Baron's side, sending him skidding through the snow. Zephyr, still cutting through the last of the lesser Mistborns, tensed, but the Baron was already rising, his grin fiercer. Good, he muttered. Finally a challenge. The Alpha charged, its weight shaking the earth. The Baron stood his ground until the last possible second. Then scorching lance. Duskpiercer's flames condensed, the spear becoming a blinding line of white-hot fire. The Baron thrust forward, and the Duskpiercer pierced clean through the Alpha's chest, erasing half its torso in an instant. Creature staggered, its remaining half dissolving into embers and mist. Kraa, the remaining lesser Mistborn let out piercing screeches, their forms dissolving into the blizzard as they fled in all directions. The battlefield fell eerily quiet, save for the wind's mournful howl. The Baron turned to Zephyr, wiping soot from his brow. "Good job," he said, genuine approval in his voice. Zephyr nodded calmly, his eyes scanning their surroundings. "Where's Lumen?" the Baron asked, glancing toward the sealed anchor chamber. "Should we retrieve him?" After a brief pause, Zephyr shook his head. "No, he'll stay here. Someone needs to monitor the controllers and update us if the core's location shifts." The Baron studied him for a moment, then grunted in agreement. "Let's go then. It already knows we're coming. It'll either flee or prepare another warm welcome." As they moved through the swirling snow, Zephyr's mind raced. Did the other units receive the signals? If so, the second phase was complete. The lament shroud was weakened, its lieutenants dealt with, and its core consciousness located. They only needed to confront the creature head-on. His grip tightened on his saber at the thought. The creature they hunted was no ordinary foe. To command so many alphas, it had to be at least an elder beast. There was even a chance it could rival an overlord if it could fully leverage the blizzard as its power source. But the Baron's flames still burned bright ahead of him, cutting a path through the storm. "Stay sharp," the Baron murmured, his spear glowing like a beacon in the white dark. Zephyr followed silently, his senses stretched to their limits. Somewhere in this white expanse, the lament shroud waited. A few minutes earlier, inside the anchor chamber, Lumen had been a half-step behind Zephyr, ready to follow through the portal, when his senses screamed at him to move. He threw himself backward and to the right just as jagged ice shards erupted from the portal's surface, embedding themselves in the stone wall where he had been. The portal itself flickered violently, its shimmering surface collapsing inward before winking out of existence entirely. He didn't need to see what happened outside. He immediately understood. Zephyr must have been attacked, caught off guard, and losing control of the portal, he had been forced to shut it down. A wry smile touched his lips. Well, this is actually good. He couldn't fight properly right now, not without risking his carefully maintained identity, and this isolation served his other agenda perfectly. Just then, faint but undeniably clear whispers drifted into his mind, seemingly from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Ammon, son, you are a hero," Lumen chuckled inwardly. "Guess I was wrong about being alone," while outwardly furrowing his brows. "Who's there?" he demanded, spinning around only to freeze. Two spiraling black eyes hovered inches from his face. Paralysis trapped his limbs and mind. The whispers returned, growing clearer each time. "Suun, Suon, soon, son." The chamber melted away. The obsidian walls became the familiar walls of Eclipse Keep's family quarters. Snow outside the window, the scent of pine and hearthfare. A shadowy figure coalesced before him, its form gaining warmth and color as it leaned down to pat his head. "Don't play too much and return soon, okay, sweetie?" Lumen's no, Ammon's breath hitched. Standing before him was his mother. Not Lady Luttera as she was now, broken by grief, but as she must have been a decade ago. Eyes bright, smile gentle, her hand warm against his hair. "Why, yes, Mom." His mother smiled, a warmth emanating from her that chased away the lingering chill of the anchor chamber. She reached out, her fingers gently caressing his face a few times. Ammon's carefully constructed mental defenses crumbled, his mind succumbing to the powerful illusion. The anchor chamber, the raging blizzard outside, Zephyr, the Baron, the lament shroud, all of it faded, replaced by the vivid, comforting reality of his childhood home. "All right, I'm going," he chirped, a wide, genuine smile spreading across Ammon's small face. He waved back at his mother, who stood smiling by the fireplace. He snatched his familiar winter cap from a hook on the wall, tugging it firmly over his head, though in reality his hand had pressed the subtle mechanism to open the chamber's heavy door, a soft click barely audible over the hum of the pylons. Ah, right, almost forgot this. After pushing the door open, he didn't forget to close it gently behind him. Who knows if the shroud would try to mess with the inside, he mused, a thought that, even in his current state, held a thread of his true adult self's caution. Outside, the illusion continued its masterful dance. A path of gentle snow and soft, guiding wind seemed to open just for him, cushioning his steps as he walked. His small body, seemingly trembling slightly from the cold, felt strangely invigorated. The two spiraling black eyes, invisible to anyone else, floated ahead, leading him deeper into the blizzard. Ammon walked with a beaming smile, utterly captivated. Even the stray mistborns, whose true forms were horrifying manifestations of the shroud's corruption, ignored Ammon. To his young eyes, they were merely the keep's people, bundled against the cold, waving at him and calling his name as he passed by. After walking for a while, a journey that felt both endless and fleeting, little Ammon arrived at a familiar corner of the path. His eyes widened with delight. Ahead, a group of children, all around his age, laughed and squealed, being playfully chased by a pack of smaller, shaggy snow dogs. These weren't the fierce hunting hounds of the keep, but fluffy, harmless dogs. Without a second thought, Ammon let out a joyful shout and ran toward them, fearlessly charging at the monsters to save them. He darted among the children and the snow dogs, his small hands playfully pushing and shooing the creatures away. To his delight, the monsters yelped and scattered, running off into the snow, their tails wagging. The other children immediately swarmed him, their faces alight with awe. "Whoa, Ammon, you were amazing," one cried. "How did you do it?" another gasped. "You looked like a hero," a third exclaimed, their voices filled with genuine admiration. Ammon's chest swelled with pride, an elation he hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. Someone finally recognized his deeds. They were even calling him a hero. With a final, triumphant wave to his adoring audience, Ammon bid them farewell, continuing on his way, a bright smile fixed firmly on his face. He was planning to brag to his mother and father about this later. The day continued in a blissful haze for little Ammon. He helped an old farmer carry a heavy sack of feed to his barn, earning a toothless grin and a warm pat on the head. He spent an hour in the pastures, giggling as he played with the farmers, animals, their soft fur a comforting warmth against his small hands. Later, he paused by the training grounds, mesmerized by the guards practicing their forms, their polished armor glinting in the illusionary sunlight. He mimicked their stances, a small wooden stick becoming his sword, a shield made of imagination strapped to his arm. A genuine sense of contentment settled over him. For a moment, the world felt so utterly right, so brimming with simple joys, that he almost forgot the chilling truths he knew about the lament shroud. The tales of its corruption, of illusions that began in bliss only to twist into unbearable nightmares like the Baron's experience, were stark reminders. It must be planning the same with me. Just then the illusion fractured. Crack, boo! Loud, guttural sounds of thunder and a raging storm echoed, ripping through the tranquil scene. Little Ammon's eyes widened, the familiar, comforting world around him twisting. The sky, a moment ago a gentle blue and white, darkened to an angry charcoal. The falling snow became fast and heavier, stinging his skin, the wind growing violent, howling like a hungry beast. What's happening? He trembled, his small smile replaced by stark terror. He spun frantically, searching for others for his home, for a way back to the safety he'd known moments before. But all he could see was the white, swirling mass of the blizzard and endless drifts of snow. Mom, Dad, he called out, his voice thin and desperate, but they were swallowed by the storm. Hello. He stumbled forward, boots sinking deep into fresh snow. Anyone, there was no answer, only the roar of the wind. The biting howl was no longer just a sound, it was a physical assault. His cheeks, already rosy from the deceptive cold of the illusion, now burned a vivid red, chapped by the raw, biting wind of the true blizzard. His whole body shivered uncontrollably, the warmth of his illusionary home a cruel, fading memory. Tears welled in his eyes, but he clenched his jaw, biting back the sobs. A hero doesn't cry, he reminded himself, echoing the words his mother used to say. A hero will always find a way, one way or another. Just then, through the swirling white chaos, he noticed something, a faint glimmer of light not far away, pulsing softly. It felt like it was calling out to him, a promise of warmth and safety in the desolate storm. What is this? He whispered, his voice thin against the wind. He reached out a trembling hand. Hey, stop. But the light seemed to dance away, always just out of reach, a teasing will owe the wisp. Wait. Driven by a desperate, childlike hope, Ammon stumbled forward, chasing the elusive glow, drawn deeper and deeper into the storm's churning heart, unaware that this guiding light led only to his inevitable doom. Despite the blinding conditions, almost all the units had successfully arrived at their designated positions. A few teams were nestled on the top of the lower keep, right below the wide, snow-choked path leading to the town. Another 3 units, including Elria's, were positioned above them, right at the entrance of the mid-keep or the town. Only 2 units remained unaccounted for, Baron Noosehills and the captains. A heavy, undulating mass of snow draped over the path, making it impossible to see beyond the immediate drifts, further obstructing any already non-existent view of what lay to either side or ahead. Elria furrowed her brows, channeling her perception to pierce through the blizzard. Her wind aura strained, pushing against the chaotic flows of the storm, but she could barely manage an extra 10 feet before the messy, wild aura currents ruined her extended sight in an instant. Just where are you? Honestly, she wasn't worried about the Baron's unit that much. He was a formidable warrior. Even if they encountered something truly powerful, they could always escape using that boy's portals. Her concern lay with the captain. It hadn't even been a few days since he'd recovered from his severe injuries, yet he had insisted on taking on such an important and dangerous assignment again. She could only hope he wouldn't encounter peril once more and end up being corrupted by the Lament Shroud's influence. Although the half-elf healer had cured him and the others later, Elria still couldn't help but feel something was wrong, a persistent knot of unease in her gut. She shook her head, muttering to herself, "Don't be negative." The plan wasn't perfect, but it was all right at least. They should arrive soon. Maybe they were just late due to a delay at the anchors. "Hey, where's the monster?" "There aren't any Mistborns here either," one of the guards spoke up, his voice barely audible over the wind, causing Elria to stop her worrying thoughts and facepalm herself inwardly. Their enemy was a spectral one. There was no way they could see it if it didn't want to be seen. And how could her own guards forget Mistborn's innate ability to blend into the very elements of the storm? Still, she couldn't help but wonder where their target was. She initially suspected it might have surrounded itself with its own kind, like many alpha or elder beasts would do. But as the guard said, there was nothing in sight. Could it be? Elria tightened her grip on her spear. Baron warned repeatedly that the monster was cunning. They must be hiding and waiting for an ambush. AARRH. A trail of a loud scream tore through the howling wind, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Elria's head snapped up. Below them, on the snow-choked path, she saw a figure scrambling. A guard, no more than a blurred shape through the snow, slid wildly down the banked snow, shouting something incomprehensible, either from fear or raw adrenaline, and disappeared. WOH, wait for US. Other figures began rushing toward the path, clearly intending to follow him down into the white abyss below. Stop. Elria roared at the fools. Someone has to stay above. The advancing figures hesitated, then reluctantly gave up, their inner frustrations palpable even through the blizzard. GRR. But then a low, guttural growl vibrated through the very air, deep and resonant, causing a wave of intense dizziness to wash over everyone. The world seemed to swim for a disorienting second. When their vision cleared, the true horror began to unfold. From the mass of snow shrouding the path, something began to rise. Slowly, impossibly, it ascended, its form blurring between solid reality and shifting nothingness. It seemed to expand with every inch it gained, casting an immense, glitching shadow in the swirling snow. Instinctively, every soldier, including Elria, took a staggered step back, their breaths caught in their throats. Is this it? The unspoken question hung heavy in the air. After a few agonizing moments, it fully rose from the snow, towering immense. It stood a terrifying 60 or 70 feet in height, its head a massive, swirling vortex similar to the lesser Mistborns, but far more defined, its features eerily clear, a cavernous mouth, perpetually open, and deep-set brows that seemed to convey a chilling malevolence. It looked down upon them, its form an impossible presence against the white, its gaze sweeping over the clustered figures as if they were nothing more than insignificant insects. Hick, a collective shudder ran down everyone's spine. Monster, we are gonna die. Soldiers, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the terror, stumbled backward, falling into the snow from shock and sheer, paralyzing fear. There was no doubt about its identity now. This must be the monster they were looking for. Damn it, Elria's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of her longsword, her fingers tightening around the cold metal. Can we even fight this? The thought of drawing her blade against such a monstrosity made her stomach clench. But she bit her lip, drawing blood, forcing her trembling legs to still. The shock in the monster's recent growl had probably affected their minds, amplifying their fear. Think her unit, these men and women, wouldn't stand a chance against this. They'll die. They'll all die. The words repeated in her mind. Run, she screamed, her voice tearing through the wind and the soldiers' terrified murmurs, a desperate command ripped from the depths of her lungs. Even as the word left her mouth, she turned, not towards the monster, but running into a more open space, away from the clustered, paralyzed troops. As she moved, her greatsword flashed, and she sent a rapid series of gale rend at the towering monstrosity, not expecting to harm it, but to draw its attention, to distract it, to buy her people precious seconds to flee. Contrary to her expectations, the soldiers didn't break and run. Instead, as if jolted awake by her desperate cry, they pushed themselves back up from the snow. Their eyes, though still wide with terror, found new resolve. Hands no longer trembling, gripped their weapons tightly. A quiet, grim determination settled on their faces, as if they had decided to fight even at the cost of their lives. They couldn't leave their vice captain alone. Run, you FOOLs. Elria roared again, her voice laced with incredulity and frustration. unable to comprehend their defiance in the face of such overwhelming power. You are gonna die. Elria's words died in her throat. One attack, that was all it took. Her unit, scattered like rag dolls across the drifts, groaning in pain. She turned, slow and stiff, toward the towering giant, her horror growing as its mouth seemed to curl into a mocking, silent sneer, a chilling expression of contempt for them and their useless resolve. It barely deigned to glance at her, yet that dismissive gaze was enough. With an imperceptible shift, it pointed a colossal, misty hand at them. In the churning air before its palm, countless large, long, and impossibly sharp ice arrows began to form, each one around 7 feet in length, shimmering with lethal intent. Then, with a casual flick, they descended a deadly barrage meant to annihilate everything in its wake. The giant itself turned away, already sure of their complete and utter defeat. Elria's muscles burned. Move, but her legs. She looked down, frost crawled up her waist, glistening and merciless. When she looked up at the incoming rain of death, forcing her trembling aura to form a wind shield around herself. It was a futile gesture, she knew, but a desperate attempt to cling to even the tiniest chance of survival. She heard the horrifying screams of pain and terror from all sides as the ice arrows began to land among her scattered soldiers, but she didn't dare to look, fearing the sight would break her, consume her last shred of courage. Is this how we die? Elria clenched her jaw, forcing herself to meet death head-on. If this were the end, she would face it with her eyes open. The windshield flickered weakly around her, already cracking under the pressure of the descending arrows. She could feel the freezing air biting at her skin, the ice creeping higher up her torso. Then, a sound like a blade cutting through the storm. Her eyes subconsciously flicked upwards. Through the swirling white, she saw a wide arc of crimson flames, a blazing slash that tore through the storm, flying directly at the descending ice arrows. The fiery arc and the frozen projectiles clashed in mid-air, unleashing a series of violent explosions that momentarily lit up the blizzard, sending shockwaves of heat and force through the biting blizzard. Elria gasped as a familiar warm aura washed over her, the frost on her legs fracturing and falling away. Through the dissipating mist, a familiar figure emerged, Baron Nusil, his spear ablaze, his expression grim. Stay back, he barked, not even glancing at her as he stepped forward, placing himself between them and the giant. Elria stood frozen, her body refusing to obey. The world had narrowed to the colossal Mistborn and the crimson afterimage of Baron's spear. Then ice cracked in her ears. Move quickly, Zephyr's voice cut through her stupor like a blade through snow. She whipped her head right there he stood, eyes glinting with lethal focus, his usual cool and calm demeanor replaced by something predatory. When his gaze flicked to her, the unspoken threat in those pale eyes sent her stumbling backward before conscious thought caught up. A swirling portal yawned behind him, and others were already vanishing into its depths. After a quick glance at the young man, she sprinted towards the vortex, a bitter taste in her mouth. She hated abandoning the fight, hated turning her back, but the raw truth burned within her. She would only be dead weight here, a liability. Behind her, Zephyr turned back to the giant. His mind worked faster than the storm. They were losing, badly. The monstrosity before them made every previous battle seem like child's play. Yet the plan's final gambit remained if they could buy seconds, if they could shift the tide, if they had one more fighter who could stand beside the Baron without being crushed. Zephyr's breath stilled. The calculation took less than a heartbeat. Though the serpent wasn't physically present, the power it gave thrummed in his veins. He reached for it not with his hands but with something deeper, a resonance through his loci. In an instant, the power detonated through him. Muscles reforged themselves. His senses sharpened until he could track individual snowflakes in the blizzard. Dark emerald energy erupted outward, forming a crackling shield that vaporized falling snow before it could touch him. Both Baron Nusil and the colossal Mistborn instantly reacted, their heads snapping toward Zephyr. Nusil's eyes widened in shock, a silent question forming on his lips. You, R-O-O-R-R. The colossal Mistborn's loud roar tore through the air, disrupting Baron's shock. The creature had sensed the sudden, enormous surge of power, and its silent sneer was replaced by a snarl of fury and amusement. Zephyr didn't so much as blink. The psychic fury that would have shattered lesser minds rolled off him like wind over stone. His eyes, now lit with that eerie green glow, remained locked on the Mistborn as he turned just enough to catch the Baron's gaze. A single nod, no words needed. The message was clear. Baron Nusil's grip on his spear tightened, all questions burned away by battle instinct. Above them, the Mistborn's claws flexed, sensing the atmosphere. GRRR. The next moment, both Baron Nusil and Zephyr launched themselves forward, a unified blur of motion. Baron's spear blazed with crimson fire, Zephyr's form cloaked in his verdant aura as they hurtled toward the monster. The Mistborn retaliated instantly. Ice shards the size of cavalry spears materialized mid-air and shot toward them in a deadly wave. Simultaneously, its massive clawed hands swept down like falling siege towers, shadows swallowing the combatants whole. Every movement screamed primal fury. This wasn't just an attack, but the wrath of winter itself made manifest. Yet neither fighter broke stride. Baron Newskill's spear became a whirling storm of fire, each rotation vaporizing incoming projectiles in bursts of steam. Zephyr moved like a liquid shadow between the remaining shards, his saber's emerald trail leaving afterimages that dissolved whatever ice they touched. When the claws came crashing down, they met not flesh, but Defiance the Baron's spear intercepting one massive hand in an explosion of sparks, while Zephyr's aura-flared boot braced against the other, his entire body shuddering from the impact but holding firm. For one impossible instant, the colossal force hung suspended between them. Then the real battle began. Ammon stumbled forward, his small boots sinking deeper into the snow with each step. Around him, the world had dissolved into absolute blackness, no sky, no ground, only the howling wind and that pulsing light, now brighter than ever, as if the darkness existed solely to make it shine. Just a little further. His breath came in ragged gasps, his cheeks raw from the cold. The light danced ahead, always almost within reach. Then finally it stopped. The next moment it flared, blossoming outward to illuminate the suffocating darkness around him. Ammon blinked, his young eyes wide with curiosity and confusion. The void had given way to what appeared to be a familiar, comforting space, the edge of a sun-drenched meadow he vaguely remembered from a forgotten dream. "Come, my child." A soft voice, melodic and impossibly tender, drifted from behind him. Ammon's head snapped around. Standing there, shrouded in a soft, ethereal glow, was a shadowy figure, its arms outstretched in a familiar gesture of love. "Mom," joy erupted in his small chest, overriding all fear, all confusion. He didn't question why she stood knee-deep in snow when they were meant to be in a sunlit meadow. Didn't notice how her shadow stretched long and grasping behind her, far darker than it should be. He simply ran. With every step, the figure gained detail. The silver-threaded chestnut hair that always escaped its braid, the chapped lips that still managed soft kisses, all rendered with unbearable perfection. The illusion fed on his recognition, stitching itself tighter into reality with each desperate footfall. The lament shroud's massive palm trembled, its frost-blackened claws twitching in rhythm with Ammon's dream sprint. On its shadowed surface, the boy's physical form jerked forward mechanically, his boots scraping against the creature's flesh like mist. Thick tendrils of obsidian mist now completely obscured his eyes, swirling like ink dropped in milk. His mouth hung slack, expression eerily blank save for the faintest tremor in his lower lip, the only betrayal of the battle still raging behind those sightless eyes. Above him, the shroud's jaw unhinged with a sound like cracking glaciers, revealing a throat of spiraling black ice that pulsed in time with Ammon's racing heartbeat. "Just a little further, my heart," his mother called, arms widening. The meadow's light seemed to concentrate around her, pushing back the edges of Ammon's suspicion. Every step toward her carried him deeper into the shroud's waiting maw. The creature's hollow eyes burned with cold triumph as its jaws widened further, wide enough now to swallow a man whole. Ammon ran closer, 3 steps, 2, 1. The meadow's golden light thickened like syrup, making the air heavy. His mother's smile widened, her arms opening to an impossible span. Then Owa, Ammon's foot caught on nothing, or perhaps on the illusion's fraying edge. He pitched forward, knees slamming into suddenly frozen earth. The impact jolted up his spine, real pain flaring through the dream. Tears sprang to his eyes as he clutched his knee. "It hurts." For one fractured instant, his mother's face shattered. Her skin cracked like porcelain, revealing the hollow blackness Beniath then reformed, faster than a blink. The shroud's claws screeched across its own palm, black ice splintering. Ammon's physical body convulsed, his blank face suddenly contorting in mirrored pain as his dream self fell. "Oh, my poor darling." His mother knelt, the snow around her not melting from her radiant glow. Her cool fingers brushed his cheek, a degree too cold. "Let me see." Ammon sniffled, looking up through his tears. Her hand slid under his arms, lifting him effortlessly, too effortlessly, like he weighed nothing at all. The moment his feet touched ground, he wobbled deliberately, forcing her to steady him. "Wait, Mom," he hiccuped, rubbing his eyes with one hand while the other crept toward his inner pocket. "Let me show you something first." The shroud's jaws vibrated in the real world, sensing imminent victory. It didn't notice the boy's fingers closing around cold glass. Didn't see how his tears suddenly stopped mid-fall, hanging frozen on his lashes. They stepped forward together, one perfect, synchronized motion, falling right into the spiraling abyss. The shroud's jaws were already beginning to constrict, its throat mist solidifying into shadowy black tendrils that slithered around Ammon's physical legs. The merge had already begun. "Look," Ammon yanked the object free, his eyes still wide and innocent, utterly oblivious to the true gambit he was enacting. His mother's smile remained beatific as she leaned in, her eyes drinking in his vulnerable expression, savoring the irrevocable process just as the black, glassy surface of the crescent mirror slid into her vision. For a fleeting instant, it reflected nothing at all, a void mirroring the one in her own false eyes. Then its surface shimmered like water trembling from a distant tremor. The gentle reflection of mother and son smiling together warped, fractured, and then rapidly reformed. A new, terrifying reflection bloomed. Ammon's round cheeks sharpened into Lumen's angular face, his tear-filled eyes hardening with glacial focus. The childish pout twisted into a hunter's smirk, and her. Oh, her, the mirror showed what she truly was. Not a mother, but a starving thing, all jagged mist and hollow eyes, its cavernous maw frozen mid-swallow. The truth rang through her like a struck bell. Krah, the sound tore through the illusion like a knife through canvas. Her no, its gasp became a grinding shriek of cracking ice as the perfect maternal facade crumbled away in jagged pieces. Hollow eyes darted between the mirror's horrific truth and the child it held only to meet Ammon's gaze, now sharp with terrible awareness. The boy was awake. The realization shuddered through the shroud's vast consciousness like a dying tremor. Its claws in the physical world spasmed, black mist tendrils tightening around Lumen's legs in reflexive panic. But the cold certainty followed instantly, a whisper through its corruption. No matter, the merge had begun. The connection was made. The boy's body was already knitting with its essence, his memories unraveling into its grasp. Do you really think so? The words hung in the air like a knife balanced on its point. The shroud's hollow eyes flickered, just once, a ripple of confusion passing through its vast consciousness. This wasn't the whimper of a trapped prey. Something was wrong. Well, you're only half right. The last vestiges of childhood melted from Ammon's reflection, replaced by something far more dangerous, a smirk that didn't belong to any child, but to the hunter who'd been waiting behind those innocent eyes all along. The illusion world screamed as it fractured like 1,000 realities unraveling at once. Then, with a final, deafening silence, the world tore itself apart. Before the lament shroud could even process the shift, the very fabric of its reality contorted violently. One moment the child was in its grasp, ensnared in the illusion it had so carefully woven. The next, the comforting dark of its own being was torn open, as if something far older and crueler had reached in and wrenched it apart. The shroud was flung, without grace or warning, into a stark and unfamiliar reality. Agoniro, searing, utterly alien vibrated through its vast consciousness, rippling across its amorphous form like a shockwave. It was pain beyond comprehension, a torment that clawed at the very fabric of its existence, and for the first time in its existence the shroud flinched. Its hollow eyes snapped shut, but just as quickly as it began the pain stopped, leaving a phantom ache. The shroud opened its eyes, reflexively trying to assess its new form, wondering if the merge was truly successful. Its body was different, all right, but a bit too different perhaps. Just then the darkness peeled away like rotting skin. Then the body's focus shifted, and the shroud used the chance to take in its surroundings. It was no longer within the familiar confines of the blizzard, nor the boy's comforting meadow. It was in a massive, desolate land, littered with the remnants of what looked like an ancient battlefield, and then it saw them, a horrifying tide of monsters. Hulking beasts with flayed hides, slithering things that pulsed with too many mouths, gaunt horrors that shrieked like nails on glass. They came in waves, a writhing, howling mass with no purpose but to devour. The shroud understood annihilation when it saw it. This was not a place meant for survival. It instinctively tried to move, to turn and flee, or at least unleash its power and tear these things apart as it would its prey. But the body remained unresponsive, a cruel, heavy shell. Frustration, hot and unfamiliar, boiled within its vastness. Confusion clouded its core. Wasn't the merge supposed to be successful? Why wasn't its body abiding its wishes? Wait, could it be? A cold, logical deduction formed, the only plausible explanation for this inexplicable torment. It must be experiencing the boy's memories right now, a side effect of the merge. The boy's past consciousness had bled through, an unforeseen flaw in what should have been its triumph. Helpless, it could only watch as the memory unfolded. Its body, small and utterly insignificant against the onslaught, foolishly charged forward, wielding a tarnished sword that seemed impossibly light in its grip. There was no way to win this. There was no way he could end but in oblivion. And as expected, the body was shredded and broken in a horrifying flurry of claws and teeth. It died, a foolish, reckless death. Wait, the boy died, then how was he still alive? What was happening? Grrr, another wave of immense, soul-shattering pain assaulted the shroud, brutal and all-encompassing, as darkness took over once more. Its entire being felt as though it was blazing in hot and terrifying flames. Every fiber of its essence screamed, incinerated by an agony unlike any before. Then, just as the pain reached its unbearable zenith, the agonizing cycle repeated itself. The searing flames abruptly ceased, leaving a raw, phantom burning. Its form, whatever it was now, shuddered back from the brink of absolute dissolution. The shroud opened its eyes again, its very consciousness still throbbing and recovering from the lingering trauma of the latest death. It was back in the blizzard. The familiar, frigid air lashed at its new skin, the biting cold a stark contrast to the inferno it had just escaped. A wave of something akin to relief began to unfurl within its core. It was out of that relentless cycle of pain, back to the place it knew. But just as the sensation settled, the body stumbled backward, a choked gasp tore from its throat. The shroud's attention snapped to where the boy's gaze had locked. There, across the snow-whipped expanse of the keep, a human figure moved, tall, broad-shouldered, radiating a terrifying aura of destructive power. It was the boy's father, the original target of the shroud, now rampaging through the keep, a storm of uncontrolled violence. His eyes were now pitch-black twin voids that swallowed the swirling snow. A cold thrill sparked within the shroud's depths, so it hadn't fully merged with the man. Instead, it had corrupted him. But the results were good, better, even. Such unbridled destruction, a marionette of raw power. It reveled in the chaos, a predator watching its trap spring beautifully. Yet the body it inhabited shuddered, a silent, desperate tremor running through it as its father smashed and tore, destroying everything in his path. The memory surged with an emotional resonance that the shroud couldn't grasp. Then, the father's head snapped toward them. Ammon's breath hitched, the shroud thrilled. With a single fluid motion, the corrupted man raised a spear, its tip already glistening with frozen blood, and drove it deep into his son's chest. The boy didn't scream. He just folded, crumpling to his knees, blood bubbling between his lips as he stared up at the monster wearing his father's face. His lips moved. One word, silent, drowned in red. F father, the shroud felt it. Not just the spear's bite, not just ribs splintering, but the wet crack of a child's heart breaking inside its cage of bone. A flood of alien sensation poured through their shared veins. Betrayal, yes, cold as the steel between them, but beneath it, love still beating its wings against the boy's ribs, refusing to die even as the spear did its work. Sorrow not just for himself, but for the man his father had been, for the hands that once lifted him high, now slick with his blood, and love not the sweet, dying ember of devotion, but love burning through its own ruin, a star consuming itself to light the dark one final time. The shroud convulsed, its stolen lungs seizing as the boy's love flooded its hollow core like poison. This wasn't mere mortal despair. This was love and loss woven into a noose, tightening around its stolen throat. Then darkness, and the last fading pulse of a child's heart. I love you, father,